better do as he says, Jerry.
Okay.
Not in the back seat. In front. You're going to drive. And if you don't, I'll kill you. I'll kill you both.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Dead Giveaway. The theory that you can judge people by the kind of friends they have is not necessarily true. Take Pam and Jerry North, for example. They have a friend named Clara Kendall. She's not a close friend, true, but she's a friend nevertheless. So what kind of people would you say Pam and Jerry were if you judged them by dowdy, middle-aged Mrs. Kendall as she stands, white-faced and trembling, talking on the telephone?
But, my dear Mrs. Kendall...
Don't my dear Mrs. Kendall me, Dr. Cowles. Do you realize that your incompetence has endangered my life?
Nonsense, Mrs. Kendall. Your brother
My brother is insane.
Mrs. Kendall.
Dangerously insane. That's why I placed him in your sanitarium, Dr. Cowles.
No, Mrs. Kendall, that is not why...
I'm not going to discuss it with you any further, Doctor. Now, are you going to notify the police of Charles' escape, or aren't you?
But it's not necessary to notify...
Then I will.
Mrs. Kendall, will you please...
The fool. Philip?
In here, Clara. What was that all about on the telephone?
It was Dr. Cowles.
Cowles? Oh, yes, the sanitarium fellow. What did he want? Not more money, I hope.
Philip, Charles has escaped.
Oh, no. Not again. You know, I don't think Charles likes it there.
Philip.
I can't say I blame him. The Middle West never appealed to me as a place...
This is no joking matter, Philip. Charles has been gone 2 days. He could be here in New York by now.
Oh, why in the world would he want to come here?
He hates me.
Well, what do you expect? You have the poor old devil declared mentally irresponsible. You have him committed to an institution. Then you get control of his money. Do you think he should love you for that? My goodness, Clara, you can't have everything.
Stop it, Philip, stop it. Charles is dangerous. You know that.
I know nothing of the kind. The worst thing I know about him is that he slobbers when he eats.
If he ever gets the chance, he'll kill me.
Oh, Clara.
He will.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Where's my coat?
Are you going out?
Yes.
Where?
Just out. I have an appointment.
A business appointment?
Oh, don't be bitter, dear.
Please, Philip, don't go. Don't leave me here in this apartment alone with Charles.
For heaven's sake, Clara, stop being so silly. Charles isn't within 1,000 miles of here. They'll find him just the way they did before, curled up, sound asleep in a haystack not 2 miles from the sanitarium. Now, look, I'm already late,
What time will you be home?
I'm not sure. Late, probably.
Will you be here for dinner?
No,
Philip.
Oh, let go of me. Clara, let go.
Please, Philip, stay home with me. I'm frightened.
Let go. No, will you please?
I know where you're going, Philip. I know. You're going to see her.
Her? Who?
Vivian.
Vivian?
Yes, Vivian. Vivian Ames. You didn't think I knew, did you? But I do. I know all about...
You don't know anything because there's nothing to know.
You're a liar.
And you're a silly, suspicious, neurotic old woman. Why, you...
Get out! Do you hear me? Get out!
Yes, I hear you.
Then pack your things.
You keep them, Clara. You paid for them.
Don't think you're ever going to come crawling back.
Oh, don't worry, Clara. You haven't got that much money.
Hello?
Mrs. Kendall?
Yes?
This is Pam North, Mrs. Kendall. I wonder if I could drop by and talk to you for a few minutes.
Oh, what about?
About serving with me on the finance committee of the Women's Club. I'd like to make it around 4 o'clock, if that's convenient for you.
Well, I'm sorry, Mrs. North, but I couldn't see you today.
Mrs. Kendall?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. North, but I thought I heard something. What time did you say you wanted to see me?
Well, about 4 o'clock. But if you can't...
No. 4 o'clock will be fine. I'd love to see you.
Oh, that's awfully nice of you. Bye.
Goodbye. I didn't hear anything. I couldn't have. I just I did. Someone came in. Philip, he came back to... Philip? Is that you, Philip?
No, Clara. It isn't Philip.
Charles!
Hello, Clara.
Go on, Philip. Then what happened?
Oh, nothing, darling. Clara told me to get out. I took her at her word. Here I am.
And you didn't admit anything about us?
Of course not, Vivian.
Well, then it probably isn't as serious as you think. I wouldn't be surprised if Clara's calling all over town right now, frantically trying to find you to ask you to come home.
Well, it won't do her any good if she is. I'm through.
Now, Philip.
I am, Vivian. I mean it. For the first time in 4 years, I feel like a young man.
You are young, darling.
But you don't feel young, married to a woman nearly 15 years older than you are. When she pays your way, you don't even feel like a man, young or old.
All right, Philip. So you're through. Now what happens?
When Clara gets a divorce, we'll be married.
On what?
I'll get a job.
Doing what?
Well, you sound like you think I can't get one.
Oh, of course you can. You'll have to. But what kind of a job will it be? And how much will it pay?
Well, how should I know?
Then I'll tell you, Philip. Based on your business experience so far, you could make $50 a week, if you're lucky. At that rate, we could just about pay the rent on this apartment. Of course, we couldn't eat, buy any clothes.
Well, we wouldn't have to live like this.
But I like living like this.
And if I can't pay for it any longer, you'll find someone who can. I thought you loved me.
I did. When you were a man.
A man?
Yes, Philip. That's what Clara's money made you. A smart, attractive, self-assured man. I don't care what you felt like. That's what you were. Well, now look at you. Without her money, you're nothing but a frightened little boy. I'm sorry, Philip, but there's no use kidding ourselves.
No. No, I guess not.
Now, look, darling. Go back to Clara. You can. She'll take you back. I know she will. And then we can go on. All right, Philip. But you're being a fool.
Maybe.
Where are you going, Philip?
I'll be back.
Yeah, that's right, ma'am. The Kendalls are in 318.
Oh, thank you.
Here we are. Turn to your left, third apartment on your right.
Thank you very much. 314, 316, 38. Well, that's funny. The door's open. She must be in. Mrs. Kendall? Where in the world could she be? Anybody home? Mrs. Kendall, are you here? Mrs. Kendall? Mrs. Kendall. Mrs. Kendall!
Hello?
Jerry.
Oh, hello, darling.
Oh, Jerry, something horrible has happened.
Pam, what's the matter?
Call Bill Wagon and get over here as soon as you can.
Over where?
Clara Kendall's apartment.
Oh, what is it? What's happened?
Clara Kendall's been murdered.
What?
Strangled, I think. I had an appointment with her, and when I got here, the door was open. I walked in, and I saw her lying on the...
Pam. Pam.
Jerry. Darling, I just heard a noise. There's someone else in the apartment. There's someone... No!
Pam!
Sure, I got a pass key to the Kendall apartment, but that don't mean I can let in just any Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Can't you get it through your head that Mrs. Kendall's been murdered?
That's what you say.
And something's happened to my wife.
Here's the third floor.
Come on.
Look, mister, I think we ought to call the police.
Oh, but I told you I've already called them. Or my secretary did. They'll be here in a minute. Now, are you going to unlock the Kendall apartment, or do I have to take the key?
Okay, buddy, okay. Let's go. This is the key. Here's 318.
Open it.
Okay.
Hurry, will you?
I'm hurrying. There.
Pam!
There's the telephone.
Pam!
Hung up just like it should be.
Well, come on, let's look and... Hold it.
What?
Listen.
I don't hear
Quiet.
it.
That's Pam. Pam!
Sounds like she's in that hall closet. The key's in the door.
Pam, darling. Are you all right?
Just hold me for a minute, darling. Darling. Oh, darling. I've never been so frightened in my life.
What happened, sweetheart?
I was talking to you. I heard something. I started to turn around. Someone grabbed me from behind and dragged me into this closet and locked me in.
Did you see who it was?
No. It was a man, that's all I know.
Where's Clara Kendall?
In the living room.
Well, let's go in and...
Jerry!
Bill!
Hey, what's all the excitement?
Didn't Jerry tell you on the phone?
I had Miss Brown call while I got over here, Pam.
And all Miss Brown said was for me to get to this address right away.
There's been a murder, Bill.
It's Clara Kendall, a friend of mine in the woman's club. She's been strangled, Bill. I found her body. It's on the couch in the living room.
Well, let's have a look.
Right. This way. There she is, on the couch over by the window. Bill. Jerry. She's gone. What are you standing there looking at me like that for? You can see for yourself she's gone. We've got to do something.
Is this the couch she was on, Pam?
Yes.
You're sure?
Of course I'm sure. You don't think I imagined it, do you?
Oh, of course not, dear.
Well, you could at least say it with a little more conviction, Jerry. Clara Kendall is dead, I tell you. And I didn't imagine it any more than I imagined that someone grabbed me and locked me in that closet.
Well, let's have a look around the apartment.
The telephone.
I'll get it. Hello?
Philip?
No, this is the police.
Police?
Who's calling?
I'm Vivian Ames, a friend of the Kendalls. What are the police doing there? What's happened?
Well, we're not sure, Miss Ames, but we think Mrs. Kendall's been murdered.
What? Oh, you're joking. Clara can't be dead.
Oh, how do you know?
Because she just walked out of my apartment not 5 minutes ago. That's all I can tell you, Lieutenant.
What time did Mrs. Kendall arrive here at your apartment, Miss Ames?
About 4.
That's impossible.
Well, it might have been a little after 4.
It's still impossible.
Pam, dear.
Well, it is, Jerry. At 4 o'clock, Clara Kendall was lying on that...
No. Take it easy, Pam.
Oh, that must be Philip.
Mrs. Kendall's husband?
Yes, I took the liberty of calling him at his hotel after you said you were coming to talk to me. I hope I didn't do wrong.
No, not at all.
Oh, excuse me.
Bill, that woman's lying.
Please.
She is, Jerry. She must be.
Let me handle this, Pam.
Philip, this is Lieutenant Wyke,
Hello, Mr. Kendall.
and you know Mr. and Mrs. North.
Hello, Bill.
Oh. Yes, hello,
Pam.
Jerry.
Now, what's this wild story Vivian gave me on the telephone?
Well, Pam says she saw your wife lying in the living room of your apartment, strangled to death. Now, Miss Ames says your wife was here in her apartment at about the same time Pam says she saw the body.
Well, obviously, someone is mistaken.
Or lying.
Why should I lie about a thing like
Just a moment, Miss Ames.
Well, I assume you searched the apartment, Lieutenant?
Of course.
But someone could have carried the body out of the apartment out the back way while I was locked in the closet.
Locked in the closet?
Just after Pam saw Clara's body, some man grabbed her and locked her in the closet.
Mr. Kendall, Miss Ames says she called you at your hotel. Now, does that mean that you and your wife had a...
Clara and I had a quarrel, that's all.
Oh, it must have been rather a serious quarrel if you moved out.
Oh, but it wasn't, not really. That's why Clara came to see me. To see if I knew where Philip was so she could get in touch with him and make up.
And you told her where Mr. Kendall was?
Yes. She said she'd call him right after she kept her date with her brother.
What? Her brother?
Well, that's where she was going when she left here.
Good Lord.
What's the matter, Bill?
Clara must be out of her mind.
To see your brother?
Yes. You don't understand, Lieutenant. Charles Harper's been in a private sanitarium, a mental institution in the Midwest. We just found out today that he'd gone away from the place 2 days ago.
Is he dangerous?
Well, he is to Clara. She's the one who had to have him committed. He hates her for it. Once he threatened to kill her.
Then why should she make a date to meet him?
I don't know. We've got to do something.
Yeah, well, there's only one thing we can do. I'm going to headquarters and get out a bulletin on Harper. Jerry, you and Pam take Kendall to his apartment.
Okay, Bill.
And you can give me a description of your brother-in-law on the way downstairs, Kendall.
All right, Lieutenant.
I'm coming with you, Philip.
Oh, come on, Pam. Let's... Hey, Pam, what's the matter?
Darling, this is crazy. Everyone's acting as though Clara Kendall was still alive.
Oh, sweetheart, isn't it barely possible that you were mistaken?
Jerry, you mean you're taking Vivian Ames' word against mine, even though you've got proof that she's lying?
What proof have I got?
What proof? For heaven's sake, didn't you hear me when I told you she was?
Pull up right in front, Jerry.
Right.
Clara's got to be home. She has to be.
Please, Philip, you mustn't get your...
But if anything happened to her, I'll never... It's her car.
What?
It's her car. The one right ahead of us. It's Clara's.
You sure?
It's just like hers.
Well, let's have a look.
Then maybe Clara's home. Maybe she's safe.
And maybe she didn't drive her car today.
But she did. She told me she was driving.
It is Clara's. That's her license number.
Yes, it's Clara's. She's in it.
What do you mean, Jerry?
Look on the floor of the back seat.
Oh, Jerry.
Clara. Clara!
No, Phil, don't touch her. She's dead. Close the door.
Clara?
Now, look, Philip. Go up to your apartment and call Bill Wygant. Pam and I'll wait here.
All right, Jerry.
You'd better go with him, Miss Ames.
Oh, yes.
You see, darling, I was right. Clara was killed up in the apartment and then carried down to the car while I was locked in the closet.
That still doesn't jibe with Vivian Ames' story about seeing Clara after you found her.
I don't care. Vivian Ames
hold it, dear. We've got company.
Excuse me, but you're in my way. I want to get in my car.
Your car?
Yes, mine. Mine. It's my car. Everything she owns is mine.
She?
This car, her apartment, everything. It all belongs to me. She stole it from me. My money. She stole it. Now, get out of my way.
I'm sorry, Mr. Harper, but...
How do you know my name?
Well, we don't, but...
You call me Mr. Harper. Why do you call me Mr. Harper if you don't know who I am?
Now, look,
You're from there, aren't you?
There?
That place. The sanitarium. That's where you're from. Yeah, she lied to me. She said I didn't have to go back, and I won't. I won't.
Now, take it easy, Mr. Harper. You don't...
Look out, Jerry.
I won't.
Put that gun away, Mr. Harper. We're not
Be
going...
careful, darling.
Get in the car.
Now, wait a minute.
Get in.
We'd better do as he says,
No,
Jerry.
not in there. In the front seat. You're going to drive. And if you don't, I'll kill you.
All right, Mr. Kendall. All right, I'll be right over.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
I mixed you a drink, darling. Here.
I don't want it.
Now, don't be nervous, darling.
I'm not nervous.
Oh, but you are.
All right, so I'm nervous. Why shouldn't I be? We took a big chance moving Clara's body down to the car, running the risk of Pam North spotting me as the guy who locked her in the closet.
We had to give you an alibi for the time Clara was killed, didn't we?
I'm not sure we have. Pam knows you're lying about seeing Clara at 4 o'clock. And Jerry and Lieutenant Wygant probably know it, too.
Well, they don't know anything they can prove. Unless, of course, you really didn't see Clara's brother leave the apartment this afternoon. Did you see him, Charles?
I told you I did.
You told me a lot of things, but...
What?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Philip. You know you can trust me, so why don't you be honest? Why don't you admit you killed Clara?
Don't you ever say that again, Vivian. You understand? Don't you ever say that again.
Jerry, we're going much too fast. Please, slow down.
Don't talk to me, darling. You know as well as I do that the man who's really driving this car is in the back seat. And every time I try to slow down...
Faster, drive faster.
You see?
Please. Mr. Harper, we're going too fast already.
This road is like a sheet of glass, Hopper.
Do as I say. Go faster.
If we ever start to skid, Hopper, we'll all
Jerry, darling, we're skidding.
You're telling me?
Oh, stop, Jerry, stop.
I can't stop at this ice.
Jerry, we're going to crash.
Look out, Pam.
Jerry.
Pam, darling, are you all right?
I think so. How about you?
Yeah, I'm okay. Here, let me help you out. Easy now.
I'll be all right as soon as I stop shaking.
Hopper.
Darling, you may be hurt pretty badly.
Look, there's a gasoline station up ahead. Get up there and get some help, and then call Bill. I'll stay here with Hopper.
Let us through, please. Now, come on, folks. Stand back, stand back. Let us through.
Here we are, Bill.
Over this way, Miss Ames. Come on, Kendall. Well, you've got yourself quite a crowd here, haven't you?
Yeah, everybody loves an accident, Bill.
Where's Harper?
On his way to the hospital.
How badly was he hurt?
He'll live.
I hope so. At least long enough to pay for Clara's murder.
But he says he didn't kill Clara.
Did you talk to him?
Yes, Bill, while we were waiting for the ambulance. Harper says he saw Clara just after Philip left the apartment at 2 this afternoon. She told him she wouldn't have him sent back to the sanitarium. And if he came back about 5, she'd have a certified check for the money she took from him.
He's lying. He killed Clara because he's the only one who could have killed her after she left my apartment.
Miss Ames, if you saw Clara Kendall after 4 o'clock this afternoon, why did you call her apartment?
You mean when I answered the phone, Pam?
Yes.
I called to talk to Philip.
But you told us before that you knew Philip had quarreled with Clara and gone to a hotel.
Well,
So you knew Philip wouldn't be at the apartment, didn't you?
Well, Miss Ames?
All right, Lieutenant. Mrs. North wins. I didn't see Clara this afternoon. I just said I did to protect Philip.
Philip?
Well, he went back to the apartment at 3 o'clock and found Clara dead. He telephoned me. I went over. Charles Harper had killed her. We knew that, but Philip didn't have an alibi for the time she was killed, and well, after that stupid fight he and Clara had, I was afraid the police would think he was the murderer. So the only thing to do was move Clara's body and try to make it look as though she'd been killed later.
So you're the man who grabbed Pam and locked her in the closet, huh, Phil?
Yes.
We knew she was going to be there at 4, and well, we thought we could get Clara's body out before then, but we couldn't. That's why I had to lie about Clara being my apartment.
How did you know I was going to see Clara at 4, Miss Ames?
Well, Philip told me.
Well, then Charles Harper didn't kill Clara.
How do you figure that, Pam?
Because Clara would have been dead when Philip went back to the apartment at 3 o'clock.
She was.
Oh, no, she wasn't. She was alive. Alive enough to tell you that I was going to be there at 4. She's the only one who could have told you that.
Philip. Oh, you fool. Why didn't you tell me Clara had...
Shut up. Shut up. It's all your fault. I didn't want Clara's money, but you did. You did.
Come on, Kendall. And you too, Miss Ames.
What are you arresting me for?
You'll probably be charged with being an accessory after the fact. And that's a mighty polite name for your kind of woman.
Mr. North speaking.
Oh, hello, Jerry.
Oh, hello, dear.
Darling, on your way home this evening, will you stop in a stationery store and buy me a bookkeeping ledger?
A bookkeeping ledger? What for?
I was re-elected chairman of the finance committee of the Women's Club, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Well, we're starting a new fiscal year, so I'll need a new ledger and a bottle of black ink.
Black ink, huh? Well, it sounds like you did a good job of managing the club's finances.
And the other thing I want...
I wish you could do as well with our personal finances, dear. We've never wound up in the black at the end of the year.
Jerry, dear, will you let me tell you the other thing I'll need?
How do you account for it, Pam? Why can't you manage our money just as well as you manage your clubs?
But I do, darling.
What do you mean?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'll need a bottle of red ink, too.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Beat it, you two. I don't talk to strangers.
Well, we're not strangers, exactly. I'm Mrs. North.
Beat it, I said.
Well, you don't have to get tough about it.
Go on, scram, and don't come back. The only place I want to see you is in the morgue.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, The Death Trap. A few miles uptown from where the Norths live, in the cellar of an old brownstone apartment house, a woman sits at a table playing solitaire. Her hair is blonde, platinum blonde, and her eyes are sultry. Behind her, an anxious young man is nervously pacing the floor.
You're going to wear out those shoes, Benny.
Won't be the first time. What the devil is keeping Nick?
Well, give him a chance, will you? He's got to check the whole setup before we can lift a finger.
What for? Don't he think I know how to case a job?
Look, Beanie, Nick don't trust anybody when it comes to a kidnapping job. It's the way he works. Careful.
You like it, I suppose.
I like staying out of jail. I like a meal ticket that's nice and steady, too.
What's the matter with me? I'd be the best meal ticket in the world if you'd only let me. I'd give you anything you wanted, Flo. Anything.
Sure. For a while you would.
For as long as you wanted me.
Ah, stop it, kid. You're dreaming.
And what are you doing?
Using my head. When you get to be my age, you don't run off with little boys that fall in love with you. You stick to somebody solid. Somebody that's been around for a long time. Like Nick.
And how long are we going to go on like this? Making love behind his back. Aching to be alone together and having him put his fat paws all over you.
Watch. He's back. That you, Nick?
Yeah, it's me.
Well, how'd you make out? Set up okay?
Looks pretty good. Looks like you had it figured right about the old man's money, too.
Well, what kept you? He was getting worried.
About me or your share of the setup?
Oh, don't say that, sweetie. You know you're the only guy in the world for me.
Sure, I know. Got a kiss for Papa?
Well, let's not stand around smooching all night. Let's get the car and put this show on the road.
Car's outside, Beanie. We're rolling 20 minutes. What are you carrying?
Automatics. One upstairs and one on the hip.
Ditch him.
Huh?
Ditch him, I said, and take the silencer. I don't think we'll have any trouble with this old guy, but if we have to shoot him, we better shoot him quiet.
Oh, I'm glad we decided to go to the early movie, Pam. I don't think I could have sat through the late one.
Well, if I'd known you were so tired, dear, we wouldn't have gone to the movies at all. Have you got your keys?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. North.
What's that?
Oh, Mrs. Rowland, dear, across the hall.
Mr. North, did you happen to see my husband when you came upstairs just now?
Why, no, Mrs. Rowland. Is he outside?
Well, I don't know where he is, Mr. North. He said he was just going down to put the car in the garage, but he left here almost an hour ago.
Well, maybe he stopped off someplace on the way back.
Oh, no, I'm sure he wouldn't do that. You know, he hasn't been well lately, and with all the work we've been doing these past few weeks, selling things and making arrangements to live down in Florida, he's been getting to bed very early.
Oh, I'm sure nothing's happened to him, Mrs. Rowland. It's only a few blocks from the garage.
Oh.
There. I'll bet that's him calling now.
I hope so. Will you wait? I'll see who it is.
Yes, surely.
Hello?
Mrs. Rowland?
Yes?
Are you alone?
Why, yes. Who is this?
Never mind. Just listen and don't do any more talking. It's about your husband, and it's important.
What?
Don't talk, I said. Your husband's with me. He's been kidnapped, and as soon as we can get together on the dough, we'll let him go. In the meantime, keep your mouth shut.
But he's not
I told you to keep your mouth shut. Don't say a word about this to anybody, and if you call in the police, we'll kill him.
No.
Remember what I told you, Mrs. Rowland. Now sit tight and wait for my call. I'll be in touch with you later.
Hello. Hello.
What's the matter, Mrs. Rowland? What's wrong?
My husband. My husband. He's been kidnapped. done it, Mr. North. You shouldn't have asked Lieutenant Wygant to come here. They warned me not to call the police.
Well, you didn't call them. Jerry did.
If they find out, they'll kill George.
No, don't you worry about that, Mrs. Rowland. I was very careful about coming here, and I made sure that no one saw me.
Well, what's the next move, Bill? Tracing that phone call?
Well, no, you can't trace a local call, Jerry, not after it's completed. That's why I was so anxious to know when your husband left this apartment, Mrs. Rowland.
Well, I told you as near as I could remember, Lieutenant. He left about 9:30.
And the kidnappers didn't call till about 10:30.
Which means that it took them almost an hour to get where they were going.
If they called as soon as they got there.
Well, wouldn't you? Now, if you wanted to keep Mrs. Rowland from getting anxious and going to the police about her husband, wouldn't you call as soon as you could?
Yes, I suppose so, Bill. But I still don't know what you're driving at.
Well, figure it out, Pam. The call was local. The driving time was at least a half hour more.
Uh-huh.
And with a kidnapped man in the car, they wouldn't dare risk going over any big bridges.
Well, so what does that mean?
That their hideout is probably in the Van Cortlandt area or Upper Manhattan.
That sounds like a good lead, Bill.
Well, it's only a hunch right now, but bright and early tomorrow, my men are going to check every public phone booth from Dykeman Street up.
What are you doing, Nick? Why don't you turn the light off and let the old man get some sleep?
He'll get sleep when the ransom dough is in, and so will we.
Well, what are you fiddling with those bandages for? You taking off the adhesive tape?
I'm not taking anything off. I just want to make sure he can breathe underneath the gag. You all right, Grandpa?
Sure, he's okay.
Well, he don't look so good, Beanie. Maybe that thing's choking him.
Oh, quit babying him, will you?
You shut up. You want this old guy to croak on us? Okay. I'll take it off for a while and give you a whiff of fresh air. There. That feel better, Pop?
Yes, thank you.
Maybe we ought to give him a drink of water.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Ah, look, why me?
Huh?
Why me? Why did you have to pick an old man like me? I'm sick. I've worked hard all my life, and now that I've got enough money to live on for a few years, you're going to take it away from me.
Listen to him.
I just want a little place where we can take it easy for a while and have a little fun until we die.
All right, Pop, that's enough talking.
We've sold everything we own.
He said that was enough talking.
No, I've got to tell you, because I don't care what happens to me anymore. If you take that money, there won't be anything left.
Are you going to shut up?
No, I'm going to fight you. Even if you kill me, I'm going to fight you every way I know.
Beanie! You had it coming to him. Now maybe he won't talk so much.
Darling, I wish you'd tell me what you expect to gain by all this snooping around. We've been in every diner, bar room, stationery store, and soda fountain.
Now, don't be discouraged, dear. We've got to cover all the public phone booths in this uptown area.
Why? Bill Wygant has 30 policemen out doing this job.
Well, it won't hurt to have 32. Oh, don't you see, darling? There's so much territory to be covered, and there's so little time to do it in. If anything should happen to Mr. Rowland, I'd never forgive myself.
Okay, let's try the next one. Only if we keep going into all these bars, pretty soon I'm going to have a drink.
Well, not in this one, dear. It doesn't look sanitary.
Pam, he heard you.
Cleanest bar in the town, lady.
Oh,
I wash every one of these glasses with my lily white hands.
Well, we didn't mean
I'm
to...
not kidding you, mister. I'm a bug on killing germs. I got disinfectant all over the place.
Yes, I smell it.
It smells good, don't it? Nice and clean. I put it in the mop water all the time. Believe you me, this place here, gets a good going over.
Well,
As soon as I close up at night, I chuck all them bums out of here. I wipe off the tables with ammonia, sprinkle cockroach powder in all the corners. You'd be surprised at all the dirt and filth that accumulates in just one day. And if you don't do nothing about it, well, you get mice. Now, what do you have to drink?
We don't care for anything to drink, thank you. We're looking for some information.
About a phone call that might have been made from here about 10:30 last night. Do you happen to remember if anybody walked in here and used your phone about that time?
A man with a slight accent, Greek or Italian.
Gosh, you got me, lady. At 10:30 last night, we was all watching the fights on television. Wait a second. Was this bird a short, stocky guy with black hair?
We don't know what he looks like. We just know that he speaks with an accent.
Well, now that you mention it, I think this guy did talk kind of funny, and he acted kind of funny, too, like he didn't want nobody to see him, you know?
No kidding. Do you know where we can find him?
No, I don't even know what his name is. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That guy looking in the door. You see him?
He's the one I was just telling you about.
The one who made the phone call?
Yeah, that's right.
Quick, Jerry, you've got to find out who it is. Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean to bump into you.
That's okay.
You looking for someone, mister?
No. Are you?
Well, not exactly. Hey, where are you going?
What business is it of yours?
We're strangers around here. We thought you
Sorry,
might...
lady, I'm in a hurry.
Oh, wait a minute.
Take your hands off me, bud, or you won't have any.
Well, you don't have to get tough.
Don't I? I don't like your looks, mister. Now beat it, and beat it fast, or you'll wind up with a slug in you.
Nick should have been back by now. It don't take this long to walk down the block and put in a phone call. What's he telling that old lady?
How we want the ransom, I guess, and when to have it ready.
Even so, it don't take no 40 minutes.
Sit down, will you, Beanie? You're wearing out the floor again.
What else is there to do? Want me to play nursemaid, old man Roland?
You might go in there and see if he's okay. It was a pretty hard sock you gave him last night.
He got over it.
Yeah, he got over it. Only you didn't. You're just as jumpy as you ever were.
Flo, will you can that stuff? The old man had nothing to do with it. I'm jumpy on account of you.
What did I do?
What do you always do? Sitting there with that tight dress on, blowing smoke rings in my face. I'll jump right out of my skin if you don't put your arms around me.
Don't, honey. Nick will be back in a minute.
Oh, you're a great one. You say you're nuts about me when we're alone. You say I make love to you like nobody in the world, but you still won't run out on him.
We need him, Beanie.
For what? We'll net at least 15 G's from this haul, and with that kind of roll, we can go anywhere we want, baby. Just the two of us. We could burn up the whole world.
Oh, honey, if you get me started...
Oh, don't push me away, sweetie. You know you got a yen for me. And you know you're going away with me, too. Just as soon as we finish this job.
Oh, baby, if you just wouldn't lose your head all the time.
Don't worry, Flo. I'll take care of you good. Uh-oh. What took you so long, Nick? I thought you were coming right back.
I couldn't. I ran into trouble.
What kind of trouble? With the old lady?
No, I didn't call the old lady. Didn't get a chance to.
What are you talking about?
The job. The whole job. It's no good. Somebody's on to us.
Are you kidding?
Sure. I'm laughing my head off. Now get ready. Pack up some of your stuff, Flo. We're all pulling out of here.
Wait a minute. What's going on here?
Try to make a phone call on Dykeman Street. You'll find out.
Cops?
All over the place. Asking a million questions, too. In every barroom, drugstore, and soda fountain. I almost got picked up.
That don't mean nothing.
Don't be a chump, kid. They're too close for comfort. We're getting out of here.
What about the old man?
Leave him. Let him go back to his wife. I don't care where he goes as long as we get away.
Nick, you're crazy. This job is practically in the bag. All we got to do is set up...
Stop arguing, will you? We got to beat it, I tell you.
And lose all the dough we could get from the old lady?
You'll lose a lot more if we don't get a move on. Dough ain't important to us right now.
No, huh? Well, it is to me. It's the most important thing there is, and I'm going to get it, too.
You'll get it in the neck if you don't do like I tell you. Put your head on and go on down and get the car.
I ain't leaving the old man.
Okay, then stay. Come on, Flo. You ready?
She ain't going, Nick.
Huh?
She ain't going. She's staying with me.
What did you say?
Ask her.
What's this all about, Flo? What do you mean you're staying with him?
Well, I didn't want to tell you this way, Nick. But if you're walking out on the job, maybe Beanie and me can swing it ourselves.
I'm not talking about the job, Flo. I'm talking about us.
Well?
4.5 years, Flo. 4.5 years, and you'd split up with me on account
Nick.
of... Get away from me, you
Take it easy, Nick.
Yeah, I'll take it easy, all right. I'll take it so easy.
Put that gun down.
It's okay, Flo. He just wanted to make it plain to me. Now I know you ain't going with me.
That's him, Bill. I know it is. I'd recognize that face anywhere.
Are you sure, Pam? Are you sure this is the same man you bumped into at that bar uptown? Because this picture was taken several years ago.
It's the same man, all right. Have you got a record on him?
Oh, yeah, we got a long record. His name's Hadris, Nick Hadris, alias Joe Nicholas, alias Nick Haynes.
Well, if you've got a line on him, the rest ought to be easy. We know he's in that uptown area somewhere.
And if you pick 'em up, you can make 'em tell you where they're holding Mr. Rowland.
That's right, Bill. All you have to do is locate Nick Hadris.
Well, I'm afraid that's not enough, Pam. We've located Nick already.
Oh, and he won't talk?
He can't talk. By the time my men got to him, he was dead.
No.
Murdered?
Mm-hmm. They found his body on the bank of the Harlem River.
I don't know why, Lieutenant. I don't know why you can't find out where their hideout is. With all the men you've got working on this case, you'd think...
Well, now, we're doing the best we can, Mrs. Rowland. I don't know how I can make you understand that.
Bill, let me talk to her. No use talking, Mrs. North. They've done something to my husband. Something must have happened to him. Otherwise, they would have called me. Almost a whole day has gone by, and they haven't even tried to reach me.
Well, you did get that postcard this morning telling you how much money they wanted. And they asked you to draw it out of the bank and have it ready.
I know, but that postcard was mailed last night.
Mrs. Rowland, let me call the
No,
doctor.
no, please. I'm all right. It's just that I keep thinking about him. If he's warm enough, they let him rest. They give him enough food. You know, there's certain things that he can't eat. Starchy things. They just don't agree with him.
Well, I'm sure that they'll wait. Oh, no, wait a second. Don't answer that phone yet, Mrs. Rowland. I want to switch on the recording machine and flash my boys on the line downstairs. Now, if that's one of the kidnappers, keep talking as long as you possibly can. We may be able to trace the call. All right, you can pick up the receiver now.
Hello?
Mrs. Rowland,
Yes?
did you get the money in small bills like we told you on the postcard?
Yes, I went to the bank this afternoon.
Okay, then get this straight. Follow these instructions and nothing will happen to your husband.
Is he all right? You haven't hurt him, have you?
Listen, I'll run a knife through his back if you don't get these orders right. Now, this is your last chance, lady.
All right. I'll do anything you say.
Okay, listen and listen careful, because I'm only going to say it once. Stick that money of yours in the shoebox and take the White Plains subway out to the end of the line. And come alone, do you hear? After you get off the subway, go 2 blocks north and 1 block west. Wait there on the corner for me. I'll drive by in a car at 2 o'clock this morning. Now, you got it?
Well...
2 o'clock sharp, end of the White Plains line. 2 blocks north, 1 block west.
But my husband, how do I know that he's... Hello?
No, it's no use, Mrs. Rowland. He's hung up.
What about the call, Bill? Was there time to trace it?
Now, just a minute. I'll check with the boys on the other end of this line. Hello, Eddie. That tracer come through yet? Was there time? Oh, good for you.
Have they got it, Bill? Do they know where the call came from?
Yeah, but I'm afraid it won't do us much good. This call was made from Grand Central Station. Now, look, men, this is a big job, but it's got to be done to protect Mrs. Rowland. I'm staking out this entire area around where she'll be meeting the kidnappers. Now, no cars are to be stopped, but if anybody drives past this red line on the map after 1:45, nail him. If we don't catch him going in, we'll grab him going out.
What are we going to do about the old man, Bean? He looks to me like he's getting ready to pass out.
What do I care what he's getting ready to do? As long as his old lady shows up with that dough.
You think she will?
She better, or there won't be nothing left of him. All right, come on, kid. Time to get ready.
Ready for what? It's only 12 o'clock. You don't have to meet Mrs. Rowland till 2.
Well, I'm going to change the plans around a little. Just be on the safe side in case there's cops around. She's expecting me to drive up to that corner at 2 o'clock, only I'm going to fool her. I'm going to have the car parked there instead, an hour ahead of time.
Hey, that's a pretty smart dodge.
Mm-hmm. I got another one, too. I ain't even going to be there to pick up the dough, on account of they might be expecting me.
Huh? Well, if you don't pick up the dough, how are we going to get it?
That's simple. You're going to get it for me.
Pam, we're going to get soaked waiting out here in the rain just to see what's going to happen. Did Bill tell you we could stand on this side of the street?
If we keep in close to the building, we can. We can't be seen from the corner.
Well, I hope that kidnapper shows up early. I'd like to get this over with.
So would Mrs. Rowland.
Is she there yet?
Yes, she's just coming up to the corner.
Where's Bill?
He's down the street away. If we see anything funny going on, we're to call him.
Say, there is something funny.
What?
That parked car over there. I never knew there was a woman sitting in it.
Neither did I.
She must have been slumped down in the seat, or we'd have seen her.
How long do you suppose she's been there?
I don't know. But I'm going to find out.
Pam.
Hurry, Jerry. She started the motor.
Hey, wait a second. Just a minute, young lady.
What's the matter?
Well, that's what we'd like to know. How long have you been parked here?
Just a little while. I had a dizzy spell while I was driving, so I pulled over to the side to rest for a minute.
Is this your car?
Of course it's my car. Who are you? Why you ask me all these questions?
Because there's a police officer down there.
Police officer?
Hey, what are you doing?
Get away from that door!
Jerry!
Oh, brother, she almost knocked us down.
Well, don't stand there, Jerry. Get Bill Wagon.
Hey, Bill!
That car, Bill! Go after that car!
Hiya, baby. Did you get the dough?
Oh, nothing. We're hot, Beanie. Red hot.
What are you talking about?
That place up there was a trap. Cops were waiting for us.
What cops? How did you get through them? How do you know they didn't tail you here?
I don't. I just drove as fast as I could and left the car right out front.
You crazy halfwit. What's the idea of leading them to me? What the devil did you come back here for?
I don't know, honey. I was scared. I wanted you to help me.
How can I help you if you bring the cops? I ought to bust you in the nose.
Beanie.
Shut up and get out of the way.
What are you doing?
Looking outside. Gotta see if we can make a break for it.
Anybody out there?
I don't see anybody. Not yet.
Hey, wait. Wait. 2 cops coming around the corner. 2 more up the street.
I told you shouldn't have come back here.
Well, where else could I go? What could I do?
Anything at all but what you did.
Hold it up in there.
They got us, Beanie. They got us for good.
Not me, they ain't. I still got an ace in the hole. The old man.
Roland.
You heard me. Go on back in the kitchen. Bring him out here, quick.
Open up, I said. Open up or we'll break right through.
Get away from that door, copper. You try to bust in here and I'll kill the old man. I'll blow his head off.
You better stop.
Pam, get back here.
I'm warning you, copper, if you want the old man to live back up from that door. Get your men out of here.
Don't be crazy. You haven't got a chance.
Get him out, I tell you. Get him out or I start shooting. Flo, where are you?
Coming.
What do you want of me? Haven't you done enough already?
Shut up.
Bill, that's Mr. Rowland.
Come on, copper. Quit stalling. Either you get your men out of here or I plug Roland. Now, which is it? Make up your mind.
Wait.
I'll wait 3 seconds. 1.
Now look.
2.
Beanie!
3.
Mr. Rowland. Okay, lady. It's Beanie that ain't so good.
Good heavens, what happened?
Listen, no, she shot him. Shot him again and again.
I'll take that gun, young lady.
Go ahead. I don't need it no more.
Mr. Rowland, are you all right? Here, let me help you.
No. I just want to get out of here.
You will, Mr. Rowland. We'll all get out. Bill, is it all right if we take Mr. Rowland out to the car?
Sure. His wife must be worried sick about him.
Well, we'll see you out there, Bill.
Yeah. I just want to talk to this young lady for a minute before we go down to headquarters.
He was no good, copper. No good at all.
Is that why you killed him?
Guess it must be. Funny thing about Beanie, he could just touch me and I'd feel like I was on fire. But he was just no good. No good at all.
We're on the front page of this morning's newspaper, Jerry.
Oh, really? Does it say something about the kidnapping?
Of course. Tells the whole story, dear.
About the way we tracked down the first clue up in that bar room where we bumped into Nick?
Well, no, it doesn't say anything about that, dear.
No? Oh, I suppose it plays up the car angle, the way we found that Flo woman and tipped off the police about it.
Well, no, it doesn't say anything about that either.
Oh, that's funny. Let me see that paper.
No, don't be disappointed, darling. After all, they had to give the police some credit.
Some credit? Well, I don't see our names mentioned at all.
Oh, we're there, darling.
Where?
Down at the bottom. See?
Oh.
After a harrowing experience which lasted some 32 hours, the victim, George P. Rowland, and his wife, Margaret, returned to their apartment at approximately 3 a.m. They were driven home by some neighbors across the hall.
Next week, more adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
you see anything, Jerry?
No, dear. This alley is like the inside of a pocket.
Well, I can't. Darling, there's something at my feet.
It's not something at your feet, Pam. It's someone. Someone who's dead.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, The Heavenly Body. The Café Emile is a small but fashionable supper club. Its atmosphere is French, its food is delicious, and its prices are outrageous. Yet it's a place that most New Yorkers who can possibly afford it want to visit at least once. And so tonight, Pam and Jerry are entering the Café Emile for the first time, little aware that this first visit will gladly be their last.
Bonsoir, monsieur, madame. Bonsoir. Good evening. We have a reservation. Mr. and Mrs. North?
Oui, Mr. and Mrs.
Emile.
Monsieur Zachary. Bonsoir, monsieur. Your table is ready, monsieur.
Thanks, I'll find it. And Emile, when Nan Coleman is through with the number, tell her I want to talk to her.
Oui, monsieur. Pardon, Mr. North, but your table will not be available for a few minutes. If you and madame would care to wait in the bar, monsieur, I will call you.
Oh, thank you. Come on, dear.
Jerry, did you recognize him?
Him? Who, dear?
The man Emile just spoke to. That was Sam Zachary.
The newspaper columnist?
Yes. Oh, here's the cocktail lounge.
Oh, no wonder he was getting the red carpet treatment. I'll get the door, dear. Shall we sit at the bar?
Mm-hmm. Let's. Did you read his column yesterday?
Zachary's?
Mm-hmm.
No, why?
It was about that gang killing of that big gambler. You remember, Jerry. His name was Jack Rawlings.
But that was 2 years ago. It hardly comes under the heading of news anymore.
Except that Zachary said in his column that he'd found out the name of the person who lured Jack Rawlings out of hiding for the men who killed him.
The finger man in the case, hmm?
Mm-hmm. That's right. And Sam
Will
Zachary
it be, Mr. North?
Well, hey, Pam, look who's behind the bar. Al Stacy.
How are you, Mr. North?
Oh, fine, fine. And you?
Okay.
Pam, you remember Al, the bartender in that little place around the corner from my office?
Oh,
Hello, Mrs.
certainly.
North.
Hello,
I haven't
Al.
seen you in a couple of years, Al. Where have you been?
In a hospital out west.
I heard you were sick, but I didn't know it was that serious. How are you now?
Oh, I'll live. What do you folks drink?
Martinis.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Al, why don't you come...
Al, could I speak to you a minute?
Why, sure, Miss Coleman. Miss Coleman, this is Mr. and Mrs. North.
How do you do?
How do you do, Miss
Hello.
Coleman?
Monsieur North, your table is ready?
Better cancel those drinks, Al. We'll see you later.
Sure.
Happy to have met you, Miss Coleman.
We're looking forward to hearing you sing. Thank you. Al, Sam Zachary's here.
Take it easy, honey. We figured he would be.
But he wants to talk to me.
Let him talk.
I can't. Al, call Fred Benedict.
No.
Al, please, you've got
Hold
to...
it, baby. Zachary.
Hi, Miss Coleman. I guess you didn't get my message, huh?
I got it.
Look, Mr. Zachary, Miss Coleman's busy, so
It's
why
all
don't
right, Al. Go make that phone call, will you? Please.
you... Okay.
What's with you and the barkeep, Miss Coleman?
Nothing.
Too bad. Thought I might have an item for the column. Guess I'll just have to string along with this.
With what?
This. My copy for tomorrow's edition. Read it. Go on, read it.
Attention, New York police. The Jack Rawlings kill was set up by a woman who lured Rawlings to his death with a telephone call. The call was made from Jefferson 87481, a number listed to Nan Coleman, now a featured singer at the Swank Cafe Emile. You're not going to print this.
Uh-huh. Just like that. Unless you give me something better. Something like why were you paid to finger Jack Rawlings, how much you were paid, and most important, who paid you? Was it Fred Benedict?
Leave me alone.
Come back here. Miss Coleman, come. Okay, kid. Do it the hard way.
Wait a minute, Mr. Zachary.
Well?
I'd like to buy you a drink.
Sure.
What'll it be?
It's your battle.
Mind if I turn this on?
What's that?
Miss Coleman's song, piped in from the dining room. Listen.
She's good.
She's the best. Look, Mr. Zachary, I'd like to tell you a story.
What kind of a story?
About a guy and a gal in love.
Everybody loves a love story. Let's hear it.
Well, the guy, he's just a guy. He's nothing. He's just a bartender, hoping maybe someday he'll have a little place of his own, that's all.
You.
But the girl, well, she's really got it. Looks, a voice.
Everything. Everything but the break. She's singing her heart out in every crummy beer joint that'll let her go near the microphone, hoping that, well, you know, maybe someday she'll be singing in a place like this.
So the gal's Nant Coleman. Go on.
Well, she's beginning to get there. Slow but sure, and things are starting to look rosy when, bang, the guy gets sick and he needs dough. He needs a lot of dough for 6 months, a year, maybe longer in Arizona. Otherwise, it's curtains. But, well, the guy hasn't got that kind of dough.
So the gal gets it for him, right?
That's right. She does a dirty, rotten, filthy thing, and she knows it. She runs the chance of ruining her whole life, and she knows that, too. But she gets the dough, not for herself, not 1 penny for herself, but for the guy.
So,
don't you think a gal like that deserves a break, Mr. Zachary?
Now, let me tell you a story, my friend. The story of a guy named Jack Rawlings. Rawlings wasn't a pillar of society, that's true, but it's irrelevant. He trusted a dame and wound up lying between 2 garbage cans in an alley with 6 slugs in them. Does a girl like that deserve a break? You can turn that off now.
Yeah.
Thanks for the drink. Sorry I can't use the story.
Mr. Zachary! Mr. Zachary, wait!
Well?
You don't know me, do you? I'm Mona Rawlings,
Jack Rawlings' wife?
his widow.
Okay, his widow. So what do you want?
The name of the person who called Jack that night.
Now, look, Mrs.
It
Rawlings.
was a woman, wasn't it? I know that much. Jack wouldn't have gone out to meet a man that night. Who is she, Mr. Zachary? I got something for her. Some of the same thing Jack got.
You're drunk.
Sure, I'm drunk. Been drunk for 2 years. I'm going to stay drunk until...
Listen, Mrs. Rawlings. That's a gun you've got in your handbag. I advise you to take it home and put it to bed. Then do the same thing with yourself.
Who is she?
Good night, Mrs. Rawlings.
Lieutenant Wigan speaking.
This is Sam Zachary, Lieutenant.
Well, Zachary, I've been trying to get in touch with you about that item you had in your column about Jack Rawlings.
That's what I'm calling about, Lieutenant. Can you meet me at the cafe, Emil?
Oh, sure, right away. Something wrong?
Not yet. That's why I want you here. To see that things stay that way.
Pam, dear, what's the matter with you?
Jerry, I've been thinking.
You could have done that much cheaper at home, though.
Don't you want to know what I've been thinking?
At these prices, it had better be good.
Remember when we came in, Jerry? We heard Sam Zachary ask Emil to have Miss Coleman come to his table.
Well?
Then just a couple of minutes later, Miss Coleman came into the cocktail lounge, acting very nervous, wanting to talk to Al Stacy.
What are you getting at?
And then, while Emil was showing us to our table, I saw Sam Zachary go into the cocktail lounge. So I was wondering if there could be any connection between all that and the column that Zachary wrote about the Jack Rawlings murder.
Pam, dear, you're feeling your dreams.
But, Jerry,
now,
don't you...
stop imagining things and let's dance.
Dance?
Mm-hmm.
Darling, this is a rumba.
Well, I can rumba.
Now who's imagining things?
This is Miss Coleman's dressing room.
Thanks, Emil.
Not at all, monsieur.
Who is it?
Sam Zachary. Open the door, Mrs. Stacy.
What do you mean, Mrs. Stacy? Did Al tell you that...
He told me a story. I guess the rest. That's why I decided to give you another chance.
I told you to leave me alone.
I know one of Fred Benedict's torpedoes killed Rawlings.
Get out.
The police know it. The whole town knows it. But you're the only one who can prove it. So let me hear you say it, kid. Let me hear you say Fred Benedict paid me to telephone Jack Rawlings and...
Get out.
Give me that gun.
I'm warning you, Mr. Zachary. If you don't
Give
get
it
out...
to me.
Let go of me.
Drop it.
Let go.
Drop it, you little fool, or I'll...
Mr. Zachary.
You crazy little...
Mr. Zachary! Mr. Zachary! Al!
Nan, what's
Oh, Al.
happened? I heard... Sam Zachary.
I didn't mean to do it, Al.
Close the door.
It was an
accident, Al. He grabbed for the gun and started twisting my arm to make me drop it, and... Al, is he dead?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, don't,
Al.
baby, don't. Please, honey, don't. Now, get a hold of yourself. Come on now. That's better. Now, look, where's the gun?
Over there on the floor.
Okay. Now, you've got another number coming up, haven't you?
Oh, yes, but I can't
You've
go
got
out.
to. You've got to go out there and act just as though nothing has happened.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to get Zachary out of here.
How?
Never mind. Now, get out there for your number before someone comes looking for you.
But Al,
please, honey, would you let me handle this, please?
All right, darling. But I want you to know you don't have to do this for me.
You did something for me once that you didn't have to do, remember? All right, now, get going.
Nan,
Oh, Mr. Benedict.
I was just coming back to see you. Al called and said Sam Zachary was... What's the matter with him?
Sam Zachary's dead.
Huh?
I killed him.
What? Why, you little... Where is he?
In my dressing room. Al's in there. He's going to try to get Zachary out.
Where are you going?
To do my next number. Al made me.
He's right. All right, go on. I'll go in and see if we can clean up the mess you made.
You're not leaving already, monsieur. It is early.
Not for a working man, Emile.
Jerry. Darling, look who just came in.
Bill Wagon.
Bill, what are you doing here?
Sam Zachary, you know, the columnist asked me to meet him here. He said he'd be at the bar.
He wants to see you about the Rawlings case, doesn't he, Bill?
Now, look, Pam, don't start asking a lot of questions about something that isn't your business. Be seeing you, Bill.
Right. Take care of yourselves, you two.
Bye.
Same to you. Holy smoke, Pam. Why must
Jerry.
you always...
Look, over there at the check room.
Al Stacy.
But this is Mr. Zachary's hat and coat.
I know. He asked you to get them for him. Now, hand them over, will you, Marie?
Well, all right, here.
Thank you.
Something awfully strange about that, Jerry.
There certainly is. Why should Zachary want his hat and coat when he's meeting Bill in the bar?
And look where Al Stacy's going, Jerry. Out that side door. Must lead to an alley or something.
I'm going to get Bill.
No, there isn't time. We've got to see what Al Stacy's up to. Come on.
But, Pam...
Come on, darling.
Here's the door.
We'll open it. Leads to an alley.
A very dark alley.
Al Stacy must have gone back that way, away from the street, or we could see him.
Well, you obviously aren't going to be satisfied until we have a look, so let's get it over with.
You better close the door.
I got it. Come on.
I can't see a thing, Jerry. Can you?
If it'll make you feel better, dear. No.
Darling, this is a blind alley.
In more ways than one.
Well, then, if Al Stacy didn't go out to the street, where did he...
What's the matter?
Jerry. Darling, there's something here.
Where?
Right at my feet. I almost stumbled over it.
Here's a match. Wait till I strike.
It's a man.
Sam Zachary.
Jerry, he looks like he...
He is. He's dead.
Oh, no.
Now, steady, darling. Are you all right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, look, you go in and get Bill. I'll wait here.
All right.
And leave that door open.
I will, dear.
Oh, for the last match and the...
Sorry, Mr. North.
You better save your sympathy for us, Al. Now, let's get out of here.
Get out? What about Zachary? We've got to move him out of here.
Don't be a fool. What good'll that do? The guy's seen him, so has the woman. Come on.
Look, what are we going to do?
I've got to make a phone call. No, leave the door open. You and Nan meet me in our dressing room.
Okay. Nan.
Al!
Look, baby, get back to your dressing room. I'll be back there in a minute.
What about Sam Zachary?
Never mind. Just get back to your dressing room.
Good evening, Miss Coleman.
Who are you?
The name's Rawlings. Mona Rawlings.
Well, what do you want?
I'm looking for Sam Zachary.
He isn't here.
So I see. Where is he?
I don't know.
Well, it doesn't make much difference, because sitting here just now, I got to thinking.
Thinking what?
That you fit. You and Zachary had your heads together at the bar, then he came back here to see you. Yeah, you fit all right. Like a glove. You're just the type Jack would have trusted.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I hope you don't, because if you do, and I ever find out you do, I'll kill you. I'll kill you like they killed Jack. Like stepping on a bug, I'll kill you. Remember that.
What are you doing in here?
Al! What's it to you, bartender?
Get out.
What are you getting so excited about?
I saw you acting up in the bar with Sam Zachary tonight, Mrs. Rawlings.
So I still want to know what you're getting so excited about. Me and Miss Coleman were just having a friendly little chat. Weren't we, Miss Coleman?
You heard me. Out.
Remember, Miss Coleman, like a bug.
Al, she suspects...
Never mind her. Listen, baby, there's something I want to tell you, so listen. Listen real hard. Mr. and Mrs. North found Sam Zachary's body out in the alley.
Oh, Al.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to... Who's there?
Benedict.
Come in.
I just called my lawyer. He's ready for trouble, but we've got to have our story straight. Now, look, here's what we're going to do.
Take it easy, Benedict. Everything's under control.
What do you mean?
I don't understand, Al.
This is the way it's going to be, honey. I killed Zachary.
You?
Zachary found out I was the one who put the finger on Jack Rawlings.
Oh, no, Al,
And I
no.
killed him, and now I'm going out to the cops and admit it.
Oh, I won't let you do
It's
that.
the only way, baby. Somebody's got to take the fall for this.
Then I'll take it. I got us into
And
this.
why? You did it for me?
Oh, well.
Okay, now I'm going to do something for you.
Just a minute, Stacy. How do I figure in on this?
Don't worry, you'll be protected.
How do I know?
I'll tell you how you know. I wouldn't walk across the street to spit on you if you were on fire, Benedict. I hate your insides. But I got to protect you to protect Nan, so just relax and enjoy the free ride. So long, honey.
No, Al. I won't let you do this. I won't.
Shut up, you fool. Let him go.
Take it easy, Benedict. Try any rough stuff with her, and I'll relax, honey.
Oh, please, Al. Darling, you mustn't. Not for me. I won't let you.
You better get her out of here, Benedict.
Sure.
Al, please.
Emil?
Al, oh, mon Dieu. Al, what is going on? Mr. Zachary is found dead in the alley. Mr. North, he's found hurt.
Yeah, I know.
And the police, they are looking for you, Al.
Well, tell them to look in your office, Emil. I'll be waiting for them in there. Oh, look, Lieutenant, I've told you I killed Sam Zachary, and I've told you why. Now, what more do you want?
The name of the man who paid you to finger Jack Rawlings.
I don't know. He didn't give me a name.
Oh, what'd he look like?
Like a million guys.
Could you identify him if you saw him?
Maybe, maybe not.
Okay, Stacy, we'll continue this later downtown. Donahue, stay and keep Stacy from getting lonesome.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Where are you going, Bill?
To talk to the medical examiner. How do you feel, Jerry?
Like I had a different head for each day of the week.
That was a nasty bump you got. Look, you two go on home, will you?
Bill, do you think Al Stacy's telling the truth? About killing Sam Zachary, I mean.
Why would he lie about a thing like that, Pam?
Well, he could be trying to protect someone.
Well, he could be, I suppose.
Well, then don't
Pam,
you think...
dear, my head is killing me. Let's go. Good night, Bill.
Yeah, I'll be in touch with you.
Darling, I wish you'd let me finish telling Bill.
You can write him a letter when we get home,
But
dear.
I think... Jerry, look. This is Nan Coleman's dressing room.
So what? Hey, Pam, what are you doing?
Darling, when we met Miss Coleman this evening, I noticed that she was wearing a gold wedding band.
Oh, what's that got to do with...
And Al Stacy's wearing one just like it.
You think Al Stacy and Nan Coleman are married?
Yes, dear, and to each other. And Al Stacy may be protecting... Look, the door opens.
What an unusual door. Pam, would
Miss
you...
Coleman. Miss Coleman. Darling, look over by the dressing table.
Good Lord.
What's happened to her?
She's dead. Someone stabbed her in the back.
Here's Bill, Jerry.
Well, Pam, you were right. Al Stacy was protecting someone.
Nan Coleman?
Yeah, Jerry.
And they were married, weren't they?
That's right. And Stacy says now that his wife sold Jack Rawlings to Fred Benedict.
Fred Benedict?
Well, you see, Benedict and Rawlings used to be partners. Gambling, narcotics, any other racket that'd make him a buck. But the town got too small for both of them, and with Nan Coleman's help, Benedict got Rawlings before Rawlings could get Benedict.
How's Al Stacy taking Nan Coleman's death?
Pretty hard, Jerry. If he ever gets his hands on that... Come in.
Here's a guy we thought you'd wanted to talk to, Lieutenant.
Ah, speak of the devil. Come in, Benedict.
What's this all about,
Now,
Lieutenant?
just relax, Benedict. You'll find out. You got any more celebrities out there, Donahue?
Yeah. We grabbed a dame trying to duck out the back way. Says her name's Mona Rawlings.
Mona Rawlings. Well. Yeah, we're really slumming tonight, aren't we? Send her in, too, will you?
Okay, sister. Inside.
Okay. Keep your big paws off me. I can walk without your help.
Okay, Donahue. Tell Emil we're letting him off the hook, and the rest of his guests can go on home.
Now, look, Lieutenant.
Now, just relax, Benedict. Stacy, come in here.
Benedict.
Hey, let go of it, Stacy. Stop it, Stacy. Get off of me. Stop it. Yeah, that's better. Now, sit down.
Crazy fool. What's the matter with him?
What'd you expect him to do, Benedict? Pin a medal on you for murdering his wife?
I didn't kill Nan Coleman. Why should I?
To keep her quiet.
About what?
About the fact that Al was taking the fall for her for Sam Zachary's death. We figure she wanted to talk to save Al, and you killed her.
Well, you're figuring wrong because Nan Coleman was alive when I left her dressing room. Wasn't she, Mrs. Rawlings?
How should I know?
You were standing right outside when I left. Then you went in and killed her.
No.
You've been blabbing all over town for 2 years about how you'd kill the people responsible for Jack's murder if you ever found out who they were for sure. Well, you heard Nan Coleman and me talking, so you did find out, and you killed her.
That's not true. I didn't go into the dressing room after you came out. I didn't hear anything.
Are you sure of that, Mona?
Yes.
You don't sound too sure.
Well, I am.
And so am I.
You? Pam, dear, no one asked you whether
Please, Jerry. Bill, Mona Rawlings is telling the truth.
How do you know, Pam?
Yes, dear, how do you know?
Because Fred Benedict's still alive. Look, Bill, if Mona Rawlings had overheard Nan Coleman and Fred Benedict and knew that they were responsible for her husband's death, why would she let Fred Benedict walk right past her and kill only Nan Coleman? It doesn't make sense, Bill. If Mona Rawlings killed her to avenge her husband's death, then she would have killed Fred Benedict, too. Oh, no, Bill. Fred Benedict killed Nan Coleman.
That's a lie. You don't believe this dame, Lieutenant.
You're a gambler, Benedict. Want to bet?
Emil? Emil, this is Mrs. North. I'm sorry to bother you like this at 3 in the morning.
Don't apologize, Pam. Just tell him what we want.
What can I do for you, madame?
Well, you see, Mr. North's head was hurting so from that crack that he got that I made him lie down.
Well, madame?
Well...
Oh,
Well-
for heaven's sake, Pam, give me the phone. Look, Emil, I want to go to bed. I've got to get to bed. If I don't get to bed soon, I'm going to die.
Monsieur, are you not already in bed?
No, I'm not.
But madame said you were lying down.
But she didn't tell you where. She didn't tell anyone where.
Well, where, monsieur?
In your office.
My office, monsieur?
We're locked in the cafe. Please, Emil, can you come down and let us out?
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Jerry,
I heard it, Pam.
somebody's coming out of the Vance's apartment.
It's Mrs. Vance. Mrs. Vance!
Help me. Mr. and Mrs. North, help me. If you don't, he'll kill me, too.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Don't Cry Wolf. There are few bonds stronger than those made of the memories of men who went to school together, went to war together, and returned to peace together. Those are the bonds that held Harold Vance to Carl Lederer. Strong bonds of many strands. Yet suddenly the bonds have snapped, for there is hatred in Vance's eyes as he glares at the man who was his friend.
You heard me, Carl. I don't want you ever to set foot in my home again.
Yeah. And you seem to mean it. But I can't believe...
Of course I mean it.
Now, look, old man, I don't know what it is that's eating you, but whatever it is...
I don't want to discuss it.
I do. Our friendship means too much to me to
Friendship? You're a fine one to talk about. Friendship. Now you're going to get out of here, or do I have to throw you out?
I think at least I have a right to know the reason.
You know the reason.
Tell me anyway.
Louise.
What? What about Louise?
Oh, don't act so innocent. She told me all about it.
All about what? There's nothing to tell.
Nothing to tell? I should have known without her telling. I saw things, lots of things. But you were my friend. I never imagined.
Are you trying to say I made love to your wife?
You wanted to. Tried to. Would have if she'd let you.
You're crazy.
I tell you, she told me.
Then she's crazy.
And I've seen enough myself. You're always hanging around here.
Why, naturally, you and I have been
And when I'm
friends.
not here, you've taken her out a number of times.
When you were busy, she was lonely. I thought you'd want me to...
Oh, sure. Just exactly what I'd want. My pal playing around with my wife.
Oh, really, Harold, this whole thing is ridiculous. As a matter of fact, if you want the truth, I really don't even like Louise.
Sure. When you see she won't give you a tumble.
No. I don't like what she's doing to you. You've been different ever since you met her. The trouble with
I
her...
don't need you to tell me about Louise. You don't like her, that's fine. She certainly doesn't like you. And she doesn't want you around here bothering her. So are you going to... Must be Winters. I asked him over on business. And since you and I haven't anything more to say to each other...
No, it's no use now. I can see that. Maybe some other time when you've come to your senses...
That's just it. I have. All right, I'm coming. Hello, Winters. Come in.
Yes. Oh. Good evening, Mr. Lederer. Hope I'm not interrupting.
No, I'm leaving anyway. Good night, Harold.
Hey, now what goes on with you two? You practically slammed the door in his face.
Never mind about us. What about you?
How, Bide? What about me?
What have you done with my money?
Done with it? You know. Paid your bill. Invested some of it.
In my name or yours?
What?
I have an idea you're gambling on my money.
Are you kidding?
You'll find out if I'm kidding when my lawyer gets through with you.
Lawyer? You're really serious about this.
You bet I am. And if you don't make good every penny, you'll wind up in jail, you rotten crook.
Why, you're going to take that back.
Did you say I'm going to take something back? I'll take it back if I'm wrong.
You are wrong, Vance.
I hope so, but I doubt it. Anyway, we're going to have an accounting. You're going to tell me exactly what you've done with the money. Anything I don't like or I don't understand. I'm setting up an appointment with the lawyer, and you can tell him. But first, go on upstairs and do something about that nose. You're getting blood on my carpet.
Yes?
There's a Mr. Vance out here to see you, Jerry.
What's it about?
He says he's considering suing you.
Oh, well, as long as he isn't trying to sell me something. All right, Pam, tell him to come in.
Yes, Jerry.
Sue me, shoot bullets through me. Hello, Mr. Vance?
Yes.
Oh, come in.
That's a cute secretary you have out there, Mr. North.
That's no secretary. That's my wife.
Oh.
She comes down to help out once in a while. Well, now, what's this about your suing me?
Mr. North, recently some of my closest associates have, well, betrayed me. That's the only word for it.
Well, sue them, but why me?
That's just it. I may very well do that. And after all, if I stand up to my friends, you can't expect me to take something from a total stranger lying down, can you?
Suppose you come to the point.
Mr. North, my wife writes mystery stories.
You have my sympathy.
She sent one of them to you. The mystery of the missing mink.
Missing mink? Oh, yes, I vaguely remember it.
You exactly remember it. You published it.
I did?
Only you called it How Dead Can You Get?
I do remember that. But you don't mean to tell me that's your wife's story.
It was stolen from her. She told me the plot of both stories. They're almost identical.
She told you after she read the one I published.
Are you suggesting my wife's lying?
Take it easy. You're suggesting I'm a plagiarist. So this isn't exactly a tea party. Just what is it you want?
A settlement.
And if I refuse?
You can talk to my lawyer.
We might both be spared some unpleasantness if we talk to your wife first. I assume she still has a manuscript?
Naturally.
Where do you live?
418 Whitten Avenue.
Well, that's on our way. Mrs. North and I will stop off on our way home.
Just what do you hope to prove?
I'll leave the proving to you. If you can show me that those two stories are too much alike for coincidence, you'll get your settlement.
I don't think he was very observing. He should have been able to tell by your eyes that you wouldn't.
Who should have been able to tell by my eyes that I wouldn't what, dear?
Mr. Vance, that you wouldn't do anything dishonest. You have very honest eyes, Jerry.
Oh, well, thank you, darling. Apartment 9G, this is it. I'll ring. As a matter of fact, dear, I don't think Mr. Vance noticed my eyes. He was more interested in yours. He thinks you're cute.
Oh, really?
So he said. Do you still think he's not observing?
Well, I just thought.
Yes?
Mrs. Vance?
Yes.
We're Mr. and Mrs. North.
Oh, yes. Harold said you were coming. Come in, won't you?
Thank you.
He's in his study. I'll call him. But I would like to talk to you first. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
I'm terribly sorry about this misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding?
Why, yes, about the story. I told Harold there were a few things in the two stories that were similar, but I never meant to suggest that, well, if there was any question of plagiarism.
I'm glad to hear it.
When Harold came home tonight and told me he'd been to see you, why, I felt like a fool. You see, I don't know just how to put this. He's terribly suspicious. He doesn't trust anyone.
Yes, he told me his friends are betraying him.
It's awful. He's accused his business manager of cheating him, and he's ordered Carl Lederer, his oldest friend, never to come here again.
Did he give you any reason, Mrs. Vance?
Why, he thinks... It's too ridiculous. I'd rather not discuss it.
Well, that's all right. It's really none of our business. And as long as the matter of the story is cleared up...
Yes, I think it is. I'll try to convince him. The trouble is, though, he doesn't even trust me. He keeps on spying on me as though I...
Oh, what's the matter?
I don't know. It's a pain under my heart.
Can we do anything?
No. It'll go. I've had this before. It happens sometimes when I drink. Harold brought me a cocktail a little while ago, and I guess it's a...
Yes, Mrs. Vance, what is it?
I just happened to think. It only happens when he mixes the drinks.
Good Lord, are you trying to say...
Shh, please.
What's the matter?
I told you Harold spies on me. I heard a sound out in the hall. He must be out there, listening.
I'll go see. Hello, Mr. Vance.
Oh, Mr. North. So you did come?
Yes. How long have you been out here in the hall?
What? I just came down from the study. I heard the doorbell a little while ago and thought it must be you.
But you haven't been waiting out here? You didn't hear our conversation with your wife?
No, why? Is it a secret?
No, it's just we thought we heard someone. Well, it doesn't matter. The important thing right now is your wife. She's not feeling well.
What? Louise, what is it? What's wrong?
I'll be all right.
If there's anything we can do...
No, I'll take care of her.
Well...
You'd better run along so she can rest.
We'd like to help.
I said I'll take care of it. Thanks, just the same.
She may need a doctor.
Then I'll call one. Now, will you please go?
All right. Come on, Pam.
But, Jerry...
There's nothing we can do. Good night, Mrs. Vance. Mr. Vance?
Good night.
Good night.
Pam?
Yes, Jerry. Jerry North, we can't just leave her like that. You heard what she implied.
Yes, but there was no use making a scene. We don't have any proof.
Well, then we'll have to get proof.
Mm-hmm.
And we better hurry before it's too late. What are we going to do, Jerry?
Well, first, let's see if there's a drugstore anywhere. Yes, there's one down the block. Come on.
What are you going to get?
Nothing. I just want to look in a phone book.
For what? Or who?
Carl Lederer. Mrs. Vance said he's Vance's oldest friend.
Oh, that's right, Jerry. But she said Mr. Vance had a fight with him, ordered him out of the house.
Yes, and he ordered us out.
But you think Mr. Lederer may disobey the order, huh?
I think he's likely to be in a better position, too, than we are. After all, dear, old friends can rush in where strangers may not tread. I only hope he's in the phone book. Pam and I thought we'd better come right over here and talk to you.
I'm glad you did. In spite of our misunderstanding, Harold's been my friend too long for me to turn my back. I want to see him do anything he'll regret.
Do you really think he'd harm his wife?
What? Oh, no, of course not. But I can see how she'd think so. Very unwholesome things going on in that house, very.
Mr. Vance seems to think everyone's turned against him, and he's fighting back.
I know. Going to have to make him realize how foolish. It won't be easy. But perhaps if we all work on him together, show him how it adds up.
What do you mean?
You say he accused Stephen Winters, too.
Yes, of cheating him. Or so Mrs. Vance said.
Case of everybody out of step but Harold. Maybe he'll see it if we all show him at once. I'm going to call Winters. See if he can meet us over there.
You want us to go back with you?
No, not right away. I'd like to talk to Harold alone first, prepare the ground. If he'll listen. I want to see how Louise is, too.
Yes. You better get started.
As soon as I call Winters. You folks say you didn't have dinner yet.
That's right. We stopped at Vance's right from the office.
Well, why don't you go ahead and eat and meet me there in an hour or so?
All right.
Oh, I hope we'll get this straightened out.
So do I. Persecution complex can be pretty serious. But if we can just make Harold see... Well, no use speculating. I gotta get on it. Now, let's see. Winter's number... Oh, yes.
Oh. It's you, Carl.
Yes, Harold, I want to talk to you.
I thought I told you to stay away from here.
I want to show you how silly you're being.
We've been all through that.
Not quite. Where's Louise?
In her room. She doesn't feel well.
May I see her?
I thought that's why you came.
It's not the way you think. I want to get you and her and Winters in the north.
What?
Is Louise up to it?
No, neither am I. I don't know what I have to do to convince you that I'm not going to listen to anything more you have to say.
I'm afraid there's nothing you can do. I'm going to talk to you.
There's one thing.
What's that?
This.
No. Harold, are you out of your mind?
I'm fed up, that's all. Fed up. Everything happening at once, and you won't lay off. Well, here's where I...
What's going on in here? Stop it! Stop it, both of you! Please, stop it! Stop it!
Louise!
Carl, are you all right?
Is he all right? So that's what concerns you, Louise. Carl.
Oh, no, Harold. It's just that you're stronger.
You told me to try to make love to you, but you didn't want it.
Of course I didn't.
I wonder. Looks like there's nobody I can trust anymore.
Harold, can't you see
I think maybe I can't say it last. Now, go on. Get out of here.
But, Harold,
Get out! And then I'm going to have a talk with Louise.
You know, Jerry, sometimes friends aren't the best judges.
Aren't the best judges of what, darling?
Well, of friends, of course. After all, Jerry, what else could friends be of?
I don't know. You have me a little confused. So friends aren't the best judges of friends. Oh, here we are, dear. 9th floor.
Like Mr. Lederer, for instance. He can't believe that Mr. Vance would try to poison Mrs. Vance because he likes Mr. Vance. Oh, whereas I can very well believe it.
Because you don't like Mr. Vance.
Well, he accused you. I don't like that.
Which doesn't make him a wife poisoner.
Jerry,
I heard it.
somebody's coming out of the Vance's apartment.
It's Mrs. Vance. Mrs. Vance!
Help me! He tried to kill me, too. Don't let him.
What?
She's pointing back to the apartment. Jerry, you better go and see what's wrong.
Right.
I'll try to quiet her.
Hello. Who are you?
Stephen Winters. And you must be Mr. North.
Yes.
Lederer phoned. He asked me to come here, Mr. North. He said you'd be here, too.
Is Lederer here?
Well, I haven't seen him. I just got here. The door was open, so I walked in, and then I saw that.
What? Good Lord. It's Vance.
Yes. And he's dead.
Yes, Bill, that's right. Apartment 9G. Yeah, we'll wait. So long. The police will be right over, Mr. Winters.
Good.
Hey, Pam, where's Mrs. Vance? I thought you were going to stay with her.
She broke away, Jerry, so I came in.
Broke away?
Yes, she seemed terrified. She said that Mr. Winters killed her husband, and he'd kill her, too.
I? Well, she must be crazy.
Just what did happen, Winters?
I don't know. I told you the door was open, so I walked in and found Vance lying there.
Did you touch anything?
Oh, I didn't have time. Just took a quick look at him, and when I heard a sound, turned, and there was Mrs. Vance staring at me. And when I turned, she screamed and ran out. You know the rest.
Yeah. Where'd you go, Pam?
She ran to the elevator. Before I realized what was happening, the door was closing. And there's only one elevator, so I couldn't catch her.
Oh, we better try to find her.
Well, you're not taking her fantastic story that I killed Vance seriously, are you?
Not necessarily. But I'd like to talk to her as soon as possible. And I know the police will want to. So Pam and I'll go see if we can find her. You wait here, Winters.
All right. But you can't believe... Now, look. She must have come into the room and saw her husband lying dead and me standing over him. So, naturally, she assumed that I'd killed him. But that doesn't mean...
I know, Winters. It doesn't mean you actually did kill him. So stop worrying, will you? All right, Pam, let's go.
Do you see her, Jerry?
No.
Maybe she just went for a policeman.
Well, in that case, she should be coming back with him pretty soon. Hey, wait a minute. There she is.
Where?
Down at the corner. She just signaled for a taxi, but it didn't stop.
Oh, yes.
I hope she's calmed down a little so she'll answer questions.
She seemed pretty positive that Mr. Winters is the murderer.
Well, Uh-oh. She sees us.
Jerry, she's running across the street.
Yeah. Mrs. Vance, wait!
She won't stop. She must think that we're going to take her to Mr. Winters.
There she goes into an alley. I'll try to catch her. Mrs. Vance! Mrs. Vance, wait. I just want to talk to you.
Don't come near me.
I'm not going to hurt you.
No, you stay away.
All right, I don't want to frighten you, but why don't you come to me? I won't hurt you.
No.
You can't get away. The alley's a dead end. All I want to do is...
Can't you leave me alone?
I want to talk to you.
No.
I won't take you back to Winters if that's what you're afraid of. Not until the police get here.
You promise?
I promise.
Well, all right. But you can see why I'm so afraid. I saw him kill Harold.
Did you see the
Why,
actual killing?
Yes.
You're sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Didn't you just see your husband on the floor and Winters standing over him? And so you just assumed from that?
No. I didn't just assume. I saw, I tell you, I saw, I really
Just
did.
exactly what did you see?
I saw Mr. Winters arguing with Harold. I saw him grab a paper knife from the desk and stab Harold with it. I saw Harold fall.
Winters did that with you looking on?
He didn't know I was there. I'd been out. I just came in. He didn't see me until I screamed.
I see.
He didn't see.
Well, you don't have to worry about Winters. When the police come, just tell them what happened and they'll arrest him.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Now, come on. We'll go out to the street.
No, stop.
What's the matter now?
You let go of me.
I only took your arm.
No, stop!
Mrs. Vance, what on earth is wrong?
Jerry, what's happening?
I don't know, Pam. Oh, hello, Mr. Lederer.
Hello, North. Louise, what's wrong?
Oh, Carl. He drowned. It's just awful, Carl.
What's the matter with her, Jerry?
I wish I knew. Where did Mr. Lederer come from?
Well, he drove up just after you ran in here. I was talking to him. That's why I didn't follow right away.
Louise, stop crying. Tell me, what's the matter?
Mr. North tried to kill me.
I hardly touched you, Mrs. Vance.
Well, you tried to kill me. Carl, look at my arm. There must be bruises on it where he grabbed me.
I don't see anything.
You don't believe me, do you?
I know you like to imagine things, Louise.
Why, you're on his side. I should have known.
Mrs. Vance, I know that Jerry
Well,
wouldn't
you're
have-
all on his side. You're all against me. Everybody's against
No,
me.
Mrs. Vance,
Mrs. North, you're a woman. Won't you please help me?
What do you want?
Why, I've got to get to the street. They've got me cornered in here.
I'm sure they'll let you
don't know. You don't know. They want to kill me. I know they do. I've got to get out of here. I've got to get away.
Well,
Please.
Louise, where do you
No,
think you're
let me
going?
go. Stop. I've got to
You've
get
got
out
to
of
come
here.
to your senses.
Lederer, maybe you'd better let her go.
Well, she's out
Let
of her
me
head.
go.
We can't let her run the streets
Please
like this.
let me
Now,
go.
Louise, stop it.
No.
What did you do to her?
Nothing. She fainted. Come on, Mr. North. Help me carry her back to the apartment.
Oh. What happened to her?
Fainted. Come on, North. Over to the sofa.
Right. Police didn't get here yet, Winters.
No, not yet.
All right, there we are, Lederer. She'll be all right there. But you better call the doctor.
Yeah. I knew she was unbalanced, but I had no idea it would go this far.
Well, at least a few things begin to make sense at last. When you mentioned persecution complex, you were talking about Mrs. Vance, not her husband.
That's right. She told him I was trying to make love to her, that you had stolen her story, and that Winters had cheated him in business.
And he was so in love with her that he believed her.
That's it, Winters. She drove him frantic till he hardly knew what he was doing. I tried to make him see the truth, but he didn't want to.
But she was even suspicious of him. She accused him of spying and of trying to poison her.
I know. That's why I wanted to talk to him tonight. Thought maybe with that I could open his eyes. But he wouldn't listen, started to fight. Ordered me out of the house again. I was coming back for one more try when I met you. Well, I'd better get that doctor.
What happened outside, Mr. North?
She went completely berserk. Claimed you killed her husband and tried to kill her. Then she claimed I tried to kill her. Then everyone was trying to kill her.
Poor Louise.
Yes, it's pretty awful. Still, it's not too surprising
What do you mean, not too surprising, Pam?
that some of it's true.
Some of what's true, darling?
What she said, of course.
Oh? Is it?
Is it what, Jerry?
I don't know. What are we talking about all of a sudden?
About Mrs. Vance. And that she made so many accusations, it's not too surprising that some of them turned out to be true. It's a law of averages.
Oh. Well, just what part of her accusations do you think were true, Mrs. North?
The part where she accused you of the murder, Mr. Winters.
What? You... Oh. Oh, you're joking, of course.
No, I'm not. And since she was right about that, she was probably also right when she said that you were misusing her husband's money. That's probably why you killed him, because he demanded an accounting.
You're as crazy as she is.
Oh, no, Mr. Winters. You told us that the door was open when you arrived, and that you just walked in, looked at the body, and before you could do a thing, Mrs. Vance screamed and ran out.
Well, that's right.
But that whole thing wouldn't take 30 seconds from the time you got out of the elevator.
Well, what of it?
Jerry and I had already gotten off the elevator when Mrs. Vance screamed. And there's only one elevator in the building. So it had to go all the way down, stop, doors open and close, and bring us all the way up. And this is the 9th floor.
She's right, Mr. Winters. You were up here a lot longer than you said you were. And there's no use looking for a way out of here now. The only way is the front door, and it sounds like the police are there right now.
Reading your new book.
Oh, like it, darling?
Oh, yes, very much. There's just one thing about it, though.
Oh, what's that?
I can't help thinking I read something very much like it before.
Pam, don't you start that.
Good night, Jerry.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
to sneak open the door, Pam. Look through the keyhole.
That's what I did.
What'd you see?
An eye.
A human eye?
Well, I hope it was human. Because if I saw it must have seen me.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Murder Mismanaged. The man in the unpressed suit is still a little unsteady as he rises heavily from his bed and consults a mirror on the bedroom wall. It's almost noon. The effects of a late night spent at a neighborhood bar have lingered into the morning after, leaving him with a pair of red-rimmed eyes and a handful of shaky fingers.
Sally? Sally, what time is it?
Oh, you up, Arnold?
Yeah, I'm up. What'd you think I was doing in here, walking in my sleep? A cup of coffee in the house?
Yes, Arnold. I'll get it for you.
Make it snappy, will you? I gotta throw some water on my face, get down to the store. I'm late.
Maybe you better not go to the store today. I mean, looking the way you do, maybe you better stay home.
Sure. Just take the day off. Just like that. The old man would have a fit.
Arnold.
Well, wouldn't he? You don't have to stick up for him because he's your father. I know what a cheapskate he is.
Darling, I don't want to argue with you about father.
Well, then tell him to quit saying he's supporting me. Tell him to quit saying I married you for your money.
Why did you marry me, Arnold?
For the same reason you married me. Because you loved me. You thought it would work out. Only you didn't know I'd never amount to anything.
Honey, I still love you. And I still think it can work out. If you just stop drinking so much and try to make a fresh
Honey,
start...
will you stop it? I gotta get down to the store.
No, wait.
I gotta get down there, I tell you.
Arnold, please, don't go to the store today. Stay with me.
You crazy?
Stay with me, Arnold. You've got to. My father doesn't want you to work for him anymore.
Doesn't want me... He told you that?
Well, he thinks you'd be better off in another kind of job. After all, a jewelry store is not
Sure. A jewelry store is risky business. With all those diamonds lying around, you got to be careful who's working for you.
He didn't say that.
I don't care what he said. That's what he means. He doesn't trust me no more. Thinks I'm stealing from him.
Arnold, listen.
So what? Now, let go of my arm, will you? I'm going down that store
No,
and
please, you'll have a fight.
All right, then I'll have a fight. Now, let go of me.
Arnold, you're not going down there.
Let go of me, I said.
No. Honey, you hurt me.
All right. I'm sorry. Next time, don't get in my way.
One 1410.
Hayden's jewelry store?
Yes, this is Mr. Hayden speaking.
Oh, Mr. Hayden, this is Mrs. North. I'm calling about my husband's watch. I left it with your son-in-law the other day, and he didn't seem to know when it'd be ready.
Why, it's ready right now, Mrs. North. You can pick it up any time you like.
Well, Mr. North and I'll be over a little later on. Thank you, Mr. Hayden.
You're quite welcome. Yes? Oh, it's you.
Hello, Pop. Surprised to see me?
Surprised isn't the right word, Arnold.
What is?
Well, I don't see any reason why we have to have an argument about it. Didn't Sally tell you I don't want you to work for me anymore?
Yeah, she told me.
Then why did you come down here?
I want to find out what's behind it. What's the real reason you're firing me, Mr. Hayden? I want to know the truth.
The truth is very simple. I can't stand the sight of you, Arnold. Never could. And when I think of what you've done to my daughter's life and mine, it makes me sick inside.
Is that all?
No, there's more. I'm going to take Sally away from you, Arnold, if it's the last thing I do. I'm going to take her away and put you where you belong, behind bars.
I thought you'd be coming to that.
And I thought you could be trusted. Until I realized you were a thief, a common, ordinary thief.
Keep your mouth shut. Another crack like that, and I'll forget how old you are.
Slapping me won't do any good, Arnold. When I've got the proof, I'm going to the police.
You're not going to do nothing of the kind. And if I catch you calling up the police... We'll finish this later on, Pop. Somebody just came in the store.
No. Can I help you, sir?
Well, maybe you can, mister. I'm looking for a ring.
For yourself or for it? What are you doing?
Stay where you are, Grandpa. This is a stick-up.
What?
You too, mister. Don't move. I've got you covered.
I'm not moving.
All right, then keep your trap shut. Do like I tell you. These trays over here. Get them out. Come on. Hurry it up. You help him, Grandpa, and keep your hands away from that burglar alarm. I'm not fooling.
I didn't think you were.
Okay, trays on the case and turn around. Turn around, I said.
That's what I'm doing.
Hey, you!
Stop! Look out!
Hey, where you going, Pam? The jewelry store's over here.
Oh, that's right. I was thinking we were on 6th Avenue.
Now, don't tell me you gave my watch to the wrong place.
Oh, no. This is right, dear. I spoke to Mr. Hayden about an hour ago.
Only what?
Goodness sake, look at the crowd, Jerry.
Hey, something must have happened inside the store. There's a policeman outside.
Keep moving, please. Move right along.
Golly, somebody must have been hurt. Excuse me, please. Excuse me.
Just a minute, lady. You can't go in there.
Oh, but we have to. My husband has a watch in there, and Mr. Hayden's a very special friend of ours.
Oh, my orders.
Thank you, officer. We won't be in the way. Come on, Jerry.
All right, dear, all right. Give me a chance. Hey, we shouldn't have come in here anyway. Mr. Hayden's been hurt.
Ask the doctor what happened to him.
Hey.
Go ahead, Jerry. They're just standing there.
Darling, will you stop pushing? I'll ask Mr. Hayden's son-in-law. What happened, Mr. Ranson?
Huh?
What happened?
Oh, I didn't recognize you, Mr. North. We had a robbery in here, and I'm still kind of shaky about it. The old man was almost shot.
Good heavens, how?
Oh, he got rattled, tried to set off the burglar alarm, so the stick-up man hit him with a gun. Yeah, he knocked him cold.
What a shame.
Yeah, I may have to take him to the hospital.
I don't think that will be necessary, Arnold.
Mr. Hayden, are you all right?
I am now. The doctor says I can go home if I want to.
Well, maybe you better get right into bed. You stay here, Pop. I'll get the car and we'll both go home together.
No,
It won't take a minute. I'll be right back.
Mr. North, don't let him take me home. I don't want to be alone with him.
Why? What's the matter, Mr. Hayden?
I'm afraid of what he might do to me. He's tried to kill me already.
What do you mean?
My head, this blow I got. It wasn't from the stick-up man. It was Arnold who hit me.
Hello?
Hello, honey. This is me.
Arnold, where are you? I've been worried about you all day. Why haven't you called me?
Well, I would have, baby, only we had a little trouble down at the store.
Trouble? With Father?
No, not that kind of trouble. Somebody robbed the place.
Oh, no.
Yeah, hold up, man. He got away with 3 trays.
He didn't hurt anybody, did he?
Well, your old man got pushed around a little, but he's okay now. A couple of friends of his, Mr. and Mrs. North, are driving him home.
And where are you?
Well, I stopped off for a little drink, honey.
Oh, Arnold, please, come home, darling.
Oh, now, don't you worry about me, baby. I'm turning over a new leaf.
Honey.
New leaf, I tell you. For a while there, I thought your old man wasn't going to let me, but after what happened today, everything's going to be fine. Fine and dandy.
I'm so glad you could drive me home, Mr. North. I needed this chance to talk to you.
Well, if you think Arnold was the one who hit you, Mr. Hayden.
It's the truth, I tell you. For months now, Arnold's been stealing from the store, substituting cheap imitations for valuable diamond rings.
You're joking.
He's a thief, Mrs. North. And this robbery today was a deliberate attempt to cover it up.
You mean he wanted the store robbed?
Wanted it and made it possible for the hold-up man to do the job.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Mr. Hayden. That's a pretty broad statement.
It's not a statement, Mr. North. It's the only explanation for what happened. And if he's gone this far, he'll go the rest of the way. He'll kill me.
He won't do anything if you can prove what you just told us.
But I can't prove it. Now that the jewels are gone, it's my word against his.
Well, we'll see what we can do, Mr. Hayden. In the meantime, just be careful. And keep away from Arnold.
Hello, Pop.
Arnold.
Yeah, Arnold. What took you so long to get home? You left the store before I did.
Well, I had a long talk with Mr. and Mrs. North. And then I stopped off to see Sally at your apartment.
What about?
About you. And what happened this afternoon?
That's what I thought. You're doing everything you can to turn her against me, ain't you?
Am I? I don't think she needs any help from me. She knows it all now.
Knows what? What you tell her?
The truth about you and what happened today.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Now stay where you are, Arnold. I'm ready for you this time. I have a gun.
I don't care what you got. You're not going to blame me for something I didn't do.
But you did hit me, Arnold. And you were stealing from the store. And I can prove it.
You're crazy. How could you prove a thing like that?
By the man who held up the store. I have his name right here on this piece of paper. His name and his address. And
Give me that.
Look out, Arnold. This gun is loaded.
All right, then go ahead and use it. Go ahead. Shoot me.
I will if you come any nearer.
Oh, no, you won't.
Arnold.
Drop that gun. Drop it before... Mr. Hayden.
Well, come right in, Lieutenant Wygant. It's nice to see you.
Oh, hello, Jerry. Been waiting for me?
Almost an hour, Bill. Don't you ever come back to your office?
Not when there's work to be done. Now, what's on your mind?
Well, I don't suppose this is exactly your line, Bill, but you might be able to help us out.
Out of what?
Well, it could be murder eventually. But right now, it's only the threat of it.
With whom?
A man by the name of Hayden. He's a jeweler, Bill, and his son-in-law is thinking of killing him.
Are you kidding?
No. Why?
Well, I just came from Hayden's apartment. His son-in-law shot him in the shoulder.
Shot him? When was this?
Oh, about 3/4 of an hour ago. It was just a flesh wound.
Well, that's enough, isn't it? This afternoon, he robbed Mr. Hayden's store and hit him over the head with a candle holder.
Yes, Mr. Hayden was telling me.
Well, you're going to do something about it, aren't you? I mean, a guy like that should be put away.
He was put away, Jerry.
You arrested him?
No, we didn't have to. He was dead.
Arnold? Mr. Hayden's son-in-law?
That's right, Pam. We found his body in a dark alley about 2 blocks from where he lived. Somebody shot him.
This way, Jerry. The policeman said we'd find Arnold's apartment at the end of the hall.
Well, I don't know why we came here, dear, or what you expect to prove.
I don't expect to prove anything, dear. I'd just like to know a little bit more about Mr. Hayden's daughter.
But she isn't home. The police haven't been able to find her.
Well, then maybe we'll find something that'll help us find her.
What?
Never mind, darling. Just try the door. The policeman said they left it open.
They did. Only I feel awful funny about barging in here.
Why? Bill told us it was all right. I'll bet anything he'd like us to get him a good lead on this case.
Then why don't we go see Mr. Hayden instead of fooling around here? After all...
Wait a second. That's the phone, Jerry.
Well, what are you going to do?
Answer it, of course.
Hey, Pam.
Hello?
Hello, Sally.
Yes.
I gotta see you right away.
Who is this?
Me, Manny. I've been laying low, like you told me. Only I didn't expect no double cross.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. What's the idea of sending your husband around to see me?
Arnold?
Who else? How many husbands you got?
Well, I don't understand.
In a pig's eye, you don't understand. He had my name and address on a little piece of paper. You know what he threatened to do?
What?
Tell the cops. He said I was in this just as much as he was. And if I made one move, he'd squawk.
Pam, who is it?
Shh. What's the idea, Sally? What are you trying to pull?
Nothing.
Well, you've got a lot of explaining to do. You better do it fast. Look, I'll meet you over at my place in about an hour. Just as soon as I make sure it's safe.
Where do you live?
Oh, you know where I live. On the 2nd floor over Mulroy's bar. Now be there.
Okay, Manny. I'll be there. See you later.
Yeah.
Now, what did you get yourself into?
Oh, well, nothing yet. But as soon as we find out where Mulroy's bar is, we're going over to Manny's place. Only we're going a little earlier than he expects us.
Who in the world is Manny?
Oh, I haven't the faintest idea, Jerry. But that's what we're going to find out. Quiet now, Jerry. We mustn't let anyone know we're here.
Well, where are we? I don't see any apartments on this floor.
Shh. This door right here. And if I'm not mistaken... Yes, it is.
What is? Is what?
Manny's place. His name's on the card.
Yeah, take it easy. There may be somebody in there.
Well, there shouldn't be.
But there is.
Who's there? Jerry, it's Mr. Hayden's daughter. What? Sally, what are you doing here?
Why, I was waiting for someone. I had a message to meet somebody here.
Who?
Well, I don't know what his name is, but
Sally, I think you'd better tell us the truth. The police are looking for you.
Yes, I know. I've been hiding from them. I suppose it's wrong, but there's something I've got to find out before I tell them.
Tell them what? About Arnold?
About everything. I've got to tell somebody. I'll go out of my mind if I don't. There's nobody I can turn to.
Is it because you killed him?
No! I didn't kill him. I tried to help Arnold, but everything turned out so badly. And then when I saw my father tonight, when you dropped him off in my apartment, I made a terrible mistake.
In what way?
I told him about Manny.
The one who lives here?
Yes, I never should have talked. If I hadn't said anything, Arnold might still be alive. But my father kept pounding at me, so hammering at me. As soon as he walked in the door, he accused Arnold of being a thief. He said he had proof that Arnold had struck him, that the whole robbery... I tell you. He struck me when I reached for the burglar alarm. And what's more, he planned to do it. Planned the whole thing with that stick-up man. Father, it's not so. You're always against Arnold, no matter what he does. Oh, Sally, Sally, how can you defend this man? How can you go on protecting him when he treats you the way he does? There isn't an ounce of decency in him. I love him, Father. And he loves me. Does he? Is that why you stick to him? Well, then maybe you'd better know the truth. Maybe you'd better know what he does when he doesn't come home to you. Father. He's no good, Sally. For 3 weeks, I hired a private detective to follow him wherever he went. And every time he didn't come home, he was out with another woman. That's a lie. That's a matter of record, Sally. I have the names and addresses of every one of the women he went out with. And some of them he gave presents to. Expensive jewelry that he probably stole from my store. Then it's true. He doesn't even love me. Not what I call love. I'm sorry, darling. I thought I could spare you this, but... Father, I would have known sooner or later, and I'm glad you told me. But you're wrong about Arnold at the store today. Wrong? He might have struck you to cover up the fact that he'd been stealing. But he had nothing to do with the holdup. How do you know? I know. Because I was trying to cover up for him, too. I hired that holdup man myself. That was the mistake I made. I never should have told him. I never should have given him Manny's name.
Manny is the man who held up the store?
Yes, I hired him because I thought it would help my husband.
Well, then he might have killed Arnold. When I spoke to him on the phone, he said your husband had been over here.
That's what I wanted to find out. If Arnold knew him, if Arnold had been to see him.
See who?
Manny.
What's going on here, Sally? Who are your friends?
We're Mr. and Mrs. North, Manny. And before you reach for that gun of yours, I might as well warn you that the police know we're here.
What else do they know?
Enough to want to see you down at headquarters. I think it would be a good idea if Sally had a chance to identify you.
And I think it'd be a good idea the three of you took a trip to the morgue. On a stretcher.
That'll make a lot of noise.
It'll make a lot more noise if I give you a chance to open your mouths.
Why? What have we got on you, Manny?
Nothing, sister. You ain't gonna get nothing, neither. Now stand up. All of you. Face the wall.
What's the idea?
Face the wall, I said.
Manny, please don't shoot.
Who's gonna shoot? I'm gonna beat it, Sally, and I ain't ever coming back.
Oh, now don't be upset, Jerry. I know you couldn't help letting Manny get away last night. I'm just glad you didn't get hurt.
Well, we might have if we tried to hold him. Hey, where are you taking us, Bill?
Oh, in here for a while. It's a lineup. We had the net out this morning, and it's just possible we picked up your friend Manny.
He's not our friend.
Well, if you see him, just let me know.
All right, Sergeant. Yes, sir. Come on, you guys. Stand up straight. When you hit the light, face front. I'll tell you when you can go.
Holy mackerel. Where in the world did you find these guys?
No, Manny?
Not yet.
Try the next punch, Sarge. Right. Come on now. Keep moving. Move along.
He's a short man, Billy. Short and stocky.
You see him?
Not yet.
Hey, wait a minute, Pam. Isn't that him, the second one from the left?
Golly,
Please, I don't know, Jerry. We only saw him for a minute last night.
That's him, all right. Look how he's trying to hide.
Hey, you. No, you. That's right. Say something.
I didn't do nothing, Lieutenant. I just blew in from Cleveland.
That's right, Jerry. That's him.
No, it's not.
That's enough, Manny. Come on down here.
But I tell you, I didn't.
That's enough, I said. You think Mr. and Mrs. North are lying? I've got some other people down here to identify you. Come on in, Mr. Hayden.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
You recognize this man?
Which one?
Well, this one over here, Manny. Isn't this the guy who held up your store yesterday?
Why, no, I've never seen this man before in my life.
He's lying, Bill. He's lying to protect his daughter. That's why she won't say anything either.
But why? How can Hayden protect his daughter by saying that this Manny guy didn't rob the store?
Well, that makes sense. If he denies that Manny robbed the store, it's the same as saying that somebody else robbed it. Somebody who hasn't been found yet. Somebody who'll never be found and who'll never be able to testify.
Oh, I see. Hayden's convinced that Manny's testimony will convict his daughter. And since she had a good motive for the murder, her father's willing to commit perjury to protect her.
But how is her father so sure that Sally's guilty? How does he know that Manny didn't kill Arnold?
I'll tell you how he knows. He knows because he killed Arnold himself.
Mr. Hayden?
Well, he must have, Jerry. I hate to say it, but it's the only logical answer.
Hayden killed Arnold? But for what reason?
Oh, for any number of reasons, Bill. Because of what Arnold was doing to his daughter. Because Arnold had ruined her life, and she was still in love with him. There was no other way to get rid of him.
Then Mr. Hayden wasn't protecting his daughter. When he refused to identify Manny, he was protecting himself.
Was he? Only the murderer could have known that Manny wasn't guilty, and only the murderer would have refused to identify him.
Oh, fine. But how am I going to prove it? You know, you two are just talking in the air.
No, they're not, Lieutenant. They're telling you the truth.
What? Well, how careful what you say, Mr. Hayden. This can be held against you.
It doesn't matter. I've written you a full confession.
Why? What made you change your mind?
I knew you'd have broken me down sooner or later. I'd have broken myself down. A man like me can't live with murder in his heart. I'm too old and too tired to have resisted you. I realized that as soon as I lied to you this morning.
Mr. Hayden,
No, let me go on. I made a great mistake, and I'm willing to pay for it. That's why I'm giving myself up.
You killed Arnold?
Yes, I killed him. Last night, after he left my apartment, I followed him and shot him. Because his life was taking 2 of ours. But that wasn't my mistake, Lieutenant. My mistake was not killing him sooner.
Pam! Oh, Pam, I've got to be at the office early this morning. What time is it?
It's 8:30 in here, darling. Oh, what time is it in there?
Well, that's why I asked, dear. The kitchen says 9 o'clock, and the living room says 7:30.
Well, that's about right.
What's about right? How is it we've got 7 clocks in this house and nobody can ever tell the right time?
Don't say nobody, dear. I can always tell the right time.
How?
Well, first of all, I look at my watch, if I can find it. And if I can't, I know it stopped anyway, because I must have forgotten to wind it.
Then?
Then I take 10 minutes off the kitchen clock, add 10 minutes to the living room, and average them out, unless the current's been turned off because they're electric.
But how do you tell the time?
Well, if those two systems don't work, I have one way that never fails.
What's that?
I call downstairs and ask the doorman.
The adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North are brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
That was me, lady.
Who's you?
Freeze, mister. Don't turn around and don't move a muscle. Because if you even breathe, I'll blow you right through the wall.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Death in the Dark. While the Norths are peacefully asleep in their Greenwich Village apartment, two men are working feverishly in a warehouse on the east side just before dawn. One of them holds a flashlight, while the other applies a large metal bar to the hinges of a heavy black safe.
Coming, kid. She'll be popping in a minute.
Need any help?
No, I can make it all by myself. There she goes. I'll give you that can opener. The spring are good.
It won't take much longer, will it, Lenny? I mean...
Take it easy, kid. Can't rush this kind of a job. Put some of those tools away if you want to keep your hands busy. I'll be through in about 10 seconds.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I thought I heard somebody coming.
Quit being so jumpy. That was me.
No, it wasn't. It's the watchman. He's coming.
Quick, douse the light. Now get over by that door and smack him as he comes in. Got a belly, ain't you?
Yeah.
Well, give it to him good. Watch it now. He's coming.
Who's in there? Come on, answer me. Who's in there? I'm warning you now. If there's anybody in here, I'm gonna... Oh!
Okay, kid. Now we have to work fast. Get this box out of here and take it down to the car. There's dough in it.
What about him?
Never mind the watchman. Just do like I tell you. Get the dough out. I'll clean up around here and meet you downstairs in 5 minutes.
Okay. I'll be waiting for you in the car.
Yeah, sure. Little punk. Never take him on a job again.
Oh, my head.
Stay where you are, mister. Keep your mouth shut. I don't like watchmen.
You were in here all the time.
I said to keep your mouth shut.
You won't get away with this. You won't get out of here alive.
I won't, huh? I'll get out of here alive, all right. Only you're going out in a basket.
Homicide, Lieutenant Wigan speaking. No, not yet, Sarge. Oh, not a thing. Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. North are in my office. Okay, I'll get back to you later. That murder last night has got the whole department in an uproar.
That watchman's murder on the east side?
Mm-hmm. They dropped it in my lap at about 6 o'clock this morning, and I haven't been able to come up with a thing except this.
Well, what's that, Bill?
The murder weapon. The guy that cracked that safe last night used this on the watchman and then forgot to take it with him.
What is it, Bill? A sash weight?
No, it's part of a sectional jimmy.
What in the world is a sectional jimmy?
Oh, haven't you ever seen one?
Oh.
Oh, it's a tool that's made for burglars. It's like a crowbar, only it splits up into 3 sections so it can be carried in a grip without being seen.
Huh. I never knew there were tools that were specially made for burglars.
Oh, there's plenty of them. And they aren't easy to come by either. This one was made by a pro.
Do you know who made it?
Well, Pam, I'm not sure, but I got a pretty good idea. It's got the same markings and workmanship as a jimmy we picked up about 2 years ago. Belonged to a thug named Newsel.
A safecracker?
One of the best.
Well, then that should make things easy, Bill. If you know who made this jimmy, all you have to do is arrest him, and you got the murderer.
Well, it isn't as easy as that, Pam. The man who made this jimmy didn't rob that safe last night.
How do you know?
Because I sent him to jail about 6 months ago.
Well, then he's gotten out. That's it, Bill. This Newsel man has broken out of prison.
He couldn't have, Pam.
Why not?
Because I sent him up for murder. He was electrocuted the day before yesterday.
Get away from that window, kid, and sit down, will you? I want to pay you off and send you home to your mother.
I ain't got no mother. You know that, Lenny.
A joke. I was making a joke. What's the matter with you, kid? You got no sense of humor?
I don't know anymore after what happened last night.
Forget it, will you? It's all over.
It's not all over for me, Lenny. Don't you understand? He's dead. The guy's dead. He won't walk no more. He won't speak to anybody. He won't ever see his family again.
How do you know he's got one?
I read it in the paper. He's got a sister. He's got 2 kids.
Ah, will you shut up? I'm sick and tired of you whining all the time.
I can't help it, Lenny. I can't help thinking about him. Poor old guy. I keep seeing him lying there. I can still hear him moaning when he went down.
Why did you hit him so hard?
I didn't. I just tapped him on the side of the head like I showed you this afternoon.
That was some tap. Paper says skull was broken in 2 places.
But I didn't do it, honest, Lenny. You know I wouldn't kill anybody. I just wanted to be a big shot, go along with you on a big job. I didn't want to kill anybody.
Frank, you get off that one note and start picking up your money. You got $600 coming to you.
I don't want it. Don't you see? I'd go crazy if I had that dough. I'd give myself up.
Cut it out, Frankie.
Give myself up? Yeah, that's what I'd do. What are you doing?
You've got to behave, kid.
No more, please, no more.
All right, then. Hang on to yourself. You start cracking up, we'll both be in the soup.
Sorry, Lenny.
You ought to be. Remember, next time you start losing your head, I'll knock it right off.
Darling, you do know where you're taking us, I presume.
Why, of course, Jerry. I got the address with Bill.
Whose address?
Mrs. Musel's.
And who is Mrs. Newsel?
Don't you remember, dear? The man who made that sectional Jimmy.
He's Mrs. Newsel?
No, dear. He's the one who went to the electric chair. Mrs. Newsel is his widow.
And what do you expect to find out from her?
Oh, whatever we can, if she's willing to talk. And if she's real talky, she might tell us something about that Jimmy that was used last night.
How would she know?
Well, her husband made it, didn't he? Maybe she knows who he sold it to.
Say, that's an idea. Only I doubt if Mrs. Newsel will do any talking to people like us.
Oh, we don't have to be like us. We can be 2 other people.
Who?
2 thugs from Detroit. We're safecrackers, and we need a new set of tools.
Oh, so naturally we went to her.
Naturally. Come on, Jerry. We're in the market for a sectional Jimmy. All right, dear, that's enough ringing. If anybody's home, they certainly will. Oh.
Yeah? What is it?
Mrs. Newsel?
Who wants to know? You an insurance man?
Oh, me? That's a good one. Tell her who I am, Sadie.
Tell her yourself. It was your idea coming here.
Coming here for what?
Look, honey, my name is Fegan, Muggsy Fegan. This is my tomato.
Pleased to meet you.
What do you want?
Well, ain't you gonna leave us in or something? Your husband's an old buddy of mine. We done time together.
My husband is dead.
Yeah, I know. We heard the sad news yesterday.
And it happened so sudden. We didn't get a chance to send flowers.
What do you want, mister?
We just done a hot job in Detroit, and we had to pull out fast. So we dropped our can openers in the ditch.
What's that got to do with me?
Well, we can't do nothing without no can openers, so we thought you might fix us up.
Oh, you're kidding. I don't handle any of that stuff.
Don't you even have a couple of odds and ends lying around the house?
Not a thing. I got rid of all my husband's junk a year ago.
Where? Who'd you sell it to?
Nobody.
You must have sold it someplace, because one of them sectional Jimmies was used on a job last night.
Yeah, that warehouse job.
On the east side, where that watchman was killed?
That's right. The police found a hunk of that Jimmy right next to the body.
How do you know?
We get around.
Well, start getting. You know too much for me.
Now, wait a second, honey. The police get around, too, you know. And if you ain't going to be friendly about this, I might just take a notion to call them up.
Beat it.
Oh, look, baby, I got to know where we can find
Beat it, I said.
Well, I didn't know you was going to say it with a gun. Come on, Sadie.
Yeah.
We'll get that Jimmy in the 5 and 10.
Yeah?
Hello? Lenny?
Who's this?
What are you so careful about? This is an old pal of yours, Flo Newsom.
Well, how are you, Flo?
Crying my eyes out.
On account of the old man frying?
On account of you never get around to see me anymore, Lenny.
Well, I've been kind of busy lately.
So I heard. I understand you were kind of busy last night on the east side.
Hmm?
I want to see you, Lenny. When you coming over?
What did you say about last night?
You want me to talk about it on the phone?
Well, no.
Then when are you coming over?
Right away. So you think I'm in trouble, huh?
Well, what do you think, Lenny? Did you ever hear of a guy named Muggsy Fegan?
Nope.
Neither did I. That guy was a phony if I ever saw one. And so was that dame.
Well, what are you worried about? They can't prove nothing about that Jimmy.
They can prove my husband made it. And if they start snooping around, they might find out I gave it to you.
Who's going to tell them? You?
I might.
You wouldn't do a thing like that, honey. After all, I'm an old flame of yours.
You're an old flame of a lot of people.
But you're the only one that counts, baby.
Sure. I count up to about $5,000, Lenny.
What are you talking about?
$5,000. That's what I want to keep my mouth shut.
Your mouth can be shut for a lot less than that, baby.
Is that a threat or a promise?
How do you want to take it?
In cash.
I'm not talking about the money. I'm talking about you. If you don't watch your step, there'll be another funeral in the family.
I think you're bluffing, Lenny.
I'm not bluffing. You're asking for the moon.
And you're going to pay it. This ain't just a safe-cracking job, Lenny. There's a murder rap that goes with it.
Not for me, there ain't. The kid done the murder.
I still say $5,000. By tomorrow morning. Or the phones start ringing.
Okay, baby. You'll get it. You'll get just what you're looking for.
Homicide, Lieutenant Wigan speaking.
Hello, Bill? This is us. We're in a phone booth uptown.
Both of you?
Pam, you're all over my shoe. Never mind, I'm talking. Oh, are you there, Bill?
Yes, ready and waiting.
Well, you won't have to wait much longer. We've practically got the case all solved.
Fine, fine. Where do I send the wagon?
Oh, now, don't be facetious, Bill. You remember that Mrs. Newsom?
Yes, roughly.
Well, we've been watching her apartment ever since we were over there this afternoon.
Get to the point, dear.
This is the point, Jerry.
What is the point?
That we were watching her apartment. Oh, and about a half hour ago, a big thug went in there and came out again.
He stayed about 20 minutes, Bill.
Jerry, please.
And when he came out, he was plenty mad.
But that isn't all, Bill. We followed him back to his apartment.
And?
Well, there isn't any and yet. We called because we didn't know what to do.
I'll tell you what to do. Go home.
Oh, now, Bill.
You're wasting your time, Pam. Just because you happen to see a thug go into somebody's apartment is no
But it wasn't just somebody's apartment. It was hers. And if this thug is the one who used her crowbar...
Jimmy.
Well, what difference does it make as long as we know his name?
It's Gorman, Bill. Lenny Gorman. That mean anything to you?
No, but I'll check on it.
Well, you don't sound very excited, Bill.
Well, frankly, Pam, I'm not turning handsprings.
All right. All right. If that's the way you feel about our leads, we just won't call you anymore.
Oh, well, now, Pam,
Goodbye, Bill.
Pam. Pam, Oh.
Who is it?
Me, Lenny. Frank.
Wait a second. Okay, kid, come on in.
What'd you call me for, Lenny? What's up?
Sit down, kid.
Well, what is it? Something's wrong, isn't there? They got a lead on us. They found out about something.
Will you sit down? I'll tell you all about it.
Well, go ahead and tell me. What are you waiting for?
For you to calm down. Now, listen, kid. I know how you feel about what happened last night. If I was in your spot, I'd be the same way. It's a rough deal killing a man.
What do you mean?
Homicide. It's a rough deal. When you're young like you got a chance of beating a larceny rap at all kinds of angles. Not with murder. They give you the seat for that, whether you're young or old.
Lenny, what are you doing to me? What are you trying to tell me?
I'm trying to give it to you gradual, kid, so you'll understand what I'm driving at. Now, you got work to do.
Work? You want me for another job?
Something like that.
I won't do it. I'm all through. Do you hear? I won't do it.
You'll have to do this job, kid, whether you want to or not. Unless you're ready to go to the chair.
Why? What's happened?
Somebody found out about you. Somebody that feels like talking to the cops.
Who?
A dame. Besides me, she's the only one in the world that knows you killed that watchman. You gotta take care of her before it's too late.
I don't get you. Take care of her how?
Show you how. With a brand new 45.
Lenny, you're just kidding, ain't you? You don't really want me to kill
Kid,
somebody?
You gotta kill this dame. She wants $1 million for keeping her mouth shut, and you can't pay it. Don't you get me? She'll tip the cops.
Why? What's she got against me?
Nothing. That's just it. Nothing. If you don't cough up $5,000, she sends you to the chair, just like that.
I don't care. I don't care.
Do you know what it's like, Frankie? When you're up there in the death house, I mean? You think you got it bad now. Wait till they start getting you ready for that chair.
Getting you ready?
Sure. They gotta get you ready, kid. They gotta shave your head and the hair in your legs. While they're doing it, there's a priest in your cell saying prayers.
I don't want a priest.
You will then, Frankie. You'll want a priest then more than ever. Because you'll know what you're going into. You'll know that there's something waiting for you at the end of that hall. And once you sit down in that, you're never going to get up again. You're never going to see nobody. You're never going to even breathe except that one last time when they give you the juice and it squeezes out of you. It hits you like a bomb, kid. If you wasn't strapped in that chair, well, you'd bounce all over the place.
Lenny,
Is that what you want, Frankie? Is that what you want to go through?
No, no.
All right, then. Take this gun and do like I tell you.
Well, don't blame it on me, Jerry. Blame it on Bill. If he had had the decency to come over here when we called him, we wouldn't have to be doing this.
Well, we don't have to do it anyhow, Pam. After all, there's nobody forcing us to sneak into Lenny's apartment. Well, I've got this window practically open now. Yeah, there she comes. Do you want to go first, or shall I?
I'll go, dear. Just give me a boost.
Right. This enough?
Fine. I can make it now. Can you?
I don't know why not. Yeah, there we are.
Oh, I can't see in here.
Yeah, here, take my leather.
Thanks, darling.
See anything now?
Not very much. Is this the living room or the bedroom?
Yeah, I think it's both.
Well, you look through the dresser, Jerry.
All right.
I'm going to try that closet. If this Lenny man robbed that safe last night, maybe we'll find the money.
Well, I haven't found any money yet. All I see in here is winter underwear.
Well, the closet's practically empty. No, it isn't. Jerry, come here.
I found something?
I'll say I found something. Look at this.
What is it?
Don't you see what it is? It's the other two pieces of that sectional jimmy. Now, if we can only prove that they all fit together... Oh, golly, what was that?
That was me, lady.
Who?
Don't turn around. Just stay right where you are and don't move. Because if you even breathe, I'll blow you right through the wall.
Come in, kid. Come on in.
Thanks.
So Lenny didn't come with the money himself. He sent you.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it's a lucky thing he sent it with somebody, because I wasn't bluffing.
No, ma'am.
All right, son, where is it? Let me count it.
Yes, ma'am. I got it right here in my pocket.
Well, give it to me. Don't stand there. Put that gun down.
I can't. I gotta do it.
Don't be a sap, kid. If he told you
No,
to...
don't come any nearer. I gotta do it.
You don't? There ain't a reason in the world...
Please don't say no more. Please. I don't want to hear you. I don't want to know you.
But you just can't kill...
No more. If you say another word,
Stop it, kid. Don't put...
Hey, what's the idea of frisking us, Lenny? We ain't got no guns.
Well, I'm just making sure, mister. When I find somebody going through my apartment, I like to be careful. Now, what's the idea?
No idea. We just blew in from Detroit, and we're looking for some burglar tools.
In my closet? Come on, open up, sister. Ain't you the two phonies that was over to see Mrs. Newsel?
Phonies? And you never heard of Muggsy Figgins?
Look, wise guy, ain't got time for fooling around. Who are you? What's your racket?
I'm telling you, safe cracking.
Okay, you asked for it. Now come with me.
Where are we going?
Come with me, I said. I'll tell you all about it.
Jerry's going to take us for a ride.
No talking, see? Just open that front door and get a move on.
Okay, we're moving.
Then move. Straight down the hall and out the back.
Just a minute, Lenny.
Huh?
Here, I'll take that gun for you. Stay where you are, Lenny. I'm a police officer.
Phil, how'd you get here?
You told me where you were, didn't you? I pay attention to phone calls.
But you weren't going to pay.
Well, I happened to look up Lenny Gorman's record, and it interested me. Especially the part about safe cracking.
What are you talking about? You ain't got nothing on me.
Well, we have. Bill, he's got the other parts of that sectional Jimmy right in his closet.
You're cuckoo.
Take it easy, Lenny. Mrs. Newsel might be able to give us some information about that.
Yeah? I don't think Mrs. Newsel will do any talking.
Well, we'll see about that. Come along, all of you. I sent some of my men over to her apartment, and I want to find out what they picked up. Now, easy now. Just try to take it easy, Mrs. Newsel.
I'll get the doctor, Bill.
No, wait. The doctor's busy with that Frankie kid.
Gollies, what happened in here?
That's what I'd like to know.
You're the one that made him do it. You sent him here to kill me.
Who?
That Sherman kid, Frankie Sherman. He had the gun right up against me.
No, Mrs. Newsel. You got to get hold of yourself.
Can't help it. Was so close I thought I was dead.
Well, what happened?
The cops, they got him in the shoulder before he could pull the trigger. There was one of them at the door and another one on the fire escape.
Riley, Haynes, where are you?
In here with the kid. You want me, Lieutenant?
No, stay where you are. I'll be in a second.
Well, we were just coming out anyway. The kid's going to be okay.
Good.
Yeah, I'm going to be fine. Why don't you finish me off and be done with it?
Watch what you say, kid. They'll use it against you.
What do I care? They got enough against me now to put me in the electric...
Shut up, you sap.
Quiet, you. Let the kid talk.
What do you want me to say? I tried to kill her and I couldn't make it.
Why, Frankie? Why did you try to kill Mrs. Newsel?
Don't answer that. You got a right to have a lawyer.
Keep out of this, Lenny. You can have a lawyer anytime he wants one.
What good is a lawyer? He can't do nothing for me, not where it hurts inside. Look, I killed a man. There ain't a lawyer in the world that can make him live again.
You killed him?
Last night in the warehouse, I killed a watchman.
Frankie!
He was coming in while we were cracking the safe, and I hit him with a blackjack.
Well, I didn't have nothing to do with it. I wasn't anywhere near him.
Weren't you?
No. I was standing over by the safe. He's the one that killed him.
You better study up on your law, Lenny.
What are you talking about? You can't pull me in on a murder rap. I didn't even touch him.
I'm not so sure about that, Lenny. What happened after Frankie killed the watchman?
Well, nothing happened. We just grabbed the dough and beat it.
Wait a second, Lenny. We didn't grab the dough. I took it down to the car myself. You came down later.
I thought so.
Who cares what you think?
I do, Lenny, because I've been thinking the same thing myself. Now, according to the autopsy report, that watchman was killed with a heavy bar of steel, part of a sectional jimmy, not with an ordinary blackjack.
Not with a blackjack. You mean
I mean he was struck several times, heavy blows with a big steel bar.
But I only hit him once. I only hit him on the side of the head. Lenny.
What do you want?
You did it, Lenny. You killed him yourself after I was out of there. You killed him and you made me think I did it.
Go on, you're crazy.
You did. You killed him. You almost got me to kill her.
Look out, you...
I won't look out, you lousy dope.
Hey, stop it, kid. Stop it.
Now let me go. Let me choke the life out of him.
Hands off, I said. You don't have to get even with him, Frankie. The state will get even for you.
Say, Pam,
Yes, dear?
whatever happened to that piggy bank I had up here on my dresser?
Piggy bank?
Now, you know I've been dropping quarters and halves into that thing for a long time.
Oh, when did you miss it, Jerry?
Right after we got finished with all that safe-cracking business last night.
Oh.
Say, you didn't happen to get an idea and break into it, did you?
Well, as a matter of fact, Jerry, when the laundryman came this morning...
Oh, I see.
But I was going to put the money back, dear.
Mhm.
That's why I hid the bank. I didn't want you to discover it until
Say
I...
no more, darling. I understand everything, except for one point.
What?
Well, that piggy bank doesn't open until the whole thing's full. How in the world did you get the money out?
Oh, that was easy, Jerry. I used the sectional jimmy.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Mrs. North, we want my sister's baby, and we want it right away, or you're going to get hurt.
Griff. Oh, listen. There's someone at the door.
It's my husband. Now we'll see
We'll see what?
Griff, put that gun away.
Pam.
Jerry, darling, look out!
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, The Last Escape. A taxi turns into a narrow Manhattan street, moves slowly to the front of a red brick tenement, and stops. This morning, its two passengers, a mild, colorless young man in his 20s and a tall, stately, determined woman of 60, were 3,000 miles away in California. But that's not important. For women like Victoria Jameson, no distance is too far and no obstacle too great to keep them from getting what they want.
There you are, 84 Willard Street. You want I should wait for you?
Yes. And you too, Paul?
Please, Mother, I want to see Susan.
This isn't a social visit, Paul.
But good Lord, Mother, Susan's my wife.
Was your wife, Paul. Was. Now, I won't be long. I'm merely going to tell Susan we've come for the baby.
You've come for the baby. You're the one who's taking Dickie away from Susan. Now, make that clear to her.
If I thought you really wanted me to, I would. But I don't.
Mother, listen.
This'll take only a few moments.
I'll kill her. Someday I'll...
You say something, mister?
What? Oh, no, I didn't say anything.
Sue, can't you shut that kid up? Sue! Hey, Sue, will you... Hey, what's going on? Can't you hear the kid squalling? Sue, you brat!
Griff, come here.
What?
Look out the window. You see the woman getting out of the taxi?
What about her?
That's Mrs. Jameson, Paul's mother.
Paul's... Wait a minute. I thought you said the little jerk didn't have a family.
I did say that, Griff.
Why?
Never mind that now.
We will mind it now. Why'd you lie?
Please, Griff. Mrs. Jameson's come to get Dickie.
What? Hey, look, will you tell me what's going on? All of a sudden, you got an ex-mother-in-law I didn't know you had, and you tell me she's come to get your kid. Let's have it. What gives?
Don't be mad, Griff. I couldn't tell you about Mrs. Jameson because, well, she's got a lot of money, and you were having a tough time setting up your garage, and I thought...
You thought I'd ask you to ask Mom-in-law for a loan.
You would have, too, Griff.
So would that have been a crime? I'm your brother, ain't I?
Griff, please, that's not important now. She's going to take Dickie.
How can she? The court gave the kid to you.
Yes, but I wasn't supposed to take him out of California until after Paul and I got our final decree.
Oh, fine.
Well, what was I going to do? I had to come back here. I didn't have any place else. I had to. Oh, there she is. Griff, help me.
What can I do?
You answer the door, Griff. Tell her the baby and I aren't here. Tell her anything.
Look, so you...
Please, Griff, please.
Okay. I'll try to stall her, but I'm not guaranteeing anything. Close the door.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm coming. Well?
Good evening. I'm Victoria Jameson. I'd like to see Susan Wyatt, please.
Sue ain't here. I'm her brother. Anything I can do for you?
Are you quite sure your sister isn't in?
I said so, didn't I?
Under the circumstances, Mr. Wyatt, I'm afraid I can't take your word for it.
Just a minute, lady. You can't come barging in here.
Would you prefer that I leave and return with the police?
Police?
I have a court order granting me custody of my grandchild. It's enforceable by law. I'll show you the order if you wish.
I can't read.
Will you tell your sister I'm here?
I said she ain't in.
Is this the door to the bedroom?
Stay away from there.
Let go of me.
Get out of here.
If you don't let go of me, Mr. Wyatt, you're going to be sorry. Very sorry. Now...
Sue, take the kid and beat it. Out the back way. Beat it.
Where did you park the car, Jerry?
Oh, just round the corner. Did you enjoy the party?
I thought it was horrible.
Yeah, it was pretty bad, wasn't it?
The same faces, the same silly conversation, the same awful jokes.
Mm-hmm. We know what they're going to be like, but we keep going. Why?
I don't know.
Well, here's the car, dear. Now, what'd I do with the keys?
Jerry, listen.
What?
That baby crying. I wonder where it is. It sounds awfully close by.
From that apartment house, probably. Oh, where the devil are the keys?
Jerry,
What?
that's why we keep going to these terrible parties.
Huh?
Because we don't have any reason. I mean, any really good reason to stay home.
I take it you mean a baby.
Yes. Well, what's so funny about that? You know, it's about time we seriously considered having a family.
Pam, dear, a street corner in mid-Manhattan at 11:30 at night isn't the time and place to seriously consider having a family.
Well,
Oh, here are the keys. Now, let's... Hey, that's funny. The car's unlocked.
you're always forgetting to lock it. Honestly, darling, take tonight, for example. If we had a baby, we wouldn't have had to go to the...
What the...
Jerry. Darling, that crying isn't coming from the apartment house.
It certainly isn't. What did you mean, dear, if we had a baby? We've got one.
Oh, my golly. Oh, look at him, darling. Isn't he adorable?
Yes, dear, he's wonderful, marvelous, stupendous. But who is he? What was he doing in our car? Who does he belong to? And why did we bring him home with us?
Well, what should we have done? Told him to run along and find some other car to cry in?
Very funny.
Poor thing. Imagine anyone abandoning a sweet little...
Pam, we should have taken him to the nearest police station. We should have found... Oh, I'll get it. Hello.
Mr. North?
Yes?
Mr. North, I'm the mother of the baby that was left in your car.
Pam, come here.
Is the baby with you?
What is it, Jerry?
The baby's mother.
Is the baby there, Mr. North?
Yes, he's here.
Mr. North, I know you think this is very strange, but if you'll keep Dickie for me just tonight and not let anyone know you have him, I'll come for him and tell you everything.
What's she saying, Jerry?
Listen, Mrs. Whoever you are. I want an explanation of this right now, or I'm going to turn the baby over to the proper authorities.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Well, I can't explain on the telephone.
Well, you know my phone number, so you must know my address.
I can't come there, not now. Oh, please, Mr. North, won't you trust me?
No.
Well, then can you come here? I'm calling from the Wyatt Garage on Markham Square.
What's happening, Jerry?
She wants me to meet her at a garage on Markham Square.
Tell her we'll be there.
Not we,
North.
dear. The baby stays here, so you do too.
Well, I'm not going to let you go alone. Darling, call Bill Wiseman and ask him to meet you there.
Okay.
Mr. North.
All right, I'll be there. What's your name?
Susan Wyatt. This is my brother's garage.
All right, stay there. I'll be over within half an hour.
Story had better be good. Understand?
Oh, yes, Mr. North. And thank you. Oh, Dickie. Dickie, my baby. I'll never let you go. Who's there? Who is it? Griff? Griff, is that... Paul,
Don't be afraid of me, Susan.
how did you get here?
I saw you leave your brother's. You knew someone was following you, didn't you? You acted like it.
Then you saw what I did with Dickie.
Yes. Susan.
Don't touch me.
Please, Susan. I want you to have Dickie. Don't you see? That's why I didn't take him out of the car. I don't want the baby.
Then why didn't you stay in California?
Because Mother...
Oh, yes. Because Mother. So what's the difference? What your mother wants, you want.
No.
Since when?
Susan.
No, let go of me.
I love you, Susan. I want you.
Oh, let me go.
I need you. Come back to me, Susan. Please, I love you.
Let go. Now, get out of here.
You hate me, don't you?
No, Paul, I don't hate you. I did, but not anymore. You're not worth hating. I just feel sorry for you.
Susan, listen. If you came back to me, you could keep Dickie. Mother couldn't take him away from you.
Just like she couldn't take you away from me.
It'll be different now.
It'll never be different.
Yes, I won't go back to California with her. I'll stay here. I'll get a job.
Oh, stop it, Paul, stop it. Stop trying to fool yourself. Ever since you were born, your mother's lived for just one thing, to make you hers. Well, now she's got you, and she'll never let you go.
You see, when you left me and went back to her, you gave up your last chance of escape. You belong to your mother, and you always will. And even when she dies, she'll want to take you to her grave with her. And now she wants to do to Dickie what she's done to you. But I won't let her. I'll kill her first. Now, get out, Paul.
Susan.
Get out.
You heard it, didn't you, Jameson?
Griff.
Come on, Buster. Beat it.
No, I'm...
Now, look, you.
Take your hands off me. Now, you let go of me.
Look out,
or
Griff.
Why, you take a swing at me like that?
Griff. Oh, Griff, he's hurt.
Guy asks for it like that, I give it to him.
Oh, but Griff...
Leave him alone. He's okay. Had a long trip from California. He can use the rest. Now, where's the kid?
With, some people.
What people?
Well, their name's North. I left Dickie in their car.
What?
I had to. I knew someone was following me, and I thought I could lose them long enough to hide Dickie, so if they caught up with me, they wouldn't get him.
Where do these people live?
On St. Anne Place. There was identification in the glove compartment of the car. I called Mr. North. He's coming here.
Here? With the kid?
Oh, I don't think so, no.
But with a lot of questions, you can count on that. You sure pulled a rock on the... Uh-oh.
That must be Mr. North.
Turn off the light. Turn it off. Let's have a look. Two guys out there.
Griff,
Quiet.
I thought I saw a light in there, Bill.
By the door, Jerry.
Griff, shouldn't we...
Quiet, will you?
That door's locked, Bill.
That looks like a wild goose chase to me.
Come on, Sue. Out the side door.
Where are we going?
To get the kid, and no questions asked.
Mrs. North?
Yes?
Mrs. North...
Let me handle this. We've come for the baby, Mrs. North.
The baby.
Close the door, Sue.
Who are you?
This is the kid's mother.
His mother? But she was supposed to meet my husband
There's
at
been
a garage.
a change of plans. Where's the kid?
He's asleep in the bedroom.
Get him, Sue.
No, you're not going to take him. I won't let you.
Go on, Sue.
Now, just a minute. I don't know what you two think you're doing, but you're not taking that baby out of this apartment. I'm calling the police.
Stay away from that phone. Now get the kid and let's get out of here.
Oh, Griff, listen. There's someone at the door.
It's my husband. Now we'll see.
Let's see what?
Oh, Griff, put that gun away.
Shut up, both of you.
Come on in, Bill.
Jerry, Bill, look out.
Now, watch it, you two. Watch it. You won't get hurt.
Hey, what is this?
They're after the baby.
Now, look here. No, wait a minute. Take it easy, Jerry. He's dealing.
And don't forget it. Sue, get the kid.
No.
What's the matter with you?
I just realized what you're up to, Griff. You're not trying to help Dickie and me. You wouldn't put yourself on a spot like this for us.
What are you talking about?
You want to get your hands on Dickie so you can get money out of Victoria Jameson.
You're nuts. Get the kid.
No, Griff. And you'll have to kill me before you put a hand on him.
Okay, Sue. But there's more than one way to play this.
Look, mister, put that gun away before someone gets hurt.
Just hope that someone isn't you, brother. Now, if you take my advice, you'll all count to 1,000,000 by ones before you stick your heads out this door after I leave.
Griff.
Come on, Bill. Hold it, Jerry.
But he's getting away.
All right, so you feel foolish. That's better than the way you'd feel if you went out that door and he starts shooting at you. And besides, I like to know why I'm running before I start chasing a guy. Suppose you tell me, Miss Wyatt. Oh, come on. You did yourself proud a minute ago.
I don't know where to start.
Well, try the beginning and see what happens.
That was in California 2 years ago. I married a man named Paul Jameson.
Go on.
Well, for a little while, everything was all right. Paul and I had a little place of our own, and Paul had a job, even though his mother has a lot of money. I knew Mrs. Jameson didn't like me right from the first, but I didn't know why until one day she came to see me. Griff and I went out the side door of the garage and came here, and... Well, you know the rest.
You say your brother's address is 84 Willard Street?
Yes,
And you know where the Jamesons are staying?
with the Sheffield Plaza, probably.
Okay.
Where are you going, Bill?
First, I'm going to find Griff Wyatt. You want to come, Jerry?
I certainly do.
I'll get my coat.
Your coat? Wait a minute. Where are you going, Pam?
With you and Jerry.
Oh, no. You're staying here with Miss Wyatt.
With Miss Wyatt and the baby, dear.
And don't understand your behavior, Paul. I don't understand it at all. Letting that woman get away with the baby, actually seeing her leave it in some automobile,
For heaven's sake, Mother, haven't you said enough?
Paul.
Can't you ever leave me alone?
I left you alone once, Paul, and you married Susan Wyatt. And what happened?
You didn't rest until you'd broken us up. Yes, but you won't do it again. Now listen, Mother, I'm not going back to California with you. I'm going to stay here and prove to Susan and myself that I'm finally a man and not still your little boy. Then maybe Susan will take me back.
Take you back? Oh, Paul, I'm sorry.
Please, Mother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said.
I know, darling. I know you didn't. It's that horrible girl who keeps coming between us.
Mother,
But everything will be all right when we get back home, won't it? Won't it, darling?
Yes, Mother. Everything will be all right. I think I'll go to bed now.
Yes, darling. It's awfully late. Good night, Paul.
Good night, Mother.
Oh, Paul. Paul, your poor mother will never... Yes, who is it?
We're quiet, Mrs. Jameson.
What are you doing here?
We'll get to that in a minute. You want Susan's kid. Okay, I know where it is.
Where?
How much is the information worth to you?
So that's what brings about this change of heart.
Well, Mrs. Jameson?
I'll tell you how much your information is worth, Mr. Wyatt. Exactly nothing. Nothing except a phone call to the police to have you arrested for kidnapping.
Kidnapping?
Yes, Mr. Wyatt. Your sister's child legally belongs to my son and me. When your sister took him out of your apartment and you helped her, you were both guilty
Come off it, Mrs. Jameson. Let's be practical, huh?
Very well, Mr. Wyatt.
Hey, what are you doing? If you think you can bluff me...
I never bluff, Mr. Wyatt, and I won't pay a ransom for my grandchild. I'm calling the police.
Put down that phone. Put it down.
Let go of me.
We've just been wasting time, Bill. We're no closer to finding Wyatt than we were an hour ago.
Well, let's go up and have a talk with this Mrs. Jameson. Maybe she can throw some...
What's the matter, Bill?
Look, that crowd around the alley.
Yeah. Wonder what's going on.
Let's have a look.
Okay, folks, stand back, will you? Stand
It looks
back!
like an accident.
Let us through here, will you, please? Let us through. Wait a minute, you two. Stay back there with the rest of us.
Lieutenant Wigan, homicide.
Oh, sorry, Lieutenant.
Bill, look. The old lady.
What happened?
Came out of her hotel window, 10th floor. Her name's Jameson.
What?
Jameson?
Come on, Jerry.
That's her son over there by
Bill.
Yeah?
We'll be right on the edge of the crowd. Look.
Riff Wyatt.
He's getting away.
Hey, stop that man. That man there. Grab him. Stop him.
Go on, Wyatt, go on. Mrs. Jameson grabbed the phone.
And I twisted it out of her hand and beat it. That's all.
And you're not forgetting anything like the fact that you might have pushed her out of this window?
Well, how do you know she was pushed? She could have jumped or fell.
And closed the window after her? Maybe. But I don't think so, do you? She was pushed, Wyatt. Murdered.
He's the one who killed her, the dirty
Take it easy, Jameson.
Now, look, Wyatt, if you left this room when you say you did, why were you still hanging around the hotel? Well?
I was waiting for Sue.
Sue?
Your sister?
Well, we left her at my apartment.
I don't care where you left her. She was in the hotel 15 minutes ago. I saw her get on an elevator down the lobby, so I decided to wait down there and see what she was up to. Next thing I knew, there's this commotion in the alley.
I'm going to call Pam, Bill.
Okay, Jerry. Oh, wait a minute, Wyatt. I want to get this thing.
Pam?
Jerry. Oh, darling, I've been hoping you'd call.
Look, dear, is Miss Wyatt still there?
No. That's what I want to tell you, Jerry. She's gone. She said she had a headache, and I went to get her an aspirin.
The baby was still here, but Miss Wyatt was gone. Darling, has something happened?
Yes, dear. There's a possibility that Susan Wyatt killed Mrs. Jameson.
What? But, Jerry, how... Oh, darling, someone's at the door. But would you hold on a minute? Yes, what is... Miss Wyatt.
I've come back for my baby, Mrs. North. And this time I'm going to take you.
Miss Wyatt, but put away that gun.
Get out of my way, Mrs. North.
No. Jerry,
Put down that phone.
Jerry.
Pam, what is it? What's the matter?
Jerry, Miss Wyatt. No!
Hurry, Bill. Hey, the door to your apartment's open, Jerry.
Pam! Pam!
Jerry.
Pam!
Oh,
Darling, are you all right?
yes. I'm just a little scared, that's all.
Well, what happened, Pam?
Susan Wyatt shot at me and missed. I dropped down behind the couch. Fortunately, she didn't pay any more attention to me. She went into the bedroom to get the baby.
Well, I'll call headquarters right away and get out a bulletin on her.
Oh, you don't have to do that, Bill.
Huh?
She's still in the bedroom.
What?
When she went to get the baby, I crept over to the bedroom door, pulled it shut, and locked her in.
Now, I'll get her.
Pam, you shouldn't have taken a chance like that.
Well, I couldn't go on just lying there behind the couch.
Okay, Miss Wyatt, come on out. Got a date down at headquarters.
Jerry, will you get my coat?
Your coat. Pam, dear, listen.
Oh, I forgot. The baby. I've got to stay here.
All right, Miss Wyatt, you admit you went to Mrs. Jameson's hotel.
Yes.
But you didn't go there intending to kill her?
No.
All you intended to do was plead with her to let you keep your baby.
How many times does she have to answer these questions?
Why don't you lay off her for a while?
Now, look, Wyatt, if you want to stay here while I'm questioning your sister, be quiet. And remember, I'm not through with you yet. That goes for you, too, Jameson.
Believe me, Lieutenant, I didn't kill Victoria Jameson.
You just knocked on the door of her suite, and when she didn't answer, you went away? You didn't see Mrs. Jameson?
No.
And she's telling you the truth.
How do you know, Jameson?
Because I saw her. And she didn't get up to the 10th floor until after my mother was dead.
Is that the truth?
Yes.
You're sure, Jameson? Very sure?
Yes.
Then tell me, Jameson, why'd you do it?
Why'd you do what, Bill?
Push his mother out that window.
I didn't.
And then when you saw Susan Wyatt up on the 10th floor of the hotel, how did you know your mother was already lying down in that alley?
I don't
dead?
know. I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you how you knew. And there was only one way you could have known, Jameson. You killed her.
Yes, Lieutenant, you're right. I did kill her.
Oh, Paul.
Why, Jameson?
Why? Just look at me. Ask Susan why she said she didn't hate me, that she just felt sorry for me. That's why. Because Mother would never let me leave her, and I didn't have the strength to break away and stay away. Because she spent most of her life ruining me, and she wanted to spend the rest of it ruining my son. That's why I killed her. I think I always knew I would. Someday.
And when Bill caught him in a lie, Jameson broke down and confessed.
But what about Susan Wyatt, Jerry? Well, what'll happen to her?
Oh, she'll probably be released. Unless, of course, you bring some sort of charge against her.
Oh, don't be silly. She's learned her lesson. And her place is with her baby.
By the way, dear, speaking of babies, I've been thinking about what you said about there being a really good reason for staying home. You were right. Take tonight, for example. If you hadn't had to take care of the baby, you'd have gone with me when I went to the Wyatt garage, when Bill and I went looking for Wyatt, and when we went down to headquarters. So, instead, you were here with the baby, staying out of trouble, perfectly safe.
Darling.
What?
You know, don't you, that we need a new shade for the lamp by the telephone?
No, why?
To replace the one that Susan Wyatt ruined when she took a shot at me, while I was staying home with the baby, keeping out of trouble. Perfectly safe.
Next week, more adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
must be Mrs. Gunther now, Jerry.
I'll answer it, Pam. Well, Mrs. Gunther, Mrs. North and I have been wondering when you... Mrs. Gunther. Pam. Pam, come here. Something's happened to Mrs. Gunther.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Fool's Gold.
Yes, it's Pam and Jerry North with another thrilling transcribed story brought to you by Adler Sewing Machine and your neighborhood Adler dealer. Adler, manufactured since 1860, the sewing machine that needs no attachments. Adler, famous the world over for its magic zigzag stitch. Now, Mr. and Mrs. North.
The houses on Stanley Street are as modest and unassuming as the people who own them. People like the Gunthers, for instance. Herbert Gunther, his wife Rose, and their daughter Lois. And yet there's a difference between the Gunthers and their neighbors. A strange and terrible difference.
Dad?
Oh, yes, Lois.
I thought I heard you in here.
Well, I couldn't sleep. I came in for a cigarette. No, don't turn on the light. You might wake up your mother. What time is it?
After 11.
Lois.
Yes?
Lois, I can't go through with it.
Dad.
I can't.
For heaven's sakes, Dad, get hold of yourself. Mother will hear you.
I don't care.
Well, I do.
Please, Lois, please. I've thought it all out. I want to go to the district attorney.
And to the penitentiary, too?
No, but...
But what? What do you think the district attorney will do when you tell him why you held out against convicting Nick Daniels?
He already suspects.
What he suspects and what he can prove are two different things.
And the people down at work, everybody in the neighborhood, they know. They're not fools. They know there's a reason why I was the only man on that jury that voted for acquittal. And your mother, I think she knows too. Oh, why did I do it? Why?
For $10,000, that's why.
I shouldn't have listened to you. I've let you have your own way all your life.
Stop it, Dad, stop it.
For once, I should have said no to you.
Stop it!
Lois.
Ted? Oh, darling, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Please forgive me.
It's all right, Lois.
Oh, darling, listen. You mustn't torture yourself over what you did. I know how you must feel. I've always understood you. You've told me so yourself, haven't you?
Yes.
Even more than Mother. She's never cared. She's never understood you. Isn't that true?
Yes, Lois.
No, now listen to me. We had a chance some people never get, and we took it. And tonight we have $10,000. Oh, darling, think of it. More money than you could ever dream of having by working the rest of your life for the North Publishing Company. Now you can have all the things you've always said you wanted for me and for yourself. And it isn't as though you kept Nick Daniels from being convicted of a real crime. A contempt charge, that's nothing.
Nothing?
Of course not. Why, when I went to see him, I didn't think he'd be willing to pay anything just to stay out of jail for a few months. But he was. We'd have been fools not to have taken the money. Wouldn't we?
Yes. Yes, I suppose so. And I'm sorry. I'm all right now. I was just a little frightened, a little nervous, I guess.
I understand. Now, look, darling, you go on back to bed.
What's the matter?
Shh. Well, I heard something.
Your mother.
Stay here.
Well?
There wasn't anyone there.
Lois, what about your mother? She has to be told.
She will be.
When?
When it's safe. Now, you go to bed. And let me worry about Mother.
Continued on page 16, column 7.
Page 14. Page 6. Oh, nuts. Pam!
Oh, what is it, Jerry?
Where are you?
In the bedroom.
Darling, where is the rest of the evening paper?
The rest of it?
Mhm.
Well, I don't know, dear. Isn't it all there?
It's all here except the upper right-hand corner of pages 15 and 16. Look.
Oh, golly. Oh, that's right. There was an ad for the most marvelous sale of dresses on that page, and I tore it out.
May I have it?
Oh, of course, dear. Well, let's see. What did I do with it? Oh, yes, my purse.
I wish there was some way I could keep you from making confetti out of the newspaper until after I've read it.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I thought you'd finished with the paper. Here's the ad. See? It fits into the torn part perfectly. And look, Jerry, isn't that the loveliest two-piece jersey dress you ever saw for that price?
Darling, may I admire the dress after I found out what the president thinks our next step should be in the Far East?
Of course.
Thank you.
What, dear?
My bookkeeper is in the news again.
Your bookkeeper? Oh, you mean that man Gunther?
Yeah, listen. The district attorney's office announced today it was dropping contempt charges against New York gambler Nick Daniels. The decision came 1 week after Daniels' first trial when the jury, standing 11-1 for conviction, failed to reach a verdict. This reporter has learned the lone juror who held out for acquittal was Herbert Gunther of 116 Stanley Street.
Jerry, would you mind not reading anymore? Honestly, darling, every time I think of what Herbert Gunther did, I get so angry.
Take it easy, dear. Take it easy.
I'm sorry, but I don't see how you can be so calm about it. Everybody knows what Nick Daniels is, and he was obviously guilty.
Well, apparently Gunther didn't think so, and if that was his honest opinion...
Yes, but I don't think it was an honest opinion. I think that bookkeeper of yours deliberately...
I'll answer it, dear. Hello?
Mr. North?
Yes?
Mr. North, this is Rose Gunther.
Who?
Mrs. Gunther. Herbert Gunther's wife.
Who is it, Jerry?
Herbert Gunther's wife.
What?
Mr. North?
Yes, Miss Gunther.
I'm sorry to bother you at this hour of the night, but I was wondering if I could see you for a few minutes tonight.
Oh, what about?
I can't explain on the phone, Mr. North.
What does she want, Jerry?
All right, Mrs. Gunther.
Thank you, Mr. North. I can be at your apartment in about an hour. Goodbye.
Well, speak of the devil.
Or the devil's wife.
What was that all about?
I'm not sure, dear, but I have a very strong hunch that whatever it is, we're not going to like it.
Dad.
Huh?
Dad, wake up.
Lois, what is it? What's the matter?
Put on your robe and slippers and come with me. And hurry.
All right. But where are we going?
To Mother's room.
To Mother's room? Lois, what is this? Look. There's a light on in her room.
Yes.
What is she doing up?
Dressing to go out.
What?
Look.
Lois. Herbert.
May we come in, Mother?
Rose, where are you going?
Out.
Where?
Well, if you don't want to tell him, Mother, I will.
So you heard me on the telephone.
The telephone?
Talking to Mr. North. She asked to see him. That's where she's going.
Rose, do you know
Yes.
about...
I heard you and Lois in the living room tonight.
I'm sorry.
If you mean for yourself, you should be. But if you mean for me, there's no need to be sorry. What I heard didn't come as any great shock. I suspected why you'd held out against convicting that man, Daniel. The best I could do was hope I was wrong. Now I can't do even that anymore.
Why are you going to Mr. North?
Because he's been good to you since the trial. With all that nasty publicity you got, he would have been justified in firing you. But he didn't. Now I want his advice.
You already know what that will be.
Yes?
Listen, Rose, try to understand. I took that money. I made that deal with Nick Daniels for us.
Not for us, Herbert. For her. For Lois. For 23 years she's been all you've lived for. I hadn't mattered to you from the moment she was born. And I hate you for that, Herbert. I hate you both.
Wait a minute, Mother.
Get away from that door, Lois.
No.
Get away from that door. Lois, let go of me. You think I'm going
going to let you walk out of here. Ruin my one chance to have all the things I've ever wanted. You're crazy. Go. I won't.
Stop it, Ed. Stop. Goodbye, Ed.
Ed, we can't let her go. We can't let her ruin everything like this.
Oh, there's nothing we can do, Lois. There's nothing we can do.
You fool! You poor, stupid, violent fool! Oh. Information? I want the telephone number listed to Mr. Nick Daniels on Granley Square. That's right. The name is Nick Daniels.
Well, it appears that Lois Gunther has stopped asking for trouble and is prepared to start giving some.
Sewing's a joy with an Adler sewing machine. It's easy with an Adler. You can do buttonholes, monograms, dozens of checks. It's easy with an Adler. No attachments to buy or fix.
Ladies, have you ever asked the question, why haven't sewing machines been improved and modernized like other home appliances? You've probably also wondered why you still have to fuss and bother with clumsy attachments when sewing on an ordinary sewing machine. Well, the Adler sewing machine, manufactured since 1860, answers these questions. Because on an Adler, you can do all your sewing without using any attachments. Yes, you can sew on buttons, make buttonholes, applique, monogram, blind stitch hems, and many, many other sewing operations, all on the Adler without touching a single attachment. You'll be delighted at the ease with which this machine does intricate and fancy sewing with just the flip of the magic zigzag lever. Amazing but true. See this sewing wonder at your nearest Adler dealer. See for yourself what the Adler can do for you. The Adler is available in handy portable or handsome cabinet models. If you like to sew, you deserve an Adler. Now, back to Mr. and Mrs. North.
When I tried to stop her, Dad made me let her go.
That's fine. That's just dandy. What's the matter with that old man of yours anyway?
He's all mixed up, Mr. Daniels.
You bet he's mixed up. And so are you. Mixed up in something that'll send us all to the pen if that mother of yours shoots her mouth off. I told you we should have had the old lady in on the deal.
All right, Mr. Daniels, we made a mistake, so what are we going to do?
All you're going to do is ride herd on your old man. I'll handle your mother.
How?
It all depends on how well she listens to a reasonable guy with a reasonable proposition. What's the address of this guy she's going to talk to? It's Mr. North.
Still isn't any answer at the Gunters, Jerry?
Not a peep.
Something's happened to Mrs. Gunther, Jerry. I just know it has.
Oh, now, Pam, dear, let's not...
Look at the time, darling. It's been almost 2 hours since she phoned.
Well, yes, but she had to come from way out in Queens to get here.
But it doesn't take 2 hours. Jerry, listen. You agree that Mrs. Gunther must have wanted to see you about the way her husband behaved at Nick Daniels' trial.
Well, yes, dear, but...
And you said she sounded strange on the telephone. As though she was talking very low to keep someone at the other end from hearing her.
So?
Well, if she found out that there was something wrong about the Daniels trial... Jerry, you know Nick Daniels' reputation. Why, he's the kind of man who'd stop at nothing.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Pam, stop it. You're just letting your imagination run away with you. Now, look.
Jerry, the door.
You see, darling? What'd I tell you? All your worrying for nothing.
Do you think that's Mrs. Gunther?
Well, of course. Who else would it be at this hour of the night? I'll answer it. Why don't you make some coffee? She might like a cup.
Oh, all right, dear.
Well, Mrs. Gunther, we've been wondering... Mrs. Gunther?
Mr. North.
Mrs. Gunther, what is it?
Help.
What? Pam, come here.
What's the matter, Jerry? Oh! Is that Mrs. Gunther?
Yeah.
What's the matter with her?
She's dead. Stabbed to death.
Yes, Lois. Yes, it's me.
Where have you been?
Oh, just walking.
I heard you go out, and I thought...
But I'd gone to give myself up. Well, I was going to, but then I thought, what's the use? Rose is taking care of that. Besides, it was nice out tonight, and I wanted a little more time just to walk.
Dad, listen. I packed some bags for us.
Bags?
We can go somewhere tonight, and then when the bank opens in the morning, you can get the money out of the safe deposit vault and...
Run away?
Yes.
No.
Dad?
No. I'm going to stay right here.
Maybe you are, but I'm not.
Then go.
You're the only one who can get the money out of the bank.
Then you'll have to go without the money. Oh. I'm sorry, Lois. But this is one time I can't listen to you. This once, I can't give you what you want.
All right. Have it your way.
We should be hearing from your mother soon.
Yes.
Oh, why did I do it? That's what I can't understand. Why? Just 2 weeks ago tonight, I remembered while I was out walking. I came home from work early, and I had dinner and worked out in the yard. I raked leaves, and while they were burning, Bob Williams next door and I, we stood around and we talked. And then I came in and read the paper and went to bed. That was the way my life was. I wasn't the kind of man who'd do a thing like this. So how did it happen? Why did I do it? Why?
Oh, stop it. Stop feeling so sorry for yourself. You make me sick listening to you. Oh, I'll answer it. Hello? Yes, this is the Gunther residence. Lois Gunther speaking. What? Well, yes. Oh, no. No.
What is it, Lois?
Yes, right away, Mr. North.
Mr. North? What's the matter, Lois? Has something happened to your mother?
Yes.
What?
She's dead.
Dead?
She's been murdered at the North. The police are there now. Mr. North said Mother rang his bell, and when he answered the door...
Daniels.
Dad.
He killed her. Daniels killed her, and you told him she was going to see Mr. North.
No.
Then how did he know?
I don't
You're
know.
lying.
No, I know.
Tell me the truth.
I
I want the truth.
Oh, don't, please, Dad, don't.
Then tell me the truth.
All right. Yes, I told him.
Dad. Scum.
What are you doing? Dad. What are you doing with that gun?
I'm going to see Nick Daniels. I'm going to kill him. If it's the last thing in the world I do, I'm going to kill him.
Okay, Leo, you can tell the boys with a basket I'm through.
Right, Sergeant.
I'll be out in the kitchen talking to Mr. and Mrs. North.
Okay. All right, you guys, you can take her away.
All right. Got any more that coffee?
Why, sure. Come in, Sergeant Brady, and sit down.
I'll get you a cup, Sergeant.
Thanks.
You're in charge here?
Temporarily.
Temporarily.
Oh, this case will go downtown to headquarters before morning. According to the patrolman who answered your call, you identified the woman as Mrs. Herbert Gunther.
That's right.
Yes, Sergeant. Cream and sugar?
I take it black, Miss North. Thanks. Mrs. Herbert Gunther, the wife of the one juror who hung tough and wouldn't convict Nick Daniels, right?
Right.
Now, she's dead. Murdered. I think there's a connection, don't you?
Of course we do.
And so will everyone else, from the commissioner on down. Well, that's why they'll take it over downtown. Nick Daniels is big. Nobody knows exactly how big, maybe, but big enough for the department to call on the first string to crack this thing. Meanwhile, it's my baby, and I wouldn't mind having a crack at Daniels myself.
We can understand that.
So, would you folks like to take a ride down to his place on Granley Square? We can talk on the way.
Well, drink your coffee and let's go, Sergeant.
Ah, the coffee can wait, Mr. North. Nick Daniels can't.
Okay. Who is it?
Herbert Gunther, Mr. Daniels.
Gunther? What do you want?
I've got to see you.
What about?
Please, Mr. Daniels, open the door. It's important.
Okay. Come in.
Thank you.
Okay, Gunther, spill it. What do you got in your mind?
Murder, Mr. Daniels.
Hey, what is this? What are you doing with that rod?
I'm going to kill you.
What?
I mean it, Mr. Daniels.
What's the matter with you? You jumped your trolley or something?
You killed my wife.
Your wife?
To keep her from talking to Mr. North.
You're nuts.
My daughter telephoned you. She
I don't know
told you.
what you're talking about. Now, look, you crazy old goat. Take that cap pistol and get out of here.
Stay where you are, Mr. Daniels.
Gunther, listen. Use your head. You can't get away with this.
I don't want to get away with it, Mr. Daniels. What happens to me now doesn't matter.
Now, look, Gunther.
Keep quiet, Mr. Daniels.
Will you give me?
Don't move.
For the love of Mike, will you give me that?
Open up, Daniels. It's the police.
Cops. Hear that, Gunther? You shoot me and they'll grab you before you can move.
Daniels,
give me that
open up.
gun, Gunther.
Stay where you are, Mr. Daniels.
Give it to me.
Let go of me.
Drop it, Gunther.
No, let me go. All right.
Daniels!
Jerry, that was a gunshot.
Come on, Mr. North. Let's see if we can't force the door.
Right.
Wait, someone's unlocking the door.
Hello, Mr. North.
Gunther.
What happened in here, Mr. Gunther?
Where's Nick Daniels?
Over there, behind the couch. He's dead.
Well, it appears that this time Herbert Gunther found Nick Daniels guilty.
Sewing's a joy with an Adler sewing machine. It's easy with an Adler. You can do buttonholes, monograms, dozens of checks. It's easy with an Adler. No attachments to buy or fix. Dimes and men's, monograms, appliques, buttonholes, sews on buttons, keen. 12 jobs with one machine. You don't need any attachments with an Adler sewing machine.
Yes, you'll sing a happy sewing song, too, ladies, when you own an Adler sewing machine. Adler, the sewing machine that does everything. Needs no attachments for sewing on buttons, making buttonholes, mending, darning, monogramming, sewing forward or reverse, straight or zigzag. The Adler even does blind stitching without attachments. All made possible by the Adler Magic Zigzag Lever. See the wonderful Adler at your Adler dealers tomorrow. He'll be happy to show you how easy sewing can be on the Adler sewing machine. And now, back to Mr. and Mrs. North.
Give me that gun, Gunther.
Take it.
Sergeant,
Yes, Mr. North.
Daniels isn't dead.
Where was he hit?
On the side of the head.
It was just a flesh wound. The slug nicked him enough to knock him out, but that's all.
Take it easy, Daniels. You're going to be okay. At least we won't have to amputate.
Very funny, copper. You're a scream, ain't you? Look, that crazy old fool tried to kill me. If I hadn't jumped him, he would have.
Don't kid yourself, Daniels. You were just lucky. Luckier than you deserve, and luckier than you'll ever be again. The guy who turns on the juice up in Sing Sing never misses.
If you're saying I killed Gunther's wife, you're nuts.
He's lying.
Look, Gunther, you've had a busy evening. You must be tired. You just relax till I get around to you, huh? Okay, Daniels, let's...
Listen, copper. Only got one thing to say. I didn't kill the Gunther dame. I had no reason to kill her.
That's a lie.
Lois.
Well, who's this?
My daughter, Lois.
Come in, Miss Gunther. How do you know Daniels is lying?
Because I telephoned him. I told him my mother was going to tell Mr. North his father had taken $10,000 from Nick Daniels to hold out for acquittal in his contempt trial.
Well, how about it, Daniels?
Come on, Nick. Come on, let's stop wasting time.
Okay, that much is true. Dame here called me and waited for her mother outside the North's apartment house.
Stabbed her to death?
No. I forced her into my car. I was going to bring her up here and have a talk with her. Convinced her she had to keep her mouth shut.
Go on.
Well, we got out of the car, out in front here. She started screaming her head off. People started popping their heads out of the windows.
So you just let her go?
I had to.
And you didn't catch up with her again in our apartment building?
No.
I think you're lying, Daniels.
Of course he's lying.
Well, I don't think he is.
Pam.
And neither would you, dear, if you just stop and think a minute.
Think about what?
What you said on the telephone when you called the Gunther house about Mrs. Gunther having been killed. Do you remember exactly what you said?
Oh, no, not exactly.
Well, I do, very exactly. You talked to Lois Gunther, and you told her mother was dead, that she'd been killed. That's all.
So?
So, if you just said that Mrs. Gunther had been killed and not how she'd been killed, why did Lois Gunther accuse Nick Daniels of stabbing her mother? I didn't. Oh, but you did, Miss Gunther.
And there was only one way you could have known your mother had been stabbed to death.
Lois.
I didn't kill her. I didn't.
Oh, you're lying.
No.
Take it easy,
Let
Gunther.
go of me! Lois, tell me the truth. You hear? I want the truth.
All right. Yes, I killed her. I went over to the North to make sure Mr. Daniels stopped her from talking to them. And then when I saw her coming back after getting away from me, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm afraid your tears come a little too easily, Miss Gunther. And much too late. Jerry.
Yes, dear?
Did you bring home an evening paper?
I certainly did, darling. In fact, I not only brought home one, I brought two.
Two?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's wonderful, dear. I've been meaning to tell you that I thought that with the elections coming on, we should read more than one newspaper, so we get both sides of the question. Which paper did you buy, the Courier and the Ledger?
No, dear. I bought 2 copies of the Courier.
2 of the Courier?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can't get both sides of the question from 2 copies of the same paper.
No, my pretty little ad clipper. But I can get both sides of the page.
Sewing machine. It's easy with an Adler. You can do buttonholes, monograms, dozens of chicks. It's easy with an Adler. No attachments to buy or fix.
Ladies, you owe it to yourselves to see how much easier your sewing can be with an Adler sewing machine. Whether you're a beginner or a sewing expert, Adler will speed and improve your sewing results. Adler, the modern sewing marvel, sews on buttons without attachments. Sews zigzag without attachments. Makes buttonholes, does blind stitching, mending, darning, and monogramming without any extra attachments. And of course, it sews straight, forward, and reverse, too. Yes, you can actually finish a garment without any tiresome handwork at all, yet your work will be as beautiful as if it were hand-stitched. The marvelous Adler comes in handy portable or handsome cabinet models. It's fully guaranteed, and parts are always available. Now, just think of it. A sewing machine that does everything. Don't start sewing another job without seeing and trying the Adler. Send a card or letter to Adler, spelled A-D-L-E-R, CBS Radio, Hollywood 28, and you'll receive the illustrated Adler folder showing the many Adler features and handsome cabinet models. That's Adler, CBS Radio, Hollywood 28. Remember, there's an Adler to fit every home and every pocketbook. If you like to sew, you deserve an Adler. Remember to be with us again next week and every week when Adler Sewing Machine brings you thrilling transcribed stories starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost as Mr. and Mrs. North. Next week, the Norths see a theatrical performance that is true to life, but truer to death in the mystery Curtain for Regis. The characters of Mr. and Mrs. North are based on those originally created by Francis and Richard Lockridge. Tonight's script was by Ken Field, music by Charles Paul. Mr. and Mrs. North is a John W. Loveton production directed by Richard Lewis. This is Roy Rowan speaking for Adler Sewing Machine from Columbia Square. KNX Los Angeles, where 10 o'clock wire is heard every night of the week.
Why, Mr. Connors, what...
Okay, back up inside fast. Inside, Mrs. North. Hurry up and you won't get hurt. But if you stall around, you're in trouble.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Wheel of Chance. Mr. and Mrs. North, transcribed, is brought to you by the Colgate Palmolive Feet Company, makers of Halo Shampoo to glorify your hair, Colgate Brushless Shaving Cream for tough beards and tender skins, and Colgate Chlorophyll Toothpaste to help destroy unpleasing breath originating in the mouth. Take any brownstone building on any New York side street. Walk in, look into any room, and the odds are 4 to 1 you'll find someone waiting for a phone call. In this case, his name is Harry Connors, occupation dubious, past shady, state of mind, tense, distraught, nerves jangling like...
About time. Hello?
Connors?
Yeah, where you been, Lorenz? I've been waiting...
Nervous, Connors. Irritable.
Now, look...
Sign of insecurity. Lack of confidence.
Yeah, your telegram said you'd call...
I'm calling long distance, my friend. Words are expensive.
Okay, Lorenz.
Pencil handy?
Yeah?
Take this down. It's a gray convertible, 1953 model.
Okay. New York license plate?
Yes, license number 24S373.
24S373.
You can learn the name of the owner from the Motor Vehicle Bureau, or whatever it's called in New York City.
Now, that'll be easy.
You'll find our prize in the left front wheel. Understand? The left front wheel.
Okay.
Car should be in New York within the next 48 hours. A young couple driving. They went through customs here at the border 2 days ago.
No trouble.
Why should there be trouble? They seemed like such respectable people.
Pam. Pam.
Oh, I must have dozed off. Where are we?
Home. Vacation's over.
Home?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jerry, I couldn't have slept that long.
You slept through half of New Jersey and most of the Bronx.
Oh, impossible. I wasn't sleepy. You must have been driving too fast again.
Only as fast as the law allows. Grab the little suitcase, dear. I'll get the others.
3 glorious weeks across the border, and now this.
I'll help you upstairs with the luggage and then run the car down to the garage.
What for?
Needs a tune-up. I'd like to have it sometime tomorrow.
Excuse me, folks.
Yes?
You're tenants in this building, aren't you?
Yes, we are.
Well, me too. I just signed a lease this morning.
Well, that's very nice.
I'm kind of getting acquainted with the neighborhood. From out of town, you know, and I can't get used to this New York parking situation.
Well, just between us, you never will.
Any place around here a guy can keep his car without getting a ticket or a dented fender?
Well, Jerry usually keeps ours on that street behind the building, don't you, dear?
There's usually a space or two there.
Oh, well, thanks. That's good to know. Oh, here, let me hold that door for you.
Oh, thank you, Mr.
Connors.
Well, good luck in your new apartment, Mr. Connors.
Oh, thank you, Mr. North. I'll be seeing you around.
Right. Come on, Pam. I want to get to the garage. Pam.
Jerry.
Darling, the garage closes
Jerry, do we know that man?
Connors? No.
Well, then how in the world did he know our name?
Yes, ma'am. What can we do for... Oh, you.
Oh, that's a fine way to greet a customer, Toby. Smile, baby.
I'm busy, Anita. What do you want?
Oh, that's funny. Your greetings used to be so much cozier.
Anita, I can't talk here.
Where will we talk, baby? Your place? Get your wife to invite me over. She'd love to hear us talk.
There's a car on the ramp. You'd better move.
I need more dough, Toby.
I haven't got it. You know doggone well I haven't got a dime left.
Oh, but you can get it, can't you?
Anita, for Pete's sake, this is a garage, not a gold mine. Do your prospecting someplace else.
You can get it. For me.
I've got a little blood left. Do you want that, too? When are you going to let me alone, Anita? When do you pull out the needle?
Oh, smile, baby.
It took me years to save up that last bankroll. Then I had to get mixed up with you.
I'd hate to have to upset your wife, Toby boy. She seems to love you so much.
Move your car, will you?
If she knew about us, she'd be miserable, wouldn't she?
Hi, Toby.
Yes, sir. Be right with you. Anita, please, beat it.
Call me tonight?
Yeah, I'll call you.
All right if I leave my car back there, Toby?
Hi, Mr. North. I'll take care of it.
Oh, sure. Toby takes care of everything.
Who's that?
Just a customer.
Pretty.
Yeah.
Think you can get my car tuned up by tomorrow, Toby? I think the spark plugs need cleaning and... Hey, Toby.
I'm sorry, Mr. North.
Do all pretty girls affect you like this?
No, sir. Just that one.
Pam. Pam, wake up.
Oh. What time is it?
Late. Time to go to bed.
Oh, isn't this awful? 3 weeks vacation, and then I do nothing but sleep for 3 days after it. Oh, scratch my back, will you, dear?
Okay.
Good. Now, a little higher.
Yeah, how's this?
Oh, wonderful. We ought to take vacations more often, Jerry.
You've only been home 3 days, Mrs. North.
A little to the left
Oh.
here. That's it. 2 vacations a year. Well, we'd be healthier.
And dead broke. Now, who the devil can that be?
Oh, I'll get it. All right. Just a minute. Why, Mr. Con...
Okay, back up inside fast. Inside, I said. Hurry up and you won't get hurt. This gun isn't made of chocolate.
Well, isn't it rather late to be visiting, Mr. Connors?
Who is it, dear?
Don't answer. Let him come in.
Hey, Pam. Who's at the door? What?
Come on in, North. Sit down.
Hey, what is this?
Sit down. You too, beautiful.
Yes, sir.
What do you want, Connors? Why the gun?
It's not chocolate, Jerry.
Now, where is it?
Where's what?
Don't get cute. It's gone. What'd you do with it?
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about,
Now, look,
Connors.
you two. It was under your hubcap when you crossed the border. It's not there now. I'm warning you, it's important enough to kill for. So let's have it now.
But we haven't got it.
Then get it.
But...
Now.
Mr. Connors, we wouldn't keep a thing like that around the house. It
Pam,
might go...
what are you... Okay, so you got it stashed away. I'll give you 1 hour to unstash it.
At this time of night? Well, everything is closed, Mr. Connors.
All right, I'll give you till noon tomorrow.
Oh, we'll need more time than
Noon
that.
tomorrow. And I warn you, no funny stuff. You'll be watched, you'll be tailed, you'll...
Really, Mr. Connors...
Noon tomorrow. And like I said, it's important enough to kill for.
Well, Pam and Jerry may be in the dark, but they can still see they're in trouble.
Men, want real shaving satisfaction at a big bargain?
Then take advantage of Colgate Shaving Cream's special offer at your dealers now.
Here's what you get. A large-sized tube of Colgate lather or Colgate brushless shaving cream free of extra cost when you buy the giant-sized tube of lather or brushless at regular price.
That's right. Your choice of a large-sized tube of Colgate lather or brushless shaving cream free of extra cost.
For you lather shave cream fans, you'll find nothing beats those clean, close, million bubble shaves you get with Colgate lather shaving cream.
And you men who prefer a brushless cream, light and fluffy Colgate brushless is the easy way, not the greasy way, for shaving tough beards and tender skin.
Whatever your choice, lather or brushless, take advantage of Colgate Shaving Cream's special offer now. A large-sized tube of Colgate lather or brushless free of extra cost when you buy the giant size at regular price.
Do it now while dealer supplies of the special pack last. Now, back to Mr. and Mrs. North.
Okay, now, what did this guy look like?
Well, Bill, he was rather nondescript.
He was a little shorter than Jerry, but heavier.
Medium brown hair, was wearing a gray fedora and a light tan suit.
And a gun.
But, Bill, what in the world could possibly be hidden in the hubcap of our car?
Oh, anything, Pam. At least anything flat and thin.
But how could it have got there?
Well, anybody could have pried the cap off while the car was parked.
But why, dear? And who?
Hey, Bill.
What?
Wait a minute. Wait just 1 minute. The garage.
The garage?
Where I took the car for a tune-up.
We didn't have a flat.
No, but at a lot of garages, it's routine to check the brake lining.
Oh.
You'd have to pull a wheel to... Toby may have found something.
Who's Toby?
The mechanic.
Darling, you may be right. Come on.
Hey, hold
let's-
it, Pam. It wouldn't do any good to go to the garage.
In that case, there's nothing to do but wait until morning. Now, look, you say this Connors guy said you'd be watched and followed?
Yeah, but he may have been bluffing.
Maybe he was, and maybe he wasn't. Anyway, I want you two to go to the garage alone in the morning.
But, Bill...
No, wait a minute. I'll have a man tailing you to see if you're followed. And if you are, he might be able to grab the guy, and we can get to the bottom of this.
Okay.
But, Bill, what about tomorrow at noon?
If Connor shows, my man will be outside ready to take him. Now, there's nothing to worry about, Pam.
Gollies, Bill. I hope so.
I'm sure sorry, Mr. North. You said you just wanted a tune-up. You didn't tell me to check the brakes.
Well, I thought you'd check them anyway, Toby.
Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. It depends on how busy we are. I'll be glad to look them over for you if you want.
Toby, didn't you even look under the hubcaps?
Oh, no, ma'am. Hubcaps?
You know, on the wheels.
Oh, hubcaps.
Were you the only one to work on the car, Toby?
Yes, sir. We've been kind of short-handed here lately.
And you didn't find anything? Nothing at all?
A couple of bum spark plugs.
Are they thin and flat?
Pam.
Well,
It's okay, Toby. We just thought maybe...
Mr. North, if those brakes are bad or if you're not satisfied, I'll be glad
No, nothing like that. We just lost something and, well, you know.
Oh. Anything important?
Yes, but don't worry about it.
Well, what was it?
Oh, nothing important.
What?
But if you find anything that looks like it came out from under a hubcap, let us know right away, will you, Toby? It's important.
Well, Toby boy.
Hello, Anita.
Just like old times, Come on in. Aren't you AWOL from that grease pit you work in?
Yeah.
Sit down.
Thanks, I'll stand.
Oh, come on. Sit here.
I'll stand.
Okay, what do you want?
I want you to get out of town, out of my life.
Smile, baby.
I mean it. I made a big mistake getting mixed up with you. I paid plenty for it. Now I'm telling you, get out of my life.
I can't.
Yes, you can.
I need expense money.
You'll get it.
From you?
Yeah. My last installment. Final payment.
You said you were broke.
I am. But I struck gold.
In that garage?
In that garage, under the hubcap of a car.
Don't make jokes, Toby boy. I'm getting tired of
Look.
you. What is it?
Microfilm. The Norths went on a vacation, they said, across the border. They slipped this under a hubcap so the customs inspectors wouldn't find it, but they slipped up. I got to it before they could use it.
Let's see. Let me see.
A whole spool of film, full of spy stuff. Names, addresses, even pictures of enemy agents working in this area. And their contacts across the border.
You sure it belongs to them?
Well, they came in looking for it just an hour ago. It's dynamite. It's worth a fortune. It'll even pay your fare right out of my life.
Yeah. Yeah, it sure will. What are you going to do with it, baby?
Uncle Sam writes big checks for things like this. The FBI gets the microfilm. I get the reward, and you get...
The FBI?
Who else? With this film, they
And
could...
the Norths? What about the Norths?
The FBI will take care of them. Too bad, too. The nicest people are turning out to be spies these days.
Toby boy, if you ever opened up that pointed head of yours, a moth would fly out.
Was that so? Well, here, look at this film. Go on, hold it up to the light.
Listen, you stupid little grease monkey. The FBI may give you a reward for that, sure. A box lunch and a bottle of milk. But what about the Norths? What'll they pay for it?
Well, that's not the point.
I'll tell you what they'll pay for it. They'll dig up Fort Knox. They'll steal piggy banks from every kid this side of the Kremlin. They'll hawk their souls and auction off half of Europe to get that microfilm. That's what they'll pay for it.
But they're spies.
Sure, they're spies. You have enough on them to hang them. You can make them pay and pay and pay.
No.
And pay.
No, Anita, I can't do that.
What do you mean you can't do it? All you have to do is pick up the phone and call them up.
No, I'll settle for half the dough and all of my conscience.
Yeah? Well, I won't.
Put the phone down.
Get away.
Put it down, I said. Put it down.
Let go.
That's better.
A real patriot, aren't you, Toby? What do I have to do to convince you, Mr. Patriot? You got a chance to rub money in your hair and you're worried about dandruff. Oh, what do I have to do, Toby?
Nothing. Let me handle it my way.
What must I do, baby? Tell your wife about us.
This is a lot bigger than that.
Oh, a real patriot. All right, come here. Come here, Mr. Patriot.
Forget that stuff, Anita.
Come here.
Forget it, will you?
Just like old times, Toby boy. Can't forget old times, baby.
Cut it out, Anita.
Love these old times. Here. Call the Norths, baby. Call them now.
You were completely in the clear, Jerry. My man didn't spot anyone tailing you.
Are you sure?
Oh, not a chance. Now, what about the mechanic? You think he was telling the truth about not finding anything?
It was hard to tell, Bill. He seemed a little flustered.
Well, that might not mean anything. Now, you just sit tight until noon.
Right, but you're sure your man won't take off for lunch?
Well, now, stop worrying.
Okay.
So no one followed us?
No, Bill says that... Oh, I'll get it here. Hello.
Mr. North?
Speaking.
This is Toby, Mr. North.
Oh, hi, Toby. What's on your mind?
Toby, what does he want?
I think I have the item you're looking for.
What? I can't hear you, Toby.
I said I think I have the item you're looking for.
Did he find it? What is it, Jerry?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Where are you?
Well, I have to be back at the garage in a little while.
Okay, I'll meet you there.
Oh, no, that's no good.
Well, you want to come up here, or we can go to your house?
No, I'll be back here at my friend's place about 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock?
Mr. Connors said noon, Jerry.
It has to be sooner than that, Toby.
I can't make it any sooner. I have to go back to work. Meet me here at my friend's place. I'll give you the address.
Take this down, Pam.
All right.
Okay, let's have it.
67 Bryce Street, apartment 1D.
67 Bryce Street, apartment 1D.
I've got it.
Toby, can't you possibly make it before 2?
No, that's as good a time to talk business as any.
I can't hear you.
I said it's a good time to talk business.
Business? What kind of business?
Big business, Mr. North. Be sure to bring your checkbook.
Jerry. Look at the time.
Yeah.
10 minutes before noon. Where's Bill's man?
At the back door.
How's he going to know when Mr. Connors comes in?
He can hear the buzzer.
Is the back door unlocked?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Shouldn't we check it again?
Relax, Pam. It'll all be over in 10 minutes.
Bill's man can't get in that back door. It certainly will. Jerry, look. Noon, straight up. Oh, why does he have to be so prompt?
Well, here goes. You wait here, dear.
Oh, no.
Wait there.
I wish you'd have checked the back door. Jerry? Jerry? Jerry, why won't you answer me? Who is this man?
It's all right, dear. He's just a salesman.
A salesman?
Yes, darling. A life insurance salesman. '63, '65. Oh, here, 67. Here's the house. Apparently Bill isn't here yet. I don't see his car. What time is it?
2 o'clock exactly. We'd better get up and see Toby.
On the contrary, we'd better wait for Bill.
Well, he knows the address and the apartment number, doesn't he?
I gave them to him when I telephoned after Connors didn't show up.
Well, then, let's go up and talk to Toby. Bill will be along.
All right, dear. I'm too tired to argue.
Why do you suppose that man Connors didn't show up at noon?
Only 2 reasons I can think of. Either he got what he wanted or he knows we don't have it.
Toby says he has it. Anyway, I'd feel better if I knew where Mr. Connors was.
Yeah, so would I.
Jerry, wait. Before you close the door.
What?
That taxi across the street. I could swear it's been following us. At least it looks just like the one I kept seeing in the rearview mirror.
Darling, there are probably a couple of 1,000 taxicabs like that, all the same color, yellow.
Well,
Besides, if it's been following us, it's probably Sergeant What's-His-Name, Bill's man. Come on. Toby's friend lives on the first floor. Must be down this way.
1B, 1C. Here it is. Look, it was unlocked. Now, why in the world should they leave their door?
What's the matter, Pam? Good Lord.
Jerry, she's dead.
Very dead.
Who do you suppose she is?
Toby's friend, probably.
She's so pretty.
Sure, she's the one.
One what?
In the garage. She was talking to Toby in the garage the day I brought the car in.
Jerry, let's get out of here.
Yeah, let's get out of here. Let's all get out of here.
Connors, what the...
Come on now, both of you, move.
Oh, what for?
Because I like your company.
And that's still not made of chocolate, is it?
Nope. Same guy, same gun. Now, let's go.
Where to?
Well, you two have a nasty habit. You keep getting in the way all the time.
So?
So I'm going to see that you're put out of the way for keeps. Now, move.
Now, look here, Connors.
You heard me. Move. And since you're expecting your cop friend wagon, we'll go out the back way.
Well, Harry Connors seems to have a talent for appearing in the wrong place, as well as at the wrong time. Remember, soaping dulls hair. Halo glorifies it. So,
Halo, everybody, Halo. Halo is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So Halo, everybody, Halo.
yes, there's your cue to lovely, naturally lustrous hair. Soaping your hair with even finest liquid or cream shampoos hides its natural luster with dulling soap film. But Halo shampoo is not a soap or cream. Made with a special ingredient, Halo glorifies your hair with your very first shampoo. Even in hardest water, Halo gives oceans of rich, soft water lather. Needs no special rinse. Halo removes embarrassing dandruff from both hair and scalp. Leaves hair soft, shining, easy to manage. Ideal for children's hair, too. Next time, be sure to buy Halo, America's favorite shampoo.
So Halo, everybody, Halo. Halo shampoo, Halo.
Now, back to Mr. and Mrs. North.
Why have you brought us to this warehouse?
You'll find out, Mrs. North. All right, hold it. Who's that? Connors. Well, Connors, what are these people doing here? I had to bring them, Lorenz. We'll decide that later. Inside. You found the film? Right here.
Good. Film, microfilm. So that...
Thin, flat spool.
You used our car to smuggle it across the border.
It was nothing personal, my friends. Your car or another. It just happened to be yours we picked. Of course, as it turned out, we made an unfortunate choice. But we had no way of knowing you would take your car to a garage or that you had a friend in the police department. And we'd never known, Lorenz, if I hadn't put that bug on their phone line.
Bug on our telephone line? What do you mean by that?
He means he tapped our phone.
So that's how you knew that we'd contacted the police and that
Connors
Toby
is a man of varied and useful talents. Aren't you, Harry? Well, I got the film for you, didn't I?
Okay, you've got your film. Now what?
You brought them, Connors. What do you suggest? Well, I don't know. You must have had something in mind. No, look, Lorenz, I told you I had to bring him. I didn't have time to think. I just had to get out of there. Out of where? Lorenz, will you stop talking? Connors. I have the feeling something has happened that I should be told about. No, Lorenz.
Not unless you already know about the killing.
Killing? Shut up, will you? What killing? Don't listen to her, Lorenz. What killing, Connors? What killing?
The killing at 67 Bryce Street, apartment 1D, Lorenz.
67 Bryce? Connors, what's this all about? Oh, well, I had to do it, Lorenz. I had to. A dame got hold of the film. She wouldn't give it up. Fool. Well, you wanted the film, didn't you? You stupid. Before I could get out, these two walked in. I told you I wouldn't tolerate bad judgment, Connors. A murder at this stage of our work can only attract attention. I told you we had to work quietly, unnoticed, unseen. I know. You knew, yes, you knew, but that isn't what you did. You've killed one person, and you've brought two more here to be silenced somehow. It's a shame, Connors. A shame you tried so hard and failed so miserably. Now stay away, Lorenz. A little man in a big job. Connors! Stay away, I said.
Get his gun.
I'm warning you, Lorenz. Okay, watch it, you fight you. Get it, Pam. Get the gun.
I've got it, Jerry.
Lorenz,
let go of the gun.
Connors, you bungling, brainless. Shut up, will you shut up?
Here, take the gun, Jerry.
Okay, Pam, and stay right where you are, Lorenz. This gun isn't made of chocolate. You can take Connor's word for it.
And that That was Toby in the taxi that followed us to Anita's apartment.
Mm-hmm. He was just stringing Anita along, making her think he was going to blackmail us.
Oh.
That's why he insisted meeting us at 2 o'clock. He wanted to give himself time to warn us, but he missed us at our apartment, and by the time we got to... Oh, you tired, darling?
Dead.
You want me to drive?
No, dear, we're almost home. Oh, gollies, I didn't sleep a wink last night. I laid awake trying to figure out what could have been under our hubcap.
Yeah, so did I.
But you're not tired?
Of course not. Holy smoke, if a person can't go without sleep for one night, they must be getting old.
Well, let's face it, Jerry. We are.
Getting old? Oh, nonsense. I never felt better. I feel as young as...
So I see.
That yawn didn't mean a thing.
No.
No, it didn't. I'm just relaxed. That's all.
Jerry. Darling.
Huh?
Could you manage to relax a little more quietly?
Colgate Chlorophyll Toothpaste
destroys bad breath more effectively.
Yes, clinical tests prove Colgate Chlorophyll Toothpaste destroys bad breath originating in the mouth more effectively, more thoroughly, and for a longer time than a non-chlorophyll toothpaste. These tests with actual cases, men and women who had unpleasing breath, proved Colgate Chlorophyll's longer-lasting protection.
These men and women brushed their teeth just once, and periodic checks were made on each with a breath-measuring device called the osmoscope. Even hours later, Colgate Chlorophyll toothpaste was proved to give far greater reduction of unpleasing breath.
Remember, one brushing with Colgate Chlorophyll rids your mouth of a high percentage of decay bacteria. And tests prove a chlorophyll toothpaste can reduce common gum trouble twice as fast as a non-chlorophyll toothpaste.
So get the full benefits of a chlorophyll toothpaste. Get fresh-tasting Colgate Chlorophyll toothpaste.
Every Tuesday night at this time, the Colgate-Palmolive Peet Company, makers of Halo shampoo to glorify your hair, Colgate brushless shaving cream for tough beards and tender skin, and Colgate Chlorophyll toothpaste to help destroy unpleasing breath originating in the mouth, bring you Mr. and Mrs. North, transcribed, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. Be sure to join us again next week when Pam and Jerry encounter an angry mob with blood in its eye and a small-town sheriff with murder in his heart in the mystery, License to Kill. The characters of Mr. and Mrs. North are based on those originally created by Francis and Richard Lockridge. Tonight's script was by Don Brinkley, music by Charles Paul. Mr. and Mrs. North is produced and directed by John W. Lufton. The Colgate-Palmolive Peet Company invites you to listen to their exciting new quiz, The Phrase That Pays, on radio every weekday morning, Monday through Friday, and to the new Mr. and Mrs. North program on television. Consult your local newspaper for details. Joe King speaking.
All right, back there. Come out here and show your face, or this little joint gets it right through his head.
Jerry, he means it. He'll kill Max.
Shh, quiet, Pam. Come out, I said. Come out, or Max gets it. Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Coat of Arms. Here's a domestic scene. The time, early morning. The place, the apartment of Mr. and Mrs. North. The cast, 2 grapefruit, 2 3-minute eggs, 2 cups of coffee, 1 wife, 1 husband, 1 newspaper. The conversation sparkles with early morning brilliance. Listen.
Jerry. Jerry, dear.
Yes, Pam.
Jerry, the men have come to varnish the ice cubes.
Okay.
What did you say?
I said the men have come to varnish the ice cubes.
Oh, darling, that doesn't make sense. Does it?
No.
Well, then
But it
what?
made you come out from behind that silly newspaper.
Oh. Oh, I'm sorry, Pam.
You're acting like a bored husband. The only thing that'd interest you more than that paper are varnished ice cubes.
Oh, no, darling. I was just reading the obituaries.
Oh, fine.
About Herb
now
Whitney.
you prefer the obituaries to your own wife. Who?
Herb Whitney.
The photographer?
Yes.
Died?
Yeah. Friday night. Here, look.
Oh, gee, that's awful.
Yeah. Oh, Herb's done work for our company for years. Book jackets, illustrations.
Well, shouldn't we do something? I mean, call Mrs. Whitney?
Say, that might be a good idea. You know, she's pretty much alone now.
I'll call her. Do you know their home phone?
Well, it's in the little book, I think.
Okay. Oh, here it is.
Don't answer it.
Who are you? What do you want?
I said let it ring. Okay. Now listen, Mrs. Whitney. Your husband had a coat. Top coat, brown tweed. You know the one I mean?
Yes,
Get it for me.
but I
Get it.
can't. It's not here.
What?
It's gone.
Gone? Where?
All his clothes. They're all gone. I didn't want any memories. I gave them away.
What?
I gave them away.
Listen. Your husband was on his way to meet me when he died.
To meet you.
Yeah, the name's Montana. Carl Montana. Your husband had something for me. It was in his brown tweed coat.
I don't understand. What would Herb have for...
Oh, never mind. Now, where's that coat?
I told you. I gave it away yesterday after the funeral.
Tell me where it is.
I gave it to Charity. Charity.
Which charity? Which one? Tell me, which one?
The Salvation Army. The Salvation Army.
Okay. Listen, one word. Just one word from you about this to anyone, and I'll...
Information. The phone number of the Salvation Army. Main depot.
It seems strange, Jerry. Call once, no answer. Call again, line's busy. Call a third time, no answer again.
Yeah. Oh, there, that must be the house, the one with the funeral wreath on the door.
If she's not home, we can leave a note. In case there's anything we could do for her. Don't the Whitneys have any family here at all?
Well, from the way Herb spoke, they all lived in Kansas or someplace.
Lights on inside.
Mm-hmm.
Ring it again.
Well, I suppose she's probably...
Jerry, look.
Pam, don't go looking in the windows.
Look, in there on the floor.
What? Oh, brother.
She must have fainted.
Come on, maybe the door's unlocked.
Oh, thank heavens.
Here, in this room.
Mrs. Whitney? Jerry, what's the matter with her?
She's dead.
Dead?
Murdered. Shot twice in the back.
Oh, Jerry, why should anyone
Look,
want to...
we'd better call Bill Wygant.
Oh.
The phone. Now, let it ring. You know, it looks like she was shot just as she was turning away from that telephone. You see, she's... Pam, I said...
Hello?
Too late. Hello?
Mrs. Whitney?
Oh, no, she's not here. Is there...
This is the Salvation Army calling.
Salvation Army?
Who is it?
Mrs. Whitney called us a little while ago. She was eager to locate a brown tweed topcoat that she donated.
Oh, yes.
Would you tell her, please, that I checked it here at the main depot? It arrived here yesterday. It was probably processed last night and sent to one of our downtown missions.
I see. She didn't say why she wanted the coat, did she?
Something left in the pockets, probably. That often happened. But no one here remembers seeing a man's coat with a Morgan Brothers label. but then we can never be sure.
Oh, well, thank you. I'll tell her.
If she'll check the missions downtown, the one at the Bowery, most likely, she may still find it.
Oh, thank you.
Not at all. Glad to be of service.
Now, what was that all about?
Well, something about a coat.
Coat?
Herbs, brown tweed, Morgan Brothers label. Darling, do you suppose it has anything to do with this?
No, of course not.
It might.
Oh, now, Pam, just...
She must have been on the phone talking to the Salvation Army just before she was shot.
Well, if it has, let the police worry about it.
It may be gone. If it's at the mission, it may be given to somebody at any minute. Oh, darling, let's go down
Now,
there.
Pam, stop it. There's no reason to believe that coat has anything to do with anything. And besides, we've got to stay here until Bill...
Then you stay. I'm going to the mission.
Now, Pam, you're not going to cruise around Skid Row alone.
Then you go and I'll wait for Bill. Oh, please, Jerry. I know it may be a wild goose chase, but it may not be, too. And if that coat is given away before...
All right, Pam, all right. All right, I'll go. Now, you call Bill.
Yes.
And tell him where I am.
Oh, I will. Bowery Mission, Jerry. Brown tweed coat. Morgan Brothers label. And hurry!
Come to the church walk. Sing, man, let your voices soar. Dear to my childhood, as the little brown church in the dell. Ah, glorious men, glorious. And now another song to rock the walls of our humble mission. A song to accompany our most
pardon
ardent
me,
prayers.
Sergeant.
One more hymn, brothers, before we...
Forgive me, Sergeant, for interrupting, but...
Oh, there's soup on the steam table if you like, my friend.
Sergeant, it's awfully important.
Or perhaps you'd like to join with us as we offer another...
Sergeant, I'd like to talk to you. Now.
Something wrong, my friend?
Yes.
Then you've come to the right place. Here, sit down.
No. Mine is a different sort of problem, Sergeant. It's about a coat.
A coat? Well, you're welcome to look through the clothes in the next room.
Well, I don't really need a coat.
No need for explanations. The clothes are there for those who need them. Take what fits you, my friend, and may the Lord bless you with better fortune.
Well, thank you. In there?
Yes, sir, in there. And now, men, let's have another hymn. Turn to page...
No, it's not this one. I'm gonna see. Nope. Brown coat. Nope. Oh, what a mess of clothes. Yes.
You don't look like you need charity, pal.
Oh, no. I'm just looking for a coat that was donated. There's something in the pocket.
Coat, eh? What kind of coat?
Top coat. Brown tweed. It's probably not here. Been digging in this pile of clothes for over an hour. Wait. Say, isn't this... Well, sure. Brown tweed. Oh, sure enough.
Yeah, that's brown tweed, all right. Got a Morgan Brothers label in it?
Yes. Yeah, by golly, it has. Hey, how'd you know about the Morgan Brothers?
Okay. Let's have it. Come on. Give me the coat.
That gun of yours looks pretty persuasive.
Stand still. Just stay put and toss the coat over here. Come on, do it.
Sure. Here.
That's better. Now, right here in the
Hey,
line.
careful. Just...
Hey, one moment there. Just one moment there. I thought I heard something being torn. I thought so. An outrage. An utterly unforgivable outrage. Deliberately tearing those heaven-sent garments. Deliberately violating the Christian concept of charity. Give me that coat. Give me that coat, I say.
Careful, Sergeant. He's got a gun.
Oh? No, brother. Your gun is useless here.
Hey, he's right. Look in the doorway.
You need some help, Sarge?
It's all right, gentlemen. Thank you. I suggest you leave the mission, my friend. Return another time. Under friendlier conditions.
Listen, I just want to get something out of that coat.
You'd better go, brother. You're not welcome here.
But I just wanted...
Hey, mister, we don't like guys to argue with a sign.
Goodbye, my friend. Come again with a smile, and you'll be welcome.
But I tell you,
Goodbye, my friend.
Say, Sergeant, if I find...
Hey, Sarge, I bet that coat will fit me.
It's all yours, Muskie. Wear it well.
Oh, now wait, Sergeant.
Here. Catch.
Thanks, Sarge. Thanks a million.
Oh, now, Sergeant, the least you could do was find out why we...
You questioning the wisdom of charity, friend.
But that coat's bound to cause nothing but trouble for that old guy.
It's the first coat he's owned in years. Notice your coat is comparatively new.
You don't understand, Sergeant.
You'd better go. We've had enough trouble in this mission for one day. Go now, before I'm forced to call the police.
You say there were two well-dressed men looking for the coat, Sergeant?
That's right, Lieutenant Wagon. The younger man came in first.
That must have been Jerry, Bill.
Now, don't upset yourself, Pam. We'll locate him.
I had no idea that coat would mean so much.
But you said he had a gun. He wanted to use it. You said to keep the coat. Didn't that give you an idea?
Guns and knives aren't exactly novelties in this section of the city, my dear.
Oh, Bill, we've got to find Jerry. We've got to.
We will, Pam. Now, just take it easy. Sergeant, what about the man who has the coat now?
Muskie?
Yes. Now, can you tell us something about him? Describe him?
Well, Muskie wears khaki trousers, rather dirty, has a heavy crop of white hair.
I see. Now, where does he usually hang out?
In here or at his, hotel.
Flophouse, you mean, don't you?
Yes. The Royal Arms. It's about 4 blocks from here.
Bill, do you suppose Jerry followed him?
Well, it's possible, Pam.
That other man, the one with the gun, he probably followed him, too.
Now, before we upset ourselves, Pam, let's find out for sure.
Yeah?
Are you the manager?
I run the place, if that's what you mean.
I understand you have a tenant here called, Muskie. Is that right?
Yeah. You're a cop, ain't you?
Yes, Lieutenant Wagon, homicide.
Cops, fire inspectors, health inspectors. I can spot them all a mile away.
I'll bet. Look, do you mind if we look around upstairs?
Yeah, ladies ain't allowed upstairs.
Well, I have a couple of men in the car outside. I'll send one of them up.
Okay. Muskie ain't up there, but you can look. I'll show you around. You won't find nothing, but you can look.
Bill?
Huh?
Where do you suppose Jerry can be?
Well, he's probably on Muskie's trail after that coat.
But that other man, he may be the killer, and, well, he's after that coat, too.
I thought you were sending a man up here, Lieutenant.
Oh, Bill, we've got to find Jerry. We've got to.
Yes, sir? Something I could do for you?
Yes. Didn't a guy with white hair come in here a while ago?
Mister, please. The sign outside, it says Max's Loan Emporium, not Information Bureau.
Yeah, the guy with the white hair. I saw him come down this street.
Mister, I got troubles, too. My arthritis, oh, it's killing me.
Look, he was wearing a brown tweed coat when he came in here. And I'll bet my eye teeth he wasn't wearing it when he left.
On eye teeth, I don't give no loans.
Well, look, do you mind if I look through that rack for the coat?
Oh, mister, please. If he stole the coat from you, this ain't for me to know. He brings it in, I give a loan. Please, mister, look, I don't want no trouble. I run a respectable hock shop.
Here it is on the chair here. You haven't even hung it up yet.
Mister, listen to me. I'm a sick man. My back with this arthritis is no picnic. Please, I don't want no trouble.
Look, I just want to check the pockets of this coat.
Without a ticket, you don't check nothing. All right, you two. Who's that? I'll settle your little argument. Give me the coat. Oh, no guns. Guns yet?
Oh, you're having yourself a big time playing tag with me, aren't you, mister?
Yeah. And this time you're it. Toss that coat over here. Give him the coat already. For heaven's sake, give him the coat.
Without a ticket?
Ticket nothing. Look a gun he's got. Here, you
now,
want
wait
the
a minute,
coat? Here.
Max. Wait.
Don't tell me to wait. Take the coat and get out of here. Take the coat and admit that gun. Get out of here.
Thanks a lot. And I don't want either one of you jokers following me or calling the police, understand? No funny stuff, no phone calls, no cops. That's the way it's got to be, understand?
Bill, isn't there anything we can do?
We're doing it, Pam.
But we can't waste the whole day sitting here in your squad car. Jerry might...
Now, sooner or later, Pam, Muskie's bound to come back here to his flop house. Now, we'll wait here until he...
Bill, look over there.
Yeah, white hair, khaki trousers.
But no brown tweed top coat.
Come on, let's talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
Just a minute, Muskie.
Me?
Yeah, that's your name, isn't it?
Yeah. Why, who are you?
Oh, this is Mrs. North. I'm Lieutenant Wigan, homicide.
Homicide? Honest, Lieutenant, I ain't done nothing.
I know. I just want to ask you a few questions.
You're gonna pull me in?
No, we can ask them right here.
Oh, okay.
Sergeant Ferguson at the Salvation Army mission gave you a brown tweed topcoat, right? Isn't that right, Muskie?
It's all right, Muskie. There's no harm.
Yeah. He give it to me.
Well, where's it now? Where's the coat now, Muskie?
Please, Muskie, we've got to know.
Well, you won't tell Sergeant Ferguson, will you?
No, not if you don't want us to.
Well, I hocked it.
Hocked it?
Where?
At Max's place. He gives good loans, Max does. Everybody likes Max.
Where's his shop located?
About 2.5 blocks down that way. Max's Loan Emporium, he calls it. That coat didn't fit me so good.
Well, it didn't take you half an hour to do that, did it?
Well, I stopped back at a Salvation Army mission.
Why?
The passport.
What passport? Now, look, Muskie, talk sense.
Well, the passport I found in the coat the Sarge give me.
A passport in the coat? Bill, maybe that...
I found the thing stuck in the line in somebody's passport, so I brung it back to the Sarge. What'll I do with a passport anyways? I ain't going no place.
Muskie, you telling the truth? You brought that passport back to the mission?
Lieutenant, I cross my heart and hope to sleep in the gutter. Right there, right over there, I'll sleep.
Okay, okay, Muskie, that's all. Thanks.
That's all. You don't need me no more?
No, that's all, Muskie.
Thank you, Lieutenant, thank you. Bye-bye, Mrs. Moore.
Bye, Muskie.
Pam, I'll send my men over to the mission to collect that passport before anything else happens to it. Now, you go with them.
Bill, what about Jerry?
Well, the chances are that passport is the cause of all this hocus-pocus.
Uh-huh.
Now, the man with the gun probably trailed Muskie to the hock shop, and he might be trying to get the coat right now. Now, look, you go back to the mission, and I'll go to the hock shop alone.
Bill, I'm
No, Pam. I'm going alone.
There it is, Max's Loan Emporium.
Oh, Pam, I wish you'd gone in the squad car to the...
Look, Bill, look, inside the shop.
Huh? Where?
There's Jerry. Oh, Jerry! Oh, Jerry!
Pam!
Oh, darling, are you all right?
Yes.
You're sure you're all right?
Well, sure, I'm sure. Hi, Bill.
Hi, Jerry.
First you bring gunmen, now you bring family reunions. Is this a hock shop or a catering service?
Oh, Max, this is Lieutenant Wygant of the Homicide Bureau.
Homicide police. Lieutenant, look, I'm a sick man. I got arthritis in my back. Look how it bends me like a pretzel. Please take your homicide and go someplace else, will you?
No, I'm sorry, Max. I can't. Now, the man we're looking for is due back here to claim a top coat.
Well, he's claimed it, Bill. He took it from us at gunpoint just a little while ago.
Good.
Good? Oh, now, Pam, I've chased that coat all over this...
Now, he's bound to come back here.
Back here? Oh, no.
Well, why should he come back here, Pam? He's got his coat.
No, she's right, Jerry. He'll be back. He wants a passport that was in the lining of the coat. Now, look, Max, is there a back room here?
Yeah, behind the counter there,
All right,
why...
we'll duck in there.
All of you?
Yes. Now, look, when your friend makes his entrance, keep him busy, Max. Just talk to him. And just act natural.
Natural? Who could be natural at this point?
Max, it's a chance to catch a killer. We need your help. We need it very much.
8 million people in this city, and they need my help. All right, go in the back room.
Okay, Max. Let's have it.
It's you again. What do you want this time?
The passport you took out of this coat.
Passport? What would I do with a passport? I need a passport to go to Staten Island?
I need a passport, Max. The one you took out of this coat.
Mister, please believe it. I don't got no passport. Please. Look, just leave the coat if you ain't happy, and I'll get... Oh, the gun again.
Yeah, the gun again. I'm gonna tear this shop apart, Max, till I find that passport.
No.
Understand? What are you looking at?
Please. Look, even the gun don't make no difference. I don't.
What are you looking at, Max? What's the... Oh, I get it. We got company.
Wait, let go of me.
Now, either your chums in the back room come out or you get a bullet in the back of the head.
Take your hands off me. Let go of me.
Still. All right, back there. Come out here and show your face, or this little joik gets it right through his head. Come out, I said. Come out!
Please, there's nobody back there. Let me show you.
Shut up. I said you'd better show your face so your pal Max gets it where it hurts the most. Now come out.
You ain't got the knife.
No. Listen back there. I got all the nerve I need. I've had practice. I killed a dame who tried to get between me and that passport. I'll do it again if I have to. You hear me back there? Now come out there before Max gets it.
Stay. Stay back. Don't come out.
You shut up.
Well, look who's here.
Okay, big shot. You win. Now let Max go.
Sure. A pleasure. I've been itching to use this gun on you all day. Who are you? What's your angle?
The name's North. Jerry North.
Never heard of you.
And your name. Might as well get the formalities over with.
Montana. Carl Montana.
Montana? I've heard of you. Something about being subpoenaed by that crime committee, right?
Something like that.
Is that why you're so eager for that passport? So you can clear out before the committee starts asking questions. And you killed Mrs. Whitney to keep her from calling the police.
What's your angle, North?
Your mistake was that you didn't shoot her before she telephoned the Salvation Army.
Why are you so interested in shoving your nose into my troubles? Better talk, North. I want to know your angle. I'm going to count 5, North.
Need any help?
Funny man. I'm going to count to 5. Either you tell me how you figure in my life, or I put you out of it for keeps. 1, 2. Better talk, North. Right about now, I've forgotten how it feels not to kill. 3, 4. Okay, pal. Hope you're nicely insured. Here it comes. 5.
No!
Hey, are you...
Oh, it's all right, darling. Bill is still as good a shot as he ever was. He didn't miss.
Anything I can do for you folks? Anything at all?
Oh, no thanks anyway, Sergeant.
Some soup, perhaps. How about you, Mr. North? Have some soup. Made every drop of it myself.
Well,
Go ahead, have some, Jerry.
Yeah, okay.
Me too. I've always wanted to taste soup made by a sergeant.
Well, to be honest, Mrs. North, I can't claim all the credit for it. It's my mother's recipe. She was a full colonel.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
What the? At the window. It's a gun. Pam, get down, quick!
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, The Comic. Tis mirth that fills the veins with blood, more than wine or sleep or food. And for Bernie Best and Frank McGee, the veins are filled and life is good. Bernie, the comic America loves, tells the jokes. Frank writes the act. The team of Best and McGee, says Bernie, will stick together as long as they both shall live. Bernie is right.
And
And that concludes our dinner show, ladies and gentlemen and patrons. You've been a great audience. I could tell you were out there by the sparks from your knives and forks. But seriously, folks, I do want to thank you. And before I go, how about a nice hand for my partner and the creator of this wonderful material seated at the table right over there, Frank McGee. Boy, love you, Frankie, baby, love you. See you later, everybody. Good night.
Your boy was pretty hot tonight, Frank.
Bernie's always hot.
I think he works too hard for his money.
Look, Costigan, we do all right.
Yeah, sure. But with me, you could do a lot better.
With Mr. Costigan, everybody does better.
Maybe.
Like George says, with Costigan, everybody does better.
Maybe.
Look, McGee, I got the clubs, I got the show places. Bernie signs with me. You too, of course.
Look, Costigan, why don't you leave Bernie and me alone? I don't want any trouble with you. And if you don't lay off, I'll give you plenty.
Huh? Is that right? What kind of trouble, Frank?
Mr. Costigan asks you a question.
And if he doesn't lay off, he'll get the answer.
I don't like being threatened, Frank.
And I don't like you, Costigan, so we're even.
You got just too much
George.
lip.
Look, Frank, I know what's eating you. It's your old man, isn't it? Well, I know how you feel. But what happened to him was just business.
Yeah, and that singer, Candy Cane, was that...
What about Candy?
Nothing.
Mr. Costigan asked you...
Well, everybody happy? Hiya, Mr. Costigan. George, was I selling, Frank? Was I selling? Boy, chair. Thanks. Did you catch the whole act, Mr. Costigan? Did you get the parrot bit? Kills him, huh?
Very solid, Bernie.
Well, thanks, Mr. Costigan. Glad you appreciate talent. Well, what's the wake? Let's ramp it up a little, Frankie boy.
Bernie, Costigan won't believe that we don't want any part of him.
Oh.
McGee says he talks for both of you. That right, Bernie?
Well, you see, Mr. Costigan.
I figure maybe he don't.
Well, what are you waiting for, Bernie? Why don't you go ahead and tell him that we don't want no part of him, now or later? Go on, tell him.
Well, Bernie?
Frank's my partner, Mr. Costigan. Best and McGee. And if he says no deal, no deal.
Maybe.
That's final, Costigan.
You say final. I say maybe.
Shouldn't we be almost there, Jerry?
Mm-hmm. If you haven't missed any road signs.
Darling, just because once, 3 years ago, we happened to get lost because you weren't looking where you were going. Jerry.
Ah, this is where we turn in. You missed the sign, Pam.
You barely missed that tree. My goodness, look at that house. What a huge place.
Yeah, Bernie Best does all right.
Apparently. But I still think it's odd, our being invited here for the weekend. I mean, I don't even know Bernie Best.
Well, I do. Come on, help me with the bags, huh?
Well, here. But just because he's writing a book on humor, that's no reason to ask the publisher and his wife, whom he's never met.
Oh, Pam, dear, why are you trying to make such a big thing out of this? Bernie Best just happens to be a nice, friendly guy. Now, are you getting out?
I'll consider it. But I still think that it's...
Good afternoon. Here, let me take those bags.
Oh, thank you.
You're the North?
Mm-hmm.
Bernie mentioned you were coming.
I'll take those. I'm Jerry North. This is my wife, Pam.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I'm Pop McGee.
Oh, you have a beautiful place here.
A picture one day in a travel folder. That's what I want, he said. That's what he got.
You said your name was McGee.
That's right. You know Frank? Frank's my boy. Frank and Bernie, like brothers. Bernie told me I had a job with him for life after I retired.
Lovely grounds.
Thanks. I take care of him. Nothing strenuous, though. Bernie always says, don't knock yourself out, Pop. That's Bernie.
And your son lives here, too?
All of us. One big family. Yeah, here we are. One big family. Why, you could no more break up Frank and me and Bernie than...
something wrong?
You folks aren't from Costigan.
Costigan?
Mr. Costigan sent you. I got to be going.
Hey, wait. We aren't from...
Then, Bernie's dead. I'll see you around.
Well, what caused that?
Who knows?
Jerry, I have a definite feeling something is wrong.
Oh, but Pam, you always have the feeling that something is wrong. Now, come on. Shall we go in?
So the first morning, these two cats go up on deck, and they see the ocean for the first time. Man, dig all that crazy water, says the first one. And the second one says, and you know something? That's only the top. Yeah. Well, so what? So it's tough all over. So anyway, Pam, and I hope I may call you Mrs. North.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, in this book I'm writing for Jer,
Jer?
our boy, Jer. You see, I want to do it different than the usual yak, boffo stuff. I want to bring out you should excuse the expression, the human side of Bernie Best. I want to bring in Frankie here and Pop. But, hey, where is Pop anyway?
Oh, he said he had a bad stomach, Bernie. He seems nervous about something.
What is this with the nervous routine? All of a sudden, everybody's jumpy around here. Let's laugh it up, huh?
Mr. McGee's father seems to think
Pam.
that a Mr. Costigan might have sent us.
What? Costigan? Why should he think that? We don't even know any Costigan, do we, Frankie?
Well, as a matter of fact, we do, Mrs. North, but, well, you'll have to excuse Pop. You know, he's a little nervous about some things,
Oh, Costigan, sure. You see, we're considering a deal there, and...
Bernie, are considering?
Were, yeah. Yeah, well, now, come on. Let's go in and chow up, huh? Won't you take my arm, Mrs. North?
Thank you.
Try that piece just above the elbow, very tender. Yeah. Well, what are you going to do? So, as I was saying, now, we do this book, dear boy. We make a steady million.
Oh, at least.
A doubting Thomas. Why, with my name, Frank's writing, and a new connection I'm making...
Bernie, what new connection?
Did I say new connection? How do you like that? What? You see, it was the man, the plumber. I got a plumber coming in the morning to put in a new
why
connection.
Why don't you stop making jokes, Bernie? What do you mean?
Nothing. Now, where's everybody's sense of humor? I can't even open my mouth. Look, Pam, Jer, I ask you, did I say anything?
Bernie, what new connection?
We're friends, aren't we, Frankie boy? Would I do anything without you? You and Pop, you're my family. So when I make a little gag about...
What? At the window. It's a gun. Pam, get down.
Bernie?
Oh, come on. Sit down, Frank. Sit down. Have some breakfast.
No, I had mine. But I want to talk to you about last night.
Sure, Frankie, sure. Some coffee?
No, thanks.
You sure? No, it's cold. Pop!
Look, leave Pop alone. I want to talk to you.
Sure.
Who do you think did that shooting last night?
Frank, I don't know. I just don't know why anybody'd want to shoot at me. What I ever did to anybody, I just don't know.
They weren't shooting at you, Bernie.
The Norths? You?
Not at the Norths. It was a warning to me. You've been talking to Costigan again, haven't you?
Frankie, so help me, I swear. He called me. I didn't call him. Really, honest.
But you did talk to him, didn't you? Do you need money that bad, Bernie?
I swear, I only have... Frank, I know you don't like the deal. I know you don't like Costigan, but he's a big man.
Well, for 1 second, will you face reality? Will you face what this Costigan is? Look, my father was one of the biggest bookers of nightclub talent in the country until he refused to pay a kickback to this Costigan. Then what happened? Costigan ran him out of town, ran him out of business, tried to kill him.
Oh, sure, Frankie, I know it's terrible. Terrible. But
what? Now, Bernie, listen. Now, you listen to me. I'm going to tell you something that I've told no one else. Something that I know about Costigan. You remember that Candy Kane?
Candy?
Yeah, she sang in Costigan's Casino Club.
Oh, sure, I remember.
Yeah. You remember what happened to her?
She was killed, wasn't she?
Murdered is more exact.
What's that got to do with it?
Look, now, you just listen. Candy thought Costigan was in love with her. Well, she had one trouble. She was curious. And she got to know a lot about Costigan's business. His names, addresses, telephone numbers, where Costigan went, who he saw.
Well, how do you know all this?
Because Candy told me. She thought that I could help her out and put the squeeze on him when he tried to kiss her off. Then I told her to go roll a hoop. But then she wrote me a note telling me she was going to see this Costigan at his place. Then I should meet her there if I wanted to get into the act. Well, the next morning, they found her body in an alley in Yonkers.
But the police questioned Costigan and let him go.
Because they knew that they couldn't prove he was anywhere near Candy that night.
Oh.
But look, I've still got Candy's note. And if you don't tell this Costigan once and for all that we're having no part of him, I'm going to take that note to the district attorney. I'm going to send that boy to the chair.
Well, forget it, huh, Frank? I'll call it off with Costigan.
Look, it's not just for me, Bernie. In the long run, it's for you, too.
Sure, kid, sure. What? They can't split up Best and McGee, can they? Now, forget it, will you? Have some cold coffee, huh? All right? So Best and McGee, huh?
Yeah, that's it. Best and McGee.
Hello, Bernie.
Mr. Costigan.
I hear you had a little excitement last night.
Yeah, we did, yeah.
Did it change McGee's mind about anything?
I don't think so.
Okay, Bernie, okay. It's too bad, though. We could have done each other a lot of good. Now you're going to be out of luck in a lot of the best clubs in the country.
Oh, don't be sore, Mr. Costigan. I can't help myself. Matter of fact, I'd put you on the spot if I signed.
Put me on the spot? How?
Well, I can't tell you, Mr. Costigan, but believe me.
How, Bernie? Now, listen, Bernie, the other night at the club, McGee made a crack about giving me trouble. Now, you make one. I want to know what gives. Talk to me.
Well, it's about Candy Cane.
What about her?
Frank knows you saw her the night she...
That's a lie.
Well, no, you see, Frank can prove it, Mr. Costigan. He's got some sort of note that she wrote him that'll prove it. And he told me if I didn't call it off with you, he'd take the note to the DA's.
Ah. You will, huh?
Not if we forget about our deal.
That's what he says.
Oh, you can trust Frank, Mr. Costigan. Oh, look, no one wants any trouble. You forget about our deal and Frank, and I'll forget about what we know. How about it?
Well, that sounds fair enough.
Oh, that's swell, Mr. Costigan. Everything will be okay then, huh?
Yeah, sure, Bernie. Sure.
Well, enjoying yourself, Pam?
Yes. Now that Bernie's act is over.
Well, you were the one who wanted to come tonight, dear. I wanted to pack up and get out after the shooting.
Didn't I tell you from the first that there was something wrong at that house? And why Bernie and Frank didn't want to call the police is something I'll never... Well, here comes Bernie. Look at the girl with him.
Well.
Jerry.
Pam, sure. I'd like you to meet a very special friend of mine, Rusty Gold. Rusty, Mr. and Mrs. North.
How do you do? Rusty Gold. You like it? I made it up myself.
Oh, great brain on this one. Always thinking.
Well, here, won't you sit down?
Thanks.
Did you catch the act? What an audience. Must be in town for a zombie convention. Murder. Watch that mink stole, baby.
Oh, sure. It's beautiful. A gift from you-know-what heavy spender. Except this man got a lot of rabbit in his family.
Big ribber, this one. She kills me.
No jury would ever convict me.
Yeah, a million laughs, this Rusty. Who needs her? Well, what say? Should we live it up, huh? Waiter, champagne. Imported. They import it every day from Jersey. It ages on the way over. Oh, why so quiet, Pam? Sure. Well,
Don't worry. With Bernie around, there's no room for anything but a quick hush.
You're crazy about me.
Best,
huh?
But a gentleman would like to see you in the office.
A gentleman in this place?
A gentleman.
Uh-oh. Rusty, entertain Mr. and Mrs. North, will you, doll? Pam and Jared don't go away. When I come back, a lot of laughs. What I mean, a lot of laughs.
Have you known Mr. Best very long, Miss Gold?
Long enough.
It must be a lot of fun, huh?
Ha! Oh, but you're a very special friend of his.
Mrs. North, one of these days, real soon, Bernie Best will be a very rich young heel. If he plays his cards right.
Oh.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Costigan?
Come in, Bernie. Sit down.
Thanks, Mr. Costigan.
My office. I took over this club today.
Well, you're certainly expanding, Mr. Costigan.
McGee is not with you tonight, huh?
He's out at the place, staying with Pop.
Yeah. I'm sorry the way things turn out, Bernie, that we couldn't make a deal.
So am I, Mr. Costigan.
Now that I've taken over this spot, you're through here. You know that, don't you?
Through?
That's life, Bernie.
But you said, I thought there wasn't going to be any hard feelings. Why do you want to kick me around just because of Frank?
McGee's going to kill you, Bernie. Soon you may not be working at any clubs.
Well, it's not my fault.
Frank's your partner.
Yeah, but...
He said he'd talk for you. And you backed him up.
What can I do? Look, Mr. Costigan, I'd be with you if I could be. All the way.
All the way, Bernie?
What do you mean?
I've been thinking, Bernie, about what Frank could do to me if he wanted to. Naturally, I don't like it.
Oh, Frank won't
do
anything.
But you can't blame me for worrying, can you?
Well, no.
Of course not. That's why I'm going to do something about Frank.
Mr. Costigan, you aren't...
George is waiting at your place. Now, you pick up the phone and call your house. George will answer. You tell him to go ahead.
Me? I couldn't. I don't want anything to do with it, Mr. Costigan. Frank is my friend.
Pick up the phone, Bernie.
Please, Mr. Costigan, don't make me do that.
Bernie. Pick up the phone.
Sit down, McGee. Costigan wouldn't like it if I had to shoot you. He wants a nice, clean job.
Look, you cheap thug.
Sit down. There.
Doesn't Costigan know it won't do him any good to get rid of me? If anything happens to me, Bernie will...
Maybe you should fall out of a window. This house has nice high towers.
Bernie would know. He'd know who did it. Now listen, you dumb hood. Can't you get it through your head that this won't do you any good?
11 o'clock. Bernie's going to call any minute.
What for? Bernie call here? What for?
They tell me it's okay to break up Bester McGee.
Now, look, Bernie's got his faults plenty. You think he's going to tell you to kill his own partner? Well, he just wouldn't. He wouldn't.
For your sake, I hope you're right.
We've been together 8 years. We shared everything. Why, we were just like...
I think that's for me. Sit still. Hello? Yeah, Bernie. This is George. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
What did he say? He told you, didn't he? He told you if anything happened to me, he'd...
Come on. We're going to take a walk up to the tower.
Bernie!
And that's all you know about it, Mr. Best? You found Mr. McGee's body when you came back here from the city last night?
Terrible thing, Constable, terrible. Biggest shock of my life.
Do you have any idea how it happened, Constable? Could it have been an accident?
Well, it's pretty hard to figure a man falling out of that window. Almost anything could happen, of course.
But if it wasn't an accident...
No, not Frank. He couldn't have, with everything to live for. He couldn't have.
The deceased was alone in the house?
Well, alone, yes, alone.
But that's not true. You know it isn't.
I was here.
Pop.
I'm Pop McGee, Constable Frank's father. I was here.
Is this true, Mrs. North?
Of course he was here.
Why didn't you tell me this, Mr. Best?
Well, I didn't see any sense in dragging Pop into it.
Yeah? Well, could you tell us anything about what happened here last night, Mr. McGee?
Now, look, Constable.
Was there anybody here with your son, Mr. McGee?
Did you see anyone?
Well,
Pop. You see, Constable, maybe I should have told you. Something happened to Pop years back, connected with some man named Costigan. So now, every time anything happens, Pop thinks Costigan's after him.
I see.
Delusions he's got.
Ask him. Did you see anyone last night, Mr. McGee?
Of course he didn't.
Excuse me. Mr. McGee, was anyone here last night with Frank?
Pop.
no. I didn't see anybody. Nobody.
I think we'd better just give it up, Pam. Pack and get out.
But Pop has to be around somewhere, Jerry.
But he won't talk to us even if we find him. He's too scared.
But he did see someone here last night. He was just about to tell us.
Well, maybe Bernie's right. Delusions.
You believe that?
No.
Then come on. Oh, this whole huge place gives me the creeps. Why does anyone need a place this big?
Good question.
Well, we've looked everywhere but the tower, Frank's room, that and outside. You take the grounds, Jerry. I'll take the tower.
Yeah. Sure you don't just want to pack up and get out, Pam?
Yes. But you were the one who wanted to spend the weekend with a comedian. A million laughs, you said.
I'll look around outside for Pop.
All right. Jerry,
Yes?
what do you think happened to Frank?
I don't know. But it wasn't very funny.
Oh.
Come in. Come in. I just looking around. Frank's room, you know.
I know.
8 years together. In this business, that's a long time.
Yes.
We could still be together if we...
What do you think happened?
What do you mean, what do I think happened? I was with you, wasn't I? I was with you and Jerry all night. They couldn't shake that, could they?
Well, no, of course not.
Sure. What? We were like brothers, we were.
Well, I'm sure you were.
Frank never understood about business. He didn't know the value of $1 like I did. He wasn't raised as poor. That's why.
Yes,
I know what they say about me in the business. Sure, let them. Would I build a house like this for myself? Who needs it? I did it for Frank and Pop so we could be together. Frank, Pop, and Bernie. All
Now
this.
Frank's gone.
Things will still be all right, though. Things are going to be all right. Pop will stay on, and maybe Rusty and I. That's not a bad girl, Rusty. That's so. She'll be here, and all our friends, like old times, lots of laughs.
Oh, would you excuse me? I want to see if I can see Jerry from the window. You see,
He what?
he might be talking to Pop, and...
Pop, you've been talking to Pop? What'd he say? I told him. I told him things would be just like before. I told him I'd take care of him. I told him he saw George here.
George? Oh, yes, I think that was the name, George.
He loused it. I told him don't talk. I explained it to him. I told him it was business. I told him.
George was from Costigan?
I was against it. Costigan will tell you. He wanted me to phone here, see? I said no. I stood up to him. It was business.
Well, I think I'd better be getting down to Jerry. We have to be
I'm
packing.
not a bad guy. It's just that you're getting the spots, that's all.
Please, if you don't mind letting me
Why
by.
did you have to talk to Pop?
I didn't, really. I didn't.
Sure, but things will still be all right. They said it was an accident about Frank, didn't they?
Let me by.
Hold still, you gotta hold still. No. Things are still going to be all right. See, I'll pull through this. Everybody knows I'm not the kind of a guy that would...
No! Jerry!
Everything be quiet! I can still get through this. I can... No! Let her go. Ow!
Oh, Jerry!
There. It's all right. You're all right.
He tried to throw me through the window.
I think we'd better go for the police, Pam.
Please. Look, Jerry, I didn't do anything. It was Costigan. I didn't do anything.
Come on, Jerry.
No. Look. See, things will still be all right. Look, I got the house. See, Pop can stay here, maybe.
Pop's gone. He packed and left.
He didn't have to. He could stay here. I'm going to be bigger than ever. This house will be full of people. Listen, laugh. You can come. Imagine, laugh. Everything's going to be all right. This house will be full of my friends. Look, I got 22 rooms.
Enjoy them, Bernie. Come on, Pam. We'll get the police. Want to do anything tonight, Pam? See a show, maybe?
Oh, I don't think so, Jerry. Let's just relax. Quiet evening at home.
Fine with me. Comfortable?
Mm-hmm. Jerry,
Mm.
I'm glad you're not a comedian.
You don't like my jokes?
Oh, it's not that. It's just, well, you're just not a comedian.
Well, I don't claim to be a professional, but, well, I've been asked to repeat some stories 3 or 4 times, and I...
Jerry, what did you think when you rushed in and saw Bernie trying to push me out of the window?
What did I think?
Mm-hmm.
Man, dig that crazy elevator. No?
No.
Oh, well, I still have my card tricks. And you?
The adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North are brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
That's probably Bill.
Yep. Just a minute.
A gun?
Yeah. Now do exactly what I say, both of you, or I may have to use it.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Bet on Murder. It's a warm Manhattan evening when tall, well-dressed Bruce Daniels steps from his car, turns, and almost bumps into a worried-looking little man. At the sight of Daniels, the worry on the shorter man's face gives way to fear. He turns and starts to run. He turns a corner, bumps into someone, rights himself, pushes past, and runs again. He reaches an alley, darts into it, looks anxiously for somewhere to hide, sees a doorway, and hurries to it. He tries the door, but finds it locked. He presses his back tightly against it. Now he waits and listens.
Hello, Freddie.
Oh.
Hey, you don't seem very anxious to see me, fella.
You're going to get your money, Mr. Daniels.
Well, sure I am, Freddie. I'm not worried about that.
I'm working on something.
Yeah, sure, Freddie, sure. You know, it's a funny thing. For a month, I've been looking for you and no dice. And then tonight, just by accident...
If you'll just give me a little time.
All right, Freddie. Oh, say, by the way, you know, I finally tried to reach you at home, but your wife didn't know where you were. Hey, you ought to get in touch. She's worried about you.
Yeah.
I'd hate to think that you were staying away just on my account. You know, I don't want to make trouble for you. All I want's my money.
$5,000 is a lot of money to me, but I'll get it.
Yeah, I know you will, Freddie. There's just one thing. I'd hate for people to get the idea that I'm a sucker. That people can run up debts with me and then not pay off.
Oh, I don't think that, Mr.
Oh,
Daniels.
I know you don't, Freddie, but if I'm too easy with a guy like you, then somebody's likely to get the wrong idea.
Yeah, but...
So I'm afraid that I'm going to have to make an example of you.
What do you mean? What are you going to... No, let go.
Yeah, sure. After I show you what happens to guys who run out, just so there won't be any misunderstanding. You understand, don't you? Freddie.
Well, Jerry, where'll we have dinner?
How about shish kebab heaven?
Oh, I don't know.
I thought you liked it so much, Pam.
Well, I do. I'm just not in the mood for Armenian food tonight.
Oh. Well, there's a good Cantonese place in the next block.
Yes, but I don't seem to feel like that either tonight.
Well, how about the seafood inn, then?
I had fish for lunch.
Oh.
We could try Miss Martha's.
Oh, that's too tea-roomy.
Well, gollies, Jerry, I didn't know you were so fussy.
I'm fussy.
Oh, well, don't worry, darling. I'll think of some place you'll like.
I'll tell you where we're going, Pam.
Where?
Joe's in the village.
But that's a butcher shop.
Mm-hmm. And they have wonderful steaks. We'll get one and take it home.
All right, we can... Jerry!
I heard it, darling. From that alley. All right. That's enough of that. You let him go.
Yeah, sure. Freddie and I have just about concluded our business anyway, haven't we, Freddie? So I'll run along.
Just a minute. I want to talk to you.
Hey, I have nothing interesting to say.
We'll see.
I don't think we will. This could be a gun in my pocket.
You better let him go, mister.
Yes, Jerry.
Well, see you around, Freddie. So long.
Anyway, thanks for helping, mister.
No, that's all right. How do you feel?
Oh, pretty shaky, but I'll be all right in a minute.
Well, we'd better get you home. I'll call a taxi.
No.
Well, why not?
I can't face Doris, my wife.
Why not? What have you done?
So, I've blown all my money, lost my job, everything. I don't know what's the matter with me. I keep thinking this is it. If I hit just once real good...
Hit? I don't understand.
Hit a winner, horses.
Oh.
I'm no good. But Doris won't see it that way. Always spoils me, makes me feel guilty. I don't want to mess up her life anymore. If I had the nerve, I'd blow my brains out.
Oh, you mustn't talk like that.
Well, it's the only thing. I've lost all our savings, gone into debt. That man, the one that was beating up on me, he's a bookie. I owe him $5,000. What am I going to do?
Come on, let's get a taxi.
But Doris, she won't
From what you say, she loves you very much. If she wants to stick with you, the least you can do is give her the chance. Now let's go.
Who are you calling now?
Missing persons.
Again?
I can't stand this waiting, Roger. I just can't.
But, Doris, they told you they'd let you know as soon as they learned anything.
Yes, I know, but... Oh, hello? Sergeant Collins, please, and missing persons. Maybe they got word and haven't called yet. Oh, hello, Sergeant. Mrs. Morgan. Is there anything new, any information about my husband? Oh, yes. Yes, I understand. All right. Well, thank you anyway. Goodbye. Still nothing.
That's what I thought.
Freddie's dead. I know he is. That's the only explanation.
For your sake, Doris, I hope you're right.
Roger.
I mean it. He's never given you anything but misery.
But don't say things like that. Don't you dare.
It's the truth, Doris. You know it is.
I don't want you talking like that. I thought you were his friend. That's why I called you. I thought he might be with you.
Is that why you called me, Doris?
Of course. What else?
Why don't you face the truth?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Doris, you don't love Freddie.
I do.
You don't. You're too proud to admit that this marriage is a flop.
It isn't.
It is, and you know it. But you've somehow convinced yourself that it's more your fault than Freddie's, and so you hang on pampering Freddie, babying him, treating him like a child. You can't be his wife anymore, so you're trying to be his mother.
Roger, will you please...
I love you, Doris, and you love me. And I'm not going to stand around any longer watching you waste your life and mine on this weak, no good...
Oh, Roger, don't.
Darling,
Let me go.
You're afraid to kiss me, aren't you? Afraid it'll show how you really feel.
Oh, stop it, Roger. Let me... Get out of here.
Doris,
You got your kiss. Now get out.
It didn't prove anything?
Why, you... Now will you get out?
All right, Doris. But if the kiss didn't prove anything, neither did that.
Here it is. This door right here.
All right.
Do you have your keys?
Oh, yeah. I want to thank you, Mr. and Mrs. North, for trying to help, but I don't know what good it's going to do. I don't even know what to say to Doris.
Just say hello.
Oh, who's there? Oh, Freddie, is that... It is. Darling. Oh, my darling.
Doris.
I guess we better go, Jerry.
Yeah, nothing more we can do.
Oh, Freddie, I've been so worried. It's so wonderful to have you. Let me look at you. You're hurt.
It's nothing.
Your face is bruised and
It'll
cut.
be all right. These people, they've gone.
What's happened to you?
But I don't know what to say to you, Doris.
All right. If you don't want to talk about it, we won't. Not now. Come on. I'll fix up those cuts on your face, and then I'll get you something to eat. Then, if you feel like talking...
No, Doris, I can't. I can't stay here.
Oh, please, darling.
But it's not fair to you. I lost everything we own, except the life insurance, because I'd need your signature for that, or it'd be gone, too.
Well, perhaps you've learned your lesson. Now we'll start over.
But you don't understand. It's not just that I've lost everything. I'm in debt. $5,000, Doris. $5,000.
Uh-huh.
That's how this happened to me.
I see. Well, now, look, you just sit down there, and I'll get the iodine.
Didn't you hear what I said, Doris? I owe $5,000. You act as though that's nothing. Where am I going to get money like that?
We ought to be able to borrow that much on your insurance. It's a $40,000 policy, and the cash value must be close to $5,000 by now.
Do you mean that you'd be willing...
Oh, of course. Now, hold your head back, will you?
Oh, Doris. Why are you so good to me? I don't deserve it.
I love you, Freddie. I can't let you down.
I won't let you down again. You're going to be proud of me yet. You'll see, darling. You'll see.
Freddie boy.
Oh, hello, Archie.
Hiya, kid. We've been stashing the body. Long time no see, long time no see.
Oh, I've been around.
Say, this is a break for you, latching on to me today.
Yeah?
Hey, what'll you hear? I just tumbled into something that's going tomorrow at Belmont.
Sorry, Archie. I'm not feeding the bookies anymore.
But, baby, this can't miss. This is the real McCoy. The jockey's a pal of mine. Says it's a breeze. They've been holding secret workouts. Why, this nag is hot, but hot.
Jockey said so, huh?
Yeah, Tony Connelly. You know Connelly. He wouldn't give a bum pitch.
But No, I can't risk it.
Yeah, that's okay. Matter of fact, we're not too anxious for a heavy play. Bring down the odds. I only jived it to you on account of you're a pal, but you don't want to play? That's mellow with me, fella.
Wait a minute. Did you say Connelly is sure?
Absolutely.
It seems a shame. No, I promise, Doris.
Is she going to sing the blues if you ankle in with a heavy load of loot?
No, Archie, I can't do it.
Okay, kid, it's no oats out of my feed bag.
Still, Archie?
Yeah?
What's the name of that horse?
Pam,
Yes, Jerry?
where's the phone book?
Oh, just a minute. I'll get in the kitchen.
In the kitchen?
Yes. There you are, Jerry.
Oh, well, thanks, darling. But what on earth were you doing with the phone book in the kitchen?
Well, after all, Jerry, you're the one who wanted scrambled eggs.
Oh, scrambled eggs, phone book. Sorry, darling, I don't get it.
Well, it's very simple, Jerry. I cooked the eggs in the skillet.
Yeah.
Well, how could I get the jam for your toast?
What?
The skillet was full of eggs.
But I still don't
It
see...
was on the top shelf.
The skillet?
The jam.
Oh, so you stood on the phone book.
Well, yes. Well, see, Jerry, I told you it's very simple.
Oh, very.
What are you going to do with the book?
Well, this may surprise you, darling, but I'm going to look up a phone number in it. Now, let's see.
Whose?
That fellow we took home the other night, Freddie Morgan.
Oh. Well, what do you want with him?
Well, when he was talking with us in the taxi, didn't he tell us he was a commercial artist?
He used to be, but he lost his job.
Yeah. But I was talking to Sid Martinson today. He has an advertising agency, and they need an artist.
Oh, that's wonderful, Jerry. If you can help that poor fellow get a job,
Oh, I'd like to help him out. Yeah, here we are.
Maybe this time you'll settle down and fly right.
I thought it was straighten up and fly right.
Up, down, what's the difference?
Honey, I always thought there was.
What?
A difference between up and down.
Well, maybe there is if you want to be technical about it.
I'll hold it, dear.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Morgan?
Oh, no, Mr. Morgan has been... Jerry!
What? Bill!
Bill?
Bill, what are you doing at Morgan's?
I'm talking to you, and I'd like to know why. Say, what do you have to do with Morgan?
Well, Pam and I... Hey, look, I have a feeling we'd better get over there.
Yes, Jerry, I think you'd better. Freddie Morgan's dead. He's killed himself.
Come in. Roger.
Hello, Doris. I'm terribly sorry about what's happened. Really, I am.
Thank you, Roger.
Especially after the way I acted the other day.
Oh, Roger, why did he have to do it? We were going to work things out.
Yeah, I guess he didn't have the faith in himself that you had.
He probably had some crazy idea he was doing this for me. The insurance money, I guess. Well, what do I care about that? All I wanted was...
Don't talk about it.
I'll be all right, Roger. I'll be all right.
Oh, excuse me. May I come in?
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. What is it?
I'm afraid I'll have to ask you a few more questions, Miss Morgan.
Yes?
Now, first of all, did your husband have any enemies? Anyone who might have wanted to harm him?
I don't understand.
The medical examiner just told me that from the angle of the bullet, your husband couldn't possibly have killed himself.
What?
What do you mean, Lieutenant?
Just what I said. Fred Morgan didn't commit suicide. He was murdered.
I wish you'd given us a chance to talk to Mrs. Morgan instead of hustling us down here to headquarters.
Oh, the photographs, Pam. Now, look. Will you look at the photographs?
Oh, wait a minute, Jerry. How about this one?
Oh, no, Pam. The fellow we saw had darker hair. And the eyes are different, too.
Yes, I guess you're right. Well, let's see the rest of the pictures. If he's in here, we'll find him, Bill.
Right.
Do you think he's the murderer?
Well, he could be. You saw him beating Morgan. Now, it's just a step from that to murder.
Yeah, a pretty big step, though.
Yeah. But the trouble is, he was beating Morgan because Morgan owed him money. But Mrs. Morgan says that Morgan borrowed on his insurance to pay off the debt. And if he paid off before the murder, well, there goes the motive.
Yeah.
Jerry, how about that one? No, jaw's too square.
Yeah. Well, we're getting down to the end of the pictures, Bill. Sorry, I'm afraid he isn't in here.
Well, I guess he doesn't have a record yet, then. We'll just have to find him and give him one.
But if Morgan paid him off...
Well, that may get him out of the murder, Pam, but we still ought to be able to hang bookmaking and assault and battery on him. So I'd better put somebody on it right now.
Who's that?
Shall I go see, or do you want to guess?
Well, it's probably Bill. He said he'd be over this afternoon.
Well, I'll see.
Hello, Mr. North.
Oh, you.
Yes, may I come in?
Well, I have an idea you're going to, no matter what I say, so come on.
Thank you.
Who is it, Jerry? Oh, the man whose picture we couldn't find.
Yeah.
Yes, I read in the paper that you were trying to help the police locate me, and you gave an accurate, if somewhat flattering description of me. And that's how I knew who you were and where to find you.
And now that you have...
Thought you might like a little friendly warning.
Friendly?
Well, that depends on you. The police are looking for me, and when they find me, they're going to ask you to identify me. Well, I'd advise you not to.
But we've already described you.
Uh-huh, yeah, and I resemble the description. However, you can still say that I'm not the man.
And if we don't do what you want?
You have a very beautiful wife, Mr. North, and I'm sure that you wouldn't want anything to happen to her.
Nothing will.
Well, I hope not, Mrs. North. Now, goodbye.
Just a minute.
I don't think there's anything more to say.
You expect us to protect a murderer?
I'm not a murderer, if that makes you feel any better.
Then why are you threatening us? You wouldn't dare do anything.
I didn't say I would. But I hope, for your sake, that you don't call my bluff.
Don't you think he's bluffing, Jerry?
I don't know.
Just don't count on it. That's all I can say. And now, goodbye again.
What are you so afraid of?
Afraid? As a matter of...
Oh, thank heavens.
Oh, so that's what you've been stalling for.
Let's see who it is, Jerry. It's probably Bill.
Yeah, just a minute.
Oh, dear, a gun.
Yeah, and I'll do exactly what I say, both of you, or I may have to use it.
All right, fella. What do you want us to do?
First, make sure who's out there. Call out, but don't say anything except, who is it?
All right. Who's there?
Me, Jerry. Bill.
Tell them to wait a minute.
Just a minute, Bill.
Now, who is this Bill that you've been expecting?
Why don't you have me let him in and you'll see?
Not so fast.
I'll tell you who he is. He's Lieutenant Wigan of Homicide.
Oh?
And I'm going to let him in right now.
No, you don't. You stay where you are.
You won't shoot with the police right outside.
How do I know it's the police?
You'll find out in a minute. I'm coming, Bill.
Stay where you are, or I'll...
Oh, you don't go. Hey, I've got him, Pam. Open the door, quick.
Hey, Pam, what's going on?
No, Jerry, Bill, that man's got a gun.
All right. Break it up. Break it up. Drop that gun, mister. Drop it. Well, that's better. Pick it up, Jerry.
I've got it.
Now, what's this all about?
Well, you've just got yourself another candidate for that rogues gallery of yours.
Wigan speaking. Yeah? All right, send him in. Well, this ought to wrap it up.
What is it, Bill?
I've had Mrs. Morgan brought down to headquarters. Now, you two identified Daniels as the man who was cuffing Morgan around. Now, if she identifies him as the man who came looking for Morgan, that'll sew up the connection.
Yeah, but what about Daniel's story that Morgan paid him the $5,000? Even if he's lying, you'll have to break the story, or Daniels won't have a motive.
Oh, I can break it, Jerry, or at least punch a big hole in it. We picked up a character named Archie Cochran, a pal of Morgan's. Cochran says Morgan put the money on a horse called Happy Day running in the 5th today at Belmont. And he was going to pay it off if he won. But he never got the chance.
Here's Mrs. Morgan, Lieutenant.
Come on, Doris. I came along with Mrs. Morgan, Lieutenant. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, no, of course not. Sit down, won't you, please?
Oh, thank you. I asked Roger to come with me, Lieutenant. He's been such a comfort to me.
Jerry, from the way she's looking at him, it looks like he's more than just a comfort. And I thought she was so crazy about her husband.
Well, maybe she's just glad to have someone to turn to.
You want Daniels in here, too, Lieutenant?
Yes.
Okay, Daniels. Inside.
What do you want now, Lieutenant?
Mrs. Morgan, is this the man who came to your apartment looking for your husband?
Yes.
Well, sure, I went looking for Freddie. So what? He owed me money.
He owed you money, and you...
And I collected.
Archie Cochran says differently, Daniels.
Well, I don't care what Archie Cochran says. I say that Freddie paid me my $5,000, and if you can't prove he didn't, you can't prove I had a motive for killing him.
Jerry, darling, what time is it?
About 3:45.
I wonder if we're in time. Bill, didn't you have a portable radio around here?
Oh, yes, on that table, Pam, next to those books.
Oh, yes.
Hey, Pam, what are you doing?
Tuning in the broadcast of the races at Belmont.
Oh, no, wait a minute, Pam.
Please, Bill, don't you see that there's one way to prove whether or not Mr. Daniels is telling the truth? If this horse, this Happy Day, wins, why, Mrs. Morgan will collect some money.
And that'll prove that Freddie bet the money instead of paying me, huh?
Exactly, Mr. Daniels.
Well, what if Happy Day loses? How are you going to prove whether Freddie lost the dough on the nag or paid me?
Daniels is right, Pam.
Oh, yes, but, well, let's listen to the race anyway, Bill. It'll only take a minute. Oh, here's the station.
On the first turn, it's Mr. Pat by a length. Greenhorn by one. Katie did. Happy Day and Barney
I don't want to collect. I don't want to have anything to do with the races.
Hey, look, Lieutenant, if you brought me in here to listen to this...
Now,
relax,
Daniels. It's still Mr. Pat by one. Greenhorn by two. Katie did by two. And
I
Barney's
can't
boy.
stand this, Lieutenant. Do I have to put up with it?
Easy, Doris. It'll be over in a minute.
Going into the far turn, it's Mr. Pat by two. Katie did by two. Barney's boy by a head. Greenhorn and Happy Day.
Come on, Happy Day.
Going into the stretch, it's Katie did on the rail by a length. Barney's boy by a neck. Greenhorn. And here comes Happy Day on the outside.
Here he comes, Pam.
Yes, come on,
It's
Happy
Katie
Day.
did and Happy Day. Katie did and Happy Day. They're coming down to the wire neck and neck. Katie did and Happy Day takes it by a head.
He did it. Oh, now we can prove whether Freddie Morgan paid you back or not, Mr. Daniels.
Happy Day wins with Katie did second and Barney's boy. The numbers aren't on the board yet, but Happy Day will probably pay about 4-1.
4-1? Why, Daniels, if you hadn't been in such a hurry to kill Freddie, he could have paid you off with interest, collecting $5,000 at 4-1.
You still have to prove that I killed him.
It must have been you. You're the one who beat him up, and you...
Oh, just a minute, Mrs. Morgan. Bill, when you called Mrs. Morgan to ask her to come down here, what did you tell her?
That I wanted her to come down here, that's all.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You didn't tell her about Archie Cochran, what he told you?
No.
I see. Well, but then how did Mr. Gray know how much Freddie Morgan had bet on Happy Day?
Why, I didn't.
But you just said to Mr. Daniels that if he'd waited until Freddie Morgan had collected $5,000 at 4-1.
Well, you said...
Well, all I said was that Freddie Morgan had bet on Happy Day. I didn't say how much it was. It could have been $2, $5, $10, anything. But you said $5,000. So you must have seen Freddie after he placed the bet, which means...
Roger!
Doris, you don't believe her. You don't think
But
that
you said the other day you hoped he was dead.
Yes,
You
but...
killed him.
Oh, no, Doris, please. Now, listen.
Oh, don't touch me. I loved him. Why couldn't you believe that? I needed him. I wanted him. He was all I wanted. Why didn't you listen when I told you? Why did you have to take him away from me? I could kill you.
Oh, Mrs. Morgan, stop.
I'd kill him.
I don't think you will, Mrs. Morgan. I don't think the state will let him live long enough for that.
Jerry!
Oh, hello, darling. Oh, I'm glad you're home. Now maybe you can help me.
All right, what do you want? What were you doing in the coat closet?
Looking for the phone book.
In the coat closet?
Well, I tried the bathroom, the bedroom, and the kitchen. Where on earth did you put it?
The phone book? Well, here it is, Jerry, on the phone table.
Oh, no, Pam.
Why, Jerry, where did you think it would be?
The adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North are brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Bill! Jerry, that was a gunshot.
Let's hit the store again, Jerry.
Okay, Bill. That did it.
Yes, but, oh, darling, look.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, The Saint of George Street. Twice a day, morning and evening, 5 days a week for 5 years, Fran Leland has traveled from George Street to work in the offices of Gerald North, publisher, and home again. In a few moments, she will be making the trip once more. This time, though, it will be different. Fran is going back to George Street to stay. But first, there is one last goodbye to be said.
Oh, Mrs. Leland. Come in.
I'm leaving now, Mr. North, but I wanted to stop and say goodbye. Tell you how much I've enjoyed working here.
Well, thanks, Miss Leland. Oh, you've met Mrs. North, haven't you?
Well, yes. Hello, Mrs. Leland.
Mrs. Leland and her husband are going into business for themselves, Pam.
Really? Oh, that's wonderful, Mrs. Leland. What kind of business? Well, it's nothing much, Mrs. North. Ray and I are opening a little variety store on George Street. Oh, you must be terribly excited. And scared. Every penny Ray and I have been able to save in the last 5 years he's tied up in that store.
Oh, you'll make out.
Of course you will. Oh, but I know how you feel. Jerry, remember when you went into business for yourself?
Oh.
We were so frightened we couldn't eat.
Oh, which was just as well because we didn't have money to buy any food.
Mr. and Mrs. North, Ray and I are giving a little party at the store tomorrow evening, the night before our official opening. Just a few people, friends and neighbors and other storekeepers on George Street. I'd like to have you come.
Why, we'd love to, Mrs. Leland.
Oh, you bet.
Thank you. And stop being frightened and just be excited. Your store is going to be a huge success. I just know it.
Oh, I hope so, Mrs. North. I hope so.
There. How's that, hon?
Just right.
And how about a kiss for your big businessman husband, eh?
Well...
Come here, you.
Oh,
Fran, honey, why the tears?
I'm just so happy, that's all. Oh, darling, hold me just for a minute.
Sure, baby, sure.
So this is the way you run a business.
Papa.
Gino!
I bring the vino for the party tonight.
Hey, maybe we ought to have a glass right now, huh? Just the three of us.
No. I got to get back next door. Mrs. Solomon, she just bring in the kids' shoes. 6 pay, half soles and heels. I got to have them today, Papa used to say.
And, of course, you said, all right, Mrs. Solomon.
What's to do but to do it?
I'll take the wine and back.
Okay, hon. Hey, Gino, look here.
Huh?
Come here, look. Here's something you haven't seen. Just delivered a little while ago. Here. How about it, huh?
Ramon, she's beautiful.
Yeah? Listen.
Oh, she's a sound real good, real good.
Music this side of heaven.
Oh, what's that?
Hiya, Papa. How's tricks?
Okay. But to you, the name's Mr. Favari, not Papa.
Yeah? Well, okay, Papa. Hello, Mr. Leland.
I better get back and fix the shoes for Miss Solomon.
Yeah, see you later, Gino.
Swell old guy, ain't he? Everybody likes old Gino.
Yeah, what can I do for you, Mr.
Davis. Deke Davis. Nice place you got here.
Thanks, but...
Open for business tomorrow, I hear.
That's right.
Uh-huh. Well, Mr. Leland, you being new on George Street, you probably don't know how things operate down here.
Operate? I don't understand you.
Well, it's this way, Mr. Leland. We got an organization here on George Street. You know, a sort of a club to help the people. It's called the George Street Political Association.
I'm not interested in politics.
Ah, sure you are, Mr. Leland. You gotta be. George Street's a funny place. Things can happen. Someday a bunch of kids might come in here and start fooling around and, well, you know how some of these punks are. They might tip over a counter and do a lot of damage. Now, the association doesn't want that to happen. So we're putting you down for, say, $50 a month.
So that's it.
That's what, Mr. Leland?
The old protection racket.
Protection racket? No, you got it all
Get
wrong.
out of here.
Now, just a minute, fella.
You heard me. Out.
Take your hands off me,
All right, mister, you're asking for it.
Ray, what in the world?
Stay out of this, honey. Now, listen, you. You get up, get out, and stay out.
You shouldn't have done this, fella. Ask your wife. She knows George Street. She'll tell you all about it.
You know what that guy tried
I
to...
know. Everybody on George Street knows Deke Davis. Who he is, what he is, who he works for. But I'm afraid he's right. Ray, you shouldn't have done that.
Gino! Hey, Gino, come here.
Oh, what do you want, Raymond? More vino, eh?
No, Gino, I want you to meet Mr. and Mrs. North. Mr. and Mrs. North, this is Gino Papari.
How do you do?
You are the man Francesca's worker for.
That's right.
Oh, I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. North. Francesca, she's telling me all the time what a nice man you are.
You know, Gino practically raised Fran after her mother and father died.
Yeah, she's a wonderful girl. And you should listen to her, Raymond.
Listen?
You tell me what do you do to Dick Davis?
Oh, if he'd have got out like I told him to, I wouldn't have had to sock him.
Well, this sounds interesting.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Leland, what happened?
Oh, a mug named Deke Davis come in this afternoon trying to sell me protection.
Protection?
You know, the old Dodge. Of course, he didn't call it protection. He wanted me to join an outfit called the George Street Political Association. $50 a month.
Raymond, do it.
Huh?
All the people, everyone with the store, they all belong.
Belong? You mean they pay?
All right, pay then, but it's the best, Raymond. I know. I have my shoe shop on George Street for 25 years, I know. $50 a month is a lot of money, but... Well, I know that, too, but...
Look, Gino, it's not just the dough. You bet it's a lot, especially when Fran and me are just getting started, but it's... Well, it's the principle of the thing.
I think you're absolutely right, Mr. Leland.
Oh, Mr. North, maybe he's right. But sometimes being right is...
Oh, come on, Gino. Let's break it up, huh? How about getting Mr. and Mrs. North some of your vino, huh?
Okay. I'll be right back.
He makes the stuff himself. Wait till you taste it. Wow.
He seems like a wonderful man.
Oh, that's just a word for Gino, Mrs. North. Wonderful. The saint of George Street. That's Papa Fafari.
Ray. Ray.
What is it, honey?
Darling, that car out in front.
Car?
Look.
What about it?
It drove up a couple of minutes ago. There are a couple of kids in it, and they just keep staring in at us.
Oh, now look, honey, don't...
Ray, look out! Jerry!
Get away from that window, Pam.
What happened?
The man in that car just tossed a brick through it.
That dirty little rat.
Ray, no! Stay here, please! Ray, stay in here!
Well, what do you think, Hollister?
Yeah, I think you better get a new window, Mr. Leland.
That's real funny. What about the guys who heaved that brick?
What about them?
Aren't you going to try to find them?
Sure, I'm going to try.
Oh, real hard, it sounds like.
Raymond.
Look, Mr. Leland, me and my partner have 7 cases already. This one makes 8. You'll get your share of the time, but that's the best we can do.
What about this guy, Deke Davis? He's behind us.
We'll question him. We won't get any answers, and he'll have an alibi, and even if we arrest him, Sam James will have him out on bail in an hour.
Sam James?
Mm-hmm.
Who's he?
The president of the George Street Political Association.
Bird, who's really behind this? Deke Davis is just an errand boy.
Well, look, Detective Hollister, if you know so much about this racket, why can't you do something about it?
Racket, Mr. North? What racket? Mr. Leland here was asked to join a club. He refused. His window was smashed.
Well, that wasn't just coincidence.
I know it. You know it. Papa Fafari knows it. And so does Mr. Leland. But what we know and what I need to make an arrest aren't the same thing.
Uh-huh. So there's nothing you can do, huh?
That's about it, Mr. Leland. I'm sorry,
Well,
but...
there's something I can do. I'm not going to take this line down.
Raymond.
I'm going to fight back.
How, Mr. Leland?
I don't know, Mr. North. But I'm going to fight.
And that's the whole rotten story, Bill. Ray Leland needs help, all the help he can get.
But what can I do, Jerry? This is homicide. Investigating broken windows is a little out of our jurisdiction.
Now, don't you start being facetious, Bill Wyden.
I'm sorry, Pam, but
Now, look, Bill. You have a pretty good entree to the commissioner's office, don't you?
Well, yes.
Ray Leland is trying to organize a protest meeting, Bill. A meeting of all the merchants on George Street.
He thinks it would help if he could announce that some important police official, perhaps even the commissioner, would be at the meeting and speak.
Well, okay, Jerry. I'll see what I can do.
Thanks, Bill.
But there's just one thing. Now, is Leland sure he can organize a meeting?
No, Bill, he isn't, but he says he can be sure that he can guarantee it if he can talk an old fellow named Gino Fafari into helping him.
Look, Raymond, what you do, that's your business.
But they won't listen to me, Gino.
Well, do you blame them?
No, Fran, I don't blame them. They don't know me. But, Gino, they do know you.
And they know George Street. They know this racket is just as much a part of the street as the rest of the dirt and filth. Darling, you're not the first man who thought he could change things here. There was a man named Allegro. Gino remembers him.
Allegro. See, I remember.
He tried to fight Sam James, and then one night he was run down by a car. A hit-and-run accident, the police had to call it, even though they and everybody else knew it was murder. Darling, if Allegro couldn't win, you can't.
She's all right, Raymond.
Oh, you don't really believe that, Gino. You just want to believe it because...
Because why? Because I'm scared. See, I'm scared, Raymond, and I'm not ashamed of it.
Well, neither am I. I'm scared, too. But there's a difference between being afraid and being a coward.
Ray!
Coward?
I'm sorry, Gino. I shouldn't have.
Me? Gino Fafari, a coward? I tell you something. Something I never tell before. In Italy, 30 years ago, I fight the fascisti. I'm a put in the prison, I'm a beaten and a tortured. I'm gonna be shot, but I escape and I go on fighting the black shirts until...
Then fight them again, Gino. That's what these guys are. Sam James, Deke Davis, all of them. They're black shirts. They're fascisti.
But I'm an old man.
All you have to do is talk to the others who own shops on this street. Just ask them to come to the meeting tomorrow night.
Don't do it, Gino. Don't let him talk
Shut
to
up,
you.
Fran. How about it, Gino?
All right, Raymond. All right. I'm sorry, Francesca, but... Well, what's it do but to do it?
Who is it? Come in. Well, come on, let's have it. What's happening?
Nothing good, Sam. Papa Fafari was in every store on the street this morning.
Papa Fafari?
And everybody's going to be at that meeting tonight just because he asked them to come. They'll be hanging from the chandeliers. And look at this. A handbill that guy Leland's got out.
Sam James must go. George Street merchants are through...
They're all over the street. And I hear some people named North have promised Fafari and Leland that the police commission will be at the meeting. What are we going to do, Sam?
Pour me a drink.
Sam, you got to listen.
Pour.
Sure, Sam, sure. Here, Sam.
Well, the street's got to be taught a lesson, Deke.
Like when that Allegro guy, when we got him?
No, we don't have to go that far. Not yet. But somebody's got to get hurt.
Leland?
Huh? No. Papa.
Oh, Gino? Oh, now wait, Sam. You know how the street feels about that old guy.
Sure, I know. And that's why he's our boy. And the street will realize if it can happen to Papa Fafari, it can happen to any of them. Now, take care of it.
I don't like it, Sam.
I'm not asking you to like it. I'm just telling you to take care of it.
Okay, Sam.
And, Deke.
Yeah?
I just want Fafari hurt, and that's all, understand? So when you go calling on him, be sure you leave your hardware at home. Papa in the hospital's one thing. Papa in the morgue is another.
Jerry, look at the crowd.
Yeah, the hall's practically filled.
Uh-huh. Oh, Jerry, look, there's Mrs. Leland.
Yeah, let's go over and speak to her.
Hello, Mrs. Leland.
Oh, Mr. and Mrs. North, I didn't see you come in.
How are you, Mrs. Leland?
I'm all right.
Is Mr. Leland here?
Yes, he's down in the front of the hall talking to some men.
Oh, well, why don't we all go down and have...
No, I want to stay here, Mr. North. I'm waiting for Mr. Fafari.
Isn't he here yet?
No, and I can't understand it. I've called his shop, but he doesn't answer. I'm worried.
Well, now, I'm sure everything's going to be...
Mr. North, please. Is there a Mr. North in the hall?
Jerry, that man's asking for you.
Mr. North.
Yes, sir, right here.
You're wanted on the telephone, Mr. North. You can take it back there. The payphone on the wall to your right.
All right, thank you.
Who do you suppose to be calling you here?
Well, there's only one way to find out. Excuse me. Hello.
Jerry, this is Bill.
Bill, where are you?
Still in my office. Now, look, Jerry, something's happened. I just received a call from the George Street precinct about this shoe repair man, Gino Fafari.
Yeah, what about him?
Well, about 20 minutes ago, he was found in the alley between his shop and the Leland store. Dead.
Dead?
Yeah. He'd been beaten up, then shot.
You fool, you big stupid moron. Do you realize what you've done?
I had to do it, Sam. I had to.
Had to. You couldn't handle that old coat without plugging him?
Oh, let me tell you what happened, will you?
I know what happened. You killed a guy. You murdered a man. And if they catch you, you'll go to the chair so fast.
Sam, will you listen to
Look,
what
I told you not to pack around, didn't I? Now answer me, didn't I?
Yes, Sam, yeah.
Well, why didn't you do like I said?
If you'll just listen, Sam. The old guy pulled a knife on me.
So you shot him.
I didn't mean to kill him.
But he's dead. Now stop blubbering. Now stop. Now, give me that gun.
Why?
Give me it.
Here.
Where'd you get it?
From a guy when I was out in Chicago last summer.
Oh, is there a number on it?
I filed him off.
And then it can't be traced back to you.
No, that rod could belong to anybody.
Okay, now get rid of it. Now take it down to the river. No. No, I don't trust you. I'll do it myself.
Oh, I'll do it, Sam.
I said I'll do it. Now, you're going to need an alibi.
I can fix that.
Now, it's got to be good. It's got to be solid and airtight.
Oh, it will be.
Okay. Then with this gun in the river, we're set. Now, just keep your head, Dick. Now, don't get the jumps. Don't get rattled, and then they can't touch us.
Oh, Gino. Gino.
Jerry, get Leland away from here, will you?
Sure, Bill. I'll take him into his store. Pam's there with Mrs. Leland.
Okay, I'll be there in a few minutes.
Right. Come on, Mr. Leland. We're just in the way out here. Let's go on into the store.
This is my fault, Mr. North. I shouldn't have left him alone. I didn't think they'd try anything with Gino.
Is that you, Jerry?
Yes, Pam.
Is Fran in the back room, Mrs. North?
Yes, she is.
I want to see her.
How is she, Pam?
She just sits, Jerry. She won't say a word. She sits and stares into space.
Come on.
Fran? Fran, honey, please listen to me.
Don't touch me, Ray.
Fran,
you had to be a hero. You and your principal. Well, your precious principal just killed one of the sweetest old men who ever lived.
Look, Mrs. Leland, the police will get the men responsible for this.
That won't bring Gino back.
No,
And
but
don't kid yourself. The police won't get them. This is George Street, Mr. North. George Street. Sam James and his gang will get away with this just the way they've gotten away with everything else.
Not this time. I'll get Sam James if it's the last thing I ever do.
Now, just a minute, Leland.
Get out of my way, Mr. North.
Well, where are you going?
That's my business.
Look, Leland, let the police handle Sam
no,
James.
Fran's right. The police haven't got a thing on Sam James, and they won't get anything.
Nevertheless,
But I'm not the police. I don't have to worry about evidence. Now get out of my way.
You're staying here.
We'll see about that.
Leland, listen to me.
Jerry! Darling, wake up. We've got to stop him.
All right, now, Dick. Now, beat it. And don't come around here again until...
Who's that?
Get that gun out of sight in the drawer. Who is it?
Ray Leland.
Leland?
I want to talk to you.
Just a minute.
You gonna let him in?
Oh, what's the matter with you? Why not see him? I haven't anything to hide, have I?
No, Sam, but...
Okay, then.
Mr. James.
Coming. Now, you get going, Dick. Out the back way.
Okay, Sam.
Well, Mr. Leland, come in.
Lock it.
Huh?
Lock the door.
Say what?
Lock it or you'll get this knife in you right now.
Okay. Would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Now get away from the door.
Now,
Move!
Okay.
All right. Now, I want to know who killed Gino Fafari. I know you didn't do the job yourself, so who was it?
Now, wait a minute. What are you talking about? Has something happened to old Chino?
Stop that! You stop!
Now, let go of me!
I'll let go. I'll cut you loose if you don't tell me who killed Gino.
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't even know the old guy was dead.
Okay, you filthy little rats. You're gonna get it, right?
No, now let go.
Come back here, you!
Now, you stay away from me. Stay away from me, you crazy fool. Now, you stay away, you hear?
Well, that gun isn't gonna do you any good, Sam.
Get out of here.
James! Leland! Open up! Please!
Police, you hear that, Leland?
I heard it.
All right, then. Now, use your head. Get away from that door.
I got something to finish with you first.
Now, don't be a fool, Leland. Look, I don't want to shoot you, but I will if you don't get away from that door.
Come on, Jerry. Let's see if we can strain the door.
Okay, Bill.
You should have talked, Sam.
Hit it again, Jerry.
Okay.
That did it.
Oh, darling, look.
Good Lord. Leland. Bill, is he?
No. Not yet, anyway. Call an ambulance, Jerry.
All right.
Your phone's in the bedroom.
I'll find it.
Look, it wasn't my fault. He jumped me. He wanted to kill me.
Relax, James.
You were right outside the door. Now, you heard him.
Yes, we heard it all.
Then you know it's not my fault. You know I had to shoot him. It was in self-defense.
Quiet, will you? You're in the clear.
That's right. Sure. I'm in the clear.
So hand over the gun, huh?
What?
The gun. Give it to me.
Why? What do you want with the gun?
I shot him at self-defense. I'm in the clear. You said so yourself.
Then why don't you give me the gun?
Well,
Is that yours?
Yeah. I mean, no. No, it isn't mine.
Then whose is it?
Well, it's,
Bill, what's the matter with him?
I don't know. Give me the gun, James.
Here.
That's funny.
What, Bill?
This gun is a .38 caliber, and Gino Fafari was killed with a .38.
You think...
I don't know, Pam, but ballistics can tell. You know, maybe Leland got Sam James after all.
And when ballistics matched up the bullet the doctors took out of you with the one that killed Gino Fafari, well, Sam James cracked and told the whole story.
Good. Now, I'm glad I didn't kill him.
Well, Deke Davis would probably never been caught if you had.
Yeah, Mrs. North. And not only that, but... Oh, I don't know. I was wrong. I should have done as you said, Mr. North, and left it to the police. When Fran talked to me the way she did, I just went off my nut.
Well, you're going to be out of the hospital in a few days, Ray, and everything will be all right.
Oh, with Fran feeling the way she does.
Fran's outside, Ray.
Outside?
Yeah. She'd like to see you.
You're kidding.
No.
Well, why? I mean, from what she said...
Sure, but Pam had a long talk with her, and, well, they decided that this is the way Papa Fafari would have wanted it. And you know how women are.
They're pretty wonderful, Mr. North.
I think so, too, Mr. Leland. I think so, too.
Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
What the?
Jerry, help!
That's Pam, Jerry. She's in the study. Come on, Bill. Something's the matter.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Family Affair. The Manhattan home of publisher Philip Kirby is on the 18th floor of an expensive building on Upper Fifth Avenue. It's a large, luxurious, and outwardly cheerful apartment. And yet, it's a place of shadows. The kind of shadows that not even the bright morning sun spilling in through the windows overlooking Central Park can dispel.
Dad! Janet! Hey, anybody home?
Dave?
Oh, hi, sis.
Well, when did you get back?
Oh, about an hour ago in the Century.
Why didn't you let us know?
But I did. Wired Dad at the office yesterday.
Oh, he didn't tell me.
The old boy's slipping.
Not slipping, Dave. Falling.
What?
Or rather, has fallen.
What are you talking about?
Well, didn't you get the letter I wrote you?
Well, yes, in San Francisco, but Wait a minute. You don't mean the woman that you wrote about, the one Dad's been dating?
Yes, Linda Carroll.
Dad is really serious about her?
He's asked her to marry him.
What?
And she's accepted.
But your letter gave no indication
Well,
that
my letter was written 2 weeks ago. I didn't even know how far Dad had gone until he told me the day before yesterday.
Well, who is this woman? Well, what's she like?
Oh, wait, I'll show you. Well, here's a photograph of her.
She's beautiful.
Very.
Look, Janet, do you think she's really in love with Dad?
Oh, a woman like that? A woman of 27 in love with a man 62?
Well, it's possible.
Oh, don't be a fool.
And she's after money.
Yes, and she's going to get it.
What do you mean?
Dad's giving her a small dowry of $100,000.
Oh.
And he's going to change his will. She'll share equally with us.
What? He can't do that.
He can, and he will, unless we do something.
Oh, what can we do?
Oh, I don't know. But I do know this. The day he brings Linda Carroll home as his wife is the day I walk out of this house.
And out of his will?
I'm not thinking of that.
Then what are you thinking of?
Of Mother. Oh, good Lord, David. She's been dead less than 6 months. What's Dad thinking of? Didn't he love Mother? Didn't their life together mean anything to him? How can he think of bringing another woman here?
All right. Take it easy, Janet.
Oh, David, you've got to talk to Dad. Try to bring him to his senses. I'd rather see Dad dead than married to that woman.
Janet.
I mean it, David. I'd rather see him dead.
I'll have a table for you in one moment, Mr. North.
Oh, thank you.
My goodness, it's terribly crowded, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it always is for lunch. Oh, well, might as well wait as long as... Well, look who's here.
Who?
Philip Kirby.
Kirby?
Yeah, the old boy over at the corner table.
Oh.
You remember, he's head of Kirby and Company, that big reprint house.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that old bandit.
Bandit?
Yeah, he's made millions out of paperback reprints.
Oh, you're just jealous. Who's the woman with him?
I'm sure I don't know.
Well, don't sound so much like you'd like to.
Oh, now who's jealous? Oh, Kirby sees us. Come on, dear, we'd better stop by and say hello.
All right.
Jerry, my boy. And Mrs. North. It's good to see you.
Hello, Mr. Kirby.
Well, how are you, Phil?
Fine. Linda, dear, I'd like you to meet Mr. and Mrs. North. Pam, Jerry, this is Linda Carroll.
How do you do?
Well, happy to meet you, Miss Carroll.
Won't you two join us?
Oh, no, thanks, Phil. We have a table coming up.
Mr. North's a publisher, too, Linda.
Oh? Oh, yes, the North books. How nice.
Oh, by the way, Jerry, I'd like to get together with you about the reprint rights on that new Forbes novel. Suppose I give you a ring soon.
Yeah, anytime.
And incidentally, I'd like you two to keep the evening of the 10th open. Linda and I are giving a little party to announce our engagement.
Your engagement?
That's right, Mrs. North.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks, Jerry. I'm a lucky man.
Mr. North, your table is ready.
Oh, thank you. Well, come along, Pam. Be seeing you, Phil. Nice to have met you, Miss Carroll.
Goodbye, Miss Carroll, Mr. Kirby.
Goodbye.
Remember the 10th.
Yeah, we'll keep it open.
Nice people, the North.
They seem to be. But, Philip, wouldn't it be better to wait a little while before telling anybody about us?
Wait? Why, Linda?
I don't know. Superstitious, I guess. Afraid.
Afraid?
Afraid that something will happen to us.
Now, what could possibly happen?
Oh, I don't know, Philip, but I keep thinking of Janet and how much she resents me.
Oh, don't worry about Janet. It's just that she was very close to her mother. More than most daughters. But she'll come around.
Oh, I wonder. And what about David? What's he going to say?
Oh, why don't you ask him?
What?
Dave!
I'm sorry, Miss Carroll. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Hello, Dad.
No, son.
Office told me I'd find you here.
Well, sit down, boy, sit down. I completely forgot that you were getting back today.
Under the circumstances, you're forgiven. My sister showed me a photograph of you, Miss Carroll. That's how I recognized you. And if you'll pardon the cliche, the photograph didn't do you justice.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, Dad, your secretary asked me to remind you of a 2 o'clock appointment.
Oh, by Jove, I almost forgot that, too.
I better run.
You're right. Come along, dear.
Oh, why Miss Carroll, Dad? I was hoping she could stay and keep me company while I had lunch. I'd like to get better acquainted with my future stepmother.
Well, it's a good idea. How about it, Linda?
Well,
Of course, if you'd prefer not to, Miss Carroll.
Oh, no. No, I'd like to stay. Very much. Oh, it wasn't necessary to bring me home, David?
Oh, but I wanted to.
My apartment's here, number 16.
All right, give me a key. There we are.
Thank you.
Well, aren't you going to invite me in?
I hadn't planned to.
I'd like a drink.
Well,
Thank you. May I help you with the coat?
I can manage. What would you like? Scotch?
Fine.
Highball?
Right.
Make yourself comfortable. Everything's in the kitchen.
No, I'll help.
Very well. Philip tells me you do a lot of traveling for him.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, will you get a tray of ice from the refrigerator?
Yeah, sure. But I think I'll be doing less traveling from now on.
Oh? Why?
Here's the ice.
Oh, thanks.
Because I've found something to stay home for.
Oh, what's that?
You.
David.
Oh, Linda.
David, don't. You mustn't. David, please, you... Why did you do that?
Because I wanted to. Because I think you did, too.
Why, you...
Is that supposed to prove I'm wrong?
Get out.
Come here.
You heard me. Get out.
Listen, Linda.
Let go of me.
I've got news for you. You're not going to marry Dad.
No?
No. You're going to marry me.
What?
I love you.
Why, you don't even know me.
I was in love with you before I met you. When Janet showed me your pictures, I knew that
Oh, you're a fool.
And so are you if you think you can marry Dad without loving him.
Well, I do love him.
And his money.
All right. Yes, and his money. Now, you listen to me. I've been married twice. First when I was 17 to a boy who, well, everybody thought he was going to be a great musician someday. So I supported us. Until he met a woman who could do him a lot of good professionally. And then there was Carl. He's dead now. You know how he died? He was shot trying to pull a holdup to get some money. Money for me? Uh-oh. For a little blonde he was seeing on the side. He left me 2 rooms of second-hand furniture and a stinking tenement and the bill for his funeral. Yes, David. I love your father's money. And that's all I'm ever going to let myself love again.
Won't work, Linda.
It will.
No.
David, don't. Please don't touch me. Please don't.
Oh, Linda.
David, please. Please leave me alone.
All right, darling. Let's have a drink. The ice is beginning to melt.
But I can't see you again tonight, David.
You must.
But what'll I tell your father?
How about the truth?
No, David. No, we can't tell him yet.
When are we going to tell him?
Well, we'll talk about it.
Tonight.
All right, David, tonight.
But I was counting on tonight, Linda. We have a lot of things to discuss before the 10th.
I know, Philip, but I'm just not up to it this evening. My head is splitting.
You've been having these headaches rather frequently, Linda. This is the 4th in the last 10 days.
Oh, don't be angry with me, Philip.
I'm not, my dear. I'm worried.
Oh, I'll be all right. I'm going right to bed and get some rest. Call me tomorrow, huh?
Linda, we can't go on like this.
David, please. People at the next table can hear.
Dad has got to be told. Look, why are you stalling? Dad'll take it all right.
Are you sure?
Yes. If we go to him honestly. But if he finds out about us some other way, well, then he'll...
David.
What?
Those people coming into the dining room.
That's Jerry North and his wife.
I know. Philip introduced me to them. David, we got to get out of here before they see us.
More coffee, darling?
Oh, Pam, I can't. Look at the time.
Oh, relax, Jerry. It's such a beautiful morning after such a lovely evening.
Such an expensive evening, dear. Maybe publishers like the Kirbys can afford to relax after an evening on the town, but I can't.
That was strange, wasn't it, Jerry?
What?
Seeing Miss Carroll with David Kirby at the Flame Club.
Oh, are you still trying to make something of that?
Well, I do think it's odd they didn't speak. Darling, there's something going on there. An engaged woman doesn't go to a place like the Flame Club with another man, even her fiancé's son.
Phil Kirby probably knows all about it. You're just old-fashioned.
Perhaps. But if I were engaged, I wouldn't go out with anyone else.
Not even with your own husband?
Oh, you know what I mean.
I'll get it. Hello.
Hello, Jerry. Philip Kirby.
Oh, Phil, hello.
I'll speak of the devil.
Your office said I could reach you at home. Look, about that latest Forbes novel. I'd like to get together with you about it sometime today.
Well, I'm afraid I'm all tied up today, Phil.
Well, this evening, then. 8 o'clock, my apartment. Bring Mrs. North.
Well, I should talk to Forbes before I...
That's it. I had a long session with his agent last night.
Oh, so that's why Dave was acting as your proxy.
Jerry, be careful.
Dave? Proxy? What do you mean?
Oh, well, Pam and I saw, or rather thought we saw, Dave at the Flame Club with Miss Carroll.
Oh, Jerry.
With Linda? Well, that's impossible.
Just what I told Pam. Impossible. Must have been someone who just... Look. Hello, Phil. Oh, he hung up.
And you'd better close your mouth, dear, before you put your other foot in it.
Oh.
Is my son in, Miss Ryan?
Why, yes, Mr. Kirby. Shall I?
Never mind.
Dad, what?
I want to talk to you.
Oh, sure. Sure. Sit down. I was just writing Acme Press.
Forget that. Where were you last night?
Last night? What? Why,
At the Flame Club.
Yes.
And who were you with? Well?
So you know.
Then it was Linda.
Yes.
Now I suppose you're going to say being out with her didn't mean anything?
No, I'm not going to say that.
You rotten little sneak. Stand up.
Now listen to me, Dad. Listen.
You heard me. Dad, will you listen? Old as I am, I can still give you the beating of your life. Dad, I'll whip you within an inch of your life.
All right. You're asking for it. It's all right, Miss Ryan. Go back to work.
Yes, sir.
Here, Dad.
Let me
here.
help you. Get out of this office. Get your things out of the apartment.
There's something I want to say first.
Nothing I want to hear.
But you're going to listen anyway. Linda doesn't love you, Dad. All she cared about was your money.
And she loves you?
Yes.
And what's your attraction? My money.
Partly.
And what is she going to say when you tell her that you've lost that part of your attraction?
Have I, Dad?
What did you think I meant when I told you to get out? And I don't want to have to tell you again.
You won't. So long, Dad. And that's the story, darling.
Oh,
I need a drink.
help yourself.
Right. You?
No. Oh, if only the North hadn't seen us.
Dad, I don't know sometime.
But if he could have found out from us.
I'd have told him if you'd let me.
So it's my fault.
It's not a question of fault. It's... Oh, what difference does it make?
A great deal.
How? Just because I've lost my job?
And any chance of ever getting your father's money.
Don't say things like that, Linda.
Now, wait a minute, David. Wait just 1 minute. I've been honest with you. I told you I wanted money, and I told you why I wanted it.
Yes, and you also told me you were in love with me.
Well, I'm not going to love you or anyone else, not at these prices.
Well, you should have thought of that before you ran the chance of losing Dad.
Yes, and I didn't know we were running the chance of losing his money. However, I'm going to correct that mistake right now.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to go to see Philip and ask him to take me back.
You'd go crawling to him just
Yes. And I'm very good at crawling, David. I've had a lot of practice. But this time I'm going to make it pay off big.
Linda, where's your pride?
It's up for sale.
Isn't there anything that you wouldn't do for money?
No, nothing. And don't tell me how money isn't everything. I know it isn't. But it's something. And something is more than I've ever had, so I'll take all I can get.
Linda, I love you. You're not going back to Dad.
No? And just exactly how are you going to stop me?
Take a whipping than see Phil Kirby.
Well, after the boner you pulled, I don't wonder. Maybe that'll teach you a lesson.
Oh, look, Pam. Phil probably doesn't want to see us.
He asked us to be here at 8 o'clock, didn't he?
Yes, but that was
this
before...
is the 10th floor, Jerry.
Okay. Might as well face the music. Yeah, down this way. Ah, here we are. Maybe there's no one home.
They'll ring again anyway, dear. Oh, here's someone.
Yes?
Oh, hello. You must be Janet Kirby.
Oh, and you're Mr. and Mrs. North.
Yes.
Well, Dad told me you were coming. Please come in.
Thank you.
Is your father home?
He's in his study. This way.
Is he all right?
All right? Well, yes. Why do you ask?
Oh, I just wondered.
Dad, Mr. and Mrs. North are here. Oh, now that's strange. Why doesn't he answer?
Are you sure he's in?
Well, positive. Dad, where... Oh, he's not here. Where could he have...
Miss Kirby, what's the window?
Miss Kirby.
Dad! Oh, Oh, Jerry, darling, look down there on the roof of the next building.
Good Lord.
Jerry, we've got to get down there.
No use, Pam. That roof is at least 7 floors down. He's dead.
Oh, darling, do you think he...
Oh, yes. He couldn't have fallen over this railing. He must have jumped.
Now, Miss Kirby, if I could ask you a few questions.
Where's my brother? Have you found him?
We located him at Miss Carroll's apartment. They're on their way over here now. Miss Kirby, do you know of any reason for your father taking his own life?
No.
Even a guess, Miss Kirby?
Maybe I can guess, Bill. It might have something to do with the fact that he found out that Linda Carroll was seeing David Kirby.
Seeing David?
Yes.
You mean Linda and David were... No, they couldn't have done that to Dad.
I'm afraid it's true.
Woman. That hateful, horrible woman. And David...
Now, please, Miss Kirby. Just one more question. When did you last see your father alive?
About 6.
And you didn't see him or speak to him after that?
No. But I heard him.
What do you mean?
Well, someone rang the doorbell about 7:30, and Dad answered.
Do you know who it was at the door?
No. My room is at the back of the apartment. I didn't see or hear anything more until Mr. and Mrs. North arrived.
I see.
Jerry, Bill, come here.
What is it, Pam?
Look,
There's what?
here on the floor under the window.
It looks like blood.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what it is.
But whose could it be?
And how did it get there?
Well, that's just what I'd like to find. I'll answer it. Hello, Wigan speaking. Oh, hello, Doc. What? Well, are you sure? Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, I just saw something here that fits in with that, so you'd better get back up here quickly. Okay.
What is it, Bill?
It's murder, Jerry.
Murder?
What do you mean, Bill?
Just what I said. That was the medical examiner. Philip Kirby didn't commit suicide. He was dead before he ever went out that window. And it's obvious what happened, Mr. Kirby. Your father was beaten to death in his study, and then his body was pushed out the window to make it appear he'd committed suicide.
And you think that I did?
Well, you've admitted you quarreled with your father over Miss Carroll, Dave.
This afternoon at the office, Jerry, yes, but I...
But you didn't come home this evening, quarrel again, and strike your father
No.
I think we'd better get Miss Carroll in here.
I'll get her, Bill.
Thanks, ma'am. Now, look, Mr. Kirby, I want the truth.
But
huh?
I've told you the truth. Janet, you believe me, don't you? You know I...
Touch me.
Janet, you don't think that I could...
All I know is that Dad is dead, and you could have killed him.
And what about you? You said you'd rather see him dead than married to Linda.
Is that true, Miss Kirby?
Well, yes, but Dad wasn't going to marry her.
Only you didn't find that out until after he was dead, Miss Kirby.
So it's possible that you could...
That's Pam. Come on, something's wrong.
All right, come on.
Pam.
In here, in the study.
You stay out of that closet.
What? Linda!
Make her stop. Get her away from me.
All right, Miss Carroll. Now break it up.
Let go of me.
Then let go of her. Let go of her. Yeah, that's better.
Oh, Pam, darling, are you all right?
Oh, I think so.
What the devil's this all about?
She's hiding something in that closet.
That's a lie.
Now, you relax.
I saw her putting something in here when I came in, and when I wanted to see what it was, she tried to stop me.
All right, let's have a look. Well.
What is it, Bill?
This.
A poker.
From that fireplace set over there.
And probably the thing that was used to kill Kirby.
Yes. What's the idea, Miss Carroll?
I was trying to protect David.
Protect me? What are you talking about?
Darling, I know you killed Philip.
But I didn't.
And when I saw the poker, I was afraid your fingerprints might be on it.
You're out of your mind.
Now, relax, Kirby, relax. How do you know he killed his father, Miss Carroll?
It was the only way you could prevent his father from throwing him out of the company and writing him out of his will.
That's not true.
Part of it is.
Oh? Which part, dear?
Well, the part about Philip Kirby's death being the only way David could keep any of his father's money, but the rest is wrong.
How, Pam?
Miss Kirby, you say you heard your father let someone in the apartment about 7:30.
Yes.
Well, what about it, then?
Well, that person must have been the murderer. And the only person with a motive to kill Philip Kirby who would have had to ring the doorbell was Linda Carroll.
No.
Yes, Miss Carroll. Janet Kirby was in the apartment, and David Kirby still had his key. You weren't hiding that poker to protect David. You were hiding it to protect yourself. The same motive you gave
Bill, look
David
out.
was...
The window. Grab her.
Wait a minute. I got her. Now, relax, Miss Carroll. Relax.
All right. All right, let me go. Yes, I killed him. He slapped me and I fell back against the fireplace. I saw the poker. He was calling me names, horrible names. Then he turned to leave the room and I hit him. If he'd been the first man who'd wiped his feet on me, I wouldn't have done it. But there'd been too many more before him. I couldn't stand it again. Not again.
Well, that's it, folks. We've got Miss Carroll's signed statement, and I thought I'd drop over and let you know.
Thanks, Bill.
Well, Jerry and I were just going to have some coffee. Bill, would you join us?
Well, thanks. I could stand a cup, you know.
I'll make it right away.
Oh, no, Pam. Oh, no. You relax. I'll make it.
All right, dear.
Won't be a minute.
You know, I'm glad my wife isn't here to see this.
To see what, Bill?
A husband hopping to it the way Jerry is. Dorian says that I...
Pam, dear, where's the coffee?
Oh, in the cupboard above the sink, Jerry.
You know, Dorian says I'm absolutely helpless around the house, that I couldn't even boil water.
Hey, darling, what'll I boil the water in?
Oh, in the tea kettle on the stove, dear.
Yeah, Dorian says the only thing I know how to do in the kitchen is open a bottle of beer.
Jerry! Oh, darling, what happened?
Oh, I dropped the can of coffee and it spilled all over the floor. Hey, look, would anybody settle for a bottle of beer?
The adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North are brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Put that gun down, you little fool.
Shut up, Mr. North.
Be careful, Jerry.
Listen to her, Mr. North. She's making a lot of sense.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, The Diamond Noose. Apartment 4B, 24 St. Anne's Place, New York, is occupied by Mr. and Mrs. North. Mr. North is a publisher. Apartment C, in the basement of the same building, is occupied by Samuel Ryan and his son Skip. Mr. Ryan is a janitor. An apartment on the 6th floor and an apartment in the basement. A publisher and a janitor. How could the life of either of them ever affect the other?
Pam!
I'm almost ready.
Oh, darling, the Wilsons are expecting us at 6, and it's nearly that now.
Zip me.
Where?
Back.
Oh.
Thank you. How do I look?
Oh, peachy keen. Come on, now let's go.
I need something.
A hug and a kiss?
And must my dress?
Just a kiss, then. No hug.
And smear my lipstick? I know
What?
what I need. The necklace Aunt Harriet gave me.
Oh, but it's in the safety deposit box at the bank, dear.
I brought it home when I went to the bank this morning. Will you get it out of my jewel box for me?
Okay, but we've got to get going.
Oh, stop fretting. We'll be at the Wilsons in plenty of time.
Pam,
What?
it isn't here.
The necklace? Oh, don't be silly. Of course it is.
Well, see for yourself.
But I distinctly remember putting it. Oh, no.
Oh, no, what?
Well, I took it out later to try it on. Now, let's see. What did I do with it?
Pam, that necklace is worth...
I wanted to see how it looked in the soft light, so I went to the mirror in the hall. Then the telephone rang. It was Ethel Wiley, dear. She's just back from Europe.
Pam!
She had a wonderful trip. Italy, France,
Aunt
England...
Harriet's necklace, Pam. Where is it?
on the telephone table in the hall.
Oh, Pam, dear, let's not be so casual about it, huh?
I'm sorry, Jerry.
Okay, now, come on. After all, that necklace is the closest thing we have to an annuity.
It's perfectly safe. See? Here it is right... Jerry, it's not here.
Nope.
But
Oh, you put it down somewhere else, Pam.
Well, no, I...
Oh, now, you must have. Now, think. After you talked to Ethel Wiley, what did you...
Jerry, the necklace was right here.
You're sure of that?
Positive. Darling, it's been stolen.
It couldn't have been.
But it has.
Has there been anybody in the apartment today?
No.
Well, then it's...
Wait. Yes, there was someone in here. Mr. Ryan.
Ryan? The janitor?
While I was out at the grocery store, he let himself in to fix the faucet in the kitchen. Well, at least the faucet wasn't fixed when I went out, and it was when I got back.
Oh, but Ryan, he seems like such a nice old guy. Oh, I can't believe that he'd... Oh, now, Pam, you must have put the necklace somewhere else.
But I didn't, Jerry. Darling, if that necklace isn't right here on this table, Mr. Ryan took it.
Well, then I suppose the only thing to do is call the police.
I guess so.
Okay, now... Oh, no, now, look, there's something wrong. I just don't think Ryan would do a thing like this.
But...
And before I call the police, I'm going down to his apartment and talk to him.
How about it, Hody? What do you think it's worth, huh?
Oh, I don't know, kid. A couple of bills, maybe.
200? That all?
I'll say 3 on the outside. Where'd you say you got it?
One of the apartments in the building. 4B. People named North. Pa made me go up with him to help him fix a faucet. I saw the thing. It was just laying there, so... Gosh, Hody, you sure we can't get more than 200 or 300?
Why all of a sudden such a big urge for dough, Skip?
I want to get out of here, Hody. Get a joint of my own like you did. I can't stand it anymore, the way Pa's always yammering at me. Go to school, study hard, make something of yourself.
Don't be a bum like your brother.
You know what it's like, Hody. Pa put you over the same jumps.
Yeah.
Look, Hody, would you let me move in with you?
Now, hold it, kid.
Just for a little while, Hody. Just till you and Jackie get married.
You want a 99-year lease, huh?
What?
Skip it, Skip.
No, wait. What's the matter with you and Jackie?
Nothing's the matter with me.
Ain't you getting married?
Not that I know of.
But when I saw her over at her old man's store the other day, she talked like
What
you...
Jackie talks like and what I do is 2 different things. Now, let's drop the subject, huh?
Sure, Hody.
Okay. Now, about this necklace. Let me take it and see what I can do. Duck the necklace.
Take it.
Skip.
In here, Pa.
Skip, did you sweep down the back step?
Well. Hiya, Pa.
What are you doing here?
Skip called me and asked me to come over.
Skip, go to your room.
Oh, Pa.
You heard me.
But I...
Go on, kid.
See you later, Hody.
Sure.
I thought I told you that you're not welcome here.
So I'm going.
Out the back way. I put all the garbage out the back way.
You're getting to be a real humorist, ain't you, Pop?
Odie.
Yeah?
I'm telling you for the last time. Stay away from Skip. Leave him alone. You're dirt. You're scum. And you make dirt and scum out of everybody you touch.
If you weren't my old man, I'd beat your ears off.
You draw the line at beating your father? This surprises me.
Die.
Hey, Hody.
Jackie. What are you doing here?
I was over in my father's store. I thought I recognized your car.
What do you want?
Want? You haven't called me for over a week. I haven't seen you for 2 weeks. What do you think I want? I want to know why
Look, we can't talk here.
Why not?
I got something to do.
Then where can we talk and when?
Well, how about my place in, say, an hour, huh?
All right, Hody. Your place in an hour. And this is one date with me you'd better keep.
You must be mistaken, Mrs. North. The necklace must be in the apartment somewhere.
I know it isn't, Mr. Ryan.
And you're the only other person who was in the apartment today.
But I let myself in the back door, and I was in the kitchen all the time.
What's the matter, Mr. Ryan?
Skip.
Skip?
My boy. He was helping me, and I left him there for a few minutes while I came down. Skip!
Yeah?
Come out here.
What do you want now?
Come here!
Okay.
You rotten little...
What's the idea?
Mr. Ryan.
Take it easy, Mr. Ryan.
Let go of me.
Where's the necklace?
I ain't got it. Let go. Let go. Stay where you are, Pa.
What?
Stay where you are or you'll get hurt.
A gun?
Yeah, a gun. And it's loaded. Now get away from that door, Pa.
Skip!
Move!
Look, you little fool.
You shut up, mister.
Be careful, Jerry.
Listen to her, Mr. North.
Skip!
So long, Pa.
Skip! Oh, Skip!
Hody, this is Skip.
Oh, hi, kid. How's everything?
Hody, I'm in a jam.
Oh?
The necklace. The people I stole it from came to Pa.
What'd you do?
Well, I kind of lost my head. Pa started slapping me around, and I had to pull a gun to get away.
You packing a rod?
Yeah. Look, Hody, I gotta have some dough. Do you know somebody who'll give you something on that necklace fast?
Yeah. Where you calling from, Skip?
A drugstore.
Okay, give me a couple of hours.
It's 6:30 now.
Then make it 9.
Where? Your place?
No, not up here. Paul know you might come to see me.
Yeah, you're right. Well, look, you know that beer joint over on First Avenue called the Garden Spot?
Yeah.
You remember you used to hang out there a lot when you lived with Pa and me?
Yeah, I remember.
At 9.
On the nose.
Please, Mr. North, I know it's a lot to ask.
Well, it certainly is. Your boy steals a $4,000 necklace, pulls a gun on us, and
He's
you...
a good boy, Mr. North.
Jerry.
He is Mr. North. Or he was until last winter when he started hanging around with a bunch of young toughs in a saloon called the Garden Spot. And then Hody started coming around.
Hody?
My older boy. He's bad. Hody's always been bad. He's just 25, and already he's been in reform school twice and prison once. He's the one who's given Skip these ideas, who's trying to make a thief out of his brother.
And it looks like he's succeeded.
No, Mr. North, he hasn't. Skip will be all right. I know he will. If you let me find him, talk to him, let me tell him that you won't go to the police if he'll return the necklace and promise never to do anything like this again.
Oh, let's do it, darling.
Please, Mr. North.
Well, all right.
Thank you, Mr. North.
We'll give you until tomorrow morning. And if you haven't found him by then, or if you have found him and he won't do as you ask, I'm going to the police. Understand?
Yes, yes.
All right. Come on, Pam. Oh, I ought to have my head examined.
I don't think so.
I hope you're right.
Well, we'd better get upstairs and call the Wilsons and explain that we'll be late.
We're not going to the Wilsons, Pam,
Oh, why not?
because we're going to follow Mr. Ryan. If he finds that kid of his, I have a hunch he's going to need someone who can yell for help.
Relax, Jackie. Relax, will you? It's not like that at all.
Then how is it, Hody? You keep standing me up. You don't telephone.
I've been busy.
What's her name?
It's not anything like that. Oh, Jackie, you know how I feel about you.
Maybe you'd better remind me.
Come to Papa.
No.
Baby.
No, that's too easy.
Sure. Nice and easy.
Hold it.
Come here, you.
Oh, Hody. Hody, why do you treat me like this?
I'm sorry, baby.
You love me, Hody. You do, don't you?
I'm mad about the girl.
Oh, you're... Oh, never mind.
Now, that's better. Hey, let's do something tonight, huh? What'll it be? The Colony, Stork, 21?
Hody.
Okay. Smiley's beer stube. It'll be them. Now,
Hody.
you... Yeah?
I'll settle for the city hall in the morning.
Now, Jackie.
Why do you keep stalling, Hody? You said 3 months ago we were going to be married.
It takes dough, Jackie, a lot of dough. And that's why I haven't been seeing you lately. Honest, Tony, I've been working like a dog trying to get a little ahead so we can do it up brown when we take the plunge.
I'd like to believe that, Hody.
It's the truth. Oh, baby, I don't like this waiting around any more than you do, but be a little patient, huh?
All right, Hody.
That's better. Now, you go home and get yourself dolled up, and I'll meet you at Smiley's.
Usual time?
Usual time.
All right.
And wear that pink dress of yours. The one that's cut. You know.
All right.
Yeah?
Jigger Stouts, Howdy. You telephone me?
Yeah, Jigger. I got a necklace I'd like you to take a look at.
Okay, bring it around in the morning.
I gotta see you tonight, Jigger. Right now. I'll be over in about 10 minutes.
Why the 5 o'clock rush?
I'm leaving town tonight.
Well, look, friend, if your merchandise is that hot, I
It's
don't...
not that. Look, Jigger. The necklace is worth $3,000 easy. 4 maybe. And I'll give it to you for 1.
I don't like guys who in a hurry to do me favors, Howdy. Where'd you get the merchandise?
My kid brother lifted it. And this is cool ice, Jigger. Believe me.
Then why the rush to unload?
It's a dame.
Ah.
She's breathing down my neck about City Hall.
Uh-huh.
I'll be easy to do business with, Jigger. Can I come over?
Okay, Howdy.
10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Please, you don't understand.
Stanley Hotel, 316. Okay.
Please, Hody Ryan is my son.
I don't care if he's your grandfather, Pop. He's checked out. He's gone. I don't know where he went. Now beat it, huh? Leave me alone.
What are you so anxious to find Hody for? From what he said, you two weren't planning to go to a father and son banquet together.
I don't care about Hody. I'm looking for Skip, and I'm sure he's with Hody. Now, please, Miss Williams, if you know where Hody is...
If I knew, I'd tell you, but I don't. Now go away. Will you leave me alone?
Now, look, mister. If the kid's only 17, he ain't never been in here. I don't serve to minors.
But he hangs around here all the time.
You're mistaken. No kid 17 is allowed in here. Now move along and leave me alone.
Oh, brother, what a sightseeing tour this has turned out to be. We trailed Ryan to 1 hotel, 1 pool hall, 1 apartment house, 5 public phone booths, now to this place. What's it called?
The garden spot.
Looks as though it should be called a garbage dump.
Yeah, well, since it was your idea to follow Mr. Ryan, you haven't much room for complaint, Jerry.
Well, maybe not, dear, but who was it that wanted to call the police when the kid... Oh, brother. Here we go again.
Oh, no.
There's Ryan getting in his taxi. The yellow cab company's certainly going to be in the black when Ryan settles up with that meter. Well, that's...
Oh, Jerry, wait.
Hmm?
Darling, look.
Where?
Going into that beer parlor.
Skip Ryan.
And his father doesn't see him. Oh, Jerry, what do we do?
I don't know what you're going to do, darling, but I'm going to call a friend of ours who happens by a comforting coincidence to be a police officer.
Bill?
Bill.
But Harry...
I'm telling you, kid, and for the last time, get out of here. I don't want no customers with fathers who come snooping around.
But it's after 9. Are you sure Hody ain't been around?
If he'd been around, I'd seen him. Now, will you?
Okay.
The door's that way.
I'm gonna wait out back. Oh, Hody, where the devil are you?
Skip.
Don't you...
Skip.
Hody, where are you?
Over here.
Where? I can't see nothing. This alley's as black as...
Here. Just past the door. Over here.
Where? Hody, I can't see... Hody, what's the matter?
Take a look at my back, kid. I got a knife in it.
You suppose the Ryan boy's still in there, Jerry?
You didn't see him come out, did you?
No.
Well, then. Oh, where the devil is Bill? He should be here by now.
I still say you shouldn't have telephoned him. After all, you did promise Mr. Ryan.
I called Bill Wygant
as a friend, not as a policeman, I know. But that's drawing a rather fine distinction, if you're asking
Oh,
me.
here he is.
Bill?
Yeah, that's his car pulling up across the street. Come on, let's go.
Here we are, Bill.
Hello, Pam.
Hi, Bill.
Hi, Jerry. Well, what's this all about?
Well, it's like this, Bill. A boy named Skip Ryan, the son of the janitor in our apartment building, stole a necklace of Pam's. He's sitting there at the bar now.
Where?
Well, right... Hey, what the...
Jerry, he's gone.
But he was right there just a second ago. Come on.
Now, look, will you two tell me
hurry,
what
Bill.
Bartender.
Yeah?
The boy, the one that was sitting here, where is he?
What boy?
He was sitting right here a minute ago.
Oh, you know who we mean. Now, come on.
Look, who are you people to come busting in here?
This is who I am, fella.
Oh, sorry, Lieutenant. Well, when I wouldn't serve him, he left out the back way, the door to the alley.
Well, that's better. Come on, Pam and Jerry.
What happened, Hootie? Who did it?
Jackie.
Jackie?
Huh? Oh, I should have closed the transom before I talked to Jigger.
Huh?
Jackie heard me tell Jigger I wanted to run out on her. And she followed me, and...
Someone's coming out of the beer joint. I'll tell him. But Hootie,
Golly, it's dark.
Like the inside of a pocket. And the kid's probably 6 blocks away by this time.
Hootie, let me...
Shut up.
Come on, let's go back inside, and you two tell me what this is all about.
They've gone. Hootie, you're hurt. You should have let me tell them.
I got other plans.
But...
Listen.
What?
The necklace. I got $1,000 for it.
1,000? But you told me you couldn't get more than 2.
So I got more. But listen. Now listen to me. I don't have it now. Jackie took it. Now let's you and me go back and get it, huh?
But you can't walk this...
It's only a couple of blocks.
I know it, but you...
So if I can't walk, I'll crawl. I'll keep this date with Jackie if I have to get there on my hands and knees. We're doing okay, huh, Skip?
Yeah.
Sure. We're doing fine. Another block.
Hootie.
What?
Up ahead. At the corner. The cop on the beat.
Back against the building.
Hootie, you can...
Get me back against the building.
Come on.
Okay. Now, if he doesn't leave in a minute, we go around the block.
You'll never make it.
Think so. Watch me, kid. Just watch me. We're almost there, kid. Let me put my arm around your shoulder, huh?
Sure.
Hey, Mark. Hey, look. Hey, what's the matter, kid? Your pal take on too much ballast?
Yeah.
Want some help?
No, he's okay.
Suit yourself, kid. Come on, Mark, down in.
Oh, good boy, Skip. Well, Jackie, here we come. Made it, Skip. Made it. Ring the bell. Now that gun you got, gimme.
Why?
Gimme.
What do you want it for?
To collect $1,000.
Oh, okay, Hootie.
Hello, Jackie.
Hootie.
What's the matter, Jackie? We had a date, didn't we?
Darling, it's ridiculous to go cruising around this neighborhood anymore.
Jerry's right, Pam. Now, look, why don't we
Skip
just...
Ryan went into that bar for some reason, not just to have a drink.
But the fact remains that we've lost Skip Ryan and Mr. Ryan. So why don't we...
Jerry, stop the car.
Pam, what
Stop.
Okay. Now, will you tell us what...
That apartment house.
Oh, what about it?
It's the one Mr. Ryan went into while we were following him. And you said he apparently called on someone in apartment 905.
To which I must reply, so what?
So maybe Mr. Ryan got some information from apartment 905 that would be useful to us, dear.
Are you proposing that we go in there and...
Yes.
Oh, Bill, for Pete's sake.
She's your wife, Jerry.
Coward.
Hootie, please, in the name of heaven.
Squirm, baby, squirm. I love every minute of it.
Hootie.
And you'll excuse me if I don't sit down, honey. But the knife in my back makes reclining in the easy chairs a little uncomfortable, you know.
The dough, Hody. That's all we came for.
That's all you came for.
It's there in my purse. Take it. Take it.
Hody, please.
You heard the lady. Take the dough and beat it.
No.
I wouldn't have done it if you'd played square. I wouldn't have. I loved you, Hody.
Give me that gun, Hody.
Stay away from me, kid.
Don't let him do it, Skip. He tried to double-cross you just like he did me.
You shut up.
He collected $1,000 on the necklace and was going to give you
I
all
said shut up. Well, I'm not going to let you kill her like this, Hody.
Now, don't come any closer, Skip. I wouldn't want... What's that?
Answer it, Jackie.
Stay away, you dirty little...
Give me that gun. Drop that gun, Hody. Drop it.
Don't, Skip. Don't! All right. Break it up. Come on, break it up. Get the gun, Jerry. I've got it, Bill.
Why didn't you let me do it, Skip?
Oh, Jerry, look.
Good Lord. A knife in his back.
Why, Skip? Why didn't you?
I don't know, Hody. Hody.
He can't hear you, son. He's dead.
Okay, Bill. Thanks for calling. Well, that does it.
What, Jerry?
Jackie Williams has confessed.
Oh.
She admits following Hody Ryan to the fence and then to the beer hall where she killed him. Oh, and they've arrested Jigger Stotts, too.
Well, it's about time. Oh, Jerry, when can we get Aunt Harriet's necklace back?
Well, not for quite a while, I'm afraid.
Well, why?
Well, it's been impounded as evidence.
They can't do that.
It's the law, Pam.
Well, I don't care. Jerry, you know how Aunt Harriet is. If she ever found out that I'd been so careless with something she gave me, she'd... Well, I wouldn't be her favorite niece any longer. She cut me out of her will.
Pam, your Aunt Harriet's way out in Wyoming.
Well, yes, but what
So
difference...
how will she ever find out about the necklace? Now, just relax. I'll get it. Yes, what is it? Pam?
Jerry, what in the world is the matter?
Look who's come to visit.
Aunt Harriet!
Next week, more adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Okay, then, don't let go. But don't blame me if you get hurt. Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, The Crooked Ring. The Olympic Gymnasium, owned and operated by Marty Dan, is a place of legalized assault, rubbing alcohol, cauliflower ears, and cloudy minds. Of eyes bright with the vision of success and dull with the reality of failure. Of young men on their way to the garden and old men on their way to the grave. A place like the Olympic Gym is always the beginning for a kid like Gil Henry, and often it's the end.
You left, Gil. You left. Use it. Use it. Go for... Okay, that's enough. Cut it, Ace. Hold it, Gil.
Okay, Gabby. How'd I look, Gabby?
Go take your shower.
How'd I look?
How do you feel? terrible.
That answer your question? Now go.
Gabby, didn't she call? Didn't she?
No.
I'll take my shower.
Oh, wait.
Well?
I don't feel too bad about what Ace did to you just now. He's good. Old as he is, he's good. Smart. He's fought them all, the best of them.
Yeah.
But, Gil.
Yeah?
If you're going to lose any fights, lose them in the ring, huh? Not in a saloon.
Oh, Gabby,
You were drunk last night.
yeah, but...
And the night before.
Okay, yeah, but...
Go take your shower.
Oh, but Gabby...
I got to see Marty. Who is it? Gabby. You wanted to see me?
Yeah, sit down. Is Gil going to be ready for Sailor Bell?
The bout's a week from tonight.
So?
So ask me a week from tomorrow.
Look, stop cracking wise.
You see him sparring with Ace? With 10-ounce gloves, Ace could have had him inside 3. And the sailor is Ace's kind of fighter.
It's that dame, that Laura Evans. What does she want, anyway?
She wants Gil to use his college degree to teach physical education at some jerkwater college upstate.
She's nuts.
So argue with her.
Listen, Gubby, we got to get Gil straightened out for that Bell fight. This is one fight he can't lose.
You're wrong, Marty. It's the one he can't win.
Now, look, Gabby.
Dame trouble or not, Gil's not ready for the sailor. I told you that before you made the match. In another 6 months, okay, but not now. You're trying to bring the kid along too fast.
I know what I'm doing.
You're running the chance of losing the best boy you ever managed. That's what you're doing. Listen, Marty. If Gil takes a bad beating from the sailor, he'll listen to the Evans dame. He'll quit. He'll never fight again. Right now, Gil's got to keep winning big, winning all the time, all the way.
Nuts.
I know what I'm talking about. Look, let's find a way to duck the sailor. Try to get a postponement.
No.
Marty.
You heard me.
Okay, Marty, you're his manager.
Gabby,
Yeah?
don't forget it.
Forget what?
I'm Gil's manager, and I'm going to be his manager as long as he fights. And anybody who tries to hijack me out of that boy is going to wind up on the wrong side of an awful lot of trouble.
Good night, Jules.
See you later, Jules.
You ate too much. You always do when we have dinner at Jules. You'd better start watching your waistline.
Oh, nonsense.
But, Jerry, sitting behind a desk all day, never getting any exercise.
I get plenty of exercise. Golf.
Golf?
Yeah, with Joe Bailey.
Last April.
Yeah, well, I'll call Joe in the morning and make a date for, well, sometime next week, maybe. And another thing, I'm going to start doing more walking. Walk to work, walk... Oh, there's a cab. Hey, taxi! Oh, he didn't see it. What's the matter? What are you laughing at?
You?
Oh?
Darling, if you're serious about getting some exercise...
Well, I am.
Then let's walk home.
Walk home? You mean now?
Uh-huh.
Well, you sure you're not too tired?
Oh, I'm fine.
Well, those shoes you're wearing weren't made for walking, you know.
Oh, they're fine.
Fine. Well, here we go then, huh?
Here we go.
Oh, Pam, dear, don't you think we should...
Jerry, look.
Hmm?
Let's go.
Coming with me.
Something's wrong.
Yeah, we better find out what it is.
Oh, be careful, darling.
I want to talk to you, Laura.
There's nothing more to talk about.
Just a minute, fellow. What's going on?
What's it to you?
Well, you seem to be bothering the lady.
So?
So I think you better stop.
I think you better mind your own business. Beat it.
Hey, now look, fella.
You heard me. Beat it. Get moving before I...
Jerry!
Let go of me.
I'll let go after I...
Stop it, Gil. Stop, please. I'll go with you.
Hey, look, miss, you don't have to go
please,
anywhere.
Please, I don't want any trouble. It's all right. Really, it is. Come on, Gil.
Car's right here.
Well, now, what do you suppose that was all about?
I don't know, but that guy came awfully close to socking me.
If he had, he'd been sorry.
He'd been sorry. Oh, Pam, dear, do you know who that was?
Do you?
Well, she called him Gil, didn't she?
Yes.
Well, I've seen him before often. He's been on television, and his picture has been on the sports page of every newspaper in town. That was Gil Henry, who may very well be the heavyweight champion of the world someday.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, I've had enough exercise for one evening. Taxi! Hey, taxi!
Gil, you're behaving like a fool.
We're going to have this out.
There's nothing to have out. Now, please, take me home.
No.
Gil,
Gil, be careful.
For what? What's there to be careful for?
Oh, you're acting like a child. Now, slow down.
When are we going to be married?
Oh, Gil, will you
When?
slow down? When you come to your senses. When you tell Marty Dan you're through fighting.
What's wrong with fighting? That's what I don't get. What's wrong with it? Well, in one fight, just one fight, I make more than I'd ever make.
No, I know. More than you'd make in 5 years at Hillcrest College. But I know what it'll cost you, too.
Cost?
Yes, cost. Marty Dan takes 20% of everything but the beatings. The cut eyes, the broken noses, the scrambled brains. I've seen those men up at the Olympics. That sparring partner of yours, that Ace Carlson.
But, honey, I'm a winner. I'm not
Oh, win or lose, you get hurt every time you fight. What do you think it's like for me, sitting there, helpless, while someone I love is... Well, I'm not going to live like that, that's all. I'm not going to... Oh, Gil, that man crossing the street, look out! Look out! You got it! Oh, you hit him! You hit him, Gil!
Come on. He walked right in front of me. I didn't see him. It wasn't my fault.
Oh, Gil. Gil, look at him.
It wasn't my fault, Laura. You saw him. You saw how he walked right out in front of me.
Gil, he's dead.
No.
He is.
We got to get out of here.
You what?
Before someone sees us. Come on.
Are you crazy? We
Come
can't.
on.
Gil, my arm, you're hurting me.
Get in the car.
Gil, stop. Oh, Gil. We can't run away like this. We can't.
Darling, may I have some more coffee? Pam, coffee.
Pass your cup.
Pam.
What?
Not in the saucer, dear, in the cup.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, what the devil is so interesting in the newspaper?
Jerry, read the story. This one here.
Man killed by hit-skip driver. What about it?
Read the story.
Paul Calvin, 134 Birch Drive, Manhattan, was fatally injured last night in a hit-and-run accident. Calvin was struck down while crossing Miller Street near Harkness Boulevard.
Jerry, that's only 6 blocks from Jules' restaurant.
So?
Well, listen to this. An occupant of an apartment on Miller Street witnessed the accident and described the death car as a gray convertible with New York license plates and occupied by a man and woman.
Well, I still don't see what...
Jerry, that man last night, that prize fighter, he was driving a gray convertible.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Pam, there are thousands of gray convertibles.
All within 6 blocks of Jules' restaurant. And all occupied by a man and a woman. And another thing, that Henry man had been drinking.
Yes, but... Oh, Pam, dear, this is nothing but a coincidence.
Maybe so, but I think we should call the police.
No.
Jerry, please. Well, at least call Bill Wigan.
Bill is out of town and won't be back until noon.
How do you know?
Well, because he's meeting me at my office and we're having lunch.
Then talk to him then.
Pam, this is ridiculous.
Please, darling.
Okay, dear. On one condition.
What?
I'll speak to Bill at lunch if you'll please let me finish my breakfast.
Who is it? Oh, I've been trying to call you. Where you been?
Have you seen the newspapers?
Yeah.
Gil, we've got to go to the police.
Laura,
Oh, please, Gil.
you out of your head?
But this is wrong, Gil.
You want me to go to prison?
Well, you know I don't, but... Gil, you killed a man.
I didn't mean to, did I? It was an accident, wasn't it?
But the police will find you.
They won't. Look, Laura, the car wasn't hurt. Just a headlight broken, that's all. I can have that fixed, and the police won't know a thing if you don't tell them.
Oh, but Gil...
Listen, we'll go away, Laura. I'll take that job at Hillcrest.
You'll quit fighting?
Yeah.
You mean it?
Yes, Laura. We'll get married right away, buy a little house near the college. Oh, honey, I'm not asking for myself. I mean that. It's for us, our whole life together.
All right, Gil.
Oh, Laura.
But you've got to tell Marty Dan that you're through fighting as of today.
I will. We'll go see him together, right now. Oh, Laura. Gee, I love you.
Oh, Gil.
Oh, everything's going to be all right, honey. You'll see. We're going to be happy.
Oh, sure.
Come on, let's go see Marty. The car is parked down in the...
Oh, Gil.
Marty.
Hello, Gil. Morning, Miss Evans.
Just on my way down to see you, Marty.
I know.
You know.
The transom. Better close it, Gil. Close it.
How much did you hear?
Enough.
What are you going to do?
Well, I don't know, Gil. What I just heard was a big shock. But I haven't had time to think it through yet. You're in a terrible spot, Gil.
Oh, now, look, Marty.
An awful spot. And like I say, I just got to think about it. But offhand, I'd say what I do depends on what you do.
What do you mean?
Well, Miss Evans, I mean that you tell Gil you won't say anything if he quits fighting.
Well?
So I'm just sort of thinking out loud, you understand? I guess the thing for me to say that if he does quit, I will tell the police.
What,
Oh, Gil, please.
Look, I've invested a lot of money in Gil, Miss Evans.
Yes, and you've got it back.
But I don't invest money just to get it back. I invest to make a profit.
Hey, wait a minute. Who you calling?
Gabby, now, you got a lot of work to do to get in shape for Sailor Bell.
He's not going to fight.
Oh, he'll fight. And you're in love with him, and you won't talk.
I wouldn't count on that.
No? Well, I would. Yes? Oh, yes. Send him in. Now let's... Hello.
Jerry.
Oh, Pam.
Darling, what time are you meeting Bill for lunch?
Hi, Jerry. He's here now. Just a minute, Bill.
Right.
And we're going around the corner to have...
Jerry, you can't.
Huh? Well, Pam, what's the matter?
Darling, it is.
It is?
Yes.
Is what?
The car.
Car?
The one that killed that man, Gil Henry's car. I know it's the one.
Oh, Pam, you...
It's parked in the alley behind his hotel, the McAllister on
Dal-
East 72nd.
Darling, will you
And
please...
the left headlight is broken, and you've got to get over here with Bill right away and hurry.
Yeah, but... Hello? Pam, hello. Oh, hung up.
What's this all about, Jerry?
Well, I'm not quite sure, Bill, but I hope you had a big breakfast because it looks like we'll be skipping lunch.
What do you think, Gil? Will Laura talk?
Of course she won't.
I asked Gil. Oh, I don't know. I don't think I care.
Ah, come on, kid. Now,
What
don't...
did she say when she left here? Nothing. She just left.
Will you stop worrying about the dame, Gabby? You got enough to worry about getting Gil into shape for the sailor. Now, look, Gil. You said your car wasn't hurt bad, just a headlight broken, eh?
Yeah.
Now, where is the car?
In the alley?
Okay, now you give me the keys and I'll take care of it. Gabby, you and Gil grab a cab back to the gym.
Nah.
What's the matter, Gabby? You don't look happy.
I didn't know the mess Gil's in was supposed to be funny.
Gil isn't in any mess as long as he goes on fighting and doesn't ever change managers. See you at the gym.
What did he mean by that crack about not changing managers? He thinks I'm after your contract. You? And he's right. I was.
How'd you figure you could get it away from him?
I had some angles, but I guess I can forget them. Funny. I've been in this game 30 years. All that time, I got a picture in my mind of the kind of a boy I'd like to have all to myself. Train him, manage him, teach him all I know and bring him along slow and easy. Pick the spots, just the right fight at the right time. And then I finally see him and... what's the use of talking? After what's happened, Marty Dan owns you from the ground up, and you'll wind up a tank town bum instead of a champ. Unless Marty suddenly drops dead.
Where are they? What in the world is taking them so long to... Who's that? Oh, golly, he's taking the car. I've got to stop him. Wait, you there, stop.
Something wrong, lady?
What are you doing in that car?
Well, what is it to you?
Get out.
What?
You heard me.
No, just a minute.
That isn't your car.
No?
No.
Okay, so it happens to belong to a friend of mine. I'm in a hurry, so let go of the door, huh?
You're staying here until my...
Okay, then, lady, then you've got to let go. But I hope you can run fast.
Oh, come back here. You come back.
Pam.
Jerry.
Come on, Pam, darling, are you hurt?
I'm all right. Help me up. Ouch.
Oh, what is it, darling?
Well, I sat down so hard and my... Well, never mind what, but it hurt.
What happened, Pam?
some man drove off in Gil Henry's car.
Yeah, but how did you find out the car was here?
I called that man, you know, the sports writer on the Chronicle, and asked him where Gil Henry lived. And then I came over here, saw the car, and telephoned you.
Oh, Pam, I ought to take you over my knee and spank you for barging off on your own like this.
Oh, please, Jerry, don't say things like that. Remember where I hurt.
The gym's on the second floor, Bill.
Yeah.
In here.
Gollies, I hope Gil Henry's here.
Well, since he wasn't at his hotel, chances are this is where we'll find him.
Who do you suppose the man was who took the car?
Your guess is as good as mine,
I'll
Andy.
get your tickets here, folks. Admission's 4 bits apiece.
Is Gil Henry here?
Yeah, probably be working out. $1.50 for the three.
I've got our ticket right here.
Huh? Oh, police.
Homicide.
How? Yes, sir.
Where can I find Gil Henry?
Oh, in our locker room, I guess.
You and Pam wait here, Jerry.
Okay, Bill.
Locker room straight ahead, Lieutenant. Homicide. Holy. I better find Gabby. Oh, excuse me.
What? Oh, sure. Well, here's a chair, Pam. Would you like to sit down?
Yes, but I think I'd be more comfortable standing up.
Okay. What the?
Jerry, that was a scream.
Yeah, it came from in there. Come on.
Oh, Jerry. On the floor, look.
Hey, that's the girl we saw with Gil Henry last night.
She looks like she's fainted.
Yeah, but what made her scream? She must have... Pam.
What?
Lying behind the desk.
Darling, he's the man who took the car.
Don't touch him, Pam. He's dead. There's a knife in his back.
There it is, Gabby. Okay, Sammy. Beat it. Oh, sure. Anything I can do for you?
What? Huh?
I'm Gabby Keegan, Gil Henry's trainer.
Lieutenant Wigan, homicide. You know where Henry is? That character at the ticket window.
Sammy Burke.
Said he'd be in here in the locker room.
Oh, I thought he was here. What do you want to see him about?
Well, is there a way out of here except through the gym and out the front entrance?
Yeah, but why would Gil...
Just answer the question.
There's a door to a fire escape back of the showers. Look, Lieutenant, what's this all...
Hey, Bill.
Jerry, what's the matter?
Murder.
What?
Yeah, in the office right next to the stairway. Some guy with a paper knife in his back.
Marty.
Who?
That's Marty's office. Marty Dan. He owns the gym. He's Gil's manager.
Come on, let's have a look. All right, Miss Evans. You say you came into the office, saw Marty Dan dead, and screamed and fainted.
Yes.
What'd you come to see him about? Well?
Nothing.
Answer the question, Miss Evans.
She doesn't have to answer.
You keep quiet, Keegan.
Did it have anything to do with the accident, Miss Evans?
What accident? What are you talking about?
The hit-and-run accident.
Oh, it was nothing. It wasn't important.
So unimportant that you can't even remember what it was, huh? All right, Miss Evans, let's try another one. Do you know why anyone would want to kill Marty Dan?
No.
Keegan?
No.
Okay, you two wait here. Pam and Jerry, you can go along if you want to.
That's all right, Bill. We'll stay.
Well, suit yourself. I'm going to see if the medical examiner...
Lieutenant?
Yeah, Donahue.
There's Sergeant Blaine from the local precinct outside. Came up here looking for Marty Dan and Gabby Keegan.
Oh, why?
Says Gil Henry walked into the station house about an hour ago and gave himself up.
Gave himself up?
That's what he says. On a hit-and-run charge.
Oh, no.
Oh, no!
Miss Evans.
He didn't. He couldn't have. Oh, no!
No. Take it easy, Miss Evans. Please, take it easy. Pam, see if you can get her quieted down, will you?
Yes, Bill.
Come on, Donahue. I want to talk to Sergeant Blaine. And I want you along, too.
Gil.
Here, let's try to get her to lie down on the couch, Pam.
Darling, do you suppose the medical examiner's still in Marty Dan's office?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, well, go get him. Maybe he can give her something to quiet her.
Yeah, okay. This door's locked. Let's go out the other way and around through the gym.
Hurry. Now, please, Miss Evans. Locked. But that's not right. It is, and from the other side. Miss Evans.
What?
Oh, nothing.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I'd better go out.
Oh, no.
Get away from that door.
Not until I know what you're thinking.
Don't be a fool, Miss Evans. You can't get out of this office.
You think I killed Marty Dan, don't you?
I know you did. That door over there is locked from the other side. And now this one is locked, too. So the only way you could have gone into Marty Dan's office is through the door from the gym. But if you'd have gone into his office when you said you did, my husband and I would have seen you. You didn't scream and faint as soon as you saw Marty Dan. He was alive when you walked into his office.
Yes.
And you killed him then?
Yes.
And you screamed and pretended to faint.
Yes. Yes, I killed him. I don't care if you know, if everybody knows. It doesn't make any difference now. Not after Gil's given himself up. But they're not going to send me to the electric chair. I'm not going to let them do that.
Miss Evans. No. Come away from that window.
Let go of me.
Jerry, Bill.
Let go.
No, I won't let you. Stop it, Miss Evans, or we're
Let
both...
me go.
Look out, Miss... We're going to fall. Look out.
Jerry, the window. Bill, look down there. Good Lord. Pam.
Jerry?
All right, darling, I'm right here
Where am I?
in the hospital.
Hospital? Jerry, what... Wait, I remember. Laura Evans. Jerry, she killed Marty Dan.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know?
Well, she's given Bill a statement.
She tried to get away. I grabbed her. We lost our balance.
Yeah, and fell almost 25 feet to the sidewalk. Oh, thank heavens. That gym was only on the second floor.
Why did she do it, Jerry? Kill Marty Dan, I mean.
Well, you see, Marty knew about the hit-and-run accident, was going to hold it over Gil Henry's head to make him go on fighting. After he'd promised Laura he'd quit the ring. Well, Laura says she went to see Marty to plead with him to let Gil quit. They argued. He slapped her, and she lost her head, picked up the paper knife on his desk, and...
How awful.
Yeah. The irony of it is that right about that same moment, Gil was at the precinct station confessing to the hit-and-run accident.
Was Miss Evans badly hurt in the fall?
No.
Well, what about me?
Well, you got a nasty bump on your head and a sprained ankle.
A sprained ankle? Oh, how horrible.
Pam, you were lucky to get...
Lucky? Jerry, you know what happened to me when Marty Dan took Gil Henry's car.
Oh, yes. You bruised your...
Yes. So if I can't sit down and I can't stand up, what am I going to do with the rest of me?
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Jerry, darling, that was a gunshot.
Yeah,
Well, what would anyone be shooting at?
a screech owl, maybe.
No! Darling, that was no screech owl.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, No Vacation from Murder. stands in the center of the room, tense, expectant, waiting, staring at her husband.
All set?
Yes.
Pam's eyes move to the shiny 50-cent piece between Jerry's thumb and forefinger. Suddenly, the coin is catapulted into the air, flips over and over, then falls back into Jerry's hand. Quickly, he slaps his other hand over it, then slowly uncovers it.
Tails, I win.
So you do, darling.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jerry.
Sorry, why?
Well, I know how much you wanted to go to the mountains.
Oh, but you want to go to the seashore.
Well, not really. It doesn't make that much difference to me. Besides, I couldn't enjoy it if I thought you weren't happy.
No, I'll be happy, Pam.
No, you had that cabin all picked out.
Oh,
and they
forget
say there's such good fishing in that lake.
But, darling, you won the toss. We're going to the seashore.
I'd really like to see that lake.
Now, it's all settled, Pam. We're going to the seashore.
Oh, Jerry North, honestly, you can be so stubborn sometimes.
Oh, but, Pam, you won the toss.
So I get my choice, and I chose the mountain lake.
But you want to go to the seashore.
Not if you don't.
But I do, darling.
Oh, you're just trying to be a good sport about it, but I know that you really...
No, really, Pam. I'd almost as soon go to the seashore.
Anyway, I don't think it's fair. One toss. We ought to at least do 2 out of 3.
Well, why? We agreed. One toss, and you won.
I think it should have been 2 out of 3. Toss again, Jerry.
Oh, but Pam...
I wouldn't feel right about it otherwise, Jerry. Please.
All right, Pam. Do you want tails again?
Uh-huh.
Right. Here we go. Tails again. Well, that does it. You win again, darling. 2 out of 3. So let's not discuss it anymore. The seashore it is.
Golly, Jerry, isn't this mountain lake pretty?
It sure is.
And we practically have the whole island to ourselves. In fact, except for David Whitley and us, there's no one else on the island, is there?
No, there are no cabins on the other side.
Well, it ought to be nice and restful then. What's that?
There's somebody on the lake.
A canoe turned over there, see?
Yeah, come on.
There's David in his speedboat.
He's headed for her. Well, he'll get to her before we can do anything.
If only she can stay up. Oh, yes, there. He's reached her.
I wonder if he's going to need any help.
Oh, I don't think so. He's pulling her into the boat.
David, is there anything we can do?
No, thanks. I got everything under control.
Okay.
Gosh, Jerry, it certainly was lucky for her he was so near when she turned over.
Yeah, and from what I can see of her from this distance, I'd say it was lucky for him, too.
You feeling better?
Yes, thank you. Much better.
Let me pour you another brandy.
Oh, no. Please, I am fine.
You sure?
Positive.
Mind if I ask you a question?
Well, I would have to hear the question first.
Well, your accent, it's French, but your name...
Drake.
...is not French.
No, it was my husband's name.
Was?
He was an army officer. I met him in France during the war. He brought me to this country. He was killed in Korea.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. What are you looking at?
You? In my bathrobe?
I'm afraid it's not very becoming.
No, on the contrary.
And my clothes must be dry by now, so I had better be going.
Go? Oh, not yet. Wait. Look, stay for lunch, huh? Roy and Betty will be here in about an hour.
Roy and Betty?
Roy's my cousin. Betty's my fiancée.
You are engaged?
Yeah. Well, how about it? I'm a pretty good cook.
Oh, you?
Don't laugh, young lady.
No, really, I cannot stay. My clothes...
Well, I've got an iron. You can press them. Come on.
Well, all right, Mr. Whitley.
David.
David, then.
You know, I'm awfully glad that canoe of yours wasn't one of those non-tippable numbers.
Oh, the water's great. Come on in, Betty.
In a minute. I wonder what's keeping David.
Maybe he's brushing up on his French.
You're a real card, Roy.
Oh, relax. Ooh, boy. Felt good. Oh, I was just joking, Betty.
I don't like that kind of joke.
Beware the green-eyed monster.
Shut up.
Temper, temper. You'd better watch that famous temper of yours.
I'm going back to the lodge and see what's going on.
Well, Dave said he'd be right along.
That was 15 minutes ago.
Hello. Here he is now.
Well, it's about time.
How's the water?
Oh, great.
We didn't think you were coming.
Eloise insisted on doing dishes, so I helped.
What a domestic little scene that must have been.
What?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, wait, what's the matter with you?
This appears to be a case where three's company and four's a crowd.
Why don't you go drown yourself?
Your wish is my command, fair lady. Goodbye, cruel world.
Now, come on, Betty.
Oh, let me alone.
By crying out loud, you're acting like a child just because some girl has an accident.
A very convenient accident, if you ask me.
What are you trying to insinuate?
Insinuate? She turns her canoe over right in front of your speedboat.
You think she...
Yes, yes, I do. And I'll bet she knows your bank balance right down to the last $2 million.
Oh, that's not fair.
Oh, so sue me.
If I'd known you were going to act like this...
I haven't done anything. She's the one who stayed for lunch.
Because I invited her.
Well, lunch is over, the dishes are done, so get her out of here.
Betty!
Get her out. Either she goes or I go, and I mean it.
Who is it?
David,
Oh, come in.
Roy will be back with the speedboat in a few minutes to take you to the hotel.
I'll go down to the dock and wait for him. Thank you, David, for, well, everything. Rescuing me, lending me your robe, giving me lunch. It's been the nicest accident I ever had.
Pleasure was all mine.
Goodbye, David.
Eloise.
Yes?
I've been thinking about what we were talking about in the kitchen.
Oh, I'm afraid I must have bored you terribly. What do men care about dress design?
No, you didn't bore me at all. In fact, I was very interested. Especially your plans for opening your own place.
Not plans, David. Just dreams.
Would this help them come true?
Oh, what's that?
Take it.
Check for $5,000? I don't understand.
It's got your name on it.
But I cannot take money from you.
Why not? Don't you think a shop of your own is a good investment?
I do, yes, but you... Well, you hardly know me.
That's my lookout.
Oh, no, David, I cannot take this money.
Well, I want you to.
No. Thank you, but it's not right. You take it back.
No.
Then... I don't want to seem ungrateful, but... What are you laughing at?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Goodbye, David.
Oh, wow.
There's a difference.
Yes. Yes, I know.
Gosh, Jerry, look where we are. Way over by the Whitley Lodge.
Yeah, tired?
Yes.
Well, then, let's swim into Whitley's dock and walk back.
All right.
Here we are. Come on, darling. I'll boost you up. Oh, there.
Phew. Oh, my. I'm dead. Let's just sit here a minute.
Okay.
Jerry.
Someone's on the other side of the boathouse.
Sounds like an argument.
Yeah, maybe we'd better get...
Shh, listen.
Maybe you've got David fooled, but not me. You thought you played it real smart a few minutes ago, didn't you?
I don't understand you.
Carrying up that check.
You were listening to David?
Yes. And you put on a great act. But why not? With the Whitley fortune at stake, why sell out for a measly $5,000?
Damn, dear, let's get out of here.
I'm being exactly what you are. A cheap little gold digger.
Don't you talk to me like that.
Oh, why, you...
Jerry.
Come on, Pam.
Stop it. Leave me alone.
I'll kill you.
Not today, lady. Come on, cut it.
You stay out of this.
Come on, now let go. Break it up. There.
You get off this island and stay off. Or if you try to see David again, either here or in New York, I'll kill you. You hear me? I'll kill you.
Hello?
Hello, Eloise?
David. David, is that you?
Yes.
You are in New York?
Yes, I just got in and I want to see you and apologize for the way Betty behaved.
That is not necessary.
Maybe not, but have dinner with me, huh?
What about Miss Benson?
What about her?
Have you forgotten you are engaged to her?
No, Eloise.
Neither have I, David.
Betty called again while you were out, Dave.
What does she want this time?
Among other things, whether or not you were going up to the Lake Lodge this weekend.
Yes, but I'm going alone.
All alone?
All alone.
Okay. But you're going to have to make up your mind between Betty and that little French war widow.
I already have.
Jerry,
Yes, dear?
isn't it peaceful just sitting here in the dark?
Mm-hmm.
Not saying anything?
Mm-hmm.
Just sitting.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry,
Yes, dear.
did you ever see so many
Hmm? So many what?
stars? What did you think we were talking about?
Well, I didn't know we were talking about anything. I thought we were just sitting in the dark, not saying anything.
And we are. So did you?
Did I what?
Oh, Jerry, did you ever see so many stars?
Not since I bumped my head on the medicine cabinet.
Jerry North, do you have to take the romance out of everything?
I'm sorry, darling.
It is peaceful, isn't it? Just sitting in the dark, not saying anything.
Well,
Golly, Jerry, that was a shot.
yeah.
What would anyone be shooting at? Oh, Jerry!
I'll get the flashlight.
It's on the table next to the door. Did you find it?
Oh, wait till I find the light switch. Oh, here we are.
Have you got the flashlight?
Yeah. All right, Pam. Come on, let's go.
Wait a minute, Jerry.
What is it?
I hear someone running. I think they're coming this way.
Hey, you're right. I'll flash on the light.
It's that girl, Mrs. Drake.
Yeah.
Mrs. North.
What is it?
Oh, Mrs. Drake, what's wrong?
Please. Please come quickly. It's David. He's been shot. There he is.
Mm-hmm.
If we carry him to the boat, we can take him to the mainland to a doctor.
I'm afraid it's too late for a doctor.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry.
Here, you better sit down on these steps. That's it.
Thank you. It's so hard to believe. He went outside just for a few moments, and then the shot.
Don't talk about it now.
It's so awful.
Is there a phone on the lodge?
No.
No, I was afraid of that. There's none in our cabin either.
Well, there must be one on the island somewhere.
Well, David Whitley's lodge and our cabin are the only two houses on the island.
We've got to get to the police, and we'd better take Whitley's speedboat. It's faster than the outboard.
How about the keys?
David always left them in the boat.
Then let's go.
I wonder what happened.
One thing's sure, Pam.
What's that?
He didn't shoot himself. There was no gun near him.
Well, then it's...
Yes, it's murder. And whoever murdered him is probably still on this island.
Wait a minute, Jerry.
What is it?
Look, isn't there a boat out there on the lake?
Hey, you're right, darling.
Hello. Hello out there. Hey, you in the boat. Hello.
Why doesn't he answer?
I don't know, but I think we'd better get out there and find out.
Hello.
Oh, hello, David.
That's Roy. Who? David's cousin. It's Eloise Roy and Mr. and Mrs. North.
Oh.
It is funny. David was not expecting Roy this weekend.
He wasn't?
No.
Didn't you hear me calling before, fellow?
No, when?
A few minutes ago. When you didn't answer, we came out to see what was wrong.
Oh, well, I didn't hear.
Well, how come you aren't using the motor?
It's stalled. I can't get it going.
Oh, well, just a second. I'll toss you a line and we'll tow you.
All right, thanks.
Ready?
Gotta go.
Here you are. Catch.
Got it?
Jerry, here comes another boat.
Good. Maybe I can signal them with my flashlight.
Why do you want to do that?
Well, maybe they can save us a trip. Oh, he cut his engine.
Ahoy!
Hello there. You going over to the town?
Yeah, why?
Well, you can do us a favor. Will you call the police?
Police?
Yes. Tell them to come over to this island right away to David Whitley's lodge. There's been an accident.
Okay.
Accident? What do you mean? What happened?
David's been shot.
What?
That's right. So we better get back there and wait for the police.
Shall we go inside the lodge, Mr. North?
All right, but Hey, wait a minute. Where's Pam?
I don't know.
I don't think she came up from the landing with us.
Well, I thought she was right behind us.
What's that?
It sounded like someone in those bushes. Pam?
Better shine your light in there.
Yeah.
Someone's trying to get away.
I'm going to see who it is. Hey, wait a minute, you. I said stop.
Let me alone.
Well, Miss Benson, what are you doing here?
You'll never believe me. That's why I didn't want to be found.
North, who is it?
Miss Benson.
Betty. What are you doing on the island?
As if you didn't know.
Me? I don't know what you mean.
Well, come on back to the lodge and maybe we can get this straightened out. Hey, what's that?
It's a boat.
Yeah, down at the landing, but who... See, I wonder if that little imp...
It stopped.
I have an idea what it was. Don't you, Roy?
What gives everybody the idea that I know so much?
Well, here's the path. Now we'll find out. Pam?
I'm coming, Jerry. Well, Jerry, did you hear it?
I certainly did,
That
darling.
was the motor on Roy Whitley's boat.
Uh-huh.
He said it didn't work.
Well, it didn't.
I didn't have any trouble starting it.
Well, it wouldn't work before.
Perhaps not, but... Miss Benson, where did you come from?
That's what we'd all like to know.
I've been here since this afternoon.
Well, how did you get here?
The water taxi from the hotel.
We didn't hear you come.
You were out on the lake in your boat.
But that was early this afternoon. What did you do all day?
I came in the lodge and waited for David. I fell asleep, and the shot woke me up.
Oh.
What was the idea of coming out here? David told you he didn't want you around anymore.
I got a message from him asking me to come.
Oh, that's not true. You could not have.
Then what's this? Read it.
Turn the flashlight over here, Jerry. Mr. Whitley called and asked you to come to the Lake Lodge sometime this weekend, preferably Friday.
The desk clerk at my hotel took that message late last night.
I hope you can prove that.
And what do you mean by that?
I mean, that message could be a fake. You could have written it yourself.
All right, yes. Yes, I could have written it myself. Or someone else besides David could have given it to the desk clerk. Someone like you, for instance.
Well, why would he do a thing like that?
To get me out here. Then he could kill David, and I'd be blamed.
That's insane.
Oh, is it?
Well, why would you be blamed for David's murder, Miss Benson?
Because David broke his engagement to me last Tuesday. Roy knew it.
Why would I want to kill Dave? I had no reason.
You had $3.5 million worth of reason. You're David's closest relative. It's obvious. So obvious that you had to find someone else to put the blame on. So you picked me.
Oh, this is fantastic. I wasn't even here when Dave was killed. Mr. and Mrs. North know that.
Correction. We don't know whether you were coming to the island or leaving it when we saw you.
I was on my way here.
Do you expect anyone to take your word for it?
You seem to expect everyone to take your word about that message.
About that message. There's one thing we seem to be overlooking.
What's that, Pam?
Well, if David did leave it for Miss Benson, it would imply that he was going to make up with her.
So?
So I was just thinking, wouldn't that make Mrs. Drake a little bit angry?
You think I killed David?
I didn't say that. I merely...
Well, you are wrong. He was not going to make up with Miss Benson.
How do you know, Mrs. Drake?
Because my name is not Mrs. Drake. Not any longer. It is Mrs. Whitley.
What?
Mrs. David Whitley. We were married this afternoon.
Married?
You're lying.
There's a copy of the marriage license on file in New York City, Miss Benson.
You won't get away with it.
With what?
With David's money. I'll contest the marriage. You tricked Dave into it. He only knew you a week.
It was long enough for us to know we loved each other.
And you even met him by a trick.
If you want to believe this...
It's the truth. You know it is, but I'll show you. I'll take you to court.
That won't be necessary. I do not wish to cheat you. I'll see you get a fair share.
Oh, you'll see, sure. You want to be the one to decide. Another one of your tricks. So I'll settle for whatever you say. It won't work, sweetheart. I'm getting a lawyer and a detective. Maybe I'll even prove you're the one who killed Dave.
All right, that's enough, mister.
Thank you, Mr. North. It is more than enough. I married David because I loved him. I certainly do not want to fight about his money.
I understand.
Jerry, come here.
What is it, Pam?
Shine your light here, will you? I think I found something.
What? Oh, where'd you find that?
On the path leading down to where David is lying.
What is it, Mrs. North?
What? It's just a pebble.
A pebble?
Yes, a pretty pink one. I saved them for my aquarium at home.
May I see it?
Oh, it's just a pebble. Come on, let's go inside. It's getting chilly out here.
Yes.
This is a funny time to be interested in pebbles.
Well, the fish like them. Jerry,
Yes, Pam?
I'm going to put the pebble in this ashtray. Don't let me forget it when we leave.
Oh, all right.
Because... Oh,
What's the matter?
didn't you hear something? Outside?
No.
I'm sure there's someone right outside.
I didn't hear anything.
Oh, I didn't either.
Oh, I guess you imagined it, darling.
No, I'm sure it sounded like it was right outside this window.
Well, just a second. I'll look.
See anything?
No, it's dark out here.
Oh, you can't see anything out there with the light on in here. We'd better turn it off.
I'll do it. There.
Well, North?
No, I still don't see anything.
Jerry,
Yes, darling.
click on your flashlight and shine it on the table where I left the pebble.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I thought so. What are you looking for, Miss Benson? I was just looking at the pebble. Uh-huh. And it is just a pebble, isn't it? But you were afraid it might be a clue, something you might have dropped after you killed David. No. Just looking to see a pebble wouldn't be so important to you if you weren't guilty. All right, Mrs. Drake? I beg your pardon, Mrs. Whitley. You can turn the light on.
Yes.
It's all a trick. Yes, Miss Benton. As far as you're concerned, everything is a trick. You and Roy are both so full of suspicions you never can believe anything. So I knew if either one of you had killed David, you'd be sure I'd found a clue if I said I'd found a pebble. Must have been quite a shock when you learned he actually married someone else. Enough of a shock to make you kill him.
You can't prove it. Not by just a pebble.
You being so interested in the pebble proves a lot. And I think the police will be able to prove a lot more when they get here, especially when they find the gun. It must still be on the island.
It is, Mrs. North. It's right here. Oh. All right, Mr. North, let's have the keys to the speedboat and hurry up.
You might as well give them to her, Jerry. She won't get very far. Hear that boat coming in?
That's right.
And it's almost certainly the police. So I don't think Miss Benson is going anywhere except to jail. Jerry,
Yes, dear.
peaceful, isn't it?
Oh, don't say that, Pam.
Why not?
Well, every time you do, something terrible has happened.
We won't anymore. The lodge is closed up. In fact, now that everything will be quiet over there, it's a shame this is our last day. Wouldn't it be fun to stay another week?
And rest up from our vacation? Oh, it sure would.
Let's.
Oh, darling, I can't.
Oh, please, Jerry.
I have to get back to the office.
But just one more week, you could arrange it.
Oh, I shouldn't.
But you could. Oh, it would be such fun.
No, I'm sorry, darling.
Let's toss a coin for it.
Well, all right. Under the same conditions.
What conditions?
If you win, we still do what I want.
All right.
Yeah, I'm glad you're so willing. But in that case, why toss?
Why, Jerry, North, don't tell me you wouldn't be as nice to me as I am to you. Go ahead and toss. I might be lucky and lose.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
darling. She isn't here.
Jerry, she is. I know she is, and we have to get in there. Something's happened to her.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery Die Hard. September is a time of many things, of turning leaves and returning vacationists, of homes suddenly grown quiet, and schoolyards and campuses come back to life. And September is a nostalgic time, a time just made for a person like Pam North to revisit a place like Colfax College.
Jerry, listen. The chapel bells. O Colfax, we love thee, thy towering trees, thy hallowed halls, thy fields of golden flax.
Flax?
Golden flax, Colfax, it rhymes.
It does.
O Colfax, we love our alma.
Oh, Pam. Darling, what's the matter?
That song, I never hear it but when I cry.
Well, I don't wonder. That song's enough to unnerve anyone.
Jerry.
The music I can stand, but those lyrics.
It's not what the lyrics say, it's what they mean.
Okay, darling. Now, what do we do?
Well, let's see. We've seen the stadium, the dorms, March Hall, Edwards Hall. Now to the library.
The library? Oh, now, Pam, you're not going to have time to read.
Oh, I'm not going to the library to get a book. I'm going to see Bertie.
Bertie?
Bertie Twig.
Who?
Twigg, Twig.
Oh, you're kidding. There really isn't anybody named Bertie Twig, is there?
Oh, yes, there is.
Well, then let's go. This is a person I want to meet.
No, Nancy. No, dear. I'm sorry.
But cheapers, Miss Twig.
Very sorry, but a rule is a rule. After all, that's why rules are made.
Yes, but...
Adult books are for adults. Children's books are for children. That's the rule, dear.
But I'm not a child. I'm 13.
13. Yes, I know, but, well, a book like this, oh, my. Why, I haven't read this even at my age. You run along, dear, and... Oh, Mrs. Turner, good afternoon.
Oh, hello.
Are you, looking for someone, Mrs. Turner?
What? Oh, no.
Well, if there's anything I can help you with...
Thanks.
The new fiction is over by the...
I know. She sure hangs around here a lot all of a sudden, don't she?
What?
Mrs. Turner, she comes in here almost every day.
Oh, yes. Yes, she does.
She sure must take out a lot of books.
As a matter of fact, she never... No, it can't be.
What's the matter, Miss Twig?
But it is. It is Pamela.
Hello, Bertie.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. Pamela Saunders.
Oh, not Saunders anymore, Bertie. North.
North? Yes, of course, North. And this is your husband.
Jerry, this is Bertie Twig.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Twig?
What a wonderful, wonderful surprise.
Guess I better go now, Miss Twig.
Put that book back, dear.
Okay.
Now, you two come right into my office where we can have a nice long chat. I want to hear all about... No, wait. Here's someone you must meet. Oh, Professor.
What? Yes, Miss Twig.
Professor, I want you to meet Mr. and Mrs. North. Pamela, Jerry, this is Professor Markham.
Nice meeting you, Professor.
Pamela is a graduate of Colfax, Professor.
How nice.
Of course, that was before your time.
Oh, my goodness, Bertie, you make me sound ancient.
Oh, no, dear. I didn't mean that. My goodness, no. It's just that Professor Markham is one of our newest, and I might add, most brilliant young professors. Are you, looking for someone, Professor?
No. Well, I'm happy to have met you, Mr. and Mrs. North. I'll go back to the stacks and browse around, Miss Twig.
The new fiction is over by the...
Bertie.
Oh, Pamela,
Is there anything wrong, Miss Twig?
Wrong? No. At least I don't think there is.
You're a little late, aren't you, Paul?
You said 3 o'clock.
I'm talking about last night.
Oh.
Why didn't you meet me?
We can't talk here.
Where were you, Paul?
We can't talk here, Mildred.
Then let's go somewhere where we can.
Well, I have to be back on the campus in a few minutes.
Quit stalling.
Keep your voice down.
I'm not going to go on like this.
Now, Mildred, please.
I'm going to tell Cliff about us.
No. Mildred, listen. Something's come up that makes it absolutely imperative that no one find out about us temporarily.
What's the excuse this time?
I had dinner last night with Peter Carlisle. He's chairman of the board of trustees for the college.
Well,
That's why I couldn't meet you.
go on.
Well, Carlisle told me, in the strictest confidence, that the presidency of the college may be vacant within a month or two, and that there's a very good chance that I may get the appointment.
You?
But I'd never be considered if you asked Cliff for a divorce now. The publicity would...
Hello, Mrs. Turner. Hello, Professor Markham.
This is too risky. Can you meet me tonight?
Yes.
8 o'clock?
Pilot Rock?
Yes. I'll go out first.
All right.
And you remember Tommy Lawson, Pamela? Well, he... Oh, excuse me.
I'd like to take out this book, Miss Twig.
All right, Professor. The Psychology of Murder.
What?
The title of the book. The Psychology of Murder.
Oh, so it is.
Well, you picked up the wrong book and want to change it.
No. That's all right. I'll take it. It might be very interesting.
Did you really like Bertie, Jerry?
Yes, she's a bit fluttery, but nice. Oh,
What's the matter?
this food.
It isn't very good, is it?
Oh, there must be a better restaurant in town than this.
Oh, there is. Several.
Well, why did you want to come here?
Well, I just wanted to see the place again. When I was in school, this used to be called the Icebox. It was just a soda parlor then. It didn't have a cook.
It still doesn't. Look,
Will
Pam,
there be anything else?
no, thank you. Just the check.
Yes, sir.
Come on, finish your coffee, Clam, and let's go.
Anybody out front, Mildred?
Couple in number 2. We're just leaving.
They're slow tonight.
Yeah. I'm going home, Cliff.
Going home? What are you talking about? It's only 7:30.
We won't be busy tonight. You can handle the front. Please, Cliff, I've got a nasty headache.
You're lying. You don't have a headache any more than I do. And you're not going home.
What's the matter with you?
I'm sick of this. That's what's the matter.
Sick of what?
Who are you meeting?
What?
You heard me.
No, for crying out loud.
Stop lying.
Stop yelling. Those people out front can hear.
Let him. Answer.
Let go.
Who have you been meeting? Who is he?
No one. Now let go of me. Let go.
Hey, you come back here. Mildred.
I'm leaving. I'm through.
I'll find you. You hear? And when I do, I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Golly, Jerry.
Come on, darling. Let's just leave some money and get out of here.
When I went out the door, Cliff was yelling, "I'll kill you. I'll kill you."
Sounds like a delightful little scene.
It was horrible, but... Well, I'm glad it happened.
Oh?
Cliff had to find out sometime.
You said you denied meeting anyone.
I did, but Cliff knows I'm lying. Paul, we've got to tell him the truth.
And get ourselves killed?
No, Cliff didn't mean that.
Well, how can you be sure?
I know, Cliff.
Perhaps. But I'd hate to go to him and then have you discover that you don't know him as well as you think you do. But aside from that, you seem to have forgotten what I told you this afternoon in the library.
About the presidency of the college? I haven't forgotten. In fact, I've given it a lot of thought.
Good.
You haven't heard what I've been thinking.
Then maybe you better tell me right now.
For a little while this afternoon, you had me fooled,
Fooled?
but not for long. After I left the library, I went over to the college and walked around the campus for a little while, daydreaming, thinking about what it was going to be like when I was Mrs. Paul Markham, wife of the president of Colfax College. Me, Mildred Turner, graduating from slinging hash in a greasy spoon to serving tea at a faculty reception. I thought, now for a dame that didn't even finish high school, I'm going a long way. And then it hit me. Wham! Right between the eyes.
What?
That people don't travel that far that fast. Not people like me. And you know it.
Why?
And you knew it this afternoon in the library.
It was just another stall. Another excuse. Like all the other stalls and excuses.
Mildred.
But this was the last one.
What are you going to do?
Divorce Cliff and marry you. Okay, so I won't be the wife of a college president. So I'll settle for being just a Mrs. Professor.
I'm not going to marry you, Mildred. I don't love you, and
That isn't what you said the other times we met here at Pilot Rock.
Well, nevertheless, I'm not going to marry you. This whole thing's been a mistake.
Maybe so. But there are some mistakes you can't correct, Paul. And this is one of them.
I don't think so.
Paul.
I can correct it.
Paul! Paul, don't. No, please, please, Paul, don't. I can't breathe.
Here we are. Oh, gollies. I'd almost forgotten how beautiful it was up here.
Oh, I've got to sit down, Pam.
Oh, doesn't Pilot Rock have a lovely view?
Yeah, so do picture postcards. And you can get them in a drugstore.
Oh, you. Complain. I warned you when we planned this weekend that I was going to do all the things I did when I was in college.
Yeah, well, you certainly are. Thank heavens you weren't on the football team.
Oh, come on, you old grouch.
Oh, where now?
Down the road.
Road? Well, how did anyone get a road up here? With parachutes?
Well, it's not very steep on the other side.
Oh. Pam.
Yes?
Pam, dear. No, I won't ask that question.
What question?
Well, why, if there's a road, we didn't drive up instead of climb?
Oh. See, here's the road.
Yeah, and a very good road.
Uh-huh. Jerry, what's that down there in the grass?
Hmm? Where?
Well, there, it looks like a book.
Oh, let's see.
Well, that's what it is.
Yeah, the psychology of murder.
Just imagine such irresponsibility, such... Oh, where did you say you found it, dear?
Up on Pilot Rock.
Well, I never...
Do you remember who took the book out?
No, but we'll find out from the files right now.
I'd better not wait, Bertie. Jerry's outside in the car.
Oh, of course. Oh, and don't forget, you and Jerry are coming to dinner tomorrow night.
We're looking forward to it.
Fried chicken with giblet gravy.
Wonderful. Goodbye, Bertie.
Goodbye, dear. Bye. Well, now, I'm going to find out who... Wait, I remember. Professor Markham. He seemed like such a nice young man. Just goes to show you never can tell about...
Hello?
Professor Markham, this is Miss Twigg at the library, and I'm shocked at you.
Well, what's the matter, Miss Twigg?
You apparently do not recall what you did with The Psychology of Murder by G. Emerson Pierce, which you took out of the library yesterday. Well, it has been found.
Found?
And returned to the library.
Where was it?
Right where you left it, Professor. Up on Pilot Rock.
Oh, I see. Oh, yes. Yes, I did drive up to the rock yesterday in the afternoon for some fresh air. I must have knocked it off the seat of my car without noticing it. I'm sorry, Miss Twigg. I'm terribly sorry.
Well, I suppose we all make mistakes, don't we? Even professors.
Yes, even professors.
Well, I'll forgive you this once.
Well, thank you, Miss Twigg.
And the book is here if you want it.
I'll pick it up this evening. And, Miss Twigg,
Yes?
I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention this to anyone. I wouldn't want to get the reputation for being an absent-minded professor.
Dear, I hadn't thought of that. That is all funny, isn't it? Well, don't worry, Professor. This will be our secret. Just ours. Goodbye. Well, now he's probably a nice young man after all.
Afternoon, Miss Twigg.
Hi, Sheriff Conway. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions, Miss Twigg.
Why, certainly, Sheriff. Of course. What about?
Do you know Mrs. Mildred Turner? Her husband runs that Turner Cafe in Clover Avenue.
Why, yes, I know Mrs. Turner.
Was she in the library last night? Any time after 7:30, say.
Last night? No, Sheriff, she wasn't. Why?
She's missing.
Missing?
Her husband says she didn't come home at all last night. He's afraid something's happened to her.
Oh, hi, Sheriff.
Hello, Dan.
Find out anything?
Nothing. Been all over town, everywhere. Even to the library. No one saw her. Mr. Turner go home?
A few minutes ago. But there's a Mr. and Mrs. North waiting for you in your office.
What do they want?
Didn't say.
Well, you better go out and have your dinner, Dan.
Okay.
You folks want to see me?
Sheriff Conway?
Yeah.
We're Mr. and Mrs. North.
We heard over at the hotel that a Mrs. Turner, the wife of the man who owns the Turner Cafe, is missing.
Do you know anything about Mrs. Turner?
Well, nothing that you may not already know, but we thought we'd better tell you anyway.
You see, we had dinner at the Turner Cafe last night, and we overheard Mr. and Mrs. Turner having a pretty heated argument.
What about?
Well, from what we heard, it sounded like Mr. Turner was accusing his wife of meeting some man.
And Mrs. Turner finally went storming out with Turner yelling that he'd kill her.
What time was this?
About 7:30.
Well, I wouldn't take it too seriously. Oh, I'll ask Turner about it, of course, but now that I know about this fight, I figure Mrs. Turner just went off somewhere in a huff. Turner will probably be hearing from her in a day or... Oh, excuse me. Conway speaking. Yes, Phil. What? Where? Yeah. Okay, I'm on my way. Well, looks like I was wrong.
Wrong? About what?
About not taking Mr. Turner's threat seriously. She's dead.
Murdered?
Yeah. Bill Bates found her body lying in the underbrush up on Pilot Rock. She was strangled to death.
Public Library, Miss Twigg speaking.
Bertie, this is Pam.
Pamela, dear, I was just thinking about you. Yes, I was.
Bertie?
I was just remembering how much you liked my popovers when you used to come to my house. But
Bertie, please, I've got to talk to you.
is something wrong, dear?
Have you heard about Mrs. Turner, Bertie?
Mrs. Turner? As a matter of fact, I have, yes. Sheriff Conway came into the library this afternoon and...
Bertie, she's dead. She was murdered.
Murdered? But that's impossible. Why, just yesterday she... Murdered? Oh, my...
Bertie, listen. The book that Jerry and I found and returned to the library.
Yes?
Well, it may be a clue to who murdered Mildred Turner.
What?
Well, Jerry and I aren't sure. We haven't even told Sheriff Conway about the book yet, but...
No, dear, you're wrong. Why, it's unthinkable.
Bertie, will you please... Bertie?
Good evening, Miss Twig.
Bertie?
Good evening, Professor.
Bertie?
Pamela, dear, I'll have to call you back.
But,
goodbye, dear.
I came to pick up the book, Miss Twig.
Book? Oh, yes, book. Now, let's see. Where did I... Oh, here we are.
Oh, thank you. And again, my apologies.
Oh, that's perfectly all right, Professor. Oh, my goodness, look at the time. 8 o'clock.
Closing time?
Yes.
Well, I won't detain you since I seem to be the only one here. Good night, Miss Twig.
Good night, Professor.
Oh, Miss Twig, about the book being lost. It's still our secret, isn't it?
Oh, indeed, yes. Yes, indeed. Oh, my, yes. Miss Twig. Hi, Professor. Oh, jeepers, Miss Twig, have you heard about Mrs. Turner? That's it, dear.
She's been murdered. Honest, she was strangled to death. Strangled. They just found her just a little while ago up on Pilot Rock.
Nancy.
She was under some bushes, absolutely dead, with her eyes wide open and her
Nancy.
And Mr. Turner's been arrested, and... Oh, isn't that exciting? Jeepers, I better go home and tell Dad and Mom before someone else does. Bye, Miss Twig.
Nancy.
Bye, Professor.
You know, don't you?
No,
The book and Mrs. Turner, both found on Pilot Rock. That's why you're so nervous.
I don't know what you...
Give me your keys.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to close up for you. Give them to me.
Oh.
Thank you. Now let's... Don't touch that phone. Let it ring.
She just doesn't answer. Jerry, there's something wrong.
Now, Pam.
There
you...
is. I know there is.
Just because she doesn't answer the telephone?
But she answered it a couple of minutes before.
All right. So in a couple of minutes, she closed the library and left.
What time is it?
8:05.
No.
No what, Pam?
No, Bertie hasn't closed the library and left. The library closes at 8, but Bertie never leaves before 8:30.
Oh, Pam,
It's true I worked in that library for 2 years, Jerry, I know. Darling, we've got to get down there and find out what's wrong. Bertie, it's Pam.
Darling, she isn't here.
Bertie!
You can see for yourself that the place is pitch dark.
Come on.
Where are you going?
There's a side door. Hardly anybody knows about it. I want to see if it's unlocked.
Pam, if the front door's locked, then the side door will be locked.
Here.
All right, try it. You'll see for yourself that it's unlocked.
Come on.
Hey, it's dark in here.
All the light switches are over by the main entrance.
Oh, but Pam, what would Bertie Twig be doing sitting around here in the dark?
Jerry, believe me, there's something wrong. Bertie would never have gone off and left that side door unlocked. Why, Bertie is the most... Jerry, look.
Where?
Over there on the floor.
Holy...
Bertie! Bertie! Oh, Bertie.
Forget the lights.
Jerry, she's... Jerry.
I heard it.
It came from over there. There's someone back in the stack.
I'm going to take a look. You telephone the sheriff.
I want to go with you.
No, Pam. Telephone the sheriff.
Oh, all right, but be careful, darling.
Yeah.
Hello? Sheriff Conway? Sheriff, this is Mrs. North. I'm calling from... Jerry! Jerry!
I'm all right, Pam.
Well, what happened?
Somebody jumped me. A man. Didn't you see him?
No.
You would have if he'd gone out the side door.
Then he must still be in here.
Unless he got out a window.
There aren't any, not on the first floor, except small ones up above the stack.
Now, let's get some lights turned on.
Here are the switches.
Okay, now let's close the side door and he won't be able to...
Jerry!
What?
Look, climbing up that bookcase.
He's the one Bertie introduced us to.
Professor Markham.
He's trying to get out that window.
Jerry, the bookcase is tipping over.
His weight's pulling it over. Markham, look out!
It's falling!
Get back, Pam! Come on, Pam.
Pinned under the bookcase.
And we'll never be able to move it. A steel case like that must weigh a ton. Markham!
Jerry!
There's no hurry about getting him out. He's dead. What was that?
I don't know. It sounded like... Bertie! Bertie! Oh, Jerry. Darling, she's alive. She's all right.
And he was choking me, and then I heard you, Pamela. Oh, have some dumplings, dear. Pounding on the door and calling my name. More chicken, Jerry. And then, well, I just don't remember a thing.
You fainted.
Exactly, that's exactly what I did. Potatoes, anyone?
And Markham must have thought you were dead.
Oh, that man, that horrible, horrible, horrible man. Do you know what he was going to do? He told me himself. What? Pass it, Jerry the Gravy, dear. That book you found up on Pilot Rock.
What about it?
Well, after he killed me, he was going to take the book and destroy the record of it in my files.
So it could never be traced back to him.
Exactly, dear, exactly. Do have another pop over, Jerry. He was actually going to steal that book. Well, when he told me that, I saw right then and there what kind of a man he was.
The adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North are brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Jerry.
That came from inside.
Try the door.
It's locked.
Oh, darling, we've got to get in there somehow.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, House of Hate. The house near Dublin Square in Washington Heights is a gingerbread monument to a day gone by, a day of gaslight and hansom cabs, to a day when $1 was $1 and the Lansing family had its share of them. From that era, only Sarah Lansing survives to rule the gingerbread house from the big front bedroom where she has lain for 16 years.
Yes?
Robert, Mother.
Oh, come in, darling. Off to work, dear?
Yes, Mother.
So early?
Well, I have a big day ahead of me.
Oh, you work so hard, Robert, dear. So terribly hard.
Oh, nonsense, Mother.
Well, you do. Oh, but didn't I warn you to be like this when you had a wife to support?
Let me give you a kiss now, and then I have to run.
All right, darling. And have a nice day.
Mother,
Oh, my back.
if it's still bothering you, I'd better call Dr. Stone.
No, I've already called him, dear. He's coming today at 1. There's little he can do when Ella refuses to fix my pillows the way I... Oh, but there, I mustn't blame Ella when she has so much to do.
Nothing is more important than taking care of you properly. Oh, by the way, Mother, one thing. I had a letter from Sylvia. She'd like to spend a weekend here at home soon.
But, Robert,
She says that Miss Phillips, her house mother, thinks it would be good for her to come home oftener.
Sylvia's my daughter, Robert. I think I know more about what's best for her than this Miss Phillips.
Yes, of course, Mother. You're right. I'll drop her a line today. Now, goodbye, Mother.
Goodbye, dear.
See you this evening, huh?
Oh, Robert, will you take my breakfast tray on your way, dear?
Oh, of course. Oh, Mother, you didn't eat a thing.
Ella fixed me eggs. I can't imagine why. She knows I dislike them. Oh, well, she must simply have forgotten.
After 3 years, that's hardly likely.
Oh, Robert, dear, don't say anything.
Why Ella does things like this, I'll never...
Is something wrong, Robert?
Oh. Ella, I thought you were down in the kitchen. Ella, why did you do this?
What?
This. Serve Mother eggs.
I served them because she asked for them.
Nonsense. You know that she hates them.
Are you calling me a liar, Robert?
All I'm saying is that if Mother had asked for eggs, she would have eaten them.
All right, Robert. Have it your way.
What do you mean, my way?
Please, Robert, let's not argue. Just give me the tray and let me fix your mother something else. I have a lot to do before I go downtown.
Downtown?
I'm having lunch with Pam North.
At what time?
I'm meeting at the Corsair room at 1.
At 1, but you can't.
Why not?
Because Dr. Stone is coming to see Mother at 1.
Today?
Yes. Mother called him and...
When?
What?
When did she call him?
I don't know.
Well, then I'll tell you. She called him after I told her I was meeting Pam.
Now, why would she do it?
To keep me here when she knew I wanted to go out. She knew if Dr. Stone was calling, you'd insist I stay home.
Are you suggesting that Mother...
I am not suggesting. I'm telling you. She did this deliberately.
Ella!
Oh, Robert, how can you be so blind? Can't you see what she's trying to do? What she's been trying to do ever since you brought me into this house? First thing she did was convince you I should take care of this mausoleum all by myself. Cook and scrub and be her nurse at the same time.
It was a question of money. We can't afford...
Who says we can't afford it? She does.
It's her house. It's her money.
And her son. You, her darling, doting little boy. She won't be happy until she has you all to herself again.
You're out of your mind.
For 3 years, she's lain in there thinking of ways to make my life miserable. Hoping someday I won't be able to take it anymore and slam out of this house and out of your life. Disappointment with the doctor's part of it. These stupid eggs are part of it. Well, let me tell you something. I'm not about to slam out of this house. I'm not going to take this much longer, but she's not going to drive me out. She's not. She's not.
Oh, now what the devil happened to them? They were here in the closet the other day. Pam?
Yes?
Where are my golf shoes?
What did you say, Jerry?
My golf shoes. They're not in the closet.
But I saw
and they're just... Oh, no, wait. Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I know where they are.
Oh, where?
In the kitchen.
The kitchen.
I brought them out here to polish them for you.
Oh, Pam, darling, you didn't have to do that.
I didn't.
Oh.
I discovered we didn't have any brown shoe polish, and I was going to put them back in your closet, but I couldn't find the nutcracker.
The nutcracker?
Your shoes are in the cupboard under the sink, Jerry.
Thanks, but what have my golf shoes got to do with the fact that you couldn't find the nutcracker?
I used your shoes to crack the walnuts for the Waldorf salad last night.
Oh.
Oh, golly, look at the time. Oh, I have to hurry.
Are you going out?
I'm having lunch with Ella Lansing.
Ella Lansing, huh?
I told her she telephoned the other day.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. Where'd you say they were?
The Lansings? Oh, why, they're right on... in the...
My golf shoes.
I'll answer it, dear. In the cupboard under the sink.
The Lansing?
Your golf shoes. Hello?
Hello, Pam. This is Ella.
Oh, Ella.
Pam, I hate to do this, but I have to cancel our lunch date.
Oh, Ella, why?
Well, I just found out that the doctor's coming to see Robert's mother, so I'll have to be here.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was looking forward to seeing you.
And I wanted to talk to you.
Ella.
Pam, I have to see you. I simply must talk to someone, or I don't know what I'll do.
Well, what is it, Ella?
Could you possibly come out of here, Pam?
Well, of course.
Oh,
Will, 2 o'clock be all right?
Anytime.
I'll see you at 2 then.
Thanks, Pam.
Pam? Hey, Pam, dear, Pam, darling, what's the matter?
What?
Was something wrong?
I'm not sure.
Who was that on the phone?
Ella Lansing. She can't meet me for lunch, but she wants me to come to her place. She said she had to see me.
Oh, well, what's the matter with her?
I don't know. But I do know this. Jeb Moffat's back in town.
Jeb Moffat.
Ella went with him for years. They were engaged, and then something happened. No one ever knew just what, and she married Bob Lansing.
Oh.
Jeb Moffat's a colonel in the Air Force. He was in Korea and just got back. I read it in the paper. You can drop me off at Ella's on your way to your golf date.
I'm not sure I can keep my golf date, dear.
Why?
No shoes.
Well, didn't you find them in the cupboard under the sink?
All I found in the cupboard under the sink was the brown shoe polish.
The brown shoe polish?
And this.
Well, what do you know? The nutcracker.
Hello?
Colonel Moffat reporting, ma'am.
Jeff!
Well, the lady remembers.
You're back.
Don't tell me you didn't know.
No.
Well, it was in the papers. I'm a hero. If you don't believe it, ask the New York Times. Hello, Ellie.
Oh, Jeff, it's wonderful to hear from you.
If that's a proposal, I accept. We'll run away to Afghanistan and raise sheep. I got a 2-week furlough. Hey, speaking of sheep, how's your husband?
Robert's fine.
Too bad. Look, when are you going to divorce him and marry me?
Jeb, stop joking.
Joking, Ellie, darling. I was never more serious in my... What was that?
What?
Sounded like someone else on the line.
Oh.
Don't tell me your husband's had your phone tapped. I heard of one who did that to his wife once. And he...
Jeb, I'd better call you back.
What? Wait.
Where are you staying?
The Algonquin.
I'll call you.
Ella, dear, Why, Ella, is something the matter?
So now you've started listening to my phone calls.
Listening to your phone calls? I don't understand.
You're a liar. Ella, you were listening on the extension.
How dare you speak to me this way?
I'm warning you, I've stood just about all of this I can stand.
Get out of this room.
You don't leave me alone, I'll kill you.
Get out.
Get out! I mean it, I'll kill you.
Well, here we are, darling.
Oh, golly, Jerry. It's such a gorgeous day. I wish I were going out to the club with you.
I wish you were, too.
Just look at that old house. Did you ever see anything so gloomy?
Not outside of a cemetery.
Well, come on.
Come on. Hey, what do you mean? I'm going to play golf, remember?
But, Jerry, you have to stop in for a minute.
Why?
To say hello.
But, Pam, I'll be late.
Well, you certainly won't be any earlier if you sit and argue.
Well, all right. I'm just going to say hello, how are you, goodbye.
That's all you have to do.
I don't want to be dragged upstairs to pay my respects to old Mrs. Lansing.
You won't be.
All she ever talks about is Robert. Robert this, Robert that. You'd think she was the only woman in the world who ever had a son.
I know. And never a word about Sylvia.
Sylvia? Oh, yes, her daughter.
Mm-hmm. Ring the bell, Jerry.
Got it. Hey, where do they keep her? Locked up in the attic?
Well, practically. In a boarding school. Apparently she has some psychological problem. Jerry!
What?
That came from inside.
Yeah.
Try the door.
It's locked.
We've got to get in there, Jerry. Ella! Ella!
Someone's coming.
Ella!
Pam, Jerry, come quickly.
Ella, what happened? We heard a scream.
It was Robert's mother. She must have been trying to get downstairs. She fell. There.
Oh, Jerry.
I'll call the doctor.
Wait a minute, Ella. A doctor can't help. She's dead.
And it is therefore the finding of this inquest that the death of Sarah Lansing resulted from a fall which was wholly and entirely accidental.
Ella? Come in here.
Were you asleep?
No, dear, I was just resting.
Robert just got home, Ella.
Oh?
You are going to talk to him, aren't you?
Of course, Sylvia. I promised, didn't I?
And you will make him understand.
I'll do my best, dear.
Ella?
You go to your room and wait there, Sylvia.
All right.
Ella?
I'm in here, Robert.
Where's Sylvia?
In her room.
She packed.
Not yet.
Why not? A train leaves in an hour.
Yes, but she's hoping that she won't be taking it.
What?
Robert, let her stay.
Stay here? Permanently?
Yes.
That's impossible.
Why?
She's in school.
Well, she could go to school here.
No, Ella. I made it perfectly clear to Sylvia that she was merely coming home from Mother's funeral, not to expect...
Robert, please.
Sylvia is going back to school. She needs the special attention she gets there.
She doesn't need special attention there or anywhere else. All she's ever needed from the moment she was born is a little love and affection. A little of the love your mother stole from her to give to you.
That's enough.
Oh, Robert, please. Sylvia wants a home. She needs a home.
She's going back to Fallbrook. That's what Mother would have wanted. That's what she's going to do.
In the name of heaven, Robert, is your mother going to go on running our lives even from her grave? Your mother's dead. 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 Dead.
Because you killed her.
What?
Oh, you didn't think I knew, did you?
You what?
Mother didn't fall down those stairs. You pushed her.
That's a lie. Robert, you can't believe that.
But I do believe it.
Well, then why didn't you go to the police? Why didn't you say something at the inquest?
I'll tell you why. Because I want to keep you here, right here in this house. You hate this house, Ella. You hate it as much as you hated my mother.
She hated me.
You're going to want to run away. You're going to want to get away from this house so badly it'll drive you out of your mind thinking about it.
You're insane.
But you'll never be able to leave, because the only place you can go from here is straight to the electric chair. Now go tell Sylvia to get packed. I'll be waiting downstairs to take it to the station. Oh, one thing more. We're giving a dinner party.
A dinner party?
Tomorrow evening. I'm inviting Pam and Jerry North. And Jeb Moffat.
Robert.
Ella.
Oh. Sylvia, darling, I'm sorry, but Robert...
I know. I heard.
Everything? Yes. Sylvia, it's not true about your mother. I didn't kill her.
I believe you. But I wouldn't care if it was true. I'm glad she's dead. I hated her. And I hate Robert. I wish he was dead, too.
Holy smoke, Pam. Can't we get out of here? We've had old Mrs. Lansing's favorite cocktail. We've had her favorite dinner. Now we've spent 2 hours listening to her favorite records. Has Lansing jumped his trolley completely?
Oh, that's just beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, very, but I think we'd better be going, don't you, Pam?
We really should.
Oh, no, please. Not yet. There's one more record I want
Robert,
you to...
it is getting late. and
This
it-
won't take but a minute. Listen, please.
Sweet and low, wind of the western sea. Blow, blow, breathe and blow, wind of the western sea.
Well, how about that, eh? Mother made it for me years ago on one of those public recording machines. You know, the kind you drop a quarter
Robert,
in.
stop it.
Why, Ella, dear, what's the matter?
Stop it, please, Robert.
But, Ella...
Stop it!
Ella, what is it? What's the matter?
Make him stop it, Jed, please. Make him stop it.
Oh, brother, what an evening.
It was hideous.
What's the matter with Lansing anyway? Something is certainly eating him.
And Ella, it's as if that whole house was sick. As if everything you touched was diseased.
Hey, now hold it. Let's not get morbid.
Oh, I'm sorry, but, well, that's the way it affected me.
Well, let's go to bed and forget it, huh? Tomorrow the sun will be shining.
It will not. The weatherman said rain.
The weatherman is going to be wrong, as usual.
How do you know?
My left ear isn't twitching.
Oh, Jerry.
Now, that's a sure sign of clear weather. My left ear is like a divining rod. It can detect water. I'll get it. Hello.
Hello, Jerry.
Well, Bill.
Bill Wigan?
Yeah. Well, what do you know, Bill?
I know you were at 124 Linden Street tonight.
124 Well, that's the Lansing house.
That's where I am. And you'll have to get back up here on the double.
Bill, what's the matter?
Robert Lansing has been murdered.
All right, Mrs. Lansing, go on.
Well, after Jeb and Pam and Jerry had left, Robert and I had an argument.
What about?
You better tell him, Ella.
Well, Mrs. Lansing?
Robert believed that his mother's death wasn't an accident. He thought I killed her.
So that was it.
Was what, Pam?
Why Robert was behaving the way he was this evening.
And how was that?
Well, he hardly said a dozen words all evening that didn't concern his mother.
It was his way of torturing me.
Why did your husband think you'd killed his mother?
She hated me.
And you hated her?
Yes.
But you didn't kill her?
No.
Or your husband?
No.
This argument, Mrs. Lansing, what was it about specifically?
Robert accused me of being in love with Jeb. I admitted it and begged him to give me a divorce. He refused, and we argued.
And then?
I ran out of the house. I just had to get away. I went to the drugstore on the corner and telephoned Jeb.
And he met you at the drugstore?
Yes, I met her there.
And you both returned here to the house to have it out with Lansing and found him dead?
Yes.
How long was it from the time Mrs. Lansing telephoned you at your hotel until you met her at the drugstore, Colonel Moffat?
Why? What difference does that make? What are you getting at?
I want to know if you had time enough to come here, kill Lansing, and then meet Mrs. Lansing at the drugstore.
I didn't kill him. I might have if I'd had the chance after I found out what he was doing to Ella.
But you didn't have a chance?
No.
Mrs. Lansing, do you know of anyone besides yourself and Colonel Moffat who had a motive to kill your husband?
No.
Well, that's not true, Ella. You told me that Sylvia...
Jeb.
Ella told me that Sylvia wished her brother were dead.
But Sylvie's at school in Vermont.
Are you sure, Ella?
Well, of course. She went back day before yesterday.
Well, then I'm afraid you're going to have to come with me, Mrs. Lansing. You're under arrest.
Arrest?
On what charge, Lieutenant?
Suspicion of murder.
She didn't kill Lansing.
I think she did.
Well, you're wrong.
What?
Who's that?
Sylvia.
Who are you?
Sylvia, what are you doing here?
I've been here for a couple of hours, up in the attic, hiding.
How do you know Ella didn't kill your brother?
Because I'm the one who killed him. And from Grand Central, I took the subway out here. I don't have a key. I've never had one. This was supposed to be my home, but Robert and Mother would never let me have a key.
Mm-hmm. Then how'd you get into the house without your brother hearing you?
I broke a cellar window, one of the large ones in back.
Go on.
Well, I tiptoed up the back stairs to Robert's room. I knew he had a gun. I knew where he kept it. I got it, and I came downstairs to the living room and shot him.
What'd you do with the gun?
I hid it. It's in the attic,
Where?
behind some boxes on the shelf by the stairs.
Go get it, Donahue. We'll be going down to headquarters in a few minutes, Mrs. Lansing, so will you get Sylvia a coat?
Yes.
I'll go with you, Ella.
I'll get Sylvia a coat from
Ella,
Yes, ma'am?
I want to talk to you a moment.
What about?
Sylvia, let's go outside, huh?
Outside? Why?
I'll show you.
But, Pam, why can't...
Come on.
Why do you want to go out there?
I want to see the cellar window.
Cellar window?
The one Sylvia broke to get into the house.
Why?
Here. Oh, no, this isn't the one. This one hasn't been broken. But it is one just like this, Ella?
Well, yes, but I don't...
Good. Now, is there a rock around here? Yes, here, this'll do.
Pam, what in the world are you doing?
Proving to myself that Sylvia didn't kill Robert.
What?
She didn't, did she, Ella?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. You killed Robert.
No.
Don't lie about it, Ella.
I'm not lying.
You are. I watched you every minute Sylvia was telling her story. You knew it wasn't true, and when Sylvia told how she got into this house by breaking a cellar window like this, I knew it wasn't true, too. You would have heard her.
She must have broken the window after I left the house.
Then Robert would have heard her if he'd been alive. I think Sylvia entered this house after Robert was dead.
Why would she confess to a murder she hadn't committed?
To protect you.
No.
You were the only one in this house who ever showed her any attention and love. And a child like Sylvia would do anything, say anything to repay you. But you can't let her do it, Ella.
She killed Robert. She admits it. You can't prove differently.
I know I can't. If Sylvia wants to take the blame, there's probably no way of stopping her. Not unless you tell the truth.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Come on, listen. You think you're free of Robert, free of the way he was torturing you about his mother. Maybe you are. If you think you can marry Jeb and be happy, you're wrong. You'll torture yourself far worse than Robert ever tortured you. Tell the truth, Ella, please.
No. No.
Ella, come back here, Jerry, Bill.
Pam, what is it? What's going on?
Hurry. It's Ella. She killed Robert.
How do you know?
Never mind now. Quick, where did she get to?
There, crossing the street.
Bill. Oh, Jerry, that truck. Ella, look out.
Okay, Bill. Thanks for calling.
What did Bill say, Jerry?
Well, he was calling from the hospital. Ella's going to be all right. And she's given Bill a statement. You were right. She killed Bob Lansing.
Oh, poor Ella.
Oh, come on, darling. Cheer up. Oh, just look outside. Not a cloud in the sky. Just as I predicted. I tell you what never fails. My left ear twitches, it rains. Doesn't twitch, doesn't rain.
It's uncanny.
Well, it is a talent not very many people have.
Jerry.
Hmm?
Darling, don't go to work today.
Oh, Pam.
Please, Jerry. Let's go for a drive in the country. Up the Hudson, maybe. Oh, the leaves are turning. It'll be beautiful.
But, darling, I can't.
You promised we could take a day off soon. I'll pack us a picnic lunch.
Pam, dear, I have to go to work.
Sorry, darling. Not today. I made up my mind. There's no way out for you. Now I'll fix a wonderful lunch while you... Jerry.
What?
Your left ear. It's twitching.
Listen.
That sounded like thunder.
Holy smoke, it is thunder.
Jerry North, you did that deliberately.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
That came from upstairs, Bill.
Yeah, come on.
No, wait, listen. Someone's coming.
Mr. and Mrs. North. Starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Brother Danny. A police car cruises down Burgess Street. Riding in it are Detective Sergeant Marty Lucas and his partner Harry Maddox. Lucas and Maddox of the 42nd Squad. Burgess Street, Lime Park, Stuyvesant Circle is their beat, and they know every inch of it. They were born here, raised here, and still live here. From every blazing neon sign over every shabby store to every shadow in every dark corner, they know it all.
Oh, 11 o'clock. Man, isn't this shift ever going to end?
Who cares?
Boy, oh boy, aren't you doubled over with laughter tonight. What's eating you anyway, Marty?
Nothing.
You need a little nightlife, boy. Hey, look, how about having a couple of beers when we knock off?
No, thanks.
Ah, come on. I'm going over to Helen's and count the wedding presents. You should see the loot, and the wedding's still a week away. Come on, how about it?
No, thanks, Harry.
Marty?
What?
Hey, you're not sore about anything, are you? I mean, sore at me or Helen?
What makes you think that?
I don't know. You've been clouding up terrain for the last month.
Oh, for crying out loud, Harry, will you please stop? Hey, wait a minute, Harry.
Huh? What's
Pull
matter?
up. Nightlight's out in Bruner's garage.
Yeah.
Well, let's have a look.
Maybe it just burned out.
Maybe. Well, here's the office door.
Hey, didn't burn out. Look.
Jimmy. Come on.
I'll grab the light.
Okay. Hey, a window.
Yeah, out in the garage.
Come on, let's get him.
There he is, Marty. Going out the side window.
Hold it, you. Stop or we'll shoot.
Yeah, he's gone.
Come on.
Hey, Marty, there's another one in here.
Where?
Hey, you might be back.
Careful, Harry. Watch yourself.
Oh, don't go yet, Bill. It's just a little after 11.
Yeah, let me at least fix you a nightcap, Bill.
Well, all right, but make it a short one.
I'll do it, Jerry.
You? Oh, Pam, dear, you've never mixed a drink in your life.
Well, that doesn't mean I can't. You stay there and talk to Bill.
Well, okay. Now, as I was saying, Bill, this manuscript I'd like you to read was written by a retired police captain in a little town. Yes, Pam?
Which glasses do I use?
The ones on the middle shelf there. Well, this police captain had written a terrific...
Jerry?
Yes, dear.
Do I put the ice in first or last?
First. As I was saying, this police captain wrote... Yes, dear.
Do I put in one jigger or two?
One. Oh, now, where was I? Oh, yes. This police captain has written about two guys...
I told you I could do it. Now, what were you two talking about while I was gone?
I was telling Bill about the police captain who... Oh, well, it isn't much of a story anyway. Hello. Lieutenant Wagon? Just a minute.
Thanks, Jerry. Hello? Oh, yes, Inspector. Who? Where? Yeah. Yeah, I'll get right down there.
Oh, what is it, Bill?
A detective on the 42nd Squad was killed breaking up a robbery in a garage on Burgess Street. Now, look, Jerry, I came over in a cab. Could you run me down there?
Well, of course, Bill.
Did you know the man who was killed, Bill?
Well, slightly. His name was Harry Maddox.
And we thought the guy getting away through the window was the only one, Lieutenant, but there was another one behind us, over there on the other side of the garage.
You're lucky you didn't get it in the back, too, Lucas.
Yes.
Hey, Bill.
What? Well, Jerry, I thought Pam and you had gone.
Well, we were just leaving when a Miss Chandler arrived.
Helen, here?
Yeah, and someone from your station called her. She's in the office.
I want to see her.
Wait a minute, Sergeant. We asked her if she had anyone she wanted us to call to be with her, you know.
Well, she hasn't anyone here. She's only been in town a few months.
So she said, and she shouldn't be alone, so Mrs. North and I suggested she come home with us.
Well, that's swell of you, Mr. North.
Well, come on, let's go see her. See you later, Bill.
Right, Jerry.
Helen.
Oh, Marty. Oh, Marty, they won't let me see him.
He's gone now, Helen.
I'll bring my car around to the door, Sergeant.
I'll come with you, Jerry.
Car's down this way. Well, come on down.
I'm sorry.
What in the world were you thinking about so hard?
The way Sergeant Lucas looked at Miss Chandler.
Hmm?
Darling, he's in love with her.
Oh, Pam.
He is, Jerry. I'm sure of it.
Ma, will you leave me alone? I said I don't want any breakfast.
But you can't go to school.
Leave me alone.
Danny, what's the matter with you?
Nothing. I'm just not hungry. Marty isn't home, huh?
No, and I'm worried. He usually calls.
Forget it. He's a big, brave cop.
Danny, Marty's your brother, and you
Sure, I know. Blood's thicker than water and all that stuff. Well, here comes New York's finest now. I gotta blow. I'm going out the back way. See you later, Ma.
Marty,
Yeah, Ma.
where you been all night? I've been worried.
I'm sorry, Ma. I should have called. Got some coffee?
Yes.
Thanks. Ma,
Yes?
Harry Maddox was killed last night.
Killed. Oh, Marty.
Now, look, Ma, don't use this to tee off on me again about quitting the force. I know the speech by heart. Look what happened to Dad. It might have been me last night instead of Harry, and some night it will be me instead of the other guy.
And it will, Marty.
Please, Ma, let's not go through it again. Not now.
For 15 years, I spent every day waiting for your father to come home, wondering if he would come home. I'd watch him put his revolver in this drawer. And then one night, I had to put it away for him.
It's been cleaned.
What?
Dad's gun, it's been cleaned, and just recently there's oil on the barrel, still fresh.
Well, Danny must
He was
have...
told not to monkey around with Dad's gun.
Yes, I know. I'll speak to him again.
I'll speak to him myself.
All right, Marty. Now, please, let me fix you some breakfast. Just a bite.
Okay, Ma, I'll go wash.
I'll have it ready in just a minute.
Ma,
What?
Danny go out to the movies again last night?
Red! Red, it's me, Danny.
Come in.
You seen the newspapers?
Yeah, I seen him.
Every cop in town's looking for us.
Including your big brother, I suppose.
Why'd you do it, Red? Why'd you plug him?
Shut up.
You could have gotten out of there without killing him. I shouldn't have let you have the gun. I should have...
Shut up. Now listen, you little punk. You gotta hang on to yourself. You understand? You gotta do just like I say.
Okay, Red,
Put the gun back.
Yeah.
Cleaned?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you're going to school today.
I can't, Red. I can't...
Shut up and listen. You're going to school and I'm going to work. Just like nothing happened. Just like it was yesterday or last week or last year.
Maybe we ought to get out of town, Red.
Don't be a sap.
But if they'll send us to the chair, if
Not me, they won't. No cop's ever going to take me. Not alive. If they come after me, I'll take a few of them with me before I go.
Red.
I mean it. I got nothing to lose. Not a thing.
Come in, Sergeant. I'll tell Miss Chandler you're here.
Thanks.
Sergeant Lucas is here, Miss Chandler.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. North.
I'll be in Mr. North's study if you want anything.
All right.
Hello, Helen.
Hello, Marty. It's nice of you to come.
I thought maybe there was something I could do for you.
No. No, there's nothing. Is there any news? Have they found the men who...
No, but they will.
In a way, I hope they don't.
Why?
I think if I ever saw those men, just got a glimpse of them in jail or in court or somewhere, I'd kill them if I could.
Helen, don't talk like that. You don't mean it.
I think I do.
Well, you've got to think of yourself, Helen. You still have a life to live.
What kind of a life is it going to be now?
A good one. It can be a good one, Helen. Look, I know it's a little too soon to say this, but, well, I want you to know that Harry wasn't the only one in love with you.
Oh, Marty.
Someday I...
Marty, please don't.
All right, Helen. I won't say any more right now.
I'll answer it. Hello? What? Why, yes, he is, Bill. Just a moment. It's for you, Sergeant. Lieutenant White is.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Lieutenant.
Lucas, the temporary assignment to homicide you asked for has been okayed.
Good.
On one condition.
Yes, sir.
You're a cop, Lucas, and you don't forget it. What you do forget is that Maddox was your friend, that you ever knew him or saw him or talked to him. There's nothing personal about this. This is a murder case.
Yes, sir, I understand.
Okay.
Lieutenant, is there anything new?
Just one thing about the gun that killed Maddox. Ballistics hasn't finished running its tests on the slugs yet, but we know this much. They came from a .38 caliber police special.
Marty,
Yeah.
did Lieutenant Wygan get in touch with...
Danny here.
Why, yes, in his room. Marty, there's something...
Danny,
What?
come out here.
What do you want?
Come out here.
Marty.
Okay. What's the...
Come on.
Hey, what's the idea? Let go.
Move. In the kitchen.
Let go of me.
Keep moving.
You gone nuts or something? Let go.
All right, get in there.
Martin, what are you doing?
You'll find out. Now open that drawer, Danny. Open it. Now pick up that gun.
No.
Pick it up.
I won't.
What's the matter, you rotten little... You afraid?
Go of me. Let go.
Okay.
What is this all about, Martin?
He killed Harry Maddox
Kill.
with Dad's gun.
Danny.
No, I didn't do it. I swear.
Stop lying.
No.
Stop it, Martin. Stop it. Danny, tell the truth. Did you kill Harry Maddox?
No.
I want the truth, Danny.
I was in Bruner's last night, yeah, but
Danny.
I didn't shoot Maddox. It was Red.
Red?
Red Dublin.
I know Dublin. How'd you get tangled up with him?
I met him hanging around Murphy's joint on Burgess Street.
Oh, Danny.
Okay, Danny, get your coat.
What are you going to do?
I'm taking him in.
No.
Ma,
If he says he didn't kill Harry Maddox, I believe him.
whether he's the one who actually shot Harry's beside the point. He was robbing Bruner's.
He's
just
my
as guilty.
son. My son. That's all I care about. Will arresting Danny bring Harry Maddox back? No. And if it would, Martin, you wouldn't arrest him.
What?
You're glad Harry Maddox is dead.
Glad?
Because of Helen Chandler. You love her and want her, and you always have, and now maybe you can have her. And that's why you're glad Harry's dead.
Ma, you're crazy. Harry was my friend.
And Danny's your brother. But go ahead, Martin. You can prove I'm wrong. That down inside you're not glad Harry's dead. You can prove it very easily. All you have to do is arrest Danny. Well, Martin?
Thanks, Ma.
Don't thank me. I didn't do it for you. I did it for all of us. What's left of us.
Well, Bill, come on in.
Oh, thanks. Glad I found you home, Jerry.
Pam, it's Bill.
Bill, what are you doing here?
Looking for Marty Lucas?
Oh, he left here hours ago. What did you want to see him about?
We know whose gun it was that killed Harry Maddox.
Oh, and you arrested the man?
Oh, no, Pam. The man who owned the gun has been dead 12 years.
What?
He was a policeman. Marty Lucas's father.
Father?
Yes. Lucas's father and a man he was trying to arrest killed one another in a gunfight. And as a matter of routine, a ballistics test was run on Lucas's gun. Now, the slug taken from the man Lucas's father killed matches the slugs that killed Maddox.
Well, do you know what happened to the gun?
Well, I understand it was returned to Mrs. Lucas.
Gollies.
Oh, what's the matter, Pam?
Do you think it's possible that Marty Lucas killed Harry Maddox?
Oh,
Well, he could have been carrying his father's revolver instead of his own for days or weeks, maybe, waiting for the kind of situation where he could kill Harry Maddox.
But why would he want to kill Maddox?
Well, I don't know, except, well, he's in love with Helen Chandler.
Now, you're just guessing at that, Pam.
Last night I was, but today I heard Marty Lucas admit it to Miss Chandler. I didn't mean to listen, but...
But you did.
Well, not exactly.
Oh, darling, for a woman who never exactly listens, you hear an awful lot.
Is Miss Chandler still here?
Yes.
Well, I want to talk to her.
Oh, this is fantastic, Bill.
Well, perhaps, but it won't do any harm to ask Miss Chandler a few questions.
Miss Chandler? Miss Chandler? Well, that's funny. Why doesn't she answer?
Well, let's find out.
She isn't here.
Well, she was just a few minutes ago, and she couldn't have gone without us seeing her.
Oh, yes, she could, dear.
The window.
Right. Out the window, across the balcony, and down the fire escape. But why?
I think I know. Come on, we've got to get over to Marty Lucas's right away.
Oh, here we are, Jerry. Pull up. Well, this may be a wild goose chase. I was here about an hour ago, and no one was home. Well, Lucas lives here with his mother and younger brother. See, upstairs, second floor rear.
Golly, I hope...
That came from upstairs, Bill.
Yeah, come on.
Wait, listen.
It's Miss Chandler.
Miss Chandler, what is it?
It's Marty. He's dead. He's been stabbed to death. And then when nobody answered the bell, I tried the door. It was unlocked, and I came in, and I saw Marty.
And then you screamed and ran out of here and bumped into us.
Yes.
Mrs. Lucas, when was the last time you saw your son?
About 4 o'clock this afternoon.
I see. And where were you this evening?
I went for a walk.
And you, son, were you here when your brother got home?
No, sir.
Miss Chandler, why did you sneak out of the North's apartment?
I heard you and Mr. and Mrs. North talking.
I gathered that.
When I heard Mrs. North say it might have been Marty who killed Harry, I came over to find out for myself if it was true.
Why?
I don't know why.
Well, then maybe I can tell you, Miss Chandler. You came here, hid your suspicions from Marty Lucas, and then when the opportunity arose, you took a knife from the kitchen and stabbed him in the back.
Oh, no, that's not true.
And then when you started to leave, you heard Mr. and Mrs. North and me, and to try to divert suspicion from yourself, you screamed, pretending you'd just seen Lucas's body.
No, I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him.
Mrs. Lucas, do you know of anyone aside from Miss Chandler who had a motive to kill your son?
Well, Ma?
No, Lieutenant. No one.
Oh, Pam, I'm so tired. I can hardly wait to get to bed.
Well, we have to take Miss Chandler's things to her. We promised.
Yeah. Well, then let's get the bag packed, get it down to headquarters, and get home. I'm dead.
Come on.
Hey, where is her bag?
In the closet.
Well, I'll get it.
Open it up on the bed.
Okay. Now, there we are, Pam. Well, hey, what have we got here?
What?
Hey, look on the suitcase.
Well, for heaven's sake, a gun.
Yeah, one of the cutest snub-nosed, pearl-handled automatics I've ever seen. Miss Chandler obviously didn't believe in traveling light.
Jerry, is it loaded?
Let's see. Oh, like the 5 o'clock subway.
Darling, this proves it.
Proves what?
That Helen Chandler didn't kill Marty Lucas.
Whoa, now wait a minute.
It does. If Helen Chandler had gone to see Marty Lucas with any intention of killing him, she certainly would have taken this, wouldn't she?
Pam, I think you're right.
Well, darling, we have to tell Bill about this.
He sent Miss Chandler down to headquarters with Sergeant Donahue, so we may still be at the Lucas apartment.
Well, on our way, let's stop there first. Come on, darling, and bring that gun.
Danny? Danny?
Come in, Mom.
Were you asleep, Danny?
No, I was just lying here, thinking.
I've been thinking, too, Danny.
You can't do it, can you, Ma?
How did you know?
I could tell. Even when you were lying to the lieutenant for me, I knew you couldn't go on lying very long. And even if you wanted to, I wouldn't let you. That's what I've been thinking about.
Oh, Danny.
I shouldn't have let you stop Marty from taking me in. I'm going to give myself up now.
First your father, and then Martin. Now you.
Oh, don't cry, Ma.
Oh, what happened to us?
It's my fault. I kept thinking how you had to work, how we never had nothing after Pa died, and how we never would. You'd never get rich being a dressmaker, and neither would Marty being a cop. I figured it was up to me. But that was just an excuse. I wasn't thinking of you or Marty or anyone except myself. But look, Ma, I didn't kill Marty. I wouldn't have done it. You gotta believe me.
I believe you, Danny. I wouldn't have lied for you if I didn't.
Come on, Ma. I'll telephone Lieutenant White.
Put down that phone, Danny.
Red,
Put it down.
how'd you get in here?
First time I picked the lock on the back door. This time I used the key.
Martin's key.
I see you got yourself a gun of your own now, Red.
Put that phone down, Danny.
Why'd you kill Marty?
I found out he was looking for me. Maybe to arrest me. Maybe just to kill me. I don't know. But I had to do something, so I came up here and waited for him. It's either him or me.
What do you want now?
I just came up to see what the cops had to say.
It doesn't make any difference what they say, Red. I'm giving myself up.
No, you're not, Danny.
He is.
You want him to go to the chair?
He won't if he gives himself up.
You can't be sure of that.
I'll take my chances.
You're not getting any chances, Danny. Remember what I said. I got nothing to lose. You pick up that phone and you're dead.
Well, I don't see Bill's car around, Pam.
Well, let's check the Lucas apartment anyway.
Yeah, okay. I'll get the door.
Thank you.
We probably should have telephoned and found out.
Jerry!
A gunshot.
It came from upstairs.
Come on, Pam, let's...
Jerry, wait, listen. Someone's coming.
Pam, turn off that light.
All right.
What the...
Jerry, it's a man. I can't see him, but...
Yes, and he can't see us. Shh.
Who turned off that light?
Get Helen Chandler's gun out of your purse, Pam.
All right.
Come on. Who is it?
Here, Jerry.
All right, now get back behind the stairs.
What are you going to do?
Quiet, Pam.
Listen. Whoever you are down there, get out of my way. I got a gun.
What do you think I've got?
You're cops.
That shot went into the ceiling, fella, but the next one will be on the level.
Jerry, he's going back upstairs.
You stay here, Pam.
No, I'm coming with you.
Stay where you are, Red. And drop that gun.
Danny.
Drop it, Red. I got Marty's gun. I'm just itching to use it on you.
Pam, listen.
That's Marty Lucas's
Don't
brother.
shoot. Don't shoot, Danny. There's cops downstairs. Don't shoot.
Then drop that gun.
All right. All right, there.
Come on, let's get up there, Pam.
Mr. and Mrs. North.
Oh, Danny, you're hurt.
No, I'm okay. Red here doesn't shoot very good unless he's shooting a guy in the back.
What do you mean?
Go telephone Lieutenant Wigan. You'll hear all about it when he gets here.
You think it'll go hard on Danny Lucas, Bill?
Well, it won't go easy, Jerry. Reformatory until he's 21, probably, and then a few years of probation. Yeah, it'd have been a lot tougher for him if he hadn't turned against Red Dublin and actually risked his life to give himself up. Hey, gosh, look at the time. I'd better go.
Oh, wait, Bill. Do you have any plans for dinner?
Well, no,
Well,
but
then stay and have it with us.
Hey, that's a swell idea. And look, I'll be the chef.
You?
You? Well, what's the matter?
Well, I don't like to say this, darling, but you're not a very good cook.
Oh, no? Oh. Well, Bill can tell you differently. Remember the meals I stirred up on our hunting trip last fall, Bill?
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, I'll make another of those hunter stews I cooked up. You remember that stew, Bill?
Oh, yes, very well. We had it for dinner our last night out.
Oh, that's right. Gosh, that was a swell trip. You know, it's too bad you got sick and we had to cut it short. I wonder what it was that hit you the way it did.
Well, I can't imagine.
The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North are brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Look, at the window.
She's going to try to jump to the roof of the next building.
Now, don't be a fool, Mrs. Rogers. You'll never make it.
Stay away from me! Stay away!
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery Masquerade. Bleecker Street is the heart of the village, and the heart of Bleecker Street is a small cafe called Muldoon's. Here, where the atmosphere is dim, the drinks are mellow, and the food is hearty, trouble finds no welcome. And yet it is there this evening, the uninvited guest at the table of Pam and Jerry North.
How about another cocktail before we eat, darling?
Oh, gollies, no. Let's order.
Okay. Waiter, menu, please.
Yes, sir.
Oh, my, this is a wonderful place. I never get tired of it, do you?
Nope.
I remember the first time I ever came here. I was in college then.
You mean you knew Muldoon's when it was a speakeasy?
Jerry.
I was just kidding, dear. Muldoon's couldn't have been a speak while you were in college, could it?
No.
Of course not. That was before Prohibition.
Jerry North, when you get off on one of these kidding kicks, I could...
Oh, what's the matter, dear?
It is.
It is what?
Not what, who?
Who?
Jeff Williams.
Jeff Williams.
The man sitting over there, at the table nearest the bar. See him? The one with the mousy little blonde.
Yeah, I see him, but who is he?
I knew him in college.
Oh?
Excuse me a minute, Jerry.
Oh, but Pam,
I'll be right back. Jeff Williams, of all people. What a surprise.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, you don't remember me. I'm Pam North, only my name was Saunders in college.
Saunders? College?
Modern European History, Professor Blair's class.
I'm afraid there's some mistake.
Mistake?
Apparently you have me confused with someone else.
You're not Jeff Williams?
No.
You must be joking.
My name is Wayne, Vincent Wayne. This is my wife.
How do you do? But this is impossible.
Do you think I'm lying to you, Mrs. I don't believe I caught your name.
North.
As far as I know, Mrs. North, I've never seen you before in my life.
Well, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Jerry, let's get out of here.
Get out? Why?
Never mind. I want to go right now.
But, darling, we haven't eaten. What's the matter?
Well, that wasn't Jeff Williams.
Oh, so that's it. And you're embarrassed.
Well, yes. No, I'm not embarrassed. I just can't understand why he'd lie, that's all.
Lie?
Yes. I've changed my mind. That man is Jeff Williams.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Pam. Just because he happens to resemble this old school chum of yours
He doesn't just resemble him. No two people in the world could look as much alike. I don't care who Vincent Wayne says he is. I know he's Jeff Williams.
Yes, Connie.
It's awfully late, Vince.
Yeah, I'll come to bed in a minute, honey. I just want to finish this cigarette.
What is it, Vince?
What's what?
Worrying you.
Nothing, Connie.
It's that woman who came to our table in the restaurant.
Connie.
Vince, she was just mistaken, wasn't she?
Of course.
But she seemed so certain.
Now, look, Connie, people make mistakes like that all the time. It doesn't mean a thing. So don't start imagining things.
I'm sorry, Vince. But sometimes I get so frightened.
Frightened?
I guess it's because I love you so much. And yet I know so little about you.
You know all there is to know.
That's not true, darling. I don't know anything, really. It's as though your life just began when you met me.
It did, honey. Isn't that the way it should be?
No. Everyone comes from somewhere, Vince. They have to, in order to be going anywhere. And that's what frightens me about you, about us. We're not going anywhere.
Connie, please.
It's as though you feel that each day may be the last one, and you don't want anything left over. But it's those things, Vince, the things that are left over that go to make a life together. Oh, Vince.
Connie, darling, please don't.
Oh, Vince, I love you so.
And I love you.
Don't let anything happen to us, Vince.
I won't, Connie. Nothing's going to happen to us. I promise.
I'll get it, Pam.
Special delivery for Miss Gerald North.
Oh, thanks. I'll take it.
What is it, Jerry?
Special delivery for you.
Oh, good. Is it a large envelope?
Oh, looks more like a package.
From Colfax College. That's what I've been waiting for.
What is it?
The last yearbook from the College Alumni Association. I couldn't find mine, so I wrote for another one.
What do you want another one for?
Well, there was a picture of Jeff Williams in it, and I was determined...
Oh, Pam, for crying out loud. Can't you forget Jeff Williams?
The other night you said I was crazy that Vincent Wayne couldn't be Jeff, and I'm going to prove to you that he couldn't be anyone else if it's the last thing I do.
All right, but if Jeff Williams has changed his name, why wouldn't he admit it?
I don't know, and I don't care. I know it's the same boy. Now, let's see.
Yeah, and that's another thing. I wish you'd stop referring to that guy as a boy.
P-Q-W-W Warner.
If he was in college at the same time you, sir, he certainly isn't a boy anymore.
Watkins Williams. George, Harry. The telephone's ringing, dear.
I hear it. And if the guy hadn't been so good looking, she wouldn't care if he were Jeff Williams or Napoleon III. Hello.
Mrs. North, please.
Well, she's pretty engrossed right at the moment.
Never mind. Is this Mr. North?
Yes.
Well, this is Mrs. Vincent Wayne.
Mrs. Vincent Wayne?
I wish you'd tell your wife that I saw her watching our apartment house this afternoon.
What?
And though I don't know what she's up to, I want her to leave my husband and me alone. Completely alone. Or she's going to get into trouble.
Oh, now, just a moment, Mrs. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Jerry, darling, I want you to look at this picture.
Pam.
What?
Were you snooping around Vincent Wayne's apartment house this afternoon?
Well,
Well?
Well, I wasn't snooping exactly.
Then what were you doing exactly?
Well, I just went over there to see if I could get another look at Jeff.
Once and for all, Pam, Vincent Wayne is not Jeff Williams.
Who says so?
He says so, and I
well,
say
look
so.
at this alumni yearbook. Here's Jeff's picture, and I ask you, is that or is that not the man who calls himself Vincent Wayne?
Holy smoke. Darling, you're right. That is Vincent Wayne. It couldn't possibly be anyone else.
You see? I told you, Jerry.
But, Pam.
What?
Didn't you read the caption under the picture?
The caption? Why, no, why?
Listen. Jeffrey Williams, class of 41, born June 12th, 1920, married August 7th, 1945, to Thelma Stone, class of 43.
Thelma Stone, I remember
Pam,
her.
that's not all.
Well, go on.
Died.
Died?
Yes. Died March 18th, 1949. Pam, dear, Jeff Williams has been dead for over 4 years.
Good evening, Lloyd.
Huh? Evening, Thelma. Aren't you up later than usual?
No, Lloyd, it's just you're home earlier than usual this evening.
Damn, huh? Well, I gotta watch that, because I was having a good time.
I'm sure you were.
A great time.
Who was she this evening? Same one?
Which one's the same one? Have a hard time keeping track.
Must be a terrible problem for you.
This one tonight, a nice kid. Hat check girl at the, I forget the name of the place. Her name was, well, it doesn't make any difference. She said she wouldn't go out with me anymore anyway.
You better go up to bed, Lloyd.
Yeah, guess I've been around you too long, Thelma. Knowing you, I thought she'd be interested in a rich man.
But perhaps she's not interested in you because you're married.
Now, that's possible, I suppose. But I tell them all I'm married, and I tell them all about you, Thel. Everything. Oh, well, I'll find someone else.
It'll be a waste of time, Lloyd.
A waste of time? You don't know the girl I've got in mind, Thel.
You've already given me more than sufficient grounds for a divorce, if and when you make it worth my while to get one.
Good Lord, Thelma, don't you have 1 ounce of pride in your whole body? I've shamed you and humiliated you.
And as your patient and dutiful wife, I want to be compensated for that shame and humiliation. It's worth $250,000 to me now.
Price has gone up since the last time, huh?
And it'll go up the longer you wait.
Thelma, you'll never get a cent out of me.
We'll go on as we have been. I'm comfortable. I don't mind. You're the one who really wants the divorce.
And I'm going to get one.
On what grounds?
I don't know. But you'll give them to me, Thel. A woman who hates a man as much as you hate me can't go on posing as a model wife forever. You'll make a slip someday, and I'll have my divorce. For nothing.
Good night, Lloyd. Sweet dreams. Hello?
Thelma?
Yes.
Thelma, this is Pam North. Pam Saunders when I was in college. Do you remember me?
Pam, well, of course I remember.
Well, look, Thelma, could my husband and I come over and see you? We could be there in a few minutes.
Well, all right.
I want to tell you about something that's happened. Something very curious.
And I could have sworn this Vincent Wayne was Jeff, Thelma. I was absolutely convinced of it.
But then we saw his picture in an alumni yearbook and read that he was dead.
Yes, Jeff was killed in an accident.
What kind of an accident?
An airplane crash. Everybody on the plane, 30 people were killed.
I see.
Mrs. Rogers, is there any possibility that your first husband could have survived without your knowing it? I was thinking if he were suffering from amnesia...
Well, there's no chance of that, Mr. North. I identified Jeff's body after the crash.
Oh, well, I guess that's that. We'd better go, Pam. It's pretty late.
Yes. Well, good night, Thelma.
Good night, Pam.
I'm sorry we bothered you, but this whole thing was so strange, I had to tell you about it.
Well, I'm glad you did, Pam. Good night, Mr. North.
Good night, Miss Rogers.
Wayne. Vincent Wayne, here.
Hello?
Jeff.
Hello?
Jeff.
Pam, are you still awake?
Uh-huh.
Oh, now, Pam, don't tell me you've been lying here in the dark all this time thinking about that Wayne guy.
I'm sorry, Jerry. I know it's silly, but I just can't get him out of my mind.
But you never laid awake this long thinking about me.
But you don't happen to look like someone who's been dead for 4.5 years.
Well, I should hope not.
Jerry, what's the name of that newspaper friend of yours, the one who works on the Chronicle?
You mean Pete Dillon on the copy desk?
Yes. I'm going to go see him in the morning.
Why?
Well, I want him to dig into the files and get me the stories about that airplane crash. I want to know just a little more about how Jeff Williams died.
Mr. Wayne?
Yes?
My name is Rogers, Lloyd Rogers. I'd like to talk to you, if I may.
What about?
Thelma. May I come in? Thank you.
What do you mean you want to talk to me about Thelma? Who's Thelma?
The name means nothing to you?
No.
It should.
Why?
You're married to her.
Married to... It's some mistake, Mr. Rogers. My wife's name is Constance.
Oh, you mean you have two wives? Well, that must be rather complicated as well as illegal.
What are you talking about?
Stop bluffing. Your name isn't Vincent Wayne any more than mine is. You're Jeff Williams.
Now, look.
Now, you look. I've seen pictures of you, and I overheard a woman named Pam North tell Thelma she recognized you. Then I heard Thelma make a phone call and put down the phone mumbling Jeff. She obviously telephoned here, recognized your voice.
You're crazy. Now, listen, there was a woman named North who mistook me for someone named Jeff Williams. It happened in a restaurant the other night. But as for anyone named Thelma, I've never even heard of her, much less been married to her.
You were married to her, and you still are.
Get out of here.
I don't know how or why you made everyone think you'd been killed in that plane crash, Williams, and I don't care. What I do care about is that legally Thelma is still your wife.
Get out.
Now listen to me, Williams.
Are you getting out, or do I have to throw you out?
All right, Williams, I'm going. But I'll be back with the police.
Ma'am, dear, I suppose I should have made more sense out of what you said, but I'm still not sure what we're going back to see Thelma Rogers for.
Well, I'm not either, I guess. But after reading the clippings Pete Dillon got out of the files for me, I'm positive Vincent Wayne is Jeff Williams.
Well, I don't see what those stories about the plane crash prove.
Well, they prove Thelma was lying. The stories said any identification of the victims after the plane crashed and burned was impossible.
Okay, so Thelma was lying. That doesn't
Oh,
prove
here you are,
that...
Jerry. Oh, Jerry.
What?
Look, that crowd down there in the alley. I wonder what's the matter.
Well, let's go down and see.
Come on, after boy.
Jerry, look who's here.
Well, for the love of... Bill Wigan.
Come on.
Excuse me. Pardon us, please. Oh, excuse me. May we get through? Thank you.
Bill!
Pam and Jerry, say, what are you doing here?
Why, we were... Oh, Bill, what happened to that man over there?
His body was dumped out of a window on the 10th floor.
His body?
Yeah, someone hoped to make it look like suicide, but the guy was dead before he went out the window.
Who is he, Bill?
Well, he's been identified as a man who lived in the building, a man named Rogers. Lloyd Rogers. Now, please, Mrs. Rogers, I know this is hard for you, but I must ask you a few questions.
I don't understand. Why are you so certain Lloyd was murdered?
The medical examiner could tell in several ways, Mrs. Rogers. For one thing, he sustained a blow on the head, a blow that was fatal, but which he couldn't have gotten in a fall.
But who would do such a thing?
Well, that's my job to find out. But first, I'd like to know why you told Mr. and Mrs. North that you'd positively identified your first husband's body after the plane crash in which he was killed.
Well, what has that to do with this?
Well, it's possible, from what Mr. and Mrs. North have told me, that this Vincent Wayne is your first husband.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Well, how can you be so sure, Thelma, when you haven't seen Vincent Wayne?
Well,
Or have you seen him, Mrs. Rogers?
No.
He's being brought here to your apartment, Mrs. Rogers, so if you'd be
Jeff
kind
is
enough...
dead. He was on that plane. It crashed. Everyone, including Jeff, was killed.
Did you actually see him get on the plane, Mrs. Rogers?
What are you getting at?
Lieutenant Wigan means that a name on a passenger list and a person on a plane are two different things.
What is this? What are you trying to do? Lloyd's been killed, but all you can do is talk about Jeff and this fantastic idea that he may still be alive.
Lieutenant,
Well?
Stevens and Blake have Vincent Wayne out here, and Mrs. Wayne.
All right, we'll be right out.
Okay.
Vincent Wayne's here, Mrs. Rogers. Will you step in the next room with me? Oh, Pam, Jerry.
There he is.
Well, Thelma?
Hello, Jeff.
Oh, Vincent.
Now, take it easy, honey. Is this the woman I'm supposed to have been married to, Lieutenant?
You know perfectly well it is.
I've never seen this woman before in my life.
Now, look, Mr. Wayne.
Wait a minute. There's one way to settle this once and for all.
Oh, Mrs. Rogers.
Jeff had a scar, a bad scar from a shrapnel wound on his right forearm.
Mm-hmm. Will you pull up your sleeve, Mr. Wayne?
Very well.
Oh, Jerry. Darling, look.
Yeah.
His arm doesn't have a mark on it.
Well, now are you satisfied?
The resemblance is really incredible. I can understand why you were so certain Mr. Wayne was Jeff, Pam. But without a scar on his arm, he couldn't be.
I guess we owe you an apology, Mr. Wayne.
Looks that way, Mrs. North.
Donahue, have someone take Mr. Wayne and his wife home.
Okay, Lieutenant.
No, that won't be necessary, Lieutenant. Come along, Connie. I'll ring for the elevator.
All right.
We'll catch a cab.
I'm not going home with you, Vincent,
What? Why not?
because there's nothing to go back to.
Connie,
This is why we've been living a day at a time. And today was the last one.
you think that I'm...
Jeff Williams. Yes, I know you are. Maybe you and Thelma Rogers fooled them, the police, Mr. and Mrs. North. But you didn't fool me. I could tell you were lying. I don't know much about you. But I know enough to know that.
Okay, Connie.
So goodbye, Jeff.
Connie,
I'm sorry you didn't keep your promise about not letting anything happen to us.
what do you think I was trying to do?
I don't know, but whatever it wasn't right.
What should I have done? Told the truth?
Yes.
And given that lieutenant a good reason to think I might have killed Lloyd Rogers to keep him from exposing me?
Did you kill him?
No.
Then what were you afraid of?
People can be sent to prison for bigamy. Oh, Connie, please listen to me. I didn't want it this way. I didn't plan it like this.
Does anyone?
You can't imagine what it was like with Thelma. It wasn't just that she wanted money, more money than I had or could possibly make. She gave nothing in return, and yet she could make me feel if I did just a little more for her, that'd be it. That I'd have a wife and not just a woman who shared my home.
Jeff, it doesn't make
Please,
any...
Connie, listen. And one day I found myself trying to figure out a way to embezzle money from the company I worked for. And I realized what would happen to me if I didn't get away from her.
But I couldn't divorce her, and she wouldn't divorce me.
Jeff, can't you understand? I don't care now. It doesn't make any difference. Not now. You're telling me this 3 years too late.
Connie, I love you, and you still love me. Vincent Wayne or Jeff Williams, I'm still the same man I was an hour ago.
No, you're not. When you walked out that room a moment ago, you changed. Everything changed. Here's the elevator.
I'm not taking it. So I decided to run away, just disappear.
Go on, Williams. How'd you get out of that plane crash alive?
I wasn't on the plane. I had a ticket. My name was on the passenger list, but just before it took off, I found out that Thelma knew where I was going, so I got off. When I read it had crashed and I was listed as one of the victims, I changed my name to Vincent Wayne.
You fool. You spineless idiot.
Now, take it easy, Mrs. Rogers.
Why did you have to come back here and ruin everything? You always did have as much backbone as a slug. Well, you've cost me Lloyd's money, but you've just sent yourself to the electric chair.
How do you figure that, Mrs. Rogers?
He killed Lloyd.
That's not true.
It is.
How do you know, Thelma?
Because I was here in the apartment in the next room when he killed him.
I didn't kill him.
You said before that you didn't get home until after your husband was dead.
And that was the first you knew of his death.
That was a lie. I got home just a few minutes before Lloyd died. I heard him arguing with someone. I realized it was Jeff. Lloyd was trying to persuade him to admit publicly that he was really my husband.
To give him grounds for an annulment of your marriage?
Yes.
I didn't kill Lloyd Rogers, Lieutenant. I was here, yes.
It's taking a long time to get the truth out of you, Williams.
All right, but you're getting it now, all of it. I was here, Rogers and I argued, but I left.
You left after you beat Lloyd with a poker and pushed his body out of the window.
Oh, you saw the murder, Mrs. Rogers.
Well, what do you mean?
From the next room, through a closed door, you saw Williams pick up the poker, strike your husband, then push him out the window.
Well, no, I didn't actually see it.
Oh, yes, you did, Mrs. Rogers, but not from the other room. From in here. You saw the whole thing because you killed him.
No,
How do you know, Bill?
Because she knows something that even the medical examiner I don't know. That Lloyd Rogers was beaten to death with a poker.
Bill!
She's getting away, Bill.
Stop her!
She must have gone down this hallway.
Come on.
It must lead to the kitchen.
Well, she can't get out that way. There isn't a back door.
Bill! Jerry, look at the window.
Stay away from me! Stay away!
She's going to try to jump to the roof of the next building.
Now, don't be a fool, Mrs. Rogers.
Stay away!
You can't make that jump, Mrs. Rogers.
Thelma, please.
There she goes, Bill.
Good Lord.
Oh, Jerry.
Come away from the window, Pam. Don't look down there.
Jerry! Jerry, do you know where the... Jerry, what are you laughing at?
I was looking for something in the closet, and look what I found.
Why, that's one of my old school yearbooks.
Yeah, the one for the year you graduated from high school.
Let me see.
Oh, some of these pictures are a riot. Look at this one of the girls' club.
Oh, my goodness. I haven't looked at this in years. Oh, there's Donna Peterson.
What's she doing now? Haunting houses?
She was pretty awful looking, wasn't she?
Yeah. Oh, but here's my favorite.
Where?
Look, the babe in the first row. Third from the right, here.
Oh, that one?
Oh, what a goon. Who is she, Pam?
Well, if you'll read the caption, Jerry, you'll see that the girl in the first row, third from the right, that goon, as you call her, is me.
Uh-oh.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
receptionist isn't here, Jerry.
That's strange. Wonder where she...
Jerry!
That was from the inner office, Pam. Come on.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Runaway from Murder. The office of the president of the Gordon Electrical Appliance Company is a large and cheerful room. But the man who sits behind the desk in that office has little in common with his surroundings. He is neither large nor cheerful. He's a small man. Small, tired, worried, and frightened.
Yes, Miss Nichols?
Mr. Schaefer of the Seaboard National Bank calling, Mr. Gordon.
Oh, yes. Put him on. And would you come in, Miss Nichols?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Greg. What's the news? Only 30 days. But I asked for a 3-month extension. I know, but... Yes, I understand, Greg. I see. Well, thanks for calling.
Is something wrong, Mr. Gordon?
The bank is giving me only 30 days more on my loan instead of 90. You don't have $100,000 you could lend me, do you, Miss Nichols?
I wish I did, Mr. Gordon. You could have it.
Thank you, Marjorie.
What are you going to do?
Oh, I'll raise it somehow. Has that production curtailment order gone out?
Yes, I distributed it first thing this morning. You look terribly tired, Mr. Gordon.
I am, a little.
You should try to get away for a few days.
That's impossible right now. I was hoping I could run up to Syracuse for my class reunion. I haven't attended one in 10, 12 years. Would you believe it, Miss Nichols? When I was in college, the one thing in the world I wanted to do was write.
Why didn't you?
Don't get me started on that, or I'll be telling you my life story. You're much too easy to talk to, Miss Nichols.
Maybe that's because I like to listen to you talk.
Thank you. Mind if I quote you to my wife and children?
Oh, by the way, Mr. Gordon, Mrs. Gordon called while you were out and asked me to remind you to send a check for $500 to Howard's for the coat she bought for your daughter.
500. All right, Miss Nichols. That'll be all.
Yes, sir. Oh.
Good afternoon, Miss Nichols.
Mr. Harris, I didn't see you.
My uncle in.
Why, yes,
Thank
but
you.
I don't think he wants to be disturbed.
Well, Hillary.
Hello, Uncle Russ. I just got back in the office and I found this on my desk.
The curtailment order?
Yes. What does it mean?
Just what it says, Hillary. I can't afford to throw any more money into heavy appliance production.
Am I being transferred to another department?
No, you're going to be laid off, just like the rest of the people in your department. I'm sorry.
Does Aunt Frida know this?
I didn't discuss it with her, if that's what you mean. And I doubt if she'd be particularly interested. She's rather involved in planning the autumn festival at the country club.
Ah. Well, if you ask me, this is a pretty rotten thing to do.
Now, look, Hillary. I realize that the prospect of having to go to work for the first time in your life comes as quite a shock to you. But that's it, and I don't want to discuss it. I'm tired, and I have a lot on my mind. And right at the moment, I'm fed to the teeth with greedy, grasping, selfish relatives, including you. Now get out!
Jerry, look at all these wonderful books. Do you think Mr. Gordon really wants to get rid of all of them?
Well, I don't think he wants to get rid of any of them, Pam, but from what he tells me, he has no choice. His business has been going badly, and, well, he needs every cent he can get.
But all these beautiful editions. It must have taken years to collect them. And when I think how hard I worked to raise those chrysanthemums
What chrysanthemums?
in back of the house.
What on earth are you talking about?
Chrysanthemums?
Oh, stupid of me, isn't it? I thought we were talking about rare books.
We are.
Good. Oh, for a minute there, I was afraid I was getting confused.
All that work for nothing, and you don't even remember.
Remember what?
The chrysanthemums in back of the house.
What house?
See what I mean? In Connecticut. Don't you remember that summer we rented a house in Connecticut, and I spent months babying those mums, and then we moved back to the city before they bloomed. I never got to see them bloom. It nearly broke my heart. That's how Mr. Gordon must feel.
Why? Has something happened to his chrysanthemums?
No, Jerry, these books.
Oh.
He spent years collecting them. Now he has to give them up.
Yeah, before they ever even bloomed.
Oh, Jerry, you know what I mean. You think I'm being silly.
Yeah, and I could kiss you for it. But now let's look over the rest of these chrysanthemum books. I promised to tell Gordon what I think he can get for them, so I'd better get to it.
Come in.
Have the Norths gone?
Yes.
What did Miss North say about the books?
He says I can get $25,000 for them.
25. But you paid a lot more for them than that.
Jerry knows the rare book market, Frida. And on a forced sale, that's all I can hope to get.
Then where's the rest of the 100,000 coming from?
From the liquidation of the heavy appliance division, sale of the machinery, inventory. I've already made a deal with American Electric.
This is almost like starting all over, isn't it?
We'll pull through it. Have you talked to Hillary?
He telephoned. But I made it clear to him that I wouldn't try to influence your decision.
Well, thank you, Frida.
I'm sorry you can't make a place for him in the company, but if you can't, well, we have to look out for ourselves.
Frida.
Yes?
What you said a moment ago about starting over, it will be, in a way, in the work I'll have to do. And I...
What, Russell?
I don't think I can do it.
But you just said we'd pull through.
And we can, if we want to. But I don't. I'm tired, Frida. I want to quit.
Quit?
Let the bank foreclose. Let it have the company. I hate it. I've always hated it, really.
But what would you do?
I wouldn't do anything if I didn't feel like it. We could get by. We'd have $6,000, $7,000 a year.
6,000 or 7,000 a year. We couldn't live on that.
Not the way we're living now, no. But we could sell this house and a place in Southampton, get rid of the servants and one of the cars, and buy a little place.
Have you gone completely out of your mind?
Is it such a crazy idea?
It's insane.
Why?
This is our life.
What kind of a life is it?
A good one.
Good.
Yes, Russell, a very good life. I like it, and so do the children. I'm sorry if you've decided you don't, but it can't be helped.
Frida.
And after 25 years of asking me to expect one thing, you can't suddenly change your mind and ask me to take something else.
But...
You've grown almost to hate me, Russell. Yes, and the children, too, because you think we're selfish. Well, what do you call this preposterous idea of yours? You're 50 years old, Russell. You're not a child. And our life isn't a toy you can toss aside because you're bored and tired.
All right, Frida. Forget it.
Where are you going, Russell?
Nowhere, Frida. Nowhere at all. Except to bed. Is Miss Nichols in, Miss Rogers?
She's in your office, Mr. Gordon.
Good morning, Mr. Gordon.
Good morning, Miss Nichols.
I was looking through your desk for the copy of the contract with American Electric.
It's in the lower right hand.
I found it. And I found this.
Give me that.
What were you going to do with it?
Give me that gun.
No. Not until I know what it was doing in your desk.
That is none of your business.
I'm making it my business.
All right, Miss Nichols. I bought it with the idea of using it on myself.
You're a fool.
Perhaps. But now that you know why the gun was in my desk, may I have it, please?
Take it.
Thank you.
You won't use it.
Won't I?
No, Mr. Gordon. You're not the type. You haven't the nerve. All you like to do is think about killing yourself. It excites you. It excuses your mistakes. It convinces you that you're all alone and misunderstood.
I hired you as a secretary, Miss Nichols, not
but
as a...
But you're not alone or misunderstood.
No?
No. Russell, not if you don't want to be.
I think perhaps you'd better go, Miss Nichols.
All right. But let me tell you something, Russell.
I don't...
Just one thing. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you will use this gun. But if you're that desperate, why don't you live instead of die?
What do you mean?
You have $50,000 from the sale of machinery to American Electric.
Yes, but...
And you'll get 25 more from the sale of your library. $75,000.
Are you suggesting...
I'm suggesting we take that money and go away.
We?
We, Russell, yes. You and I.
But Frida...
Oh, don't think about Frida. Think of yourself. Think of me, Russell. Look at me and think about me. I can give you life, Russell, life.
Marjorie...
And what can Frida give you? Oh, she'd love it if you'd use this gun. She'd have your insurance, and you wouldn't be around to annoy her. Use it, and she'll dance on your grave. But come with me and
But
I'll...
money, it isn't mine, really.
Well, nothing is yours unless you take it.
Where would we go?
Oh, anywhere. Everywhere. It's a big world, Russell. It's a wonderful world.
Marjorie.
Oh, Russell, you'll never regret it, I promise you.
Hello?
Hello, darling.
Oh, hello, Jerry.
Oh, I'm glad I caught you before you left. I want to change our date.
Oh, Jerry, you can't make it?
No, darling. We'll still have lunch, but instead of coming to my office, can you meet me at Russell Gordon's office? He's in the Harwood building.
Well, I guess so, Jerry.
Good. I have a certified check for him for the books, and he asked me to bring it over and have lunch with him. He wants to talk to me.
What about?
Well, he didn't say. Why?
Well, I just wondered if I'd be in the way.
Why, darling, how can you think that?
I don't. But I was just wondering.
Yes, Miss Rogers?
Hey, Mr. and Mrs. North to see you, Mr. Gordon.
Mrs. North.
Oh, yes. Tell them I'll be right out.
Well, what are they doing here?
I'm having lunch with them.
But it's nearly 12:30.
It's all right. I'm all packed. I have the bags and briefcase right here. I'll take the North down to the cafe in the building.
Did you have to make an appointment for today?
Yes. Jerry found a buyer for my books.
Oh.
He got a certified check, and he was going to mail it. The only way I could get it today was to suggest lunch.
All right, Russell. I'll meet you at the airport. The plane leaves at 2.
I'll be there.
For your sake, I hope so.
Hello, Miss Rogers. Is my husband in?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Gordon. No, I don't think he's back from lunch, but I'll... Oh, excuse me a minute. Gordon Appliances, good afternoon. Mr. Gordon? Who's calling, please? Consolidated Airlines? Well, I'm sorry Mr. Gordon isn't in. Can I take a message?
Airline? Here, let me take that.
One moment, please. All right, Mrs. Gordon, you can use the phone on the desk. I'll connect you.
Hello. This is Mrs. Gordon speaking. What is it? What? What reservations? Today? I see. Well, Mr. Gordon isn't here. He's the only one who can confirm it. I'll tell him when he comes in. Goodbye. They wanted to confirm 2 reservations for the 2:00 plane today. What do you know about this, Miss Rogers?
Me? Nothing. Mr. Gordon didn't say anything about going away. Could it be a mistake?
It certainly could. But I don't think it's the airline who made it.
And how's Mrs. Gordon? I haven't seen her since... Mr. Gordon?
What? Did you say something, Mrs. North?
Well, I just asked about Mrs. Gordon.
Frida. Yeah, she's fine. Well, I've got to be going.
But I thought you wanted to talk to me.
It'll keep, Jerry. Thanks again for helping with the books.
Oh, I was glad to do it.
Now, I really must get back to the office. But you folks finish your lunch. Don't let me interrupt. Don't get up, Jerry. Thanks again. I'll be in touch.
Jerry, what on earth's the matter with him?
Business worries, I guess.
Oh, Jerry, look.
What?
He forgot his glasses, left them on the table.
Oh, yeah. Well, his office is in the building. Let's finish our lunch, and then we can take them up to him.
All right. You know, Jerry, it's strange.
What is, darling?
Well, a man who makes as much as Mr. Gordon does having to worry about money.
Well, it doesn't matter how much you make if more goes out than comes in.
But why should it? Look at you. You don't make nearly as much as Mr. Gordon, and still you can eat your lunch in peace.
Well, maybe that's just because we spend everything I make, not more. We'll just leave the glasses. No use going in to see Gordon since he's so on edge.
All right, Jerry.
Maybe we won't after all. There doesn't seem to be anybody here.
That's funny.
Yeah. You'd think there'd be somebody at the reception desk.
Well, maybe she just went to get a drink of water.
Well,
Gollies.
that was from the inner office.
Look, somebody's coming from Mr. Gordon's office.
Holy...
What's the matter with her?
She's fainted.
Oh, Jerry, we better go in and see what happened.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Jerry, it's Mrs. Gordon.
Yeah.
She's all bloody. Is there anything we can do for her?
Let's see. I'm afraid not, Pam. She's dead.
Oh, here comes somebody. Wait, it's Mr. Harris, Mrs. Gordon's nephew.
Mr. and Mrs. North, what are you... Aunt Frida.
Don't touch her, Hillary. She's dead. She's been murdered.
Good Lord.
Jerry, you'd better call Bill Wygand.
And as you came into the building, you saw your uncle getting into a cab.
Yes, Lieutenant, he was carrying a suitcase.
Have any idea where he was going?
No, none.
Bill, Miss Rogers is feeling better now.
Oh, the receptionist? Oh, that's good. Come along, Mr. Harris.
Yes, sir.
Miss Rogers, this is Lieutenant Wygand.
How do you do?
Just a few questions, Miss Rogers.
It was so awful, so horrible. I went into Mr. Gordon's office because the light on the switchboard wouldn't go out. And there she was.
Yes, she fell against the phone and knocked it off the hook. That's why the light flashed. Now, Miss Rogers, Mr. Harris tells me he saw Mr. Gordon leave the building and get into a taxi carrying a suitcase. You know where he was going?
No, but Margie, Miss Nichols might.
She isn't here.
Not here? That's strange.
What makes you think Miss Nichols might know?
Well, she may have made the reservations.
Reservations? What reservations?
With Consolidated Airlines, they called earlier to confirm 2 reservations.
2 reservations? Bill, do you suppose that could explain where the secretary is? Could she be with him?
Could be, Jerry. Miss Rogers, are you sure the airline didn't say what plane the reservations were for?
I don't know where it was going. Mrs. Gordon took the message.
Oh?
But she did say what time the plane left. 2 p.m.
2 p.m. Let's see, it's 2 now. Pam.
Yes, Bill?
Get to the switchboard. Get Consolidated Airlines on the phone right away.
What are they waiting for? Why don't they take off?
For heaven's sakes, Russell, relax.
We've been sitting here for 10 minutes. Where's the stewardess? I want to ask. Oh, we're starting. It's about time.
Everything will be all right.
I hope so. Wait a minute. We're not taking off. We're turning around.
Maybe they're going to use a different runway.
Let's see. No, we're taxiing back to the loading gate. What is this?
Darling, don't worry.
Do you think... do you suppose it has anything to do with us?
Well, how could it? Who'd be checking with the airline so soon?
You never know. That call Frida got. Maybe it started something. Why did she have to come to the office today anyway?
What?
Nothing. Oh, we're stopping.
Well, now, just sit tight. It might have nothing to do with us.
But they're rolling out the steps. Look there.
Where?
There's a police patrol car out there. And here come 2 policemen up the steps.
Russell, maybe we can...
Give it up, Marjorie. They're coming for us. We're too late, that's all. 25 years. Too late.
It's been quite a while since the police phoned that they took Mr. Gordon and his secretary off the plane, Jerry. I wonder when they're going to get here.
Well, it takes at least half an hour to get in from the airport, even in a police car, Pam.
Well, it's been a half hour.
Jerry, you say you know Gordon. Did you know of anything between him and his secretary?
No, I'm afraid not, Bill, but maybe... Oh, here they are at last. Hello, Russ.
Oh, hello, Jerry. And Hillary. What are you doing here?
I just came to pick up my things.
Russ, this is Lieutenant Wygand of the police.
Look, Lieutenant, you have no right to hold me. The money from the books belongs to me. As for the rest of it, there's no proof I wasn't going to repay the bank. Frida's just trying to make trouble.
What?
Oh, of course, I realize how things look.
No, wait a minute. What'd you say about your wife trying to make trouble?
Well, isn't she? Isn't that why you're here? Because of her?
Yeah, that's why we're here. But what's this money you're talking about?
Well, didn't she tell you?
She didn't tell us anything.
I don't understand.
Well, I'm not so sure I do either. Now, suppose you answer my question. What's this money you're talking about?
Company money.
What'd you do with it?
Well, it's right here, in my briefcase. I was taking it with me. Here. It's all in...
What's the matter?
Well, it's not here.
What?
The money, it's not here.
Russell.
Look.
The briefcase is just stuffed with old papers.
Yeah.
Russell!
Mr. Gordon. All right, Gordon, that's enough. Now stop it.
Where's Frida? I want to find out what she did with the money. She must be the one who took it.
When?
While I was at lunch. When I came back, she was in my office. I thought she acted strangely. When I told her I was going away on an overnight business trip, she didn't even ask why I hadn't told her about it. She knew I was lying. She knew I was running out, but she didn't care. She was happy to get rid of me, I suppose.
So you saw your wife after lunch?
Yes.
And when you left, was she still alive?
Of course she was still alive.
She's been murdered.
Murdered?
Russell, you didn't...
No. Miss Nichols, when did you leave the office today?
12:30.
And you didn't come back again?
No.
Oh, Bill.
Yes?
Would you come over here a minute? I'd like to tell you something.
Sure. What is it?
Mrs. North, you both must know that I wouldn't. No. How could anyone know?
We'll do what we can for you, Mr. Gordon.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gordon. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you and Miss Nichols to go down to headquarters with me.
Jerry, what did you tell him?
Never mind that. Let's go.
Can't I even call my lawyer?
From headquarters.
All right. Let's get it over with. Come on.
Do you want me to go too, Lieutenant?
No, Mr. Harris, you can stay here. But I expect you to be available if I want to talk to you again.
Of course, Lieutenant.
Let's get going. All right, Gordon, Miss Nichols, wait right here till I come back. And then I advise you not to try to leave. Now, Jerry, you and Pam come with me, and we'll see if you're right.
Okay, Bill.
Where are we going?
Around to the side corridor.
Jerry has an idea the murderer will give himself away.
Well, after all, he didn't have much time to hide the money.
What?
Here, we can hide here and see around the corner if we hear the door open.
Right.
You see, Pam, Mr. Harris told us that when he was coming in the building, he saw his uncle getting in a taxi.
That's right.
Well, that was 1:45, but Mr. Gordon was on the 2 o'clock plane, and it takes at least half an hour to reach the airport from here. You said so yourself.
Uh-huh. Well, so he couldn't have been here at 1:15.
That's it, Pam. So Mr. Harris was lying. I guess what happened was that Mrs. Gordon took the money out of her husband's briefcase while he was at lunch, and then the nephew killed her to get it from her.
And do you think he hid it in the building?
Yes. Then he came right back to the office and pretended to be just arriving so that if anyone had noticed him enter the building, he'd be able to say he arrived after the murder. He wanted to clear himself and wanted the chance to accuse his uncle.
Oh, there's a door opening.
Stay back.
Is it Harris, Bill?
Yeah. He's going down the hall, stopping by a door. I think it's a storage closet. He's looking for something in there. You know, this could be it. I better go and see.
Come on, Jerry.
Find anything, Harris?
Lieutenant!
Bill, he's trying to get away.
Stop, Harris. Stop or I'll shoot.
Don't shoot again. I'll stop.
All right, Harris, just stay where you are and stop whimpering. Just a warning shot. It didn't come anywhere near you. I'll take that bundle. I have an idea it's going to be a lot more damaging to you than the bullet I just fired. All right, let's go. Hey, Pam. Come here. See what I brought you.
A present, Jerry? What is it?
Well, remember when we were looking over Russ's collection? Remember what you said?
About how much I like the books? Oh, Jerry, did you buy one of them? Which one?
No, Pam. I didn't buy any of them.
But, Jerry, I thought you said... Oh, Jerry, how lovely.
Right?
Oh, you're a darling. Oh, how sweet. A bunch of chrysanthemums.
Well, that puts the finishing touch on another Mr. and Mrs. North mystery.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
out of my way, lady.
What?
You heard me.
Well, of all things, who do you think you are pushing people around like, oh, golly, it's a gun?
That's right. Now either move or you'll get hurt.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Hostage. At first glance, it would look like any other car in the light mid-morning traffic. But if you took a second look, you could see the difference, perhaps. And the difference you would see would be in the face of the woman behind the wheel and of the man sitting beside her. Fear is reflected in the face of one and cold determination in the other.
Al, I'm scared. What if...
Watch your driving. Watch out for that truck. That was close. Didn't I tell you to be careful?
Trying, honey. It's just I'm so jumpy I can't see straight.
Steady, baby, steady. With us in a stolen car and me carrying a gun, what if it'd been an accident?
Don't talk like that.
Well, we got plenty of time, Kathy. Now just take it easy.
Look, it isn't too late. Can't we call it off?
You kidding?
No, I mean it. We could get rid of the car and go back to where...
No. Joe's waiting for us at the warehouse. It's all set up.
I don't care about Joe Kramer. I'm thinking about you.
This is the big deal, the one I've been waiting for. A chance at some real dough. I'm not going to back out, and neither are you.
Maybe we're better off without that kind of money.
You're beginning to sound just like your old man. Poor but honest. But where'd it ever get him, huh?
I wasn't talking about my father.
You want me to be just like him, a guy who can't even do anything for his sick wife, a jerk who lives in a rat hole and won't even talk to his own daughter.
Well, it's just that he's...
No, shut up. Turn here.
What?
I said turn here, you dummy. All right, now pull up over there. Keep the motor running. Well, we're early. I don't see Joe, but he isn't due to show up until the pay truck pulls up. Have you got your parts straight now?
I think so.
All right, listen while I go over it again. The pay truck always arrives on schedule. We put on our masks. Joe throws the tear gas. I grab the money. You pick us up and head straight for the Greenwich garage.
Straight for the Greenwich garage.
Okay. You ditch this car on St. Anne's Place near the garage while I get that car that I picked up yesterday. I'll meet you at the garage at 5.
All right.
And not 1 minute later, you understand? 5 sharp.
Oh, Al, please, let's...
Oh, now don't start that again.
But there may be shooting. You could get hurt. They might...
Now cut it. There's not going to be any shooting because it's all going to go off like clockwork.
Well, I'm so scared.
Oh, snap out of it, will you? Listen. If you mess this up for me, I swear I'll use this gun on you before I... Hey, what the...
What is it?
Look.
The pay truck.
Yeah, it's early. It's ahead of schedule.
You can't. You'll have to call it off.
I don't know. Now the truck's stopping. Hey, look, there's Joe.
Al, he's throwing the tear gas.
He's going through with it. I gotta get out there.
No, Al, don't, please.
Let go of me.
Al!
Let go of me!
Al, come back, come back! Al!
Hello?
Hello, Pam.
Oh, Jerry. Oh, darling, I was just thinking about you.
Oh?
You asked me to do something today.
I did?
Yes. Well,
Well, what did?
well, what was it you asked me to do? Well,
Did I ask you to take my gray suit to the cleaners?
did you?
No, that was yesterday. But, by the way, did you take my suit to the cleaners?
Don't change the subject.
You forgot.
Jerry, we're discussing what you asked me to do today, not yesterday.
Darling, I don't remember what it was.
Oh, Jerry, you're getting terribly forgetful lately.
Pam,
I don't know how you expect me to be of help to you when you can't remember what you asked me to do.
Pam, dear, let's forget it, huh?
That's just it, Jerry. We have forgotten it.
Well, I'm sure it wasn't important.
It probably wasn't. Well, let's see. What was it I called you about?
Oh, darling, you didn't call me. I called you.
You did? Oh, of course you did. I remember. Well?
Well, I have a late afternoon appointment downtown, so it won't be necessary for you to pick me up at the office.
Are you coming home?
No. Listen, why don't you meet me at the garage and we'll take off from there? Hey, wait, I remember.
What?
What you forgot, the check for the garage rent.
Oh, yes, of course that was it. I'll make a note of it right now. Write check to Greenwich Garage for storage.
And you might as well bring it to the garage.
All right, Jerry. What time shall I meet you?
5 o'clock.
All right.
And not 1 minute later, understand? 5 sharp.
Yes, Anna. Yes. How you feeling, Anna?
Much better.
Good.
Oh, you're tired.
Yeah, a little.
And you didn't find anything again today?
No, but there was one man who said I should come back next week. He thinks surely he'll need some extra help.
Not before next week.
Well, I'll get something else. Don't worry. Come, it's time for your medicine. I'll help you sit up. There.
Medicine's almost gone.
Well, I'll get some more.
How?
I'll manage.
How?
Please, Anna, you mustn't worry.
Mustn't worry.
Here now. Drink this. That's fine.
Was there anything in the mailbox?
No, nothing.
You sure?
Yes, Anna.
I was sure we'd hear something from Kathy today.
I'll put some water on to fix you a cup of tea.
Tim,
Yes, Anna?
you think anything has happened to Kathy?
I don't know.
And you don't care.
Anna.
You don't. Your own daughter, and you don't care.
Did she care anything about herself when she married Al?
That doesn't change the fact that Kathy's your daughter, and
Anna,
you don't...
please. I don't want to talk about it. Now, you stay there, and
Who could that be?
I'll go see. You try to rest. I'm coming.
Hello, Pop.
Al.
Get back inside, Pop.
Well, what do you...
Inside. Now lock it.
Why?
Lock
What do you
it.
want?
Okay. Now pull those shades. All right. Now listen to me, Pop. I'm a... Well, go on, tell her.
It's him.
Hi, Mama Gentry.
Al. Oh, Al and Kathy, is she?
No. I'm alone.
In trouble.
Yeah.
With the police?
Yeah.
Al, what is it? What's happened? Where's Kathy?
Kathy's... Well, she's all right.
But where is she?
Well, never mind. She's okay.
What are you doing here?
I need help.
Get out.
Now, listen, Pop.
Get out or I'll call the police.
Look, Pop, this jam I'm in, it's not just me. Kathy's in it, too.
Oh, no.
Up to her ears.
I don't care.
Look, you old fool. Do you think I'd come to you if I had any other choice? Me and Kathy are in trouble, bad trouble. Now, you gotta help us.
I wouldn't lift a finger to help you if
And
you...
Kathy? What about her?
She's your problem.
Tim, you don't...
Okay. All right. Strictly business, then. I need a job done, and I'm willing to pay for it.
Where'd you get all that money?
From an armored truck that was full of the stuff. 1,000 of it's yours, Pop. $1,000. Now, do you want it?
Get out of here. Get out of here
Think about the money, Pop. Think good. You can move out of this rat trap. You can get the old lady the stuff she has to have to put her back on her feet.
I can take care of my own.
Oh, yeah, sure. You're doing a great job of it, aren't you?
We won't take your money, Al. But if Kathy's in trouble, then Tim must help you no matter what he says.
No.
He takes care of his own.
You're still her father. You can't change that.
I didn't force her to run around with riffraff. I didn't turn her into a thief.
No, and you never gave her anything to live for, to hope for.
You blame me.
Only if you blame her for the places she's had to live, the only friends she could need, the things she could never have. And if you don't do this one thing to help her, I'll spend the rest of my life hating you.
Anna.
I mean it, Tim.
What is it you want me to do?
All right. There's a car, a gray sedan. The Greenwich Garage off St. Anne's Place in the village. Here's the license number.
Well, it's been a long time since I've driven an automobile.
Oh, you'll make out. Here's the key and a couple of bucks for a cab. When you pick up the car, drive it back here and park it in the alley. Now, you got it straight?
Yes.
All right, come on. I'll let you out. Just a minute, Pop.
Well,
Here. Take a look at this.
a gun?
Keep your voice down. No use scaring the old lady unless we have to.
What do you mean?
I killed one of the guards on that armored truck, and you know what that means if I'm caught. So get this. It's 4:25 right now. If you're not back in an hour, 1 hour and alone, or I'll kill the old lady. Look, I'm giving you my word, Pop. Kill one or a dozen, it don't make any difference. After the first one.
Pam, are you sure you've got the check for the garage rent with you? I want to pay them before we take the car out.
It's right here in my bag, Jerry. Oh, let me see. Shopping list. Recipe for coq au vin. Memorandum, call cleaning woman. Memorandum, write check to Greenwich Garage. Here it is.
Oh, good. I'll give the check to Gus.
I'll get the car.
Okay, darling.
Just a minute. Aren't you in the wrong car?
Cassie.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. In this light, I thought for a minute you were my daughter.
Oh, that's all right. We both made a mistake. For a minute, I thought you were driving off with our car. They're twins, but ours is over there across the aisle. Sorry. Have you had yours for very long?
What? No, not long. Do you know what time it is?
Well, sure. It's just a couple of minutes past 5. I suppose you know that. You'll never get it started that way.
What is it? What's wrong?
Oh, the key. Here, let me turn it. Now, go ahead. There, see how easy it is?
Out of my way, lady.
Hey, who do you think you're shoving with that gun?
Hold it, mister. You got a pass.
But you can't get in here.
This 45 I'm holding says I can.
Jerry!
Now, get us out of here fast or I'll blow you wide open.
Jerry! Hey, stop! Come back here! Oh, golly! Jerry! Jerry!
Darling, what's the matter?
Did you see that car that just went speeding out of here?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, come on. I'll tell you about it on our way.
On our way where?
To wherever that car is going. The old man who's driving it is being kidnapped or something. We've got to follow him.
All right, now just keep it rolling nice and easy and don't forget about this gun that's pointing at you.
Who are you and what do you want?
What do you think?
Are you the police?
Huh? Guess again, old-timer. I'm Joe Kramer.
Joe Kramer?
What's the matter? Don't you read the newspapers? I'm the guy that's worth 10 grand, dead or alive. Me and that guy you're taking me to see.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Just don't get any ideas and we'll get along. Where's Al Collins hiding now?
I can't tell you.
Don't be a comedian, Pop. You're taking this car to him right now, and I'm keeping you company all the way.
But you can't do that. If I don't come back alone, he'll kill my wife.
That's your worry, pal. He's got my money, and I'm going to get my money, and you're going to take me to him.
All right, I'll tell you where he is, but you got to let me see him alone first. You got to...
Yeah, so you can tip him off, and he can set me up like a click pigeon? Not a chance.
I won't tell him about you. I swear I won't.
Yeah? How come? How do you figure this deal anyway? Who are you? What's your angle?
My name is Gentry. Al Collins is my... He's married to my daughter.
You're Kathy's old man.
You know my daughter?
Yeah, she's a good kid. Kind of dumb, maybe, to fall for a guy like Collins, but a good kid. Sorry, Pop.
Sorry?
Well, what happened to her? Collins shouldn't have dragged her along. She wasn't the type.
What are you talking about?
You mean you don't know?
No, what?
About Kathy.
What about her?
She's dead.
Dead?
She got it while we were pulling away from the job.
Oh.
Look, I...
No!
Take it easy.
It isn't true!
Just relax.
I don't believe it. You're lying.
Why should I lie about it? They got Kathy and Al drove off without me. I took out after him, but I lost him.
Al, he knows Kathy's dead?
Sure, didn't I just finish telling you? Hey, look, Pop, I think there's a car following.
He knew that she was dead. He knew it all the time.
Don't look like the cops, but I can't take a chance. Better step on it.
All the time he was asking me for help. He knew that she was dead.
What? Listen, I told you to step on it. You hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Hey, look out, you crazy fool. You're headed that... Hey, look out!
Come on, Pam.
Darling, you drove right into that cement post.
We've got to get them out of there. So, the door's jammed in against the post.
Try this one.
No, here it's moving. There. That does it. They're both out cold. No, wait. The old man's moving.
Is he badly hurt?
I don't think so.
No. I'm all right. Oh, you're the girl I thought was Kathy. How did...
Easy, fella. You've had a rough time. Pam, help him over to our car. The other fellow looks like he's in bad shape.
All right. Come along, Mr.
Gentry. Tim Gentry.
Will somebody call an ambulance, please?
Here. Now lean on me and ease yourself down onto the seat. Oh, there. That's fine.
Hey, wait.
Now,
what time is it? I got to get back. What time?
you just relax.
Tell me the time. I have to know the time. He'll kill Anna.
It's 10 after 5. Who'll kill her? What are you doing? Hey, stop that! Jerry! Jerry!
What is it, Pam?
He must be crazy. He stole our car.
Hey, Donahue.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Where are Mr. and Mrs. North?
Waiting in your car, Lieutenant.
All right. Let me through here, please. Pardon me, man. Hey, let me through. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I want to talk to you two.
Well, what about our car, Bill? Do you think that...
I've got something more to worry about at the moment than your car, Jerry.
Then it's true about the man they just took away in the ambulance, I mean.
Sergeant Donahue said he's wanted for armed robbery and murder.
Yes, he and a man named Collins. But Collins is still on the loose. But not for long if what Pam told the officer on the beat is true.
What do you mean, Bill?
You said the old man who was driving the car told you his name was Gentry. Tim Gentry, right?
Yes.
You're sure of that?
Positive.
Then it fits.
What fits?
After we identified the girl who was killed in that armored car holdup as Collins' wife, we dug up a copy of her marriage license to get her maiden name.
Did you?
Yeah. It was Kathy Gentry.
Gentry?
The old man's name.
He's probably her father.
Lieutenant?
Yes, Donahue?
Headquarters just radioed the Gentry's address.
What is it?
836 King.
Okay, Donahue, get in.
Want me to drive?
Yes, and fast.
Okay.
Oh, one more thing, Pam. You said Kramer had a gun in his hand when he forced his way into the car.
Yes.
Well, we didn't find it on him, and it wasn't any place in or around the wrecked car.
Well, that's odd. What do you suppose happened to it?
Well, I hope I'm wrong, but what, Bill? I'm afraid that the old man has the gun.
What the devil happened to him? Where is he? He should have been here 10 minutes ago.
Tim will be here soon. Al, why don't you sit down and tell me about Kathy?
What? Kathy? What about Kathy?
How's she feeling? How does she look? Oh, it's been so long since I've seen her.
She's all right. I tell you, she's all right.
But where is she? Why didn't
Will you
she
shut up about Kathy?
All right, Al.
Listen.
What?
Sounds like a car. No, it isn't. Well, I'm not sticking around here any longer.
Something must have happened to Tim.
Maybe, but I made him a little promise, and before I go, I'm going to keep it.
Tim!
It's about time.
Anna.
Get in here.
Anna, are you all right?
Yes, Tim.
I gave you a break, Pop. Is the car in the alley?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you're not going to use it.
What?
Tim.
Put up your hands, Al.
A gun. What did you...
Up high.
Okay.
Now, with the left hand, very slowly, take out your gun and drop it on Anna's bed. Slowly.
Okay.
All right. Take your gun, Anna.
What?
Now what are you going to do?
I'm going to telephone the police.
Tim!
What, you forgetting something, Pop? If I go to the chair, Kathy goes with me?
Tim, please, you mustn't.
Listen to me, Anna. Don't move, Al. Anna, Kathy she's dead.
Kathy.
She was killed in the holdup, and he knew it. He knew it all along.
No. Kathy. No, she can't be.
And she isn't.
What?
Who told you she was killed, Pop?
Your friend, Joe Kramer.
Joe. Where'd you see him?
Never mind all that.
Well, let me tell you something, Pop. Joe was lying.
Why should he lie?
I don't know, but Kathy's okay. She was hurt, just a little. That's why she didn't come with me, but she's going to be all right.
Is this true, Al?
I swear
I
it.
don't believe you.
She's waiting for me right now over at our place in Queens.
Telephone her.
We don't have a phone. Look,
Pop, listen. I'm telling you the truth. Kathy's alive. She's all right. Mama Gentry, you believe me, don't you? You gotta believe me. I'm telling you the truth.
You're lying.
No. Look, Mama Gentry, listen to me. Both of you, would you listen to me? Just let me get out of here.
No!
Let me go to Kathy. Just give me an hour. Just 1 hour, and I'll prove Kathy's alive. I'll have her call you right here in just 1 hour, huh? Listen, if the cops take me, they take her, and we go to the chair, both of us.
Tim, we're going to let him go.
Anna.
Put down that telephone.
Anna, you...
Put it down.
She's got my gun, Pop. You better...
Shut up! Anna, you don't know what you're doing.
Yes, I do, Tim. Now put that telephone down.
Anna, you can't believe him. Kathy's dead.
I say she isn't.
Anna, can't you see? This is just a trick.
Put that telephone down.
All right, Anna.
Thanks, Mama Gentry. Okay, Pop, give me the gun.
Take it.
Where you going?
I don't know.
Tim.
I'll call your sister, Anna. Tell her you're alone.
Hey, come back here. You're not going anywhere.
No.
You're going to the cops.
Perhaps I am. I don't know.
Send your own daughter to the electric chair.
Yes, Anna. She's still alive, and that's where she belongs.
Wait a minute, Pop. You heard me, didn't you? You're not going anywhere.
And who's going to stop me? You with that gun? Or you, Anna, with that one?
I'm telling you, Pop, you try to go out that door and you're dead.
I am already.
Tim, don't. Please, stay here.
Goodbye, Anna.
Okay, this is the place. Come on, Donahue. Oh, Pam and Jerry, you two stay here in the car. Oh, but Bill, we are...
Bill, Jerry, those were gunshots.
Come upstairs. Let's go. Come on.
What is it? What?
Police officers, where's Gentry's apartment?
Gentry's one flight up at a stairway, but what's this
Come on.
going on?
Here it is, Bill. Police, open up. Open up in there.
Come in, officer.
Where's Collins?
Right there on the floor, officer. It was Anna, my wife. I tried to leave to go for the police, and Anna shot him.
And I don't get it. It just doesn't make sense. Collins was wounded with his own gun in the hands of Mrs. Gentry. And he had Joe Kramer's gun, the gun Mr. Gentry took out of the wrecked car. I can't figure out how they got switched around like that.
Can't Mr. Gentry explain it?
Probably, but he won't. When I question him, all he says is everybody makes mistakes. And you can forgive a mother for wanting to protect her own daughter.
Protect your own daughter? But Kathy Collins is dead. What's he mean by that?
Yeah, well, you tell me. Oh, well, Collins and Kramer behind bars. I guess that's the main thing.
I'd like to talk to Mr. Gentry, Bill.
Well, talk to him about what?
Well, Jerry has a job for him in his office.
Well, you better find someone else, Jerry. Gentry's in jail.
Jail?
What for?
On charge of grand theft. Auto. He stole your car, remember?
Are you by any chance referring to the time Mr. Gentry borrowed our car because of an emergency?
Borrowed your car.
Borrowed our car.
Oh. Well, in that case, I guess Mr. Gentry can start to work almost any time. Well, that concludes another adventure with Mr. and Mrs. North.
The adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North are brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
All right, you little busybody. Get on your feet.
Me?
Yes, you. Stand up and be quick about it, or I'll kill you.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Death Comes in Cans. Early evening on the Brooklyn waterfront. The fog hangs like a soggy veil over Pier number 9. It almost obscures that shack on the pier, the one with the sign that says Reber's Harbor Service. Diving, dredging, boats for rent.
Well, that place looks as good as any, Pam.
Jerry, do we have to go fishing tomorrow?
Yep. Watch your step there, darling.
Why can't we go some other time when the weather clears up?
A true fisherman is never daunted by atmospheric conditions.
Well, they daunt me. This fog is ruining my hair.
Yeah, the fog will be gone by morning.
Hey, you.
Oh,
Where you going?
do you have to scare us to death popping out of the fog like...
I said, where you going?
Just a minute. We're going over there to rent a boat. Is that all right with you?
No more boats tonight.
We want to reserve one for the morning for fishing.
No boats tomorrow either.
Well, don't you have any boats, Mr. Reber? Your sign says that...
I'm not Reber.
Oh. Well, then why are you...
Get your boat someplace else.
Look, if you don't mind...
I do mind.
Come on, Jerry.
George Reber ain't there. Get your boat someplace else.
Come on, Jerry, please.
Okay, Pam. Well, thanks for your hospitality, chum.
Yeah. I'll tell George you were here.
That you, George?
Yeah.
Oh, where you been, honey? It's late. I've been waiting.
The fog, it slowed up the whole harbor.
Here, give me your coat.
It's wet, I'll do it.
I don't mind, honey. I'll hang it up for you. Here, let me help you.
I'll do it.
Gee, something the matter, honey?
I saw Mixer outside, Claire,
Oh.
on the pier.
Well, I was going to tell you, George. He wanted to see you.
On the deal he telephoned about?
Yeah.
What'd you tell him? Answer me.
George, let go.
What'd you tell him?
Go of me.
Okay. Now, what did you tell Mixer?
What do you think I told him? I told him you'd take his deal.
You?
George, let's wait to hear what he wants.
I don't care what he wants. Didn't I tell you I wasn't having any part of Mixer or his deals?
Yeah, but wait till you
Then why'd you tell him I would? Why?
Why? Because I don't feel like rotting away in this crummy shack all my life. That's why. I told him you were doing it for me. For me, George, honey.
For you?
Yeah.
You're not on parole. I am. I'm trying to stay clean, stay straight.
George, listen.
I'm trying to get us back on our feet again.
Listen, George, listen. He's got 2 cases of dope on the bottom of the harbor. He needs you to get him out of the water.
Ah, forget it.
Where are you going?
To find Mixer.
Oh, no, you're not.
Oh, no?
No. Not if you want me around, you're not.
Look, baby, I took the rap for you once. You know how much I want you around, but this
Okay,
time...
all right. But if you think I'm going to spend my life scraping barnacles and soaking in bills...
Cut it
while
out,
you...
Claire.
I mean it. I'm not wasting any more time in this sewer, not with a spineless ex-con...
Shut up! Shut up!
George!
Shut up, I said. Oh. Claire. Claire, baby.
Let me alone. Let me alone, will you?
I shouldn't have done that, Claire. I just lost my head. I'm sorry, baby. Claire.
Go away. Keep away from
Claire,
me.
please, listen. You're so right that this is no good, not for us. I gotta make it up to you.
Oh, sure.
I'll go with Mixer tonight.
George.
Yeah, I'll go. Sure, we can use the money. We'll save the dough he pays us.
Oh, there's more dough in it than that, honey. There's a lot more dough in it than that.
Let's keep the deal straight. Just payment for service. We don't want the stuff. We can't afford to fool around with dope. Please, honey. I want to stay out of trouble. For your sake, Claire. Okay?
Sure. Sure, George. That's okay.
You sure this is a spot, Mixer?
Don't worry. Map, compass, everything fits.
Well, you know, with this fog and everything and the tide, sometimes you can be way off the mark.
I said don't worry. You hear?
All right, toss the anchor over, Mixer.
Okay.
Here, help me with these straps, will you?
Okay, honey.
You going underwater in that outfit?
Sure. It's a skin diving setup, self-contained unit. Perfect for these harbor waters.
Is that tight enough?
Yeah, that's fine. Now, What am I looking for down there?
2 cases of canned tuna fish.
What?
Canned tuna. The stuff is in the cans.
How'd you get these cases out here in the first place?
Brought it in from Central America on a freighter. The harbor patrol was getting too nosy, so we dumped them here and checked the spot. You ready, Reaver?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Get in the water and start fishing.
Oh, go on, Pam. Time to get up. Come on, darling. Can't keep the fish waiting.
Oh, yes, I can. What time is it?
3:30.
3:30, Jerry.
Come on, it'll be 5 a.m. before we get there.
Do the fish know the difference?
The earlier it is, the hungrier they are. Now, come on, dear.
I'd rather catch the lazy fish, the ones that stay in bed till noon.
Oh, not a chance. Nothing ever happens that late in the day. Come on, up, dear.
Ouch!
Up.
Oh,
Up.
Jerry, ouch!
There's George.
Where?
Oh, over there. He just broke the surface.
Hey, give me a hand.
Okay, George. Okay.
Can you make it? Yeah, pull me up. Grab on. Here we go. Oh, it's cold.
What'd you find, George? Did you locate the cases?
No. Toss me that towel, will you?
No? What do you mean, no?
That's what I said. No, there's nothing down there.
Nothing at all, George. Nothing.
Look, they were dropped right here. 2 cases of canned tuna. They couldn't be anywhere else.
I tell you, there's nothing down there. Go down and look for yourself.
Well, maybe the tide moving around, Mixer. Sometimes that happens.
No, they're too heavy for that. I don't like tricks, Reaver.
I'm telling the truth, Mixer. They're not there.
Well, maybe you did get mixed up in the fog, Mixer. Maybe your markings are off a little.
Shut up.
Maybe.
Get back in the water, Reaver. Go down and get those cases. Now.
Gun won't help a thing, Mixer. There's nothing.
I don't like tricks. I don't want trouble.
I don't want trouble either.
In the water, Reaver. Get back down there or else...
Claire!
You...
Claire, you stupid...
Oh, you were great. George, you were wonderful. You know, you almost had me believing it, honey. You were great.
You killed me.
Now all the stuff is ours, honey. 2 big fat cases. Go on, George. Go on down and get them.
You murdered Mixer
Go on,
for that?
George. Go on.
Claire, I was telling the truth. There's nothing down there.
Nothing.
Nothing. You killed Mixer for nothing.
You're lying. The stuff must be down there. It has to be.
But it ain't, I tell you. Why should I lie about it?
Because you're afraid. Because you're a coward.
All right, have it your way. Even if the stuff is down there, I'm leaving it.
Oh, no, you're not.
I am. We're dumping Mixer's body and getting out of here.
You stay where you are, George.
Claire.
I mean it. Don't you move. If you try to start this boat, I'll...
Claire, please, in the name of heaven.
Will you stop sniveling?
Well, let's leave it alone. Let's forget it. We can do okay.
Do okay?
We can. We are. All I care about is you and me and not worrying about cops anymore. If you'd ever been behind bars, you know what it was like, rotting
I'm
away.
telling you for the last time, George, go down and get that stuff.
It isn't there. Can't you understand? It isn't there.
Go down and take another look. And if you come up without it, you might as well not come up at all.
Oh, a life on the sea, singing joyous and free.
No wonder the fish have been ignoring you, Jerry.
Snobs, that's what they are. Snobs.
We've been out here since 5 a.m., and I bet the fish are having breakfast in bed, laughing themselves silly.
To be a good fisherman, you've got to have patience.
Right, and fish, too. Hey, easy on those turds.
Oops, sorry, darling.
Where are we going? The shore's back that way.
Yeah, but the fish are out this way.
Oh, there's one.
What?
Well, isn't that a fish over there?
Pam, dear, fish don't come up to the surface and...
Jerry! Jerry, look.
Yeah, I see it.
Man, isn't it?
No, Pam, it was a man.
Mrs. Reaver?
Yeah? Who are you?
Lieutenant Wigan, homicide.
Homicide? What do you...
May we come in?
Well, sure. Sure, I guess so. Come on.
Thank you. Oh, this is Mrs. North and Mr. North.
How do you do?
How do you do? They were out fishing in South Bay this morning and found the body of a man in the water.
Really? Somebody drowned?
He'd been shot, Mrs. Reaver.
Well, what's that got to do with me?
Mr. and Mrs. North were down this way early last night to rent a boat from your husband. And the man who was shot was on the pier then.
So? Well, he seemed to know your husband.
Well, a lot of people know my husband.
This particular man has been identified as Mixer West. That mean anything to you? Where's your husband now?
Well, he's out on a job.
Has he been gone long?
Yeah, since 3 a.m. He left at 3 sharp, a diving job.
Does he always work such odd hours?
He likes to start while the harbor's quiet, not so much boat traffic. Listen, Lieutenant, you don't think George killed this man, do you?
I don't know. You say he's still at work, but his boat is tied up at this pier. How come?
Well, how do you know it's his boat?
Well, the man in the bait shop at the end of the pier told us.
Wasn't your husband in prison for a while, Mrs. Reber?
Well, sure, for fortune check. He was broke. He needed money bad. He needed it for me. He did that for me. Does that make a guy a murderer? Does it, Lieutenant?
I don't know, but I intend to find out.
Hey, you.
Huh? Oh, howdy, Mrs. Reber.
What's the idea of getting my husband in trouble with the cops?
George? George in trouble?
Well, you told the cops that was his boat out there, didn't you?
Oh, I see.
Well, you want him to think George is a murderer?
George, a murderer?
Well, that's what they're thinking. I told him George was still working in the harbor, but you told him about the boat.
George Reber, a murderer? Nah. Still, peculiar things are going on around here. Highly peculiar. Too much fog, too much tide, and yesterday, that fisherman catching a net full of tuna.
Tuna?
Yes, sir, tuna. Imagine catching tuna in these waters.
Who caught the tuna?
Oh, one of them fishermen hauled in 2 cases of canned tuna. Best catch round here in years.
Who was he? Who found that tuna, huh? Who?
Well, I don't know exactly. One of them fishermen.
Well, who was he? Which one? What's he look like?
Like a fisherman. They all look alike to me.
Well, he had a boat, didn't he? They all got boats. Which boat is his? Which one, huh?
Oh, it's a foreign name, like that song. Yeah, that's it, La Paloma. Why are you so worried about a bunch of canned fish, Mr. Hey, Mrs. Peculiar. This waterfront's sure getting peculiar.
Oh, la bonita señorita. Buenos días, señorita. Oh, you are, eh?
I want to talk to you.
Ah, bueno, sí. You help Joe fix these nets, see?
Come aboard.
Bueno. Your job, okay?
Okay.
Ah, beautiful boys. Senor Jose Taormina, your service, señorita.
Yeah, okay. Now forget the funny stuff, huh?
Oh, I see. Poor old Joe. My bonita señorita, she wear the wedding ring. Senora, you have broke Joe's
All right. Forget it. You hauled in some cases of canned tuna yesterday, didn't you?
Oh!
All right. What's so funny about that, huh?
Oh, he's the big joke. For weeks, I fish, and what I get nothing. Nada. So, yesterday, my mates bringing plenty fish, all packing cans.
Yeah. The fish in those cans. I came to buy those cans from you. You named the price.
You buy my cans of fish? I am a fisherman, not a grocery store.
Listen. Will you listen to me? That fish, that canned fish you found, it's no good. It's spoiled. You hear me? It's rotten. It'll poison you if you eat it.
Then why you want to buy poison fish?
I've got a good personal reason for wanting those cans.
Me too. I like tuna fish.
Will you shut up and listen to me?
Say, okay, baby. Why no?
I'll give you anything you want for those cans, Joe. Anything you want, huh? You name the price, Joe. I'll see that you get it. I'm not kidding, Joe. I mean it.
Now I know. The other fishermen, they saying you here to joke with me, huh?
Oh, nobody sent me, you dumb ox. I said I'd give you anything you want. What's the matter with you? Ain't you a human being?
Oh, big joke. Hey, baby. Hey, you want some canned fish, no fooling?
You still think I'm kidding you?
You still say you give me anything?
Sure. I meant what I said. I wasn't kidding you. A deal's a deal.
Okay. You go to my house, see?
Okay. Will you meet me there?
No. You tell my wife about that deal. She give you the fish.
Boy, what a place this waterfront is. You ask people about a murder, and they tell you about a fisherman who catches canned fish.
Well, that's more than I caught today.
And that fisherman probably didn't have to get up so early to do it.
Well, I better check in at headquarters. The lab report should be coming through on Mixer's body.
What about this man, Reber, Bill?
Huh? What about him?
Well, if you want my opinion, find Reber and you found your murderer.
I wonder.
What's there to wonder about? Reber knew Mixer West. Reber went out in his boat at 3 this morning.
And you think Mixer West went out with him?
And Reber, for some reason, came back alone.
No, you're probably right, Jerry. Well, can I drive you two back to town?
Oh, thanks, Bill. I've got to return that boat I hired. It's still tied up at Reber's Pier.
Oh, dear. It would have been cheaper to buy it.
I'll drive it back to where I got it.
Okay.
Let us know if you learn anything, Bill. We'll be home tonight.
Right, I'll phone you.
Well, let's get rid of that boat, Pam.
I'll walk with you to Reber's Pier.
Well, might as well ride the boat to where I turn it in.
Oh, I've had enough boating for one day, Barnacle Bill. You do it. I'll wait for you on the pier.
Hey, I don't like you hanging around here alone.
Don't be silly. Go on. I'm a big girl now.
That's what bothers me.
Excuse me, ma'am.
What? Oh, yes?
Ain't you the lady who was with the police lieutenant?
Oh, yes, Oh, you're the man from the bait shop.
Yes, ma'am. Mind if I use your ear, mate?
Oh, no, not at all.
Over here. Just as soon nobody's seen us talking.
Well, what's wrong?
It's that Mrs. Reber, ma'am. Now, me, I'm a truthful feller, and I like to see the law get its way. And even though George Reber's a good friend and a bait-buying customer...
What are you getting at?
I'm getting at the peculiar things happening, ma'am. That Mrs. Reber, for instance...
Well, she's peculiar, all right.
Yes, ma'am. Like I say, I like to see the law get its way, and I'm here to tell you, ma'am, that she's protecting that husband of hers, protecting him from the law.
Protecting him? What do you mean?
Well, he's been considered for murder, ain't he?
Well...
Mrs. Reber herself gave me to think that, ma'am.
Now, why would she tell you or anyone something like that about her own husband?
Hard to say, but I'd say she knows more than she's saying.
Is she home now?
Nope. She got all head up about that fisherman who caught the canned tuna.
Canned tuna?
Imagine. Catching canned tuna in these waters, ma'am. Sure is peculiar. Where you going, ma'am? Where you going?
La 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 la.
Hey, mister.
Another bonita, senorita. More jokes, eh?
Are you the man who caught the canned fish?
Hey, senorita, I give you canned fish. You give me anything I want, okay? Es bueno?
I beg your pardon?
Come down to the door.
No, thank you. I'm looking for Mrs. Reber. Have you seen her?
Oh?
Mrs. Reber. She's a blonde girl with frizzy hair and a sort of wild look in her eyes.
Oh, see. I send her to my house. It's 112 Bay Shore, my house.
Your house? What for?
She wants some tuna fish. She wants some of my tuna fish more than anything in the world.
Now, look, stop the joking.
It's verdad, baby.
And don't call me baby.
Okay. Your friend should go running to my house. She sure must like tuna fish, that senora. Hey, baby, what do you run? You like tuna fish, too?
Pam,
Pam, wait a minute.
Oh, Jerry!
Where the heck have you been? I've been looking everywhere
We've
for
got
you.
to get to a phone.
What's the matter?
We better call Bill Wygan. Come on.
Well, wait a minute. What is it? What do you
There's
have...
something strange going on. Come on, Jerry.
Well, there's a phone in the bait shop, but what...
That Reba woman.
What about
she
her?
She likes tuna fish. Come on,
tuna-
Jerry. A woman doesn't go running around looking for cans of fish when her husband is... Well, come on, Jerry. I'll explain after I talk to Bill.
Mrs. Tavermina. Mrs. Tavermina. Unlocked. Mrs. Tavermina? Anybody in here?
Hi, Claire. Mrs. Tavermina's gone shopping.
George. George.
You had to show up here sooner or later, didn't you? Stuff in those cans, it attracts you like a magnet.
George.
Like a magnet, like honey draws flies, like you attract me.
George, I didn't mean it out there, you know. You know how I get, George. I get crazy. You know, I didn't mean what I did.
You mean killing Mixer or trying to kill me?
George, I don't like it when you look at me like that. George, you know how much I love you?
Yeah, I know. Here, I opened the cases. Here's your real love. This and money. Here, have a can of dope. Go on, pick it up. Here's another. Go on, Claire. A can full of stuff. Lots of money in this. Have some more.
George, stop it. Stop it. You know I didn't mean what I did. I didn't, George. You stop looking at me that way. George, I'm your Claire. I'll make it up, George. I'll be different. I'll be everything you want me to be. George, please.
That's for sending me up the river on your forgery rap.
Please, George, don't.
Forget me into that deal with Mixer, doing everything to keep me from going straight to you to use me. That's for killing Mixer in cold blood. That was for forcing me off the boat with your gun, shooting at me like a duck in the water, leaving me there to die.
George, don't, please.
Hey, what's happening in there?
Come on in. You're finished now, baby. All finished.
No, George, you won't. You won't.
What's all the noise?
Good heavens.
You looking for a killer? There's your killer. Shoot it.
Hey, watch it. She's got a gun.
Oh.
Down. Stay down, Pam.
Okay, so I'm your killer. So I'll show what kind of a killer I am. You, George, stand up. Stand up!
I can't. I got a bullet in my leg.
Good, I got more for you.
Jerry, the cans.
What about
Right, your right hand there.
Busy body, you get on your feet.
Me?
Yeah, hurry up.
All right, I will.
Now stand still. Stand still, I said, or...
Throw it, Jerry. Throw it.
Come on, get her gun, Pam. Get her gun.
Okay, I got it.
Nice pitching, mister. Real nice pitching.
Oh, yeah, but... Oh, golly. Jerry, suppose you'd missed.
That's right. Suppose I'd missed.
Oh, Jerry. Oh, Jerry. Don't ever do anything like that again.
What? Oh. 3:30. What? Hey, Pam. Pam.
What? Oh, what's the matter?
Did you set this alarm?
Oh.
Hmm.
I said it.
For 3:30 in the morning? What in heaven's name did you do that for?
Just to remind us that we don't have to get up to go fishing.
Oh.
Good night, darling.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Jerry, look. Miss Slade is all out of step and sort of stumbling.
Yeah. Hey, something's the matter with her.
Yes, Jerry, she's falling.
Come on, Pam.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery Dance of Death. There are hundreds of small nightclubs like the Blue Mirror in New York. Smoky, blatant, garish places by night, lonesome and shabby by day. Like today, like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But there's one difference between the Blue Mirror and the hundreds of other small clubs like it. And that difference is Ruby Slade.
Let's take a break. Harry?
Okay. I'm going to make a phone call.
All right.
Oh, that was swell, Ruby.
Oh, Cliff.
I mean it, Ruby. It was just terrific.
Thanks. You got smoke?
Sure. Here.
Light?
Yeah. Look, Ruby, why don't you knock off? We could go for a ride.
I can't, kid. I have to have this new routine ready for tonight.
Well, it's ready. Look, we could drive up the Parkway, up to Terrytown.
No,
maybe.
I'm sorry, but I can't.
Why not? I've got Dad's car.
And where's Dad?
In the office.
Then that's your answer.
Ruby.
Look, Cliff, your father told me to have this number ready for tonight. And it isn't ready till he sees it and says it's ready.
But he can't make you work all day and all night, too. The way he drives you makes...
Forget it, kid. I'm going to get a drink of water.
Ruby.
Cliff.
Ruby.
For me. Cliff, look.
Ruby.
Well. You're getting to be a big boy, aren't you?
Ruby, I love you.
Cliff!
Oh, Dad.
I'm here.
What do you want?
I'm here.
You better go, Cliff.
See you later.
In my office.
Okay. Well?
You little... I told you to stay away from that girl.
Dad!
Didn't I?
Dad, stop it.
Didn't I?
Dad, stop it. Stop it. What's the matter with you? Have you gone crazy?
I'm sorry, Cliff.
Here, sit down.
I'm sorry.
Sit down, Dad.
Yes. All right.
There.
I'm sorry, Cliff. I shouldn't have done that. I don't want any trouble between you and me.
Neither do I, but you...
I'm only thinking of you.
I can take care of myself.
I wonder. I hate to see you get mixed up with that girl, Ruby.
What's the matter with her?
She's no good, Cliff. Believe me, no good. I want you to stay away from her.
Is that an order?
If you don't want me to give her a fast boot out of here.
The way you treat her, that's probably the best thing that could happen to her.
She doesn't think so. Not the way I pay her. There's a girl who knows the value of $1, Cliff. Believe me, that's all she's interested in.
I don't get it. If she's so bad, why do you keep her around? Why do you pay her 2-3 times more than she ever asked for?
Never mind.
And then pull a thing like you have today, making her get a whole new routine ready in one day. You seem to enjoy trying to make her just as miserable...
That's enough, Cliff. How I run this club is my business. I'm just telling you for the last time, stay away from that girl. Understand?
Golly, Jerry, did you ever see anything so beautiful?
Yeah, aren't they, though?
Say, what are you talking about?
Her legs.
Oh, I was talking about her dancing. It's so smooth, so easy, so graceful.
Yeah. And that figure.
Maybe I shouldn't have been so eager to come here, but everybody said she's something to see.
How right they were.
A shame.
What?
But she has to be in this little place. She should be in one of the big clubs where lots of people could see her, and a big band behind her instead of just a tinny piano.
Yeah.
I know. Ralph.
Who? What?
He's just the one.
Ralph who?
Whitney. Isn't he producing another musical this season?
Hey, that's right.
Well, why don't we tell him about this girl?
But better still, we'll bring him and show him if he hasn't heard about her already.
Oh, you just want an excuse to come again.
And you gave me one. Oh, that's what I love about you, darling. Always obliging.
Well, I do think it's a good idea. Wait a minute. Maybe I don't.
What's the matter?
Well, she's not doing this number well at all. She's all out of time and sort of stumbling.
Yeah. Hey, Pam, something's the matter with her.
You're right, Jerry. She's falling. Well, come on, Jerry. Gee, I wonder what happened.
I don't know. She just seemed to go limp all of a sudden.
Ruby. What is it, Ruby?
Well, what happened to her?
I think she just fainted.
Oh, Ruby. Ruby, are you all right?
Yeah, sure, she's all right. All right, folks, if you'll just get back to your seats, please. Stop crowding around. All right, get up, Ruby. There's nothing the matter with you.
In a minute, Mr. Gross.
Leave her alone. This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't pushed her so hard all day.
Dancers are supposed to rehearse.
Not the way you drive her. Every minute, no
That's
let
enough,
up.
Cliff. Now, stop it. You, Ruby, get up, go into your dressing room.
Here, come on, Pam. Let's help her out.
Yes, Jerry. Thanks.
All right, take her to her dressing room. Ruby, you lie down in there. I'll send in a drink. You can rest until the next show. I want you to be ready when it starts.
She isn't dancing anymore tonight.
Nobody asked you.
I'm telling you, she's through for the night.
Ruby,
Yes, Mr. Gross.
you heard what I said. Go lie down. When the second show starts, you'll be out there.
Come in. Oh, it's you.
How are you feeling?
I'm okay, Cliff.
You're not going to try to do the next show, are you?
You heard what your father said.
I don't care. I'm telling you, you're not going to do
Now,
it.
look,
I mean
kid,
it.
When you start signing the paycheck around here, you can mean it, Cliff. Until then, I do what Papa says.
Ruby, what is it?
What's what?
Between you and Dad, why does he treat you the way he does?
Ask him.
There must be some reason.
I suppose there is, but you figure it out. I can't. All I know is he hates me.
Well, why do you take it?
Because there's something called money.
It isn't worth it.
Oh, thanks for telling me.
Ruby, quit.
Huh?
Tell Dad you're through. That you're not
Are
going to...
you crazy?
Well, why won't you?
Because I can't. I got a contract.
You can break it.
Maybe, but then what? Then what do I do? Do I go to work in some other bandbox for half the money I'm getting here? Oh, grow
You
up.
don't have to go to work anywhere. Ruby, I love
Cliff,
you. And you love me.
Do I?
Yes. Ruby, marry me.
And let your father support us both.
I'll get a job.
Doing what?
I don't know, but I'll
Don't
get...
you think you better find out?
Ruby.
Look, Cliff, don't be a fool. You're a swell kid. I like you. Maybe I love you. I don't know. But I'm not going to marry you. At least not until I know how we pay the rent and buy the groceries.
You'd rather go on here, letting Dad treat you like dirt, wiping his feet on you, making
As
you...
long as he pays as much as he does, I can take it. Now, I better get ready to go on.
Ruby?
Come in.
Ruby, the second show is about... Cliff, what are you doing in here? Didn't I tell you that...
Yes, you told me, and now I'm telling you, Ruby's through for tonight.
Cliff.
The show's starting, Ruby. Get out there.
All right, Mr. Gross, I'm ready.
Stay where you are, Ruby.
Please, Cliff, don't...
Get out of here, Cliff.
I'm through standing around while you act like a little Hitler.
Get out!
Why, you...
Cliff! Oh, Cliff, you shouldn't have.
He's been asking for it. It's time somebody gave it to him.
Get out. Do you hear me? Get out of the club. Go home, get your clothes, and get out of my house. I never want to see you again.
That suits me. Ruby, come with me.
Go on. Go with him if you want to. Ungrateful
You
little...
shut up. Ruby, please. Come with me right now.
No, Cliff. I'm sorry, but I can't.
Well, Ralph, what do you think?
She's good, Jerry. Very good. All that you and Pam said she was, and a little more.
We thought you'd like her. How about another drink?
Oh, fine.
Pam? Pam?
What? Oh, sorry, darling.
What the devil are you so interested in?
That woman over at the corner table. The way she just sits and scowls into her glass here.
Yeah.
I wonder what's bothering her. She was here last night, too.
Oh, she was?
Mm-hmm. And she sat by herself then, too. It's strange. She seems to have plenty of money. Look how she's dressed. Evening gown, mink stole. But she just sits alone and drinks. One martini after another.
Well, maybe she likes olives.
Look of her, she doesn't like anything.
Well, it's none of our business. Besides, I'd rather watch Ruby. Do you think you can use her, Ralph?
If she'll agree to terms, and I think she will. She can't be making much here.
No.
Very good. Well, now we'll see. I sent a note asking her to join us after her number.
Well, I should think she'd jump at a chance to get in a Broadway show.
Yeah, and to get away from here where they work her until she passes out.
Well, I hope you're right. Well, here she comes.
Mr. Whitney?
Yes, I'm Whitney.
Oh.
And you know Mr. and Mrs. Noah.
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Sit down, Miss Lade.
Thanks. Well, we certainly enjoyed your performance.
Thank you.
That's what I wanted to see you about. Might as well come right to the point.
Excuse me, I'm awfully sorry to interrupt, but it'll only I'll only be a minute. I have to talk to Ruby. What is it, Mrs. Groves?
Jerry, she's the woman who was sitting alone in the corner.
Yeah.
Do you know where I can find Cliff, Ruby? Yes. Oh, I thought so. If anyone would know, you see, he had a fight or an argument or something with his father, and he left home. I don't know how to reach him. He's here. In the club? Waiting for me in my dressing room. Oh, thanks, Ruby. I'll go see him. I gotta talk to him. Sorry about the interruption, Mr. Whitney. Now, what is it you wanted to talk to me about? I spent the whole day trying to find you, Cliff. I called everywhere
I'm sorry, Mother. I should have gotten in touch with you.
What is it, Cliff? What happened between your father and you?
He didn't tell you?
Oh, he won't talk about it. Does it have something to do with Ruby?
What makes you think that?
Does it?
Yeah. Yeah, we had a fight over the way he treats her.
What difference does it make to you?
A great deal. I happen to be in love with her.
Cliff. Oh, Cliff, no.
What's so wrong with that?
Does your father know?
You should have at least a vague idea by this time.
And Ruby? Is she in love with you?
Yes, she hasn't said so, but she is. I know she is, and she'd marry me, but she's afraid.
Afraid of what?
Of being broke. Of giving up the money Dad's paying her. But I'm going to get a job.
Oh, Cliff, don't. Oh, forget Ruby. For your sake, for her sake, forget her. Something terrible would happen if you married her. I know it would.
What do you mean?
Your father would rather see Ruby dead than married to you.
Mother.
He would. I know your father, Cliff. I know him better than he knows himself.
Then tell me why he hates her.
Cliff.
What is it between them? What's going on? If you know, Mother, you have to tell me, because I swear if Dad does anything to hurt Ruby, I'll kill him.
You don't mean that?
I do.
Oh, you must love her very much.
And Dad hates her, and I want to know why. And if you know, tell me.
Because...
Well?
Because sometimes people hate the things they want and can't have.
Yes? Who is it?
Ruby.
Come in.
May I talk to you a minute?
About Ralph Whitney?
Oh, you know.
I saw you sitting at his table with that couple that was here last night. What did he want?
Well, he offered me a spot in a new musical he's producing.
Oh? What did you tell him?
But I'd take it.
You didn't mention that you're under contract to me?
Well, yes.
And?
I said I thought you'd release me.
What made you think that?
You won't?
No.
Mr. Gross.
Your contract has another 7 months to run.
But if Mr. Whitney would agree to buy it
Your
from you...
contract isn't for sale.
But he might be willing to pay you a lot.
At any price.
Why? Why are you doing this? What do you want? You're never satisfied with the thing I do, but you won't let me go.
Has it ever occurred to you that it might be for your own good?
My good, oh, nothing's a switch. You thinking of my good.
If you weren't so blind, you'd know that's all I think about. Oh, all I care about.
What?
I picked you up when you were nothing, when you were nobody. When you could hardly keep from stumbling over your own feet when you danced, but I didn't care about that.
Then what did you care about?
For 2 years, not a person that came in here came to see you.
Well, then why'd you keep
But
me?
I strung along with you. I paid you more money even when I was losing money. You know that?
Yes, I know it, but why?
I've done everything I could for you, but have you ever shown any appreciation, any gratitude? No. No. No, you hate me. All I am to you is just a fat, ugly old man.
Oh, that's it. You're in love with me.
In love with...
Yes.
You're crazy.
That's why you treated me like dirt. Not because you hate me, but because you love me. You're afraid to do anything about it.
afraid I'd laugh in your face.
Get out of here.
It's true, isn't it?
No.
You want me. You want to hold me in your arms. You want to kiss me.
Get out.
Oh, here I am, Arnold. Why don't you take what you want?
Oh, Ruby.
This is what you want, isn't it, Arnold?
Yes, Ruby. Yes. Ruby.
You let go of me.
Ruby.
Let go, you pig.
What?
That's all you are. You're a filthy pig.
I'll kill you.
You haven't the nerve.
I will. I'll kill you.
You better go, Miss Slade. Go while you're still enjoying yourself. Glenn.
I'll kill her. I'll kill her.
Well, Pam, Jerry, thanks again for the tip. That girl's just what I've been looking for.
Gee, I'm glad you like her, Ralph.
Well, we're glad for her sake, too.
Well, now I'd better run. Now, let's see if there's a taxi.
No, wait, we can take you. Our car is right in the next block.
No, it's late and I'm out of your way. Thanks anyway.
Oh, really? We don't mind.
Oh, you've done enough. Oh, there's a cab. Taxi! Well, I'll be seeing you.
Good night, Ralph. Come on, Pam.
Oh, why do we go through that alley alongside the club? Isn't that a shortcut?
Yeah. Goes through to the next street. Right. Mm-hmm.
Golly, Jerry. She certainly is modest, isn't she?
Miss Slade?
Of course. Who did you think I was talking about?
Miss Slade.
Well, I was, so why did you ask?
Well,
And she is, isn't she?
modest?
Well, naturally. What did you think I meant?
Modest.
Well, I did. You know, she seemed actually amazed that Ralph was interested in her.
Mm-hmm.
You'd think a girl with her ability would know she's good. Well, I guess... Jerry,
That was a shot from inside the club.
what do you think of it?
I don't know. Yeah, but there's a side door. Let's see if it's open.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Now, let's see. Here's the hallway.
Yes.
We heard the shot through the alley window, and it sounded like it was close to the window.
That open door down the hall looks like it might lead into a room with a window.
Yeah, come on, let's see.
Jerry, it's Clifford Gross. He's bending over someone lying on the floor.
That's his mother.
Mrs. North.
What happened?
I don't know. I heard a shot. I came running in, and I found Mother lying here.
Clifford,
Take it easy, Mother.
help me up.
Yes.
We heard the shot, Mrs. Gross.
I know. In there. In Arnold's office.
Dad's office?
Come on.
It's Mr. Gross.
Dad.
Oh, Jerry.
We'd better call Bill Wagon, Pam. Gross is dead.
And where were you when the shot was fired, Mr. Gross?
Going down the hall to the alley door.
Mm-hmm.
I came to take Miss Slade home. She was ready, so I was going to get the car and drive it around front.
I see. When you heard the shot...
Well, I turned around, ran into the office. I found Mother on the floor. I thought I heard someone drop out the window in the alley, but I'm not sure.
We didn't see anyone climb out the window, Bill.
Well, maybe we were already inside, Pam.
Go on, Mr. Gross.
Well, then Mr. and Mrs. North came in. They told you what happened after that.
Yeah. Miss Slade,
Yes?
did you hear the shot?
Yes, but at the time, I thought it was just a backfire.
Where were you?
In my dressing room.
Alone?
Yeah, Cliff had just gone for the car like he told you.
Uh-huh. All right. And now you, Mrs. Gross. Where were you when the shot was fired?
In the hall. And when I heard the shot, I ran into the office. See, when I saw what happened, I fainted.
Did you see anyone climbing out of the window?
Well, I think maybe.
You think? You don't know?
Yes, I guess I did.
Aren't you sure? It isn't something you'd be likely to forget.
I'm afraid I was kind of confused. You see, I've been drinking, and
But you're absolutely certain you were in the hall when the shot was fired. You're not in doubt about that.
No.
Then why didn't your son see you?
What?
He said he was down the hall, and when he heard the shot, he turned right around. But he didn't see you until he got into the office.
Oh, well,
Well, I guess maybe I wasn't in the hall. No, come to think of it, I was in the office.
When your husband was shot?
Yes.
Well, then you must have seen who shot him.
Yes, it was a man.
Uh-huh. What'd he look like?
Oh, I don't remember. I didn't see his face. He had his back to me. He shot Arnold, and then I screamed and fainted.
Well, we didn't hear anyone scream after the shot, Mrs. Gross.
Oh, well, maybe I didn't scream. I just thought I did. I don't know.
Mrs. Gross.
Yes, Lieutenant.
If you didn't see the man's face, how do you know he was someone you'd never seen before? Well?
You think I'm lying, don't you?
I think that up to now, your story hasn't made very much sense.
I guess you're right, Lieutenant. I should have known you'd trip me up. I'd hoped to satisfy you so you'd let me go without having me searched. Because if you'd looked in my handbag, you'd have found this.
Jerry, a gun.
Yeah.
But I'll save you the trouble of searching me. My husband was no good. He deserved to die. Now get away from that door, Lieutenant. I'd hate to have to kill anyone else. You heard me, Lieutenant. Get away from that door.
You're not going anywhere, Mrs. Gross.
I'll shoot you. I mean it.
Mother.
Stay out of this, please.
Don't be a fool, Mrs. Gross.
You can't get away. You're only making things worse.
Give me that gun, Mrs. Gross.
Stay away from me.
Watch it, Bill.
You're not going to use that gun on me.
Stay away.
Bill, be careful.
Any more than you used it on your husband.
What do you mean?
You didn't kill your husband, Mrs. Gross.
I did. I had to. He said he was going to kill Ruby.
Why?
For what she did to him. For the way she humiliated him. He was in love with her. I don't think he knew it. Not really until tonight. Until she taunted him into admitting it. And then she laughed at him, called him names.
Well, then why did you kill him to protect her?
I did it for Cliff.
Mother, you
He
don't...
loves Ruby. He wants her. He could never have had her if Arnold was alive. And you see, there was nothing left for Arnold and me after what Ruby did to him tonight. So I killed him.
That's not true, Mrs. Gross.
It is. Now stay away from me. You take one more step, I'll shoot.
Then go ahead, Mrs. Gross. Shoot.
Bill. You...
Mother, no, don't.
Cliff.
I've got to tell the truth. You're right, Lieutenant. She didn't kill my father. She was trying to protect me. I killed him.
Oh, no. Cliff.
Pick up the gun, Jerry.
Okay, Bill.
Cliff, what?
It was either him or us, wasn't it?
Bill,
Yeah, Jerry?
the safety catch is still on this gun.
I know.
You know?
Well, that's how I guessed that Mrs. Gross hadn't killed her husband. She would have known more about guns if she had.
Well, then she couldn't have shot you if she'd wanted to.
No, Pam, no. I wasn't being brave either. I was just using my head and eyes.
Oh, that was a wonderful dinner, darling.
Thank you, dear. Jerry,
Yes, darling.
there's a singer at a little club downtown. I understand she's wonderful. Why don't we go down tonight?
Oh, I'm tired, Pam. A tough day at the office.
But if she's half as good as they say, we might be able to help give her a break.
Now, look, we've done our good deed.
I know, but, well, they say this girl has an amazing voice
Mhm.
and an outstanding personality.
How about looks?
Well, I don't know, but she's Ruby Slade's twin sister.
What?
Yes, Jerry.
Well, come on, get your coat, Pam. We don't want to be late.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
No. No, please. You can't go up there.
Why not?
You just can't.
We need a better reason than that, fella.
Art Getty's up there with my wife and kid. If you go up, he'll kill him.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Shoot to Kill. 5 days a week for 18 months, Sam Mercer has ridden a crosstown bus to work and home, to 3 rooms in a Coldwater flat, to his wife and baby. But not tonight. Tonight he's making a detour, one that is taking him back to an old life, an old friend, and trouble.
Hey, Larry, mix up some more drinks while I get the door, huh? Okay, don't go to sleep on it. Okay, what's... Well, look who's here, Sammy.
Hello, Art.
Sammy, boy, I can't believe it. Come on in, kid, come in.
Sounds like you got company.
Oh, just some of the gang mooching drinks. Larry Waller, Pete Gore. Kay Miller. Yeah, you remember Kay.
Yeah.
Well, come in, kid.
No, thanks, Art. I better not.
Come on.
No, Art, look, some other time. Huh? I just got off work.
So a pal's a pal, even in overalls.
Sure, I know, but, well, Helen will have supper waiting, so I got to get home. Look, Art, could I talk to you private for just a minute?
Well, sure, Sammy, boy, sure. In here.
Thanks.
Well, what's on your mind, kid?
I need some money, Art.
Oh?
Helen's been sick a lot the last 6 months, ever since the baby was born.
Oh, that's too bad.
And I haven't been able to get a decent job. You know how it is for a guy with a record.
Yeah, sure, I know. Well, how much you need, kid?
About 1,000. Maybe I could get by on $750, Art.
Look, Sammy, I'd like to help you out, but I just don't have that kind of dough. 100 or 2, sure, okay. But $750 or 1,000.
Okay, Art. Thanks anyway.
I'd help you if I could, Sammy. You know that.
Sure.
You know, kid, this makes me a little bit sore.
What do you mean?
I mean you, a good guy like you strapped for dough. Boy, that wife of yours must be something.
Let's leave Helen out of it, huh?
How can you leave her out of it when she got you into it, telling you ought to go straight?
How did we, Art?
And I want to meet her sometime. I got to see the dame that could put a ring through Sammy Mercer's nose.
Nobody's got a ring through my nose.
No?
No.
You mean you like the way you're living? Working on the docks all day and going home to a wife and a squalling kid every night, packing your lunch in a 10-pail, worrying about bills, trying to decide whether to ride to work or save a dime for a glass of beer?
Look, Art, will you...
Oh, you think you're kidding, Sammy. Look, boy, I knew you when, remember? When you was living in a nice apartment, driving a flashy car, wearing decent clothes, running around with numbers like Kay Miller out there. Well, a guy may stop living that way, Sammy, but you can't tell me he ever stops wanting to.
Why the sermon, Art? You just preaching, or have you got something in mind?
I always got something in mind, Sammy.
Let's hear it.
Well, there's an old guy in the village named Wagner. Owns an antique shop. He don't like banks. Kind of an old miser, you know?
Yeah?
You interested?
Go on.
Well, I hear he's got 5,000-6,000, maybe more in his safe. It ain't much, but it'll give us some dough to get started again, you know? Give us enough to finance some other ideas I got.
When would we pull it?
Well, the sooner the better. Tomorrow, about 6. Just when the old guy's closing up. How about it?
Okay, Art.
Good boy. Now, come on out and see the gang, huh? Have a drink.
Well, okay.
Well, that's better. Hey, gang, look who's here.
Sammy!
Sure, Sammy Mercer. Welcome home, Sammy boy.
What time is it, Jerry?
10 to 6.
Oh, gollies, I hope we're not late.
Relax, dear. We've got
here's
plenty
the shop, and there's a parking place.
I see it.
Come on, darling. Hurry.
I'm coming.
Oh, if it's been sold, I'll just... No, it hasn't been. It's still in the window. There.
Where?
Way in the back of the window. See? A genuine Kupferhammer.
A genuine what?
Kupferhammer.
Looks like a bowl with a lid on it.
It is.
Well, then what's a Kupferhammer?
Kupferhammer isn't a what, he was a who.
A who?
Hans Kupferhammer. He was a pottery maker who lived in Bavaria about 150 years ago.
Oh, where did you find out about him?
From Mr. Wagner, the man who owns the shop. He said there are only a few pieces of Kupferhammer left in the world.
Imagine.
And he's asking only $30 for it.
$30 for that?
But he said if we're interested, he might do a little better. Oh, darling, let's at least go in and talk to him.
Oh, but Pam...
Please.
Oh, okay. We'll talk to him, but as far as I'm concerned, we're just asking to be robbed.
My friend, you don't understand. This is a genuine...
Yeah, Kupferhammer, I know. And this is a genuine $20 bill.
But $20... excuse me. I'll be with you gentlemen in just a moment.
Okay.
Take your time.
Now, look, Mr. Lady. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to let you have this Kupferhammer for $27.50.
Oh, please, Jerry.
Including tax.
Let's take it.
Well, all right.
Good, good. I'll wrap it up.
Oh, never mind. We'll take it this way. Our car's right outside.
Yeah. Here we are. 20, 25, 27.50.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Jerry, you're a darling.
Well, like I always say, what's a home without a Kupferhammer?
Now, is there something I can show you, gentlemen?
Yeah. You can show us safe.
What?
Lock the door, Sammy.
What is this?
A stick up. Now show us the safe.
No.
Move. Be quick about it.
Take it easier.
The safe is back here. Here.
All right, open it.
Please, you...
Open it. Now, come on. Okay, now, where's the dough?
In this strong box.
Get it, Sammy.
Yeah.
Is it locked?
No.
All right, open it. Wow. Now, look at that, would you? Looks like you're even better loaded than I figured, Pop.
My money.
Let's get out of here.
My money, you can't have it. Give me my money.
Look out, Sammy.
Give it to me. I want it. No. I won't let you have it. It's mine. I want it.
Thanks, Art.
Hey, old coat.
Let's get out of here.
Wait.
We got the dough. Let's go before he comes to.
He ain't gonna come to. Ever.
Art! No, don't! Art. He's dead. You killed him.
Now he'll never be able to identify us, will he? Come on, let's go.
And now back to Mr. and Mrs. North.
I gotta have another drink.
You've had enough.
Another ride, George.
You've had enough. Cancel that, George. Now, look, Sammy, it's after 8. You gotta get home.
I can't go home. I can't face Helen.
You got to.
Tell you, I can't.
Now, pull yourself together.
You shouldn't have done it, Art.
Oh, shut up.
Shoot an old guy in the back? Kill him like you would?
Shut up. Shut up. Now, you listen to me. You go on home, understand? Just like nothing happened. And tomorrow I'll meet you at my place and we'll split the dough.
You can keep the dough.
I don't like the way you're acting, Sammy.
That's tough.
I don't like it at all, not a bit.
So what are you gonna do about it?
I'm wondering.
Oh, no. Look, Art, I
You're
didn't
making
mean
me
it. nervous,
Sammy.
I'll be okay.
I'm not so sure. The condition you're in, you're likely to get the screams and start blabbing your head off. And come on.
Where are we going?
You're going home, and I'm going with you. Till you get over these jumps you got, I'm not going to let you out of my sights.
There. Now let's tuck back down under the covers, shall we? Good night, Jimmy, darling. Sam? Sam, is that you?
Yeah.
Well, darling, where have you been? I've been... Oh, I didn't know you had anyone with you.
Helen, honey, this is Art Gaddy.
Hello, Mr. Gaddy.
Hiya, Miss Mercer.
Art's an old friend of mine.
Yeah. Sammy and I knew each other in the Army.
I happened to bump into him on my way home from work.
So we stopped and had a few beers, you know?
Art's just in town for a few days, honey, so I invited him to stay here.
Stay here?
I know it's a little crowded, but, well, Art doesn't mind.
No, of course not. Now, don't put yourself to no trouble, Miss Mercer. Just give me a blanket, and I'll bunk right here on the couch.
Well, all right, but... Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, sure.
I kept dinner warm, Sam. Will you turn off the oven, huh?
Okay, honey.
So that's Helen, huh? Yeah, she's all right, Sammy. Real all right. It'd be too bad if anything happened to her. Or the kid.
Pam,
I'm in the dining room, Jerry.
is breakfast ready?
In a few minutes.
Oh, darling, if you don't hurry, I'm going to be... Oh, so that's what you're doing in here. Admiring the morning light on the copper hammer.
Do you like it here, Jerry? Or would you like it better if it were in the living room?
I'd like it better if it were back in Wagner's antique shop. Oh, did you bring in the paper?
It's on the table. I'll go fix breakfast, darling.
Okay. Pam? Hey, Pam, darling, look at this.
At what, Jerry?
The story in the newspaper. Listen, antique dealer slain in holdup.
What? Let me see.
Yeah, there's the story right there.
A Greenwich Village antique dealer was found brutally murdered yesterday evening following the holdup of his 8th Avenue store. The victim, Herman Wagner, is believed to have been shot and killed shortly after 6 p.m.
6 p.m.
Yes. Jerry, it must have happened right after we left the shop.
Yeah.
Darling, those men, the two that came in just as we were leaving, do you suppose...
I was just thinking the same thing.
Jerry, I'll bet they were.
Whether they were or not, I'm going to call Bill Wygant.
More coffee, Sam?
No, thanks, honey.
Better make the sandwiches for your lunch.
You can skip it, Helen. I'm not going to work today.
Oh? Why?
I just don't feel like it, that's all.
Sam, is something wrong?
What do you mean? Can a guy knock off work for one day without...
I heard you last night, Sam. You were out here in the kitchen most of the time.
Crying out loud, Helen, will you...
Sam, who is Art Gaddy? And what's he doing here?
I told you, I knew him in
That's
the
not
army.
true.
Helen, will you leave me alone?
You didn't know him in the army. You knew him in prison, didn't you?
Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Leave me alone.
Oh, Sam. Sam, what is it? Tell me.
Here. Read it. It's the story here.
Sam.
We needed the money, Helen. Art said it was a soft touch. I didn't kill him, Helen. It was Art. The old guy went off his nut and jumped me, and Art slugged him, and then he shot him for no reason. He just killed him. I didn't know he was going to pull anything like that. Helen.
Don't touch me.
Helen, I did it for us.
For us?
We couldn't go on like we were.
And now we can live happily ever after, I suppose.
What are you going to do?
What are you going to do, Sam?
He ain't gonna do nothing. And neither are you. Now come back here and sit down, Miss Mercer. Come back here! Now sit down. Okay. Well, it's just like I figured, wasn't it, Sammy, huh? You just couldn't keep your big mouth shut.
It's all right, Art. Helen won't say anything. Will you, Helen? Will you?
What difference does it make? I don't think Mr. Gaddy is going to take any chances.
That's right, Miss Mercer. I'm not.
Aren't you...
Shut up.
So what are you going to do?
We're going to take a trip. You, me, Sam, and a kid. I'm giving Sam the money to go out and buy a second-hand car. I'm staying here to make sure he comes back. And when he does, we're getting out of town.
And then?
And then, we'll see.
Jerry, what time is it?
11:30.
This week or next?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Are you through with that stack of photographs? Then, here.
Oh, golly. Darling, I can't look at any more photographs. What does Bill Wagner expect anyway?
Well, he expects us to identify the men we saw in Wagner's yesterday, if they have a record and have been mugged. And when we're through with this bunch, we'll only have 25 more filing cabinets left, so let's... Here's Bill now.
Come in, Rollins.
Yeah.
Oh, Pam, Jerry, this is Sergeant Rollins.
Oh.
Hi, sir.
Well, have you got anything?
Yeah. 2 pairs of bloodshot eyes. And these.
Those are the ones we've seen so far that bear some resemblance to the 2 men.
3 of them here, huh? Edward White, Jack Stacy, and Samuel Mercer. Check these, Rollins. Okay. Find out where these men can be located, if at all.
Right.
And you 2 keep looking. This is Fremont Street, Rollins. Turn here.
Yeah.
Golly, Bill, I hope this is one of the men you want.
Well, the other 2 we picked out obviously weren't. Not with one dead and the other in prison.
Here's 714, Lieutenant.
You 2 wait here.
Okay.
All right, let's go, Rollins.
Right. I'll get the door.
Okay. Let's check the boxes.
Here we are. The Mercer 201.
Second floor.
Yeah. Shall we go? Lieutenant.
What?
Look. Getting out of the blue sedan in front.
Mercer.
Yeah.
Get back. We'll take him here in the vestibule.
Okay.
Mercer?
Police. Police?
We want to talk to you.
To me? Why? What for?
Well, let's go upstairs and we'll tell you.
Upstairs?
Want to take a look at your flat?
Come along, Mercer.
No, don't.
Now, look here, buddy.
You can't go up there. Please, Art's there.
Art?
Art Gaddy.
You're a partner on the Wagner job, huh? Well?
Yes. He's up there with my wife and the baby. If you go up there, if you try to take him, you'll kill him.
Hush, darling.
Don't he ever do nothing but cry? What's the matter with a kid, anyway?
He has a fever.
So what's the matter with it?
I don't know, but I have to call the doctor. Please.
Sorry.
But
No.
listen to me.
I said no.
Listen, I promise I won't say anything ever about you.
Yeah, I'll bet.
I mean it. I swear.
Well, I don't know. Maybe for the kid's sake, you would keep your mouth shut.
I would. I promise you. Let me call the doctor.
Now, I'll answer it. Yeah.
Art, this is Sam.
Sam. Hey, what happened to you, Sam? Hello. Sam. Sam, where the devil are you?
He's in the drugstore across the street, Getty.
Who's this?
Lieutenant Wigan of Homicide.
Cops.
Now, listen to me, Getty. Getty,
I'm listening, copper.
Mercer didn't squeal on you. It wasn't his fault we've got you.
Got me? What makes you think you got me?
We've got every exit of that building covered, Getty. You can't get out.
No?
No.
But if you want me, copper, you gotta come and get me.
Now, listen, Getty. We know you've got Mercer's wife and baby in there, but hurting them will only make it tougher on you. Give it up, Getty. You haven't a chance.
Haven't I? Well, you listen to me, copper. Listen hard and remember I mean every word of it. I'm coming out with Mrs. Mercer and that kid.
Getty.
And if you want him to stay healthy, there better be a car waiting for me right out in front.
Don't be a fool.
I'll give you 5 minutes to think it over, copper.
No matter what you do to Mrs. Mercer and the baby, we'll get you sooner or later, Getty.
Maybe. But I'm in no hurry, copper. No hurry at all.
Donahue, keep those people back.
The 5 minutes are almost up, Bill.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
You think he's bluffing, Bill?
I'm afraid not, Jerry. Rollins, I'm going over to the squad car and talk to Mercer. You go telephone Gaddy. And tell him he wins.
Okay, copper. But there better not be no tricks about this. I'm warning you. All right, go on and get the kid, Miss Mercer. We're going riding.
No,
Get him.
I won't.
Now get him. Okay, now hold it. Listen. You're going out the front door first. Go right across the sidewalk to the blue sedan. The key's in the ignition. Leave the door on this side open and get the motor started. You understand?
Yes.
Oh, no. Wait a minute. You're going out alone. I'll bring the kid.
Golly, Jerry, it seems like there should be something Bill could do.
But what, without putting Mrs. Mercer and her baby on the spot? Look, Bill's bringing Mercer over here.
Come on, Mercer. I want you to see this. Put your cuffs on him, Rollins.
Okay.
What'd Gaddy say?
He's coming out. But he warned us not to follow him. He said when he's out of town, in the clear, he'll let the woman and baby go.
I'll bet.
Well, we'll have to take his word for it.
Look, the front door's opening.
Helen.
She's alone.
Jimmy, where's Jimmy? What?
Shut up, Mercer.
Gaddy will be carrying the baby.
There goes any chance we might have had of picking him up.
Mrs. Mercer's starting the car.
And here comes your pal, Mercer.
Yeah, that's quite a picture, isn't it? A baby in his arms and a gun in his hand.
It's too bad you're going to the chair, Mercer. Maybe it'd be harder on you to spend the next 50 years remembering this.
Art! Art, wait!
Shut up!
Art!
What do you want?
Make him let me go, Art!
Why, you rotten...
Please, Art! They'll send me to the chair! You're dealing, Art? You can make him let me go! Give me a break, Art! Give me a chance!
Okay, Sammy, I'll give you a break. Let him go, copper. Let him go!
Let's hang on to him, Lieutenant. We can call his bluff on this one.
You hurt me, copper.
Take the cuffs off, Rollins.
Bill.
He won't sacrifice his protection to help Mercer.
I'm not taking any chances.
Lieutenant.
Take those cuffs off, Rollins.
Okay. All right, you little rat. Run.
Thanks, Art.
I'll ride in the back.
Okay, Art. Get in. I'm right behind you. Right behind you with this.
What the...
Don't turn around. Don't move. Don't even breathe or I'll blow the back of your head off.
Why,
now
you...
drop your gun. Slow and easy, Art. Easy. Just open your hand and let it drop. Do it!
You haven't got a gun. You couldn't have. The cops
Gus
would have
gave it to me, Art. It belongs to Lieutenant Weigand. Now drop yours. Take the baby, Helen.
Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy. Jimmy. Oh, my baby.
Okay, Lieutenant. You can come and get him. You can come get both of us.
You took a big chance giving Sam Mercer your revolver, Bill.
It was the only thing I could do, Jerry. Mercer was the only one who could get close enough to Gaddy to disarm him without Mrs. Mercer and the baby getting hurt.
Well, I hope Sam Mercer gets some consideration for what he did.
Oh, he will, Pam. He'll get a lot of consideration. Well, I guess I better run along.
Oh, before you go, Bill, I want to show you something.
Uh-huh.
Isn't this a beautiful old bowl?
Old bowl?
Well, it doesn't look it, but it's an antique. A collector's item, really. And Mr. Wagner practically gave it to us for only $27.50.
Oh, say, that's wonderful. Say, you know, that reminds me. I was talking to a friend of mine in the department the other day. He's on the bunco squad, and he was telling me how many hundreds of thousands of dollars are spent every year on phony antiques.
Oh, I imagine it's horrible the way some people are cheated. Here, hold it a minute, Jerry.
Poor suckers.
Yeah, these racketeers make up the wildest yarns about the stuff being made by people who never existed. Now, for example, what about a pottery maker?
A pottery maker?
He was supposed to have lived in Bavaria.
Bavaria?
Let me see. What did he say his name was?
Oh, brother.
Jerry, you dropped my Kupperhammer.
Kupperhammer. That was the guy.
Well, once more, we take our leave of Mr. and Mrs. North.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Grab her, Pam. Hang on to her.
Me, go! I've got her, but somebody help me.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Death is Forever. The skies are low and sullen, spilling a stinging, icy rain on the city. On days like this, evening arrives in the afternoon. And New York, a city of many moods, is in one of its worst. And somehow it doesn't seem right that a day like this should be anyone's last in the city.
Hello? Yes, this is Dr. Grant. Globe Airways? Yes. Oh, I see. Yes. Well, thank you for calling.
Dr. Thorne speaking.
Oh, Dave, this is Tom.
Oh, Tom, my boy. Where are you calling from?
My apartment. Is Susan there?
Left just a few minutes ago. Are you all packed?
Yeah, but I just had a call from the airline. My flight may be delayed a few hours.
Well, we won't complain about that. Give us more time for our going away party. Oh, by the way, I let Susan take my car so you won't have to worry about a taxi.
Oh, thanks.
But don't you two get so wrapped up in saying goodbye that you forget about your date with Wilma and me.
Don't worry, we won't. Someone at the door, Dave. I'll see you later.
The Colonial Club at 7.
Right.
Hello, Tom.
Wilma.
May I come in?
Well, yeah, of course.
Thank you.
What are you doing out on a day like this?
I stopped by to give you my going away present.
Aren't you having dinner with Susan, Dave, and me at the Colonial Club?
Oh, yes. And I'll have a present for you there, too. Something less personal. Here, Tom.
What is... Oh.
I thought that since you're leaving, the building management would want you to return all the keys to your apartment. May I have a drink?
Help yourself.
Thank you. Won't you join me?
No, thanks.
I'm surprised you're not taking Susan to England with you, Tom. I thought you'd be married and...
Susan's mother is ill. She doesn't want to leave her.
That's too bad.
At the moment.
She'll join you later?
That's the plan.
I see. I was going to keep that key, Tom. I've thought about it a lot. About how I was going to keep it and what I was going to do with it.
Do with it?
I was going to give it to Susan.
Oh?
As a wedding present.
Now, see here, Wilma.
I can just see her reaction, can't you? You know how she feels about David. He's been almost a father to her. And then for her to find out that David's wife and the man she's just married had a cheap little affair.
If you ever did anything like that, Wilma, I'd...
What? Kill me?
Yes.
That would be extremely kind compared to what you did do.
Oh, stop it, Wilma, stop.
Stop what? Loving you? I have, Tom. I've thought about that lately, too. At night, lying in bed in the dark. When a woman gets my age, she does a lot of that. Lying awake and thinking about how old she feels. She hates everything that makes her feel that way. The wrinkles, the gray hair, the men.
Oh, Wilma, will you...
Especially the men. You made me feel old, Tom.
Get out of here, Wilma.
All in one day, in just a few minutes.
Get out.
You turned me into an old woman.
Are you going to get out of here?
I decided I'm going to kill you for doing that to me.
Wilma.
I hate you.
Wilma, don't be a fool.
I hate
Put
you.
down... Up!
Wilma. Yeah. Oh. I hate you.
Another cocktail, Mr. North?
No thanks, Walter. You're keeping an eye out for Mrs. North.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll wait until she comes.
Jerry North.
Well, Dr. Thorne.
I can't believe my eyes. Where the devil have you been hiding?
Right here in New York.
Well, so have I. Gave up my practice in Chicago and moved here right after the war.
Oh, I wish I'd known. Here, sit down.
No, I can't, my boy. I'm meeting my wife and some friends. A young doctor friend of mine is leaving for England tonight. So we're...
Oh, Pam.
Jerry, darling, I'm sorry I'm late, but I had an awful time getting a taxi.
Pam, dear, this is Dr. Thorne.
How do you do, Doctor?
Well, this is a pleasure, Mrs. Moore.
Dr. Thorne? Wait, I remember. Oh, you're the doctor who took care of Jerry in the Navy Hospital in Honolulu.
That's right.
Of course. Oh, Jerry wrote me so much about you at the time that I...
Excuse me.
Yes, Walter?
A telephone call for Dr. Thorne.
Oh, for me?
You can take it right over here, sir.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Of course.
This way, Doctor. In the booth, sir.
Thank you. Hello?
Dr. Thorne.
Susan.
Thank heavens I was able to reach you.
Susan, what is it?
It's Tom. He's been hurt.
What?
He's been shot. Someone tried to kill him.
Well, where are you calling from?
The West Side Emergency Hospital. I found him in his apartment unconscious. I called an
I'll
ambulance.
get there as quickly as I can,
Oh,
Susan.
hurry, Doctor, please.
Yes, Susan, yes.
And when Dr. Thorne told us what had happened and that he didn't have his car, we offered to drive him here to the hospital, Bill.
I see. Now, how long has Thorne been in there with Grant?
We arrived about a half hour before you did.
Have you talked to Grant's girlfriend yet?
Susan Wells? No. I haven't talked to anyone yet except you two. And after she telephoned Thorne, Miss Wells collapsed, was given a sedative, and taken home.
Oh, here's Dr. Thorne now.
Dr. Thorne, I'm Lieutenant Wigan, homicide. How's Dr. Grant?
Well, this isn't a case for your department yet, Lieutenant, but his condition is very critical. I'm having him prepared for immediate surgery.
What are his chances?
Very slight, I'm afraid.
Has he regained consciousness at all?
No.
I see. Well, I won't bother you with any more questions now, Doctor, but if you...
Oh, Wilma, you got my message?
Yes. How is Tom?
Not good. Lieutenant, this is my wife.
How do you do, Mrs. Thorne?
And this is Mr. and Mrs. North, Wilma.
How do you do?
I'm going to Grant's apartment, Doctor. I'll leave a man here at the hospital, but I'd appreciate it if you'd get in touch with me if there's any change in Grant's condition.
No, I will, Lieutenant.
Pam and I'll walk out with you, Bill.
Right.
Good night, Doctor.
Good night, Jerry. Mrs. North.
Good night, Mrs. Thorne.
Good night.
I have to get back to Tom, Wilma. Why don't you just...
David.
Yes?
Is Tom going to live?
I don't know.
Well, what do you think? What are his chances? You must have some idea.
All I can tell you is that I'll do my best to save him. And now I really must...
David.
Well?
Tom can't live.
Well, he can if I am...
That isn't what I mean. I mean he mustn't live.
What?
If he does, I'll go to prison.
You?
I'm the one who shot him, David.
Wilma, what happened? Why...
Never mind. I shot him, and if he lives, he'll go to the police.
Are you suggesting that
I'm telling you that Tom must never regain consciousness. You have to operate, I know that. But you have to make certain that he dies on the operating table.
Wilma!
You can't save him, David. Do you understand? You mustn't save him. For my sake. For my sake, you've got to let him die.
Let him die?
Yes.
Do you know what you're asking?
Yes.
You're out of your mind.
David, listen to me. You must.
Stop it.
David.
Stop! Now, what is all this? What happened? Why would you want to kill Tom? Answer me.
We were in love.
In love?
At least I was with him.
You and Tom.
And I thought he loved me. I met him secretly for a few months at his apartment. But then he told me he didn't want to see me anymore, that he was in love with Susan, that he'd asked her to marry him. I tried to forget him, but I couldn't. David, please, don't look at me like that. Try to understand.
Understand?
What he meant to me. What any young man would mean to a woman like me. I didn't want to get old. You know that. I've told you. You laughed at me and thought I was just joking or being silly, but I wasn't. I meant it. And that's why when Tom started paying me some attention, Oh, David.
You're a rotten little...
No, David. Don't say that. I'll make it up to you. I was a fool. I know that. But Tom was as much to blame as I. And if he dies, no one will blame you. You could say you tried to save him. You operated. You tried.
I ought to...
Dr. Thorne.
Yes?
We're ready for you.
Coming.
I'll answer it, dear. Well, Bill.
Hi, Jerry.
Come on in.
Thanks.
It's Bill, Pam.
Bill, what are you doing here?
Well, Dr. Grant's apartment's only a few blocks from here, so I thought I'd drop by on my way back to the hospital.
Any news about Grant's condition?
No, not yet.
Would you care for a cup of coffee, Bill?
Oh, no, thanks, Pam. I have to run along in a minute. But I just stopped by to see what you could tell me about Dr. Thorne and his wife.
I'm afraid we can't tell you a thing, Bill.
We met Mrs. Thorne just tonight.
I know. But you knew the doctor in the Navy, didn't you, Jerry?
Yeah, slightly. Just while I was in the hospital.
Uh-huh. Well, how about Dr. Grant? Do you know him?
No.
Yeah, then I guess you can't tell me what I want to know.
What's that, Bill?
I found this in Grant's apartment.
A note.
Mm-hmm. Read it.
Darling, I must see you tonight. W.
W.
Yeah. And Mrs. Thorne's first name is Wilma.
Yeah.
What are you thinking, Bill?
The same thing you are, Pam, and I'd hoped you knew enough about the Thornes or Grant to tell me if I was right.
I'm sorry, Bill.
Of course, that W might not necessarily mean the note was written by Mrs. Thorne.
Not necessarily, no, but I know this much. Grant was shot by a woman.
A woman?
And I know the time, 4:45. Grant's next-door neighbor heard Grant and a woman quarreling.
Well, what about?
She couldn't make it out, but it was a woman, and it was an argument. And then the neighbor heard what she later realized must have been a revolver shot. And she's positive about the time, 4:45.
I'll get it.
All right.
Hello? Yes, he's here. It's for you, Bill.
Oh, thanks, Jerry.
Sergeant McCardle calling from the hospital.
Right. Hello, McCardle.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Anything new on Grant?
Yeah, he's a homicide case now. He died on the operating table about 20 minutes ago.
Yes?
I didn't expect you home.
And I didn't know whether I'd find you here, but I wanted to see you.
Why?
Tom's dead.
I know. I called the hospital.
I did everything I could to save him, Wilma. And not just because I'm a doctor and that was my job. I wanted to save him for your sake.
For my sake.
Yes. I hoped I might at least keep you out of the electric chair.
If you'd have wanted to help me, you'd have...
You should have known that I wouldn't do what you asked.
Yes, I suppose I should have. I was a fool, but I was afraid. I should have kept quiet and gambled on the possibility that Tom wouldn't live.
That wouldn't have been any better. You'd have gone through life tortured by...
You're a doctor, David. Save lives, not souls.
Wilma, listen. I said things at the hospital I shouldn't have said. You were right about one thing. I should have understood about you and Tom. And I do. But you have only one chance now to save yourself from the electric chair. Give yourself up. Come with me right now to the police.
No.
I'll do everything I can to help you, Wilma.
The forgiving husband standing by the wife who wronged him.
Wilma, don't make me go to the police alone.
You're not going to the police, alone or any other way. And I'll tell you why. Because Tom's dead, and I'll swear that you let him die on the operating
No
table
one's going to believe that.
And then you were afraid it might come out.
An autopsy will prove I did all I could for Tom.
Perhaps it will. But you know how those things work, David. The jury might say you're not guilty, but there'll be people, a lot of people, who'll have questions in their minds, who'll always wonder if maybe, just maybe, the jury was wrong. And when that happens, your reputation as a doctor won't be worth a penny. Where are you going?
To the police.
Hello? Mrs. Thorne, this is Lieutenant Wigan. Is Dr. Thorne there?
David? Why, no.
Well, do you have any idea where he is?
No. Is something wrong, Lieutenant?
He called me and said he wanted to see me. Now, that was about 2 hours ago, and he hasn't shown up. Wigan speaking.
Jerry, Bill. Did Dr. Thorne get in touch with you?
What? How'd you know he wanted to see me?
Well, he called here, said he was calling from home.
From home?
Yeah, he said he
Now, look, Jerry, you and Pam get down here to my office right away.
Okay, Bill, but what's...
Never mind what. Just get down here. McArdle.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
I'm through fooling around on this Grant case. I want a bulletin put out on Dr. Thorne.
Okay.
And then you and Rollins go out and pick up Mrs. Thorne. I want to talk to her. And what time was it that Dr. Thorne called you, Jerry?
Oh, about 10 o'clock, I think, wasn't it, Pam?
Yes.
And you're sure he said he was telephoning from home?
Well, that's what he said.
Okay. Mrs. Thorne, will you step in here, please? Sit down, please. Mrs. Thorne, your husband called Mr. North's apartment at 10 o'clock this evening, thinking that I might be there. And a few minutes later, he reached me at the West Side Hospital.
Well?
Dr. Thorne didn't tell me where he was calling from, but he did tell Mr. North. And he said he was calling from home. Mrs. Thorne, why didn't you tell me your husband had returned home after operating on Dr. Grant?
I didn't know.
Oh?
I didn't get home tonight until 11:30.
Where were you?
After I left the hospital, I went for a drive.
On a night like this?
Yes?
Mrs. Thorne, have you ever seen this before?
Where did you get this?
From Thomas Grant's apartment. Did you write that note? Well?
Yes. And since you know this much, you might as well know the rest. Tom and I were in love.
In love?
And we were going away together. At least I was going to join Tom in England in a few weeks, after I spoke to my husband about a divorce.
But what about Susan Wells?
Well, we understand she was engaged to Dr. Grant.
She was. But Tom was going to tell her that he couldn't marry her. He was going to see her this afternoon.
What time this afternoon?
Tom said she was stopping by his place and that he'd telephone me after he talked to her. He said he'd call about 5, so apparently he was going to see her just before then.
And Dr. Grant was shot at 4:45.
Yeah. McArdle.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
You've got the address of Susan Wells?
Yeah.
Go get her and bring her here. I've got some questions to ask that young lady.
But this is fantastic. Tom and Wilma. I don't believe it.
Then how do you explain the note Mrs. Thorne wrote him?
I don't know.
Pam, dear, let's let Bill handle this.
Where is Wilma?
In the next office, Miss Wells.
Get her in here.
Oh, now, look, Miss
She's
Wells.
lying.
Why would she lie about a thing that...
I don't know. But I do know that Tom was in love with me.
Miss Wells, you say you arrived at Dr. Grant's apartment at about 5 o'clock.
Yes.
You rang the doorbell, received no answer, and then tried the door and went in, finding Dr. Grant lying on the living room floor.
Yes.
Can you substantiate the fact that you didn't arrive at the apartment earlier than 5?
Why should I have to?
Because we know it was a woman who shot Dr. Grant.
A woman?
With whom he quarreled. And we know that Grant was shot at 4:45.
And you think that
I think it's possible that you were the woman in Grant's apartment.
No!
That Grant told you he was breaking his engagement to you,
that's not
and
true.
in the heat of the argument, you shot him.
I didn't.
Then where were you at 4:45, Miss Wells?
I was on my way to Tom's apartment. I had Dr. Thorne's card. Wait, I can prove that I wasn't at Tom's at 4:45.
Well, how, Miss Wells?
Dr. Thorne can tell you. He knows that I didn't leave the office until 4:30. I couldn't have been at Tom's because it takes at least 20 minutes to drive from the office to his apartment. Ask Dr. Thorne.
We will when we find him, but... Excuse me. Wigan speaking. Oh, yes, Harrison. What? Where? Yes, I see. Yes, all right.
Well, what is it, Bill?
Miss Wells, is there anyone else who knows that you didn't leave Dr. Thorne's office until after 4:30?
No.
Oh, it's too bad.
But Dr. Thorne can tell you.
No, he can't, Miss Wells. He's dead.
Dead?
He's been killed in an automobile accident.
place, Jerry. That looks like a tow truck up ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's Bill's car.
I'd better pull up on the other side of the road. Pam, why don't you and Mrs. Thorne wait here in the car while I find out what's going on?
Huh. May I come?
Wait here, Mrs. Thorne. I'll be back in a minute. Bill!
Jerry! Hey, what are you doing here?
Well, after you left headquarters, Mrs. Thorne insisted on coming out here, so we brought her. Hey, what happened to Thorne, Bill?
Come over here. Take a look down there.
Oh, right.
It's a 150-foot drop to the bottom of that embankment.
How did it happen? He must have lost control of his car coming down that hill, huh?
And gone over the embankment, yeah. At least that's what it was made to look like.
What?
This wasn't an accident, Jerry. It was murder.
Murder?
Thorne was dead before his car went off the road.
Are you sure?
The medical examiner's positive. Thorne was killed by a blow on the back of the head, the kind of wound that couldn't have come from his car going over the embankment.
But who?
Yeah, that's the next question. Who? This must have happened shortly after Thorne talked to me. Now, it took time to make certain of Thorne's identity because this is his wife's car. You see, it's registered in her name. His was found parked in front of Grant's apartment house. Susan Wells left it there.
I see. Well, in that case, there must be some connection between... Wait a minute.
What?
Come on.
Huh? Hey, where are you going, Jerry?
Over to my car.
Why? What do you
You'll
want?
find out. Come on, get in, Bill.
Right.
Bill, Jerry, what?
Hold it, Pam. There's your murderer, Bill.
Murderer?
In the back seat with Pam.
Oh, no. Wait a minute, Jerry.
What are you
can't...
talking about? Yes.
The lie you told in Lieutenant Wigan's office, Mrs. Thorne.
Lie?
I don't know what you mean.
You said you were out driving tonight, Mrs. Thorne, and didn't get home until 11:30, after your husband had left the house to go see Lieutenant Wigan.
That's true.
No, it isn't, Mrs. Thorne.
Jerry, what is this all
Hey,
about?
no, wait a minute. I see what you're getting at, Jerry.
Well, I don't.
Thorne couldn't have been in his wife's car if she hadn't seen him this evening.
But what
Right.
difference does... No.
And you'd have no reason to say you hadn't seen him unless you'd killed him.
Dr. Grant?
Dr. Thorne.
Why'd you do it, Mrs. Thorne?
I didn't kill him.
Watch it, Bill.
Grab her, Pam.
Grab her. Get her.
Let go.
Hang on to her, Pam.
Let go.
Wait a minute, I got her. Oh, now relax, Mrs. Thorne. Just relax. Good work, Pam.
Well, thanks, Bill, but... Will one of you please tell me what this is all about?
According to her statement to Bill, when Dr. Thorne started out of the house to go see Bill, Mrs. Thorne picked up the poker from the fireplace, ran after him, and hit him with it.
And then put him in the car and wrecked it?
Yeah.
Oh, how horrible.
Yeah. Say, by the way, darling, how are you feeling?
Well, right now I'm beginning to feel the effects of my fight with Mrs. Thorne when she tried to get out of the car. Oh, and that reminds me, will you pick up 3 steaks on your way home?
3 steaks? Oh, is someone coming to dinner?
No.
Well, then why 3 steaks?
Well, I'm going to cook 2 and wear 1.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
talking to him, Bill. I'll crawl around the other side.
Be careful, Jerry. Get down, Jerry. He sees you. Get down.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, The Man with the Rifle. Sooner or later, everything happens in a city like New York, but it always happens to somebody else, not to you. This happened way downtown on Mott Street first. Then it happened on Girard Avenue in the Bronx. Certainly, it would never happen up here in Washington Heights. Nothing like that ever.
Stop jumping around. I have a cake in the oven.
Mother!
Jenny, darling, what is it? What's the matter, baby?
I saw him, Mother. I looked right at him.
Saw who? Jenny, what is it? What did you see? Now tell me, darling.
On the roof. The man with the rifle.
Rifle? Where?
I was over at Mary's house doing homework.
Yes, dear?
She lives on the 6th floor. That's the top floor in her building. And I was going home waiting for the elevator in the hall outside her apartment. The door that leads out to the roof was open.
Go on, dear. Please.
I just wanted to see what the roof looked like. I went over to the door, and I saw him. He had a gun, a rifle. He was pointing it down into the street. I was so scared, Mother. He shot the gun twice, and then he turned around.
Police department, please.
And he came toward me. He saw me standing there, and he stopped.
He saw you?
His eyes, they looked at me so funny, Mother. So awful.
He saw you watching him, dear. He knows that you saw him shoot that gun?
He saw me in the doorway. He looked scared, and then he ran across the roof, across the other way. I ran, too. I ran down all the stairs, all the way down to the basement. I was afraid to come out. Afraid maybe he'd be waiting for me.
Waiting for you. That's right, dear.
Oh, Mother!
Oh, darling, that's all right. It's just the timer on the oven. The cake must be ready to come out. No. There's nothing to be frightened about, dear. Listen, that cake is for Pam and Jerry North. We've been invited over there for dinner tonight, darling.
No, Mother. No, please.
No? Well, Jenny, you always have so much fun with Pam and Jerry.
I don't want to go. Please, I don't want to go anywhere.
But, dear...
The man with the rifle. He must be waiting for me, Mother. I saw him. I know what he looks like.
Aren't you finished shaving yet, Slowpoke?
I'll be down in a minute, Pam.
Well, hurry up. Esther and Jenny should be here any minute. Oh. Hello?
Pam, this is Esther.
Oh, Esther. Well, hi.
Pam, listen, I can't come over tonight. I know it's awfully late to be telling you, but I...
Oh, well, is anything wrong?
Oh, please, Pam, I'd rather not say it. Well, it's just that something came up rather suddenly, and please understand, Pam. Please.
Well, sure, dear. Don't worry about it, but are you sure nothing's the matter?
Oh, please, Pam, I can't talk now. Not now. Maybe the next time I see you.
Look, if you'd like us to come over there, we could...
Oh, Pam, if you only could. No, maybe not. No, don't.
What is it?
I'll call you later in the week.
Esther, if the... Funny.
There we are. Clean shaven, glowing with health, and... Well, what's the matter, darling?
Esther, she can't come over tonight.
Oh, how come?
I can't figure it out. She sounded so upset.
Well, maybe Jenny has a cold.
No, no, she said she couldn't tell me now, but she sounded like she wanted us over there, like she needed us.
Oh, Pam, you're getting melodramatic again.
No, Jerry, you didn't hear the way she talked. You didn't hear her voice on the phone. Esther's too level-headed to sound so troubled.
Let's have supper first, then we can
No,
go on.
Jerry.
But I'm hungry, darling.
I think we should go now.
Now? Oh, with that luscious pot roast beckoning to us?
I mean it, Jerry. Let's go there now.
Darling, I love you with a deep and tender passion, but I refuse to let your pot roast play second fiddle to your sense of melodrama. Now, come on. We'll visit Esther later. Let's eat first.
Well, Jerry, she...
Come on.
All right, you're probably right, as usual.
Are you pulling all the shades down, Mother?
Yes, dear. Now, try to go right to sleep, Jenny. It's late and you're very tired.
Why can't I sleep in the bedroom, Mother?
Well, you'll be more comfortable here in the living room than in the bedroom. Good night, dear.
Night, Mother. Mother,
Yes, Jenny?
he can't see me with the shades down, can he? The man with the rifle, I mean?
No. No, dear, he can't. Go to sleep now. I'll be right in the kitchen.
Night. Mother,
Yes, dear.
do you suppose he'll come looking for me?
Jenny, no. Now stop worrying about it. Go to sleep, Jenny.
Why didn't you call the police, Mother?
Jenny, dear, will you try?
Why?
Never mind why, Jenny.
You're afraid.
Oh, Jenny.
You're afraid that if I told the police what he looked like, he'd try to...
Jenny, stop it. Now stop thinking about it and go to sleep.
Night, Mother.
Good night, dear. Oh, no. Oh. Who is it? Who is it?
Us, Esther, Pam, and Jerry.
Oh, thank you. Come in. Hurry. Come in.
We didn't want to ring the bell. We saw all the shades down, thought someone might be sick.
Is Jenny all right, Esther?
She's asleep. Come into the kitchen. I'm glad you're here. I'm so terribly glad you're here.
Something's very wrong, Esther. Now, come on. What is it?
I'll tell you about it. Oh, thank heavens I can tell someone about it.
Now, why in the world didn't you tell me about this on the phone? We could have been here in no time.
Look, Esther, you've got to tell the police about this.
Well, I don't know what to do. This sniper might be anywhere, and he knows Jenny saw him.
Exactly. And the sooner she identifies him, the safer everyone will be.
No.
No?
Well, if she identifies him, then you'll have even more reason to kill her.
Do you feel any safer not telling the police?
No, of course I don't. But how can I send Jenny out of this house with that madman waiting to put a bullet through her? How can I?
All right, Esther. Now, take it easy.
You don't know he's there, Esther. You're building this way out of proportion.
What time is it, Pam?
Oh, 9:15.
Look, Bill Wygand is probably home by now. Suppose I take Jenny to see him.
No. What if that killer is waiting
Our
out...
car is right in front of the door. Jerry could have her in it in a jiffy.
Then he'd follow you.
Oh, Esther.
Oh, Pam, for pity's sake, he's killed 3 people in cold blood. Why shouldn't he kill Jenny? Why would he let her tell the police about him?
He'd have no idea we'd be visiting a police officer. How would he know where Bill Wygand lives?
Jerry, I don't like it. I don't like
Well,
it.
do you like this better? Do you like sitting here with all the shades down? Do you like getting goosebumps every time you hear a strange noise?
Esther, if Jenny can identify the sniper, you've got to let her do it. You've got to.
All right. I'll wait there. Are you sure she'll be safe, Jerry? Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure at all. But she won't be any less safe than she is right now.
You're a mighty brave girl, Jenny, and I'm proud of you for doing this.
I'm still scared, Lieutenant Wygand.
There's no need to be scared now, honey, is there, Bill?
No, of course not. Now, look, Jenny, you're sure this man didn't follow you when you finally went home from your girlfriend's house?
I'm pretty sure.
Well, then, even though the man with the rifle saw you, he has no way of knowing who you are and where you live, does he?
Uh-uh.
Jenny, would you know this man if you saw a picture of him?
I think so. Do you have a picture of him?
No, I don't, but there may be a shot of him down at headquarters.
Think it's safe to take her down there, Bill?
Well, I think it's a good risk.
Will it take very long, Lieutenant?
Well, it may take a little while, dear. You sleepy?
No, I'm worried about my mother.
Now, there's no need to worry, honey. Pam is keeping her company, and you heard what Lieutenant Wigan said. The man with the rifle has no way of knowing who you are or where you live.
And the senator said this matter will be taken up as a first order of business when Congress convenes next month. Now, here in New York, the sniper has struck again, claiming his third victim in as many weeks.
Oh,
a middle-aged insurance salesman was
Who
slain
could that
late
be
this
at this
afternoon
hour?
by the
I'm
maniacal
coming, I'm
killer,
coming.
who armed with a high-powered rifle.
Well,
Excuse me, ma'am. Are you the superintendent?
superintendent's my husband. He isn't here.
Well, perhaps you can help me.
Well, if you're looking for an apartment, we got no vacancies.
No, it's not about an apartment. I'm looking for a little girl who lives in the building.
Got several little girls living in the building.
The one I'm looking for is about 10 years old, perhaps 11. Blonde hair, wears it long, in braids, and was wearing a red coat with a red and white tam this afternoon.
What you looking for her for?
Do you know the girl I described?
Maybe I do, maybe I don't. What you looking for her for?
I was walking behind her in the park this afternoon, and she dropped this book.
Let me see.
It has this address on the flyleaf. Here.
Let's see it.
Could you tell me who the book might belong to?
Might belong to any of them in the building. If you want to leave it with me,
No. I'd prefer to return it personally.
Suit yourself. From your description, I'd say you was looking for Mrs. Maxwell's little girl.
Mrs. Maxwell?
Apartment 514. Little girl's name's Jenny.
What this means, police officials will not venture to guess, and admittedly can do little, but sit and wait and wonder when and where the sniper will strike again and who his next victim will be.
$4.
8.
11.
15 for 2.
Oh, dear.
Seems to me this is the first time I've ever beaten anyone at cribbage.
I guess my mind isn't on the game, Pam.
Well, try to concentrate. I'd hate to spoil my perfect record with a victory.
Shouldn't they be home by now? It's almost 11 o'clock.
There you are, right on cue.
Oh, thank heavens. I was beginning to be...
What's the matter?
That buzzer.
Well, it's your buzzer, isn't it?
Yes, but Jenny has a key. She always uses a key.
Oh, you're getting the jitters. Answer the door.
No, Pam, she wouldn't use the buzzer. She'd use her key.
All right, scaredy cat, I'll answer it. Who is it, please?
Police, ma'am.
Police?
Pam, don't open it. It could be anybody. It could be the sniper.
Lieutenant Wigan sent me up here, ma'am.
Oh, well, if Bill sent him.
Pam, it still could be... Pam, please.
Mrs. Maxwell, I'm Patrolman Michael.
Oh, well, I'm Mrs. North. This is Mrs. Maxwell. Note the uniform, Esther.
Yes, I see it.
Lieutenant Wigan sent me up to check on things, ma'am. Everything all right?
Yes, everything's fine.
Okay. I'll be within shouting distance if you need me.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Officer Michaels. Cribbage, ma'am? All right, I may even beat you now.
How about this picture, Jenny?
No. No, that's not him.
Well, now, Jenny, are you sure you can recognize this man?
Yes, sir, Wait, let me see that one again.
Uh-huh.
Take a good look, Jenny. He's blonde like the man you saw on the roof. Take a real good look.
That's the one, I think.
When was that mugshot taken, Bill?
Oh, 8 months ago.
It sure looks like him, Lieutenant.
Harvey Bricker, age 26.
What's his record?
Let's see. Did time in juvenile training school for burglary. And before that, ran away from home twice.
Anything since then?
7 months in the Army. Went AWOL once. Medical discharge.
Medical?
Medical. Supposed to be under psychiatric care through the Veterans Administration. He did time for burglary after he was discharged. 8 months ago. Yep, that's when this picture was taken.
I'm sure that's the man, Lieutenant. I get scared just looking at the picture.
Well, now it's Mr. Bricker's turn to be scared, Jenny. I think you can go home now.
7.
12.
15 for 2 more. I suspect you of throwing these games, Esther. You.
Hey, wake up. Oh, Pam, I'm sorry.
I think you'd better get yourself some rest.
No, I'd rather wait up for Jenny.
You can wait just as well in a horizontal position. Come on, get yourself ready for bed.
Well, maybe. I wish you'd get some rest, too.
Well, I'll lie down on the sofa.
Okay, I'll get you an extra blanket.
Well, don't bother. I won't need it.
No, it's no bother. It's right here in the bedroom. You'll need it if... Pam!
Esther, what's the matter?
Please don't be afraid. I won't hurt you.
Who are you? What do you want?
My name is Bricker. Harvey Bricker.
Rifle? You've got a rifle?
Really, madam, I promise not to hurt you. I don't want to hurt anyone.
How did you get in here?
The bedroom window wasn't difficult to open. I've had experience.
Evidently.
I've been waiting here, trying to think of some way not to startle you.
You want Jenny, don't you? You want Jenny. Well, she's not here. She's not here.
Esther, stop it. Be
the
still.
Police are here, though. The police will take care of you. They'll put you away.
I know the police want me. I know, too, that your little girl can help them find me.
What makes you think that, Mr. Bricker?
Please, madam, I'm being truthful with you. Please don't try to fool with me.
Then, what are you going to do? What do you want us to do?
I really don't know. I've come here to discuss the problem with you. I'd like the four of us to be objective about it.
4?
You and your friend, I and my friend.
Your friend?
Yes.
Please put that rifle down.
I'm sorry. I don't want to hurt you. All I ask is your cooperation, your help.
How can we help you?
Don't identify me to the police. All I ask of you is a fair chance, a break.
Break? What kind of a break did you give those people you killed?
I couldn't help that. I tried. I swear I tried. But I couldn't help it.
You've killed 3 people.
I tell you, I couldn't help it.
Esther, stop. Now you want to kill my little girl.
I don't. I don't want to kill anyone. After the first time, I even turned on the gas in my room. I thought I had killed myself. But the next thing I knew, I was on a rooftop looking for my father.
Your father?
I killed him once, 2 weeks ago. Then I killed him again. Today he was there again, so I had to kill him once more. Every time I think he's gone, I see him again. That's why I shoot. I can't help myself. Don't answer that.
That's probably my daughter.
Don't answer it, I said.
You said you didn't want to hurt us, Mr. Bricker.
I don't want to, but I may have to. Don't answer it, do you hear me? Don't answer the door.
It's funny they don't answer.
Well, they may be asleep, Jerry. Jenny, do you have a key?
She's so sleepy she can hardly stand.
Do you have a key to the door, honey?
Mm-hmm. I always use it so I won't bother Mother.
May we have it, please?
Oh, all right. It's in this... Oh, no, this pocket. There, see?
Thank you, honey.
It's funny, all the lights are still on.
All right, stand still. All of you.
Well, an unexpected pleasure.
Leave the door open and don't move away from it. Please. Don't make me kill you, too.
Jerry, do as he says, please.
Okay, then. Are you women all right?
They're all right. I haven't hurt them. I won't hurt anybody if you'll just let me go. I won't hurt anybody.
That's the man! That's the man on the roof! Mother, that's the man! He's here to kill
It's
me!
all right, Jenny. He won't hurt you. Jenny, please, dear.
Go on, Bricker. If you're going out, get out. Look what you're doing to this child.
I'm sorry. Really, I am. I won't hurt you, Jenny.
Don't touch me! Go away! Go away!
Go on, Bricker. Take that gun of yours and beat her.
Really, I don't want the little girl to be afraid of me. I won't hurt her.
Will you get out of here?
I feel terrible about this. If I could only do something to make her understand. Jenny, please listen to me. I know what it's like to be frightened.
You can reach him, Jerry. Grab his gun.
Jerry, look out!
Hold still, everybody. You're making me do this. You're forcing me to hurt someone.
What did you expect us to do? Play patty cake?
All right. I can't blame you. Just give me a chance. Give me a chance to get away, and I promise there'll be no trouble.
Go on, get out. Get out.
You're a policeman, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Lieutenant Wigan of Homicide.
Yes. You have a gun. May I have it, please?
Well,
No. Stand still. I'll take it from you. Thank you. I'm sorry for all this, but if any of you come after me, you'll be sorrier.
Bill, he won't go into the street with that rifle.
Jerry North, you stay right here.
She's right, Jerry. This isn't your job. You stay here.
And let you go on that roof alone? Don't be silly.
Jerry, you stay here. Jerry North, do you hear me? Don't. Jerry! Oh, Jerry, don't go, please!
Jerry, I wish you'd get off this roof and go on back to the apartment.
2 heads are better than 1, Bill.
Well, not if your head stops a bullet. No telling what that maniac would do.
Bill.
What?
Look.
Where?
Over there near the ledge.
Huh? Yeah. Bricker! Bricker, you can hear me. Now speak up. Better give yourself up, Bricker. You're just increasing the current in the electric chair.
You won't get me now, Lieutenant. I won't let you get me.
Keep talking to him, Bill. I'll crawl around to the other side.
Be careful, Jerry. You'll have a chance if you give yourself up now, Harvey. You'll have your... Down, Jerry. You all right, Jerry? Jerry!
Yeah, I'm all right.
Please, gentlemen, I wish you'd be reasonable. I don't want to shoot anyone. But now, Lieutenant, will you please join your friend over there?
Yeah.
Stay there, Bill. He can't cover both of us while we're separated.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Why didn't you stay there? He can't cover both of us with that rifle.
Shut up.
I'm afraid I have to kill you now, gentlemen. I don't want to do this. Really, I don't. But you've given me no choice. I'm sorry. Goodbye, gentlemen.
Got him, Lieutenant.
What the devil happened? Who's that?
Michaels.
Who?
Patrolman Michaels. Didn't you see him come up on the roof?
No.
Neither did Harvey Bricker.
Look out, Lieutenant.
Bricker's making a break for it.
Come on.
Michaels must have just winged it.
Well, there's his rifle.
Stop, Bricker. Stop.
Good Lord, Bill, look. He's going to jump.
Oh, no, he isn't.
Grab him, Bill.
Let me go. Let me go.
Relax, Bricker. Just relax.
Good work, Lieutenant. Here's his gun.
My rifle. My rifle. Don't take my rifle, please.
We'll listen to him. The way he's whining about his gun, you'd think he lost his best friend.
He has, Mike. He certainly has.
More potatoes, Jenny? Jenny?
Jenny, dear. Pam's talking to you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pam. I was just looking at Jerry.
Well, if I were you, young lady, I'd be sorry about that, too.
No, Jerry, you have a nice face.
Well, thank you.
Oh, dear. More competition.
In fact, I would like it very much if I had a picture of you.
Of me? Well, oh, what kind of picture, honey? I have some snapshots.
No, I'd like a double picture.
Double picture?
You know, like the ones Lieutenant Wigan showed me. Profile and full face. Do you have one?
Have some more potatoes, Jenny. Have lots of potatoes.
Well, that puts the finishing touch on another Mr. and Mrs. North mystery.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Listen to me. Put down that gun.
Jerry, be careful.
I'm telling you for the last time, North, get out of the way.
Clark, in the name of heaven, will you...
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Too Late to Die. A man sits at a microphone in a radio studio in Midtown Manhattan. His name is Clint Conroy, and his voice is being heard in thousands of homes throughout New York. In the apartment of Mr. and Mrs. North.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to wind up tonight's broadcast with another open letter to Wally Clark. I hope you're listening, Wally, wherever you are. I hope you're listening hard.
And in the Fifth Avenue penthouse of one Victor Bailey.
Dave Largo's in town, Wally. You know Largo, and you know why Vic Bailey and the syndicate brought him in from Chicago. That's how badly Vic Bailey wants you, Wally. He's brought in the #1 gun of the syndicate to get you, to find you, Wally, and to kill you.
And in a cheap hotel in Chelsea Square.
You can't go on hiding forever, Wally. If Vic Bailey and Dave Largo don't get you, the police will. So listen to me, Wally. Give yourself up. Go to the district attorney. Tell him all you know about Bailey's financial setup. Give him the records you took from Bailey's office. Listen, Wally. The district attorney will protect you. Play it smart, Wally. Get Vic Bailey before he gets... Shut up!
That guy, why can't he leave me alone? Why does he have to keep after me?